Jiang Tong was a top student, but no company wanted him. Rejected, mocked, thrown aside. So he quit, went back to his rural hometown, picked up a shovel, and dug up his sweet potato cellar. That's when everything changed. Under the soil was a hidden tunnel. Not a tomb, not a cellar, but a glowing passage, leading to another planet. 2 suns in the sky, giant beasts in the forests, and gravity so heavy it nearly crushed him. Jiang Tong whispered, "This isn't Earth." By a crystal-clear stream, something golden caught his eye. He stepped closer, reached down, a massive gold nugget, doghead gold, tens of kilograms, worth millions, from one rock. Jiang Tong froze. Did I just strike interstellar gold? Ancient agar wood thousands of years old, a 3,000-year tea tree king, rare pearls, endless resources, daily profits? 3 billion. Richer than nations wasn't a dream, it was math. Reporters asked, "Mr. Jiang, you're worth trillions. Are you happy?" Jiang Tong smiled. "Sorry, you can't imagine how happy the rich are. I dug in my backyard and found unlimited gold on another planet, only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where one shovel rewrites destiny." Conference room, a famous company. Jiang Tong was in the middle of an interview. The interviewer adjusted his glasses and asked calmly, "A bridge can support 800 jin. An ox weighs 1,000 jin. How does the ox cross the bridge?" "By boat," Jiang Tong replied without hesitation. The interviewer's face darkened. "I asked how it crosses the bridge." Jiang Tong looked at him as if he'd just heard something profoundly stupid. "Isn't crossing the river faster?" The interviewer slammed his hand on the table. "I'm sorry, you're not suitable for our company. I offered my heart to the bright moon." Jiang Tong sighed dramatically as he walked out, "but the bright moon only shines into the gutter." He was a top student at Xiangzhou University, ranked first in his class year after year, scholarships stacked like certificates on a wall. Yet after applying to dozens of companies, every interview ended in rejection. Too idealistic. Salary expectations too high. Too arrogant. Not willing to start from the grassroots. Today's rejection didn't even come with an excuse. Fine. If the city didn't want him, then he'd go home. Back to the countryside. Back to the land. Back to starting something with his own hands. Xiangcheng, Qingshan Town, Xiaoshui Village. Morning mist drifted lazily through the backyard of an old red brick house. Dew clung to peach leaves like scattered pearls. Jiang Tong stood shirtless except for a worn vest, sweat streaming down his back as he dug into the ground with a hoe. His body was lean and powerful, his features sharp and handsome, someone who looked born to stand out, even in a muddy backyard. Clang! The hoe struck something hard. Not stone, flat stone. He cleared the soil and lifted a slab the size of a tabletop. Beneath it was a hole nearly 2 meters deep, and at the bottom, another passage. Jiang Tong's eyes lit up. Don't tell me this is an ancient tomb tunnel? Or, could this be the ancestral treasure vault of the Jiang family? Excitement surged. He ran inside, grabbed a dagger, a machete, a flashlight, and a few candles, then climbed down. At the bottom was a perfectly smooth circular tunnel, nearly 3 meters wide. White light pulsed along its walls, shimmering like liquid glass, beautiful, cold, and unmistakably technological. Jiang Tong froze. Holy hell, is this an alien base? It took him a long moment to regain his composure. Fear quickly gave way to exhilaration. This was incredible. Holding his breath, he stepped into the tunnel. After walking straight for nearly 300 meters, the tunnel opened, and Jiang Tong stopped dead. The other side. The sky was a deep, flawless blue. 2 suns hung overhead, one massive, like a blazing wheel, the other small and sharp like a glowing pearl. Their light overlapped, flooding the world with brilliance. Snow-capped mountains rose in the distance. A vast river coiled around them like a colossal serpent. Along its banks, lakes sparkled like scattered gems. Far away, enormous beasts chased one another across open plains. Nearby, a forest towered toward the sky, trees so thick that a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around them. Strange birds flitted through the branches. Even larger ones soared overhead, wingspans rivaling airplanes, ancient and terrifying like pterosaurs. The air was cool, fresh, and fragrant. Jiang Tong took a breath. His lungs felt like they'd been washed clean. This isn't Earth. He was certain. This wasn't even the solar system. Somehow, impossibly, a tunnel beneath his house connected 2 worlds. But why had the entrance on Earth been buried? Why had this place been sealed away? Had a civilization fallen? Had the passage collapsed? Shaking off his thoughts, Jiang Tong stepped forward, and nearly collapsed. His body sank as if invisible weights were strapped to him. Damn! The gravity was terrifying. At least twice that of Earth. If he hadn't practiced martial arts since childhood, he'd have been crushed flat. He hacked away at bushes near the cliff edge and discovered he stood 5 meters above the ground. A massive camphor tree grew below, branches stretching upward. Using the branches, he climbed down carefully. The soil was pitch black and rich. Incredible fertility. If crops could be grown here, he murmured. He shook his head. With this gravity, large-scale farming would be brutal. Moving on, he approached the nearby stream. The water was crystal clear. Smooth white pebbles gleamed beneath the surface. Schools of tiny fish darted happily between rocks. Then, Zhang Tong's pupils shrank. Something massive lay half buried in the stream. Golden. Don't tell me. He rushed forward, heart pounding. It was irregular, heavy, shaped like a dog's head or a horse's hoof. The surface was pitted, honeycombed. Zhang Tong's hands trembled. Doghead gold. A natural gold nugget. He knew this. Though impure, such nuggets were priceless to collectors, symbols of luck and wealth. He lifted it with effort. 80 jin here, he muttered, eyes shining. That's at least 40 jin back on Earth. This was larger than any gold nugget ever recorded in human history, even priced as pure gold. 7 million yuan. At minimum. Zhang Tong laughed softly, staring at the alien sky. So, this is my bridge. And this time, we've struck it rich. Zhang Tong stood in the alien wilderness, laughing like a madman. A planet with gold nuggets. This is a precious star. From today on, your precious star. The joy was overwhelming. This wasn't just luck, this was destiny. If there were gold nuggets here, then there had to be a gold vein nearby. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Tong followed the stream upstream. Before long, he spotted glittering specks beneath the water, gold grains. Some were the size of soybeans, others no bigger than rice grains. Holy! He crouched down and picked one up. Each tiny grain was worth hundreds of yuan. Free money. Pure, effortless wealth. Soon, a handful of gold lay in his palm, heavy and warm. Then, boom! The mountain shook. The earth split open with a deafening roar. A massive boulder tore loose from the mountainside, smashing everything in its path. Trees snapped like twigs. Thorns were crushed flat. The momentum was terrifying. Damn it, landslide. Zhang Tong didn't hesitate. He turned and ran, sprinting toward the cliff, leaping onto the camphor tree and climbing up just as the boulder thundered past. The rock slammed into the ground and exploded. It shattered into more than a dozen pieces. Some were the size of baskets, others as big as winter melons, and every single fragment glowed with a dazzling emerald green light. Zhang Tong froze. Jade. His heart nearly stopped. Gold had a price. But jade, high-quality jade, was priceless. Why bother picking up gold dust when you could casually pick up stones worth fortunes? He jumped down from the tree, hands trembling as he examined the fragments. Glossy surface. Semi-transparent. Clear, crisp sound when struck. Ice crystal texture. No cracks. No impurities. High ice jadeite. Second only to glass-type jade. And the color. Bright green. Just a step below imperial green. In other words, top-tier jade. The total weight easily exceeded 1,000 kilograms. Zhang Tong didn't even dare calculate its value. Hundreds of millions? Maybe more. Even a single piece the size of a watermelon could change a family's fate forever. Logic said he should grab what he could and leave immediately. But Zhang Tong hesitated. He wanted to test something. Were the other stones jadeite rough as well? If so, he wouldn't need to haul raw rock back. He could cut on site, extract jade directly, and transport only the finished pieces. A steady, endless source of wealth. A true tycoon's path. He searched nearby and dug out several half-buried stones, some fist-sized, others as big as footballs. He raised a stone and smashed it. Bang! It split open. Inside jade. Ice clear, streaked with vivid red and green. Another stone. Again jade. Another. Same result. This entire mountain was jadeite. Zhang Tong's breath grew ragged. If this mountain were fully mined, hundreds of billions? More. The thought alone made his scalp tingle. The only problem, he was alone. Mining everything himself would take lifetimes, but even just collecting stones, the stream alone had enough jade to last months. Lost in visions of wealth and future empires, Zhang Tong failed to notice the danger creeping closer. A tall, powerful white wolf emerged silently from the bushes. Its eyes gleamed with cold, killing intent. In the next instant, it pounced. Kill! Zhang Tong reacted purely on instinct. He slashed upward. The blade ripped across the wolf's face, sending it crashing to the ground. Don't mistake him for a weak scholar. Zhang Tong had practiced Tongtian fist since the age of 3, 19 years of brutal training through scorching summers and freezing winters. The John family had once dominated through martial prowess. This was no ordinary punch art. The wolf scrambled up, blood pouring from its torn face, but it didn't flee. It circled him, growling, eyes filled with savage hunger. "You want to die?" John Tong muttered, spine chilled but grip steady. The wolf advanced when he retreated when he advanced. A hunter's dance. John Tong feigned panic and backed away quickly. The wolf took the bait. It leapt. Now! John Tong spun, ducked beneath its jaws, and drove his blade straight into its belly. Puffed. The knife sank to the hilt. The wolf let out a terrible howl, flew past him, hit the ground, and never moved again. Blood soaked the grass. John Tong collapsed, gasping, sweat pouring down his face. "I really need to train harder." Before he could even stand. Whoosh! A shadow blotted out the sky. A gigantic golden-feathered raptor dove down, seized the dying wolf in its talons, and vanished into the heavens in a single smooth arc. It all happened in less than a second. John Tong stared upward, cold sweat breaking out. If that thing had targeted him instead. He didn't dare finish the thought. Only now did he truly understand. Precious Star held unimaginable wealth, and unimaginable danger. Next time, he would come prepared. Stronger, smarter, more cautious. That was the price of being an explorer. After confirming there were no further threats, John Tong spent hours hauling the gold nugget and jadeite pieces back to the tunnel entrance. Only the gold nugget was taken back to Earth for now. Before leaving, he carefully concealed the cellar entrance, packing earth and stones tightly. This secret belonged to him alone, and one day, it would change the world. John Tong got up as soon as it was light. He carried 2 bulging burlap sacks outside and put them on the tricycle. "John Tong, are you going to sell sweet potatoes again?" The old man next door, who was missing a tooth, asked curiously. "Selling family heirlooms." John Tong laughed. Puff. The old man with missing teeth burst out laughing. "Isn't the sweet potato a family heirloom? It's just not worth much. Don't rush to sell our family heirloom." "Xiao Tong, we're one short for mahjong, can you fill in for a bit?" Grandpa Li said expectantly, twirling his beard. Xiao Shui village has more than 100 households and a total population of over 500. But all the young people have gone out to work, leaving behind only the elderly. Aside from playing cards and board games, he spends his time bragging and joking around. They can chat about even the smallest things for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking. "I have no interest in mahjong." John Tong refused, feeling both amused and exasperated. "You're guaranteed to win when playing mahjong with old men and women. They are old and have poor eyesight and slow thinking, making it easy for them to make mistakes. I can't bring myself to win their money." He drove off at breakneck speed in his tricycle. Gold is valued in times of chaos, antiques are valued in times of prosperity. We are living in a prosperous era, and the antique industry is thriving. As a provincial city, Xiangcheng has a large-scale antique street with dozens of antique shops. The antique street was already bustling at 10 a.m. The stalls stretched out along the street, filled with all sorts of handicrafts that could be mistaken for genuine copper coins, silver dollars, jade, calligraphy and paintings, or worthless antiques so many that it was dazzling to behold. The shouts and calls rose and fell in waves. Tang Bohu's ancient painting is absolutely genuine. A family heirloom snuff bottle, 300 years old, only 100,000. Antique shops are rarely visited, but the shop owners remain calm and collected, like old turtles that have stood still for 1,000 years. In this industry, it's common to go 3 years without business, but once you do make a sale, you can live off it for 3 years. John Tong drove his tricycle to the antique street, found a spot, and began energetically hawking his wares: raw sweet potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, dried sweet potatoes, sweet potato chips, sweet potato noodles. A big forest has all kinds of birds. Luo Hao, the owner of Huabaoxuan, the largest antique shop, was dumbfounded and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I thought he was just a street vendor selling handicrafts, or some shady character selling treasures. Little did I know it was a sweet potato vendor." "Hey buddy, it's fine if you're selling sweet potatoes, but could you please not shout so loudly? This is an antique street, not a food street." The stall owner next door touched his forehead and reminded him, "Sorry, I called you by the wrong name. Habits can be harmful." John Tong smiled apologetically, deftly took out a gleaming gold object, and called out, "A gold nugget, an ancestral heirloom weighing 40 pounds and 1 ounce, for sale at a high price. Don't miss it if you pass by." The sunlight shone on the gold dog head, making it dazzling and particularly eye-catching. Antiques are nothing new, nor are gold ornaments. However, gold nuggets are naturally formed, making them very easy to distinguish from fakes. But very few people have seen it. That's incredibly rare. The entire antique street was in an uproar. Many stall owners stopped looking at their stalls and rushed over to see what was so special. Antique shop owners also caught wind of this and flocked out. Damn, these young people have no sportsmanship. Luo Hao couldn't hold back any longer and walked out cursing. He harbored deep resentment in his heart. This gold nugget, weighing over 40 kilograms, is undoubtedly the world's largest in terms of both size and weight. It is a true world treasure and extremely valuable. If this young man comes to Wabaoxuan to sell, he could easily acquire it at a low price and use it as a prized possession of his store to increase its brand awareness, which would greatly benefit his business. But things are not so easy now. We must face all our competitors and numerous buyers who have come seeking our services. Luo Hao pushed through the crowd and walked in, his eyes intently examining the gold dog head. Hello, I'm Luo Hao, the owner of Wabaoxuan. May I have a look at it? Can. Zhang Tong nodded. If someone wants to buy your gold nugget, you can't do it without having it appraised. There are too many people here. How about we get it appraised at my shop? It's very close, just a few steps away. Luo Hao laughed. This is a gold nugget heirloom passed down for 8 generations. It's genuine and of the highest quality. You are all experts and can obviously tell the difference at a glance. So, I won't have it appraised at your store. Zhang Tong politely declined. He needs to bid here to sell it for a high price. We need to speed things up, otherwise, with more and more people coming, it will be very troublesome to get the gold nugget. Luo Hao muttered to himself, then chuckled. How about this? You put the gold nugget on the ground, and I'll appraise it myself. That's a good idea. Zhang Tong smiled slightly and placed the gold nugget on the ground. Everyone, step back 3 steps and be quiet. Many antique shop owners began to maintain order. Luo Hao took out a magnifying glass and began to examine it carefully. More and more people gathered to watch the spectacle, standing on tiptoe to observe with curiosity and engaging in lively discussion. My God, how can there be such a huge gold nugget? It's unbelievable. The gold dog head is so beautiful, I love it. I wonder how much it can sell for. A few million, I guess. But I'm afraid it's fake. It can't be fake, can it? Otherwise, how could they dare to bid on it on the street? Some people were even calling their friends and family, saying, Old one, come quick. A 40-pound gold nugget has appeared on the antique street, and it looks genuine. Old Zhao, come to the antique street quickly. There's a gold nugget weighing over 40 kilograms here. It's beautiful, and I think it's definitely real. It's a rare find. Don't you want to collect it? Luo Hao was secretly anxious. He quickly finished the appraisal and even had Zhang Yong weigh it on the scale used to sell sweet potatoes. He loudly announced, it is golden in color, round all over, with many small honeycomb-like pits on the surface, and some protruding parts, shaped like a dog's head. Therefore, this is undoubtedly a genuine gold dog head weighing 40.1 jin. My God, it's gold nugget. I really want one. It can be a family heirloom, and its value will increase in the future, right? The true value of a gold nugget lies in its symbolism, it brings good luck. A gold nugget, pure luck, it's no joke. Everyone was excited, extremely excited, and their eyes burned even brighter. Gold nuggets are much more popular than other antiques and artifacts. I'll offer 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, 5.5 million, 5.8 million. People started bidding. Many antique shop owners have also joined the competition. They looked like they were ready to fight to the death. 7 million. Luo Hao, full of imposing momentum, delivered the final blow. No one offered a higher price anymore. It seems they've given up. Young man, give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Luo Hao said. Not for sale at 7 million. Zhang Tong said slowly. Not selling? Then why are you having us bid? Luo Hao was so anxious that he jumped up and down, his face turned as red as blood, and the veins on his forehead twisted like earthworms. If it's not at my target price, of course I won't sell it. This isn't an auction house. Zhang Tong's expression was a bit strange. It's just a bidding war, why are you getting so worked up? Looks like this guy is putting on an act. You. Luo Hao trembled with rage. I'll add 100,000, making it 7.1 million. That price exceeds that of pure gold. And gold nuggets have many impurities. Not enough. Zhang Tong sneered inwardly. Are you taking advantage of my lack of knowledge? Do you think I'm uncultured? You. Luo Hao was furious and extremely angry. I can't keep up the act any longer. Young man, you should know when to quit while you're ahead. The young man is greedy. No one but Boss Luo would pay such a high price. Many antique shop owners tried to persuade him. Let's talk about it in half an hour. Zhang Tong closed his eyes to rest. Holy shit. Many antique shop owners were nearly driven mad with anger. Those watching the spectacle were all laughing heartily, finding it very enjoyable. This young man is really something else. He has a lot of antique shop owners wrapped around his little finger. Truly, there are many masters among ordinary people. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The antique street was packed with people, all there for the gold nuggets. Of course, most people are just there to watch the show. Not many people can actually afford a gold nugget. After all, in any era, there are always more poor people than rich people. Time's up, let's start bidding. Some people can't wait any longer and just want to watch the drama unfold. For most of them, they had never seen an auction in their entire lives. He's never even stepped foot inside an auction house. Today was truly an eye-opening experience. Look, no one's bidding. 7.1 million is really the maximum. Young man, don't waste your time. Give me your bank account number, I'll transfer the money to you. Luo Hao said again. This boss offered 7.1 million, is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? Zhang Tong, refusing to believe it, asked loudly. I'll offer 7.2 million. An old man who had just arrived shouted. 7.3 million. 7.5 million. 8 million. Just like the first domino falling, the balance was broken. Bidding was incessant, and even antique shop owners started bidding frantically again. 10 million. A young woman, protected by a bodyguard, pushed her way through the crowd and walked in. White high heels paired with a blue dress perfectly showcased her 1.7-meter tall, curvaceous figure. A dazzling pink diamond necklace and a jade bracelet on her wrist added a touch of luxury to her look. Her features were so delicate they resembled those of an elf, as if sculpted by the divine hand of the heavens, possessing a strong three-dimensional quality. Its most striking feature is its eyes, which are large and bright. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair reached her waist. All the men couldn't help but steal glances at her, admiring her beauty and fantasizing about wonderful things. Zhang Tong couldn't help but take a few more glances, then excitedly shouted, is there anyone willing to pay a higher price? This is an extremely rare nugget of gold. You'll never see it again if you miss it. No one answered for a long time. The price is clearly prohibitively high. Zhang Tong could only say to the woman, beautiful lady, though we're separated by mountains and rivers, our love remains constant. Can you add a little more? No more, no sale. Fan Bingxiang refused and made a move to leave. Is he not one of those rich kids who treats money like dirt, but a real businessman? Zhang Tong was slightly puzzled, then called out, okay, I'll sell it to you. Finally got it. Fan Bingxiang wore a victorious smile. She really liked this gold nugget and knew it was very useful. After Zhang Tong provided the bank account number, the woman immediately transferred 10 million yuan. Upon receiving the bank's text message, Zhang Tong was both excited and filled with endless gankai, mixed feelings of emotion and reflection. 10 million. You probably couldn't earn that much even if you worked for 20 years. Indeed, it was the right decision to stop looking for jobs and return to the countryside to start a business. Doesn't that mean he's worth tens of millions? Once you sell the jade, your net worth will exceed 1 billion, right? Noticing that the beautiful woman was surprisingly strong, she personally carried the dog-headed gold dog away. He stopped her and asked, Miss, can I have your contact information? There's also jade to sell. One guest doesn't need two hosts. Let's find this one sheep to fleece. Because this one has a lot of wool. Everyone wore strange expressions. Did this young man get arrogant after making millions and want to date this stunningly beautiful woman who clearly comes from an extraordinary background? Fan Bingxiang was also stunned for a moment, her eyes widened, and she looked Zhang Tong up and down. A handsome face, a high nose bridge, and healthy, wheat-colored skin. He stands 1.8 meters tall, as upright as a mountain. Unfortunately, his tattered clothes, disheveled hair, and rough hands ruined his handsomeness and charisma. He simply said, we've only met by chance, there's no need for us to get to know each other, is there? Get out of the way. The bodyguard was quick-wit, knowing his master didn't want to know this guy, he stepped forward and shoved Zhang Tong hard. However, Zhang Tong remained unmoved, like a heavy mountain. Even with increased force, it still couldn't budge it in the slightest. Ha! The bodyguard was surprised, and suddenly ducked down, bumping into him with a close-quarters stance. But for some inexplicable reason, he bumped into nothing and even tripped over his foot. He immediately fell to the ground, his face bruised and swollen, and he saw stars. I was horrified. Oh no, we've encountered a master. This young man is really good at fighting? He easily took down the bodyguard? I didn't even see what happened. I didn't see it clearly either, that's amazing. Everyone stared in disbelief, utterly astonished. Fan Bingxiang was also taken aback, suddenly realizing that the young man selling gold nuggets was far more complex than he appeared. I judged people by their appearance. I hate people like you the most. You have no skills, but you like to bully others because of their master. You just said one more word to your master, and you came up to bite me? If I weren't in a good mood, I would have slapped you to death. Zhang Tong looked at the bodyguard on the ground and said disdainfully, sorry. The bodyguard, looking disheveled and extremely embarrassed, quickly apologized. Zhang Tong ignored him and whispered to Fan Bingxiang, who was unsure how to respond, actually, I'm also a treasure hunter. I have other treasures that you might be interested in, which is why I asked for your contact information. Although I'm a college graduate just starting out in the workforce, I already know there's a group of people in this world who make their fortunes through treasure hunting. Since I'm going to embark on this treasure hunting journey, what else could I be but a treasure hunter? You're a private treasure hunter? Really? Fan Bingxiang became interested, and her face turned rosy. He seemed very excited and happy. He suddenly realized that the gold nugget must have been something he found while searching for treasure. Of course, I have no reason to lie to you, Zhang Tong said. Then let's talk in private. Fan Bingxiang handed the gold nugget to the bodyguard who had gotten up, pulled Zhang Tong aside to a quieter spot, and said with a smile, "Actually, I know a lot of treasure hunters, most of whom are very famous in the world. In the treasure hunting world, there aren't many treasure hunting experts in our country. I never expected to see such a rising star as you. Once you find the world's heaviest gold nugget, you'll definitely become famous." You flatter me. The gold nugget is truly an heirloom, I'm not lying to you. On the contrary, the other treasures were found through treasure hunting. What other treasures do you have? Fan Bingxiang asked expectantly. Some top-quality jadeite, a high-quality icy green and a piece of icy red jadeite. Zhang Tong laughed. How much is some? There's a lot of high-quality icy green jadeite, nearly 1,000 kilograms, and only a small piece of icy red jadeite, a few kilograms. Are you sure you're not joking? Fan Bingxiang looked on in astonishment and disbelief. High-quality, icy green jadeite, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds? Even the owners of jade mines in Myanmar wouldn't dare say they have that much. Of course it's true. Zhang Tong said, I can cut the stones on the spot because most of them are semi-rough stones. That's even stranger. Since it's a semi-gambled rough stone, how can you be so sure it's a high-grade icy green jade? Unless it's faked with glass. Because it was cut from a huge piece of rough stone, it can almost be considered a finished piece, only the outer layer of the stone was not removed. Therefore, the quality is the same. I see. This huge piece of raw jade is really big. Looks like you're going to make a fortune. Are you interested? Nearly 1,000 pounds? I don't want that. I don't do jewelry business. However, I can introduce you to a few buyers, all big bosses in the jewelry industry. You find a place and hold a private auction. I'll have them come. It would be best if the stone could be cut on site. Okay. I'll contact you again once I confirm the location. It should be within the next day or two. Have them prepare the funds. Say thank you in advance, and I'll treat you to dinner later. Don't mention it, it was nothing. By the way, do you have any other treasures? Not at the moment. However, I know quite a few treasure hunters. You can tell me what kind of treasure you need. I urgently need ginseng that is over 300 years old. I am willing to pay 1 to 3 times the market price. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. After adding each other on WeChat, Fan Bingxiang left with her bodyguards. Zhang Tong was also in a good mood, and drove his tricycle to the Jade Street. There are many jewelry stores here, and even jade gambling shops. He came to check out the market. Only by holding private auctions can one feel confident and avoid being scammed. You should know that no merchant is honest. Those who expand their businesses and become big bosses are the kings of cunning. Zhang Tong parked his car next to a jade gambling shop and then heard a noisy, excited commotion. The bet won. It's a pity it's a glutinous rice type with floating flowers. But we still made a profit. Then the sound of electronic firecrackers rang out. Many people went to watch the spectacle. Zhang Tong, carrying a sack containing a piece of jade, also went to see what the commotion was about. There were many people, the shops were packed with people. Zhang Tong couldn't get in at all, he could only stand at the door, craning his neck to look inside. It turns out a young man spent 30,000 yuan on a rough stone, and when he cut it open, he found a piece of jadeite of the glutinous type, which turned out to be about half the size of a basketball. He was incredibly lucky. Young man, are you selling this jade? A jewelry store owner, who had heard about it, asked. Sell if the price is right. The young man was cunning, he didn't say death. He's clearly an experienced player. I'll offer 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. There were more than a dozen people bidding. In the end, it was bought by an old man for 350,000. The young man was very satisfied, beaming with joy. As the excitement subsided and many business owners left, Zhang Tong seized the opportunity to take out a piece of jade the size of a watermelon from a sack and shouted, "Just cut out, icy green jade, anyone want it?" His jadeite still has an outer skin, it hasn't been completely cut open yet. However, it was only a layer of stone skin a few inches thick, the rest of the area was jadeite. That's pretty much an open secret. What, icy jadeite with a bright green hue? The eyes of the many bosses who had previously bid lit up, and they swarmed around to examine the items closely, shining flashlights in their hands. After all, I didn't see it being cut with my own eyes. They dare not bid without authentication. Is this really an icy, bright green jadeite? And it's this huge. I haven't seen such a large, top-quality jadeite in many years. This young man is really lucky. Icy green jadeite, so beautiful, so gorgeous. Exclamations and exclamations of admiration filled the air. The owner of the jade gambling shop also rushed out, offered a cigarette, winked, and said, "Sir, you bought this jade from me, right? You said you'd take it home to cut." As long as John Tong nods in approval, his business will skyrocket. The benefits are huge. As expected, no merchant is honest. John Tong sighed inwardly, but this was exactly what he wanted. Now I know the provenance of my jade. From this jade gambling shop. So he nodded and said, "Boss, you have a great memory. I bought this from you just yesterday. I have my own stone cutter. I enjoy cutting stones myself, and I never expected to find such a wonderful surprise. Sir, you're very lucky. You've struck it rich." The owner of the jade gambling shop was beaming with excitement. Very savvy. What a kind person. So he began to enthusiastically proclaim it and set off electronic firecrackers like crazy. This attracted even more onlookers. And the bidding process began. "I'll offer 28 million, 30 million, 32 million, 35 million, 38 million, 45 million. Their faces flushed red, the competition was fierce. The onlookers were stunned and deeply shocked, extremely envious and jealous. John Tong was also secretly surprised. These jewelry store owners were all very wealthy. They didn't hesitate to offer such a high price. Gradually, the price climbed to 45 million, and then the increments decreased. They all add up to 1 million at a time. 50 million. A boss in his 50s shouted with great arrogance. The other bosses fell silent, their faces filled with regret. 50 million is already a lot, but the profit is not much. They can only earn some processing fees. But with such high-quality jadeite, it's truly the store's prized possession. It can enhance one's reputation and help them stand out, attract all the customers. There are many benefits to being invisible. Unfortunately, they ran out of funds. After all, we weren't prepared. Congratulations. This jade is yours. John Tong was also very satisfied. 50 million is not a small amount. Wow, icy green jadeite is so valuable. The transaction was completed quickly. Another 50 million yuan appeared in John Tong's bank account. "My surname is Sun, and I'm the owner of Jingtian Jewelry Store. This is my business card." Before leaving, Sun Jingtian handed over a business card, saying, "If you need jade again next time, be sure to contact me." "Good." John Tong nodded. "Congratulations." The jade shop owner congratulated John Tong and then whispered, "May I put up a banner? It should say, 'Our esteemed customer has won a high-quality, icy green jadeite, which has increased in value by several thousand times, earning him a staggering 49 million yuan. This boss is too shrewd, he's incredibly astute. No wonder he can run such a large jade gambling shop." John Tong sighed inwardly, then pondered for a moment and said, "I want to buy tools for cutting stones. Do you know where I can buy them? I have stone cutting tools right here. I'll sell them to you cheaply, saving you at least 10,000 yuan. The boss laughed. "Okay, I'll buy one." John Tong said. He actually wanted to buy several sets, but buying directly from the manufacturer wouldn't be quick. "Therefore, I'll buy one as a precaution. As for the banner, let him put it up. It's not like you're the one who's getting hurt." John Tong arrived at Tianlan Manor on the banks of the Xiangjiang River. Tianlan Manor is a residential development by Yuan, featuring both apartments and villas, specifically the most luxurious villas named Tianlan No. 1. It is considered one of the most prestigious residential developments in southern Hunan. The landscaping, building spacing, and interior decoration are all excellent, to say the least. The environment and location are top-notch. Across the street is Xiangjiang University, a national key university directly under the Ministry of Education, and a university included in the Double First Class Initiative, the Project 985, and the Project 211. It was among the first batch of pilot universities selected for the Ministry of Education's Strong Foundation Program, a pilot university for the 8-year medical education, Doctor of Medicine program, and the first university in China to train master's degree graduates combining professional and technical skills for active-duty military officers. It ranks first in Hunan Province. It is also John Tong's alma mater. Nearby are also universities such as Xiaonan University, Xiaonan Normal University, the Music College of Xiaonan Normal University, and Xiaonan Art Vocational College. Behind the property lies the famous Xiangjiang River, with Orange Isle faintly visible in the distance. The picturesque Lijiang Mountain stands to the side. If you buy a few houses in Tianlan Manor and rent them out, you can make a fortune. It is worth noting that Xiangjiang University alone has more than 58,000 full-time students, including more than 34,000 undergraduates, more than 22,000 graduate students, and more than 1,600 international students. A 3-bedroom apartment is rented out to 3 students, with each student paying 1,000 yuan in rent, totaling 3,000 yuan. It's a great deal. With the economic downturn of the past 2 years, housing prices across the country have plummeted, and housing prices in Xiangcheng have also been halved, making it the perfect time to buy at rock-bottom prices. Zhang Tong was certainly not there to buy at rock-bottom prices, rather, he planned to purchase a villa to use as a venue for private auctions. It will be very useful later on, for receiving guests and making friends. It's not very convenient in the countryside, and besides, the sellers in the countryside hold a huge secret, so it's not suitable for receiving guests. In addition, I can come and stay occasionally. Now that I have money, of course I should enjoy it. With all this commotion, what kind of ingenious sales tactic have they come up with this time? Zhang Tong noticed a large crowd gathered at the entrance of the Tianlan Manor sales office and wanted to go in to see what was going on, but he was stopped by the security guard at the guard post. Tricycles are not allowed in. I'm here to buy a house. Zhang Tong said. That won't work either. The security guard glanced at Zhang Tong, showing him absolutely no respect. He simply didn't believe that someone who drives a tricycle could afford a house. If you're driving a small car, it might be possible. Zhang Tong wouldn't stoop to the level of a snobbish security guard. I found a place and parked the tricycle. I walked all the way to the entrance of the sales office, parted the crowd, and went inside. Now it's clear. A stunningly beautiful woman stood gracefully at the entrance. White tight-fitting mini skirt, red high heels. Her hair was red and wavy, and her long, slender nails were pink and white. At least 1.75 meters tall, with a curvy figure. Her legs were snow-white, long, and shapely. Her appearance was exquisite, with snow-white, delicate skin that seemed to break at a touch. She looks glamorous and sexy, enough to drive any man crazy. Wow, the sales models are so beautiful. They're much prettier than the girls in the live stream. Pa, you're comparing a real estate sales model to a live streaming girl? The latter uses beauty filters, you know? This is a true beauty, like a celestial being. She's in no way inferior to top celebrities. With looks and figure like that, she could totally be a star. Heh, you think being a star is easy? Without someone protecting you, without going to film school, without engaging in unspoken rules, no matter how beautiful you are, there's not a single chance. It's better for a beautiful woman like that not to be a celebrity. She'll go astray. The onlookers all had burning eyes and were drooling. People were still taking pictures. The sales models were very cooperative, striking various poses and making different expressions, some cool and some smiling, but they are all beautiful and photogenic. That's really impressive, they actually managed to get her to come. Zhang Tong had a strange expression on his face, he recognized the sales model. Zhao Qian, the campus belle of Xiangzhou University, is a sophomore this year. Because of her stunning beauty, she is very famous at Xiangzhou University. Her suitors were as numerous as carp crossing a river. They even offer cars and houses as gifts. But this woman is very difficult to pursue, no one has been able to win her over yet. Some say she's waiting for the right price to come up, hoping a super rich man will appear. Some say she's waiting for a rich and powerful Prince Charming to arrive. Zhang Tong even had a heated discussion with his classmates about the exact reason during his time at school, but the answer was nowhere to be found. Zhang Tong walked into the sales office without saying hello to Zhao Qian. Although he and Zhao Qian attended the same university, he was busy working part-time to support himself and had no time to pursue women. Therefore, he knew Zhao Qian, but Zhao Qian did not know him. We've never crossed paths. The sales office was deserted, nobody was buying a house. Only a few saleswomen sat around chatting. Sigh, houses are so hard to sell these days, nobody's interested. The boss spent money to hire a campus beauty from a prestigious university to be a sales model, but it was all for naught. It only attracted some perverts to watch. I haven't sold a single house in 2 months, I'm going to be broke. They ignored Zhang Tong when he came in. Zhang Tong was dressed in such shabby clothes, all from a street stall, that he looked like a farmer from the countryside. Besides, they had seen Zhang Tong being stopped by security guards while driving his tricycle. People like this don't come in to buy houses, they come in to see pretty women. After all, there's a breathtakingly beautiful sales model outside, and there are probably even more beauties inside. That's just how men think. So, people would come in every now and then, find that they weren't particularly pretty, and then leave. If they were to ask, "Sir, are you looking to buy a house?" they fled even faster, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions. Holy crap, nobody's paying attention to me. Zhang Tong stood there for a while, then became quite frustrated. These saleswomen are so clueless. I'm here to buy a top-of-the-line villa. The commission must be at least several $100,000 to nearly $1 million. Forget it, it's better to give the benefits to Zhao Qian than to let others benefit. At least they're alumni. So, under the mocking and disdainful gazes of the saleswomen, Zhang Tong stepped back, stopped in front of Zhao Qian, and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, if you sell a house, can you get a commission? If so, I'll buy a house from you." "Okay." Zhao Qian smiled and nodded. "You really want to buy a house?" "Yes." Zhang Tong nodded seriously. "Sir, please follow me." Zhao Qian led Zhang Tong inside, invited him to sit on the sofa, and served him tea. "May I ask your surname, sir?" "My name is Zhang Tong." "He looks familiar. Have we met before?" Zhao Qian looked at Zhang Tong's handsome face and asked hesitantly. She racked her brains trying to recall if there was a familiar face among the men who had pursued her. Could it be that he used buying a house as an excuse to find an opportunity to be alone with her and pursue her? Such things have happened before. It happens every day. There were even 3 yesterday. They are all students from Xiangzhou University. It left her both amused and exasperated. "Another one today? We're alumni, I'm a senior and you're a sophomore. Perhaps we've met on campus before, or maybe you've seen me play basketball." Zhang Tong said. "I'm not thinking about dating right now, so I'm sorry." Zhao Qian said apologetically. "Holy crap, she rejected me already? I never even intended to pursue you, and I never confessed to you." Zhang Tong almost fainted. He had been rejected twice in one day. Do all beautiful women have such a high opinion of themselves? Try to act as if nothing's wrong. I really am buying a house. You're an alumnus, that's why I'm asking you to help me buy. Still acting? Zhao Qian felt a little helpless. The idea that alumni, especially those who hadn't graduated yet, were buying houses was a scam. They just wanted to talk to her. Sigh, being too beautiful brings a lot of trouble. But since they were invited to be real estate sales models, they had to be professional, otherwise they wouldn't be able to justify the appearance fee and would have to start introducing the houses. There are 3 types of model apartments. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, 70 square meters. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 100 square meters. 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, 138 square meters. Last year it sold for 15,000 yuan, now it's only 10,000 yuan. The price has almost halved. It's definitely at rock bottom, it can't go any lower. If I had the money, I would definitely buy several, and I would be rolling in rent. There are hundreds of thousands of college students nearby. The apartments are very easy to rent out. There is absolutely no possibility of them being vacant. Are there any discounts? Yes, they offer down payment assistance, free appliances, free furniture, and so on. Several saleswomen watched coldly, whispering among themselves. This guy is much more shameless today. He kept pestering me even after being rejected. It can only be said that super beauties have great charm, making men infatuated and trying every means to pursue them, with all sorts of ingenious tricks. Our boss has wasted money again. He hired the most beautiful girl in school to be a sales model for several days, but he hasn't sold a single house yet. He's attracted quite a few perverts, though. How about we go take a look at the model apartment first? Seeing that Zhang Tong still showed no sign of leaving, Zhao Qian asked helplessly, "You haven't introduced the villa yet?" Zhang Tong said. "Villa." Zhao Qian touched her forehead. "I underestimated the shamelessness of this guy. They're even trying to stall for time. I've already clearly rejected you, okay? Do you know that getting entangled is really pointless?" However, she still mustered her spirits and began to introduce the villas. The average price was 40,000 yuan per square meter. "Are there any fully furnished, equipped apartments available for immediate move-in?" Zhang Tong said. He wasn't very interested in unfurnished villas. "We have a model villa that meets your requirements. The garden covers an area of over 1,200 square meters, the house area is 737.15 square meters, the total price is 45 million. Zhao Qian said. "Let's go take a look." Zhang Tong became interested. "I met a really shameless person today. I have to keep pretending." Zhao Qian was both amused and exasperated. 45 million, not 4,500 yuan. How could a mere senior college student possibly afford it? Unless they are super rich second-generation heirs. However, Zhang Tong doesn't look like a rich second generation at all. Without thinking further, she stood up and said, "Okay, I'll take you to see it." Showing people a house is actually much easier than standing at the door posing for photos. So, she wanted to take a break in this way. The model villa is indeed quite nice. Feng shui layout, flowing water, 2 small golden namya trees, small ones are not valuable, half an acre of garden, a 3-story detached house with a regular layout, good ventilation from north to south, ample natural light, and a quiet environment. It has a gym, a home theater, a collection room, and a lounge. The apartment features a double parking entrance, a 6-meter living room, a pearl shell-shaped dining room, both Chinese and Western kitchens, guest rooms, bathrooms, maids' quarters, and a living terrace. A luxurious 5-meter master bedroom, study, men's and women's walk-in closets, luxurious master bathroom, children's room, piano room, sunny art studio, 2 private bathrooms, 2 scenic terraces, and a rooftop living terrace. The interior design is extremely luxurious, and the furniture and appliances are all brand names. It looks dazzling and extremely beautiful. Stepping into such a villa, one feels incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Oh, right, there's also a basement. After Zhao Qian finished her introduction, she led Zhang Tong into the basement. The basement is quite spacious, at least 100 square meters. The flooring is top of the line, and the walls are pristine white and smooth. But it was empty, with no wine cabinet or anything like that. This is clearly to save costs. It can be used to cut stones perfectly. The fact that it doesn't have a wine cabinet is a stroke of genius. Zhang Tong was calculating with satisfaction, but suddenly he stared wide-eyed at the corner, his face full of surprise. There was a dark hole in the corner. He looked familiar, much like the cave in his rural cellar. He couldn't resist any longer and went over to look down. 2 meters deep, at the bottom of the cave was the mysterious metal pipe. How did you get moved here? Zhang Tong was dumbfounded, utterly shocked, and filled with doubt. I didn't understand what was going on for a long time. Senior brother, what's wrong? Zhao Qian said in surprise. Sorry, I was daydreaming. Zhang Tong regained his senses and looked at her with a strange gaze, thinking to himself, she didn't introduce this cave at all. Could it be that she can't see it? Is this entrance only visible to me? And they'll move with me? Should we move it to the basement or cellar? The basement is just for storing alcohol, there's nothing to see there. Let's go upstairs. Zhao Qian said. There seems to be a hole in this corner. Zhang Tong hesitated for a moment, then tentatively said, a hole? No, I don't see one. Zhao Qian stared wide-eyed at the spot Zhang Tong was pointing to, her face full of confusion. I said I felt a bit aggrieved. Zhang Tong said, and was very excited. She really can't see. This really is my personal magic touch. Cool. Injustice? Perhaps. Zhao Qian echoed this dismissively. Anyway, she didn't see anything wrong with it. Did he use a magnifying glass to look at it? Thinking about this, she almost burst out laughing. Back in the villa's lobby, Zhao Qian settled comfortably onto the leather sofa. So, are you satisfied? I'm fairly satisfied. Zhang Tong's eyes discerning gaze swept around. But there's nothing wrong with it. 45 million? That's practically made of gold. If you buy it, you can move in today. Because even the bedding was included, and the packaging was still intact. Then when you become rich in the future, buy a villa like this. Zhao Qian said, back then, you could win over any kind of beautiful woman, and no one could refuse your pursuit. She still doesn't believe that Zhang Tong came to buy the villa. Such a tactful refusal shows considerable effort. Really? Zhang Tong had a strange expression on his face. If I buy this villa now, will you be my girlfriend? That's not what I meant. Worried that Zhang Tong would continue to pester her, Zhao Qian added, but if you want to be serious, you can also understand it this way. She's dug herself a hole. I wonder what her reaction will be when I buy the villa. Zhang Tong almost couldn't help but laugh. He walked straight out the door and said, I'm leaving. Finally defeated? Zhao Qian smiled smugly. I don't believe you'd still have the nerve to keep bothering me. Goodbye, senior brother. Zhao Qian returned to the entrance of the sales office and waved goodbye to Zhang Tong with a smile. Goodbye? Get my house purchase paperwork done. I'm moving in today, and I have friends to host tomorrow. Zhang Tong raised his eyebrows. What? What did you say? Zhao Qian was stunned and could hardly believe her ears. I said I wanted to complete the house purchase procedures. Zhang Tong repeated. You want to buy a house? Really? You're not kidding me. Zhao Qian still didn't believe it. Of course it's true. Zhang Tong said, don't waste your time. Which one to buy? Zhao Qian pressed for more information. Of course, it's the model villa we just saw. Zhang Tong said. 45 million, you know that, right? Zhao Qian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Certainly. Zhang Tong nodded. He wasn't angry even though the school beauty was so long-winded. We should be more tolerant of women who are beautiful and have good figures. It's a right bestowed upon them by God. You need to go to the bank to complete the procedures for the loan. Are you sure you can get the loan? Zhao Qian asked again. They just presented all sorts of difficulties. Let him give up when faced with a difficult situation. 9 times out of 10, he's just putting on an act, pretending to be something he's not. He still wanted to pester her. This is a bit annoying. Although he's very handsome, my tolerance has its limits. Full payment. No need to go to the bank. Zhang Tong said. 45 million, paid in full? That's incredibly extravagant. Zhao Qian suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, making it difficult for her to breathe. Could it be that we've encountered a super rich person? How much can I earn? A 2.5% commission, 45 million, that's 1.125 million. We're going to get rich. Oh no, I just said I'd be his girlfriend if he bought a house? What to do? Don't you believe me? Do you want me to show you my bank balance? Seeing her blushing and dazed, Zhang Tong said helplessly, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to, you're just too rich. Zhao Qian said apologetically, I'll process the paperwork for you right away. They warmly invited Zhang Tong to sit down on the sofa, busy preparing the contract. They also invited the finance department over. The procedures were completed very quickly. The 45 million was immediately deducted from the card payment. My God, they really bought it in full. They're incredibly rich. Zhao Qian was stunned. My God, how is this possible? A tricycle driver can afford a 45 million yuan model villa? And in full? The commission is over 1.2 million yuan. If I had been the one to receive him, wouldn't he have been mine? The other saleswomen were filled with remorse and regret. He was so envious and jealous of Zhao Qian that his eyes turned red. After completing the formalities, Zhang Tong took the document bag and keys and was about to leave. Zhao Qian saw him out and said shyly, Senior brother, are you free tonight? What? You really want to be my girlfriend? I thought you were just joking. Zhang Tong looked at her with a half-smile. Senior, how could someone as handsome as you not have a girlfriend? Zhao Qingxia blushed, I don't believe it. What good is being handsome? Money talks. Zhang Tong muttered to himself, then said calmly, really not, believe it or not. Actually, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude, because you helped me earn more than 1 million yuan in commissions. That's something I never even dared to dream of. Zhao Qian said gratefully, whether we eat or not is fine. If you really want to thank me, please do me a small favor. I'm hosting some important guests at the villa tomorrow afternoon, so could you please help me with that? Zhang Tong said. He has already contacted Fan Bingxiang and told her the location and time of the auction. It is very impolite to not even have someone to pour tea. Zhao Qian is a top-tier campus belle, a super beauty. Having her host you would be both polite and classy. Who are the guests? What kind of gathering is it? Zhao Qian looked shy and nervous. Is he planning to invite her to a party? It was a private auction, and the item being auctioned was jade. Okay, I agree. Zhao Qian felt relieved and nodded with a bright smile. This is a wonderful thing that I couldn't have asked for. It can expand your network of contacts. Perhaps it will be of great use in the future. She's not just a pretty face, she's a student from a prestigious university. They are also ambitious. Of course I know the importance of connections. See you tomorrow. Senior brother, how about we have dinner together tonight? Zhao Qian asked shyly and expectantly, of course, if you're busy, then let's do it next time. I'm not busy. Okay, let's have dinner together then. Zhang Tong couldn't refuse, they had invited him twice. After agreeing on the time and place, Zhang Tong left. Beautiful lady, you've struck it rich. You have to treat us. Several saleswomen immediately surrounded them, their faces full of envy. I'll definitely treat you to a meal once I get my commission. Zhao Qian said with a smile. She continued working as a real estate sales model, but she wasn't as dedicated. Instead, she asked in her university class group, does anyone know Zhang Tong, a senior? I know him. He's a top student in the computer science department of the electronic engineering department. He always gets the highest score in the department and is a regular recipient of the first-class scholarship. He's 1.8 meters tall, handsome, and I heard he also practices martial arts, a true all-rounder. Both his parents are deceased, so he's dirt poor. During his studies, besides attending classes, he spent all his time making money. He never participates in any social activities. That's why not many people know him. By the way, I heard he had trouble finding a job, so he went back to his rural hometown to start his own business. Thanks. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. What an outstanding young man. It seems he has succeeded in starting his business. Zhang Tong left the building complex and drove his tricycle to the villa. But the security guard stopped them again, saying, tricycles are not allowed in. My name is Zhang Tong, and I am the owner. This is the 18th villa I just bought. Zhang Tong calmly took out his access card and key. I'll call and ask. The security guard's heart pounded, and he frantically called the housekeeper to inquire. Of course, I received an affirmative answer. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The security guard apologized in a flustered manner. It doesn't matter. Zhang Tong waved his hand. This is so low-key, but the demeanor is truly admirable. The security guard watched Zhang Tong's retreating figure, filled with endless sighs. He even inexplicably felt that his soul had been cleansed. Their mindset seems to have completely changed. It's simply amazing. Zhang Tong returned to the villa and moved the stone cutting tools to the basement. They found the hole was still there, so they jumped in and took a look. There really is that mysterious passage below, and beyond the passage lies the precious star. It really has been moved here, it's not my imagination. Jong Tong's face lit up with ecstasy. Although it's unbelievable, it's a wonderful thing. From now on, there's no need to worry about secrets being leaked. You don't have to stay in one place all the time. You can go anywhere, just buy a villa with a basement, and you can go to Beoxing. This was so awesome. Jong Tong then inspected his villa. Walking from the first floor to the third floor, standing on the balcony overlooking the river view, my face was full of smiles and my heart was full of pride. From now on, Jong Tong will also have a place in Xiangjiang No. 1. At 5:50, Jong Tong walked out of the villa and noticed a two-seater shared bicycle on the side of the road. This type of car is unique to the university town. I rode to the sales office. Zhao Qian was still standing gracefully at the door, surrounded by many men. "Excuse me, it's time to leave work. Please make way." Zhao Qian breathed a sigh of relief when she realized it was already 6 o'clock. Whoosh! A sleek blue Ferrari sped in like lightning and screeched to a halt in front of the sales office. A well-dressed man stepped out, carrying a bouquet of red roses, and walked straight toward Zhao Qian. Sigh, they're gone, they're gone. Many men sighed, feeling extremely depressed. He didn't want to see his favorite goddess taken away by another man. The only solution is to avoid seeing it altogether. Passers-by stopped to watch the spectacle. Handsome men, Ferrari supercars, and beautiful women are the most eye-catching elements. "Zhao Qian, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" The man walked up to Zhao Qian as if no one else was there, completely ignoring everyone else. He knelt down in front of her, holding up a red rose and a jewelry box. Will the goddess say yes? The hearts of many men are bleeding, and their pain is beyond measure. Meanwhile, many women were incredibly envious. How handsome and rich this suitor was. He was dressed in designer clothes and drove a Ferrari 296 worth 3 million. He was definitely a rich second generation. She was pursued by such a person and agreed to marry into a wealthy family. I'm so happy. I would be so happy if I had the looks of this beautiful woman. Isn't this young Master Lu? Jong Tong was also speechless. Young Master Lu's real name is Lu Fu, a very common name. He is also a student at Xiangjiang University, a junior. He is a rich second generation and a notorious playboy. He had been pursuing Zhao Qian for a long time, but it has not been successful. He had confessed his feelings in public many times before, but none of them were as grand as this one. This time, this guy actually drove his newly bought Ferrari to confess his love. Clearly, they had done some preparation. Why are you confessing your love again? Is this never going to end? So what if you have a Ferrari? I made over $1 million today too. Zhao Qian muttered to herself, pondering how to refuse this guy. Looking around, he suddenly spotted Jong Tong, who had stopped his bicycle and was watching the commotion with a half-smile. She politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, I already have plans, and he's coming to pick me up." "Who is it? Who's here to pick you up?" Young Master Lu was taken aback. He looked around like a wolf, but seeing no other luxury cars, he looked at Zhao Qian suspiciously, wondering if she was lying. "That's him." Zhao Qian walked over and hugged Jong Tong's arm, saying shyly, "Let's go." Instantly, everyone cast envious and jealous glances at Jong Tong. Young Master Lu, in particular, was so jealous his eyes turned red. This is Zhao Qian, the school beauty and goddess, the goddess in the hearts of countless men. She was pure and innocent, and never accepted any man's advances. But today, she hugged a man's arm. Such intimate gestures must indicate a romantic relationship. Could it be that Zhao Qian has a boyfriend? Who is this bastard? Young Master Lu stared wide-eyed, his gaze fierce as he looked Jong Tong up and down. He was dressed in cheap clothes from street vendors, had messy hair, and large, rough hands. He was riding a shared bicycle and looked like a loser who did manual labor. He actually managed to date the school beauty, Zhao Qian? How is that possible? Could it be that the school beauty Zhao Qian just randomly grabbed a passerby to use as a shield? Yes, that must be it. "Kid, get out of here right now, or I'll kill you." Young Master Lu roared at Jong Tong. "Who are you? Are you talking to me? Do we know each other?" Jong Tong was feeling the softness of his arm when he heard this and flew into a rage. "Yeah, does that mean rich kids can bully people? Take a picture of him, he's so arrogant." The onlookers were also furious, and they all stood up for him. Some people even took out their phones and started recording. "Zhao Qian, I know you just picked a random excuse, but I'm not angry. I really like you. Let's go to the International Hotel for Western food. I've already made a reservation." Young Master Lu was certainly not the kind of brainless rich kid. He was intelligent enough to get into Xiangjiang University, which had an admission score of around 660. Seeing that he had angered many, he dared not continue his arrogance. "Hey beautiful, get in the car. We're going to eat at a street food stall. No need to make an order, the food will be served as soon as we arrive. Jong Tong patted the back seat and invited. I really dislike this rich kid, he's too arrogant. Ha ha ha, this is practically a head-to-head confrontation. It's hilarious. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, is this bastard deliberately trying to mess with me? Young Master Lu was so angry he was about to go crazy. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, which fostered his arrogant and domineering personality. Huda stood up, pointed at Jong Tong, and said, Bastard, are you looking for death? Do you want to fight? Jong Tong sneered, I could take on 100 of you with just a pretty face. You. Young Master Lu's expression changed slightly. It was only then that people noticed that Jong Tong was tall, burly, and exceptionally strong. He looks like he's a formidable fighter. How could I possibly win? A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. He decided to back down. He took 2 steps back and said expectantly to Zhao Qian, Don't hesitate, get in the car. Hey beautiful, this rich kid is obviously a good-for-nothing. What good is he? Get in my car. Jong Tong also said. Puff. The onlookers burst out laughing again. They empathize with the rich kids being suppressed by the losers. It felt incredibly comfortable. After all, while they aren't exactly losers, they're not far off. Anyway, they're not rich kids. Therefore, they are on Jong Tong's side. Damn it. Who the hell is this bastard? How dare he offend me like this? Young Master Lu was so angry that his eyes turned black, and he roared in fury. The second generation of rich kids can't compare to the first generation of rich kids. Whether it's their demeanor or their abilities, they're worlds apart. Zhao Qian, also feeling disdain, didn't linger any longer. She sat sideways on the back of Jong Tong's shared bicycle and intimately hugged Jong Tong's waist. My God, is this beautiful woman blind? She chose a shared bike instead of a Ferrari? Isn't it said that beautiful women would rather cry in a Ferrari than laugh on a bicycle? What's going on today? This is a real estate sales model. She's stunningly beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, and she chose a shared bike. It's so refreshing. Mom, I believe in love again. Everyone stared in disbelief, utterly shocked. Some of the men immediately perked up, extremely excited. It turns out that I, too, have hope, and can also have love. Sooner or later, a goddess as beautiful as me will fall in love with me. Just like the cowherd and the weaver girl. Just like the beautiful woman and the loser in front of you. At that moment, they were reborn. How is this possible? What happened? Young Master Lu was stunned, looking like a fool, his face full of disbelief. His face was full of existential doubt. This doesn't seem like acting, it's real. Zhao Qian actually got dated by a loser. He knew Zhao Qian was hard to win over, so he was prepared to be rejected. But he never expected that he would be defeated by a poor loser. Why is that? What exactly did she see in this loser? Why is that? Why? Of course it's because they're richer than you. Many of the saleswomen sneered inwardly, but it's impossible to tell young Master Lu the answer. Let him experience the harsh realities of society. The food at this street food stall is excellent, no less than that of a high-end hotel. My roommate and I have eaten here many times. Back then, we both liked to order dishes like chili oil, eggplant casserole, and stinky tofu. We both have big appetites. I can eat 7 bowls of rice, and the others can eat 5 or 6 bowls. If you stack the rice bowls together, they would tower into the clouds, which would be quite a sight. Jong Tong led Zhao Qian into Lao Cai restaurant, a food stall near Xiangzhong University, and they found an empty table to sit down. You guys are really funny. Zhao Qian laughed and said, Actually, I've eaten here before, for class gatherings. I remember the food here is very spicy, but it's delicious. I used to worry that eating too much spicy food would cause me to get a sore throat and affect my skin, so I didn't come here very often. There are also non-spicy options. Jong Tong, familiar with the place, ordered several dishes, including steamed egg and eggplant casserole, both of which were not spicy. Suddenly, Jong Tong sensed something was wrong, because the previously noisy food stall had suddenly fallen silent. Looking up, he saw that all the boys eating there were staring at him with eyes blazing with anger. If looks could kill, Jong Tong would have died 1,000 times over. Holy crap, is he being jealous? Jong Tong was both amused and exasperated. Actually, my relationship with her isn't what you're thinking. I wonder if my explanation would be helpful. Zhao Qian blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. This was the first time in her 2 years of university that she had eaten alone with a male student. She was so famous that every boy in the school knew her. After all, almost everyone has a mobile phone these days. I was photographed without even realizing it. Then it was made into a phone wallpaper. Over 90% of the male students in the school use photos of Zhao Qian as their phone wallpaper. It's fair to say that Zhao Qian's photos helped countless boys pass countless lonely nights. Hee hee, go ahead and glare, it won't hurt. Jiang Tong chose to ignore it. As soon as the dishes were served, he urged Zhao Qian to eat and drink. Unbeknownst to him, a post suddenly appeared on the school's BBS school beauty. Zhao Qian is on a date with a boy, photos as proof. The photo clearly captured Jiang Tong and Zhao Qian. Who is this bastard? I'm going to kill him. How dare he cuckold me? The hatred of having one's wife stolen is irreconcilable. That bastard is dead. Which restaurant? I'll kill him. The crowd was outraged and extremely angry. Holy crap, isn't that Jiang Tong? A fat man also saw it, and while he was filled with jealousy and envy, he suddenly had a jolt of fear. Oh no, Jiang Tong might get beaten up. He rushed to Lao Cai's restaurant as fast as he could, and upon closer inspection, he found it to be true. Jiang Tong was chatting and laughing with the school beauty Zhao Qian, their expressions intimate. The goddess's gaze towards him seemed to be both electrifying and sweet. Jiang Tong, run, or you'll get beaten up. The fat man rushed over and shouted anxiously, Luo Pang? Aren't you at work? What are you doing at school? Jiang Tong was stunned. He wasn't worried about running into acquaintances when he brought beautiful women to this restaurant, since most of the senior students were already working. Luo Pang's real name is Luo Ming, and he is one of Jiang Tong's roommates and a good brother for 4 years. I live at the school, I'll come back after get off work, Luo Pang said. Someone posted online, some of Zhao Qian's die-hard admirers are threatening to come and beat you up. Get out of here. No way. Jiang Tong didn't believe it. Isn't that an exaggeration? They're just talking big, they won't actually do anything about it. Really, when I ran out, I saw people shouting and yelling as they came downstairs. Luo Jinayo said. Senior brother, let's go. Zhao Qian felt a little embarrassed and flustered. Sigh, it seems that even prestigious universities still have a lot of hotheads. Jiang Tong sighed deeply. He was about to slip away with Zhao Qian, but it was too late. A dozen or so of Zhao Qian's ardent suitors rushed in. They all stared at Jiang Tong with burning eyes. You bastard, who are you? Is he also a rich kid? A guy asked angrily. I'm your senior, a fourth-year student majoring in computer science in the Department of Electronic Engineering. I'm always ranked first in the department and a scholarship recipient. What, you think I'm better than you? Jiang Tong wasn't intimidated at all. You. The man's aura faltered, and his face turned blood red. He really wanted to say, but I'm richer than you. However, at such a moment, he felt it would be shameful to say such a thing, and it might provoke a fierce backlash. Therefore, he dared not utter a word. But another rich kid with long hair seemed to lack common sense. He roared, what's the use of good grades? You'll still be working for someone else after graduation, won't you? My family's company has countless employees with higher degrees than you, and they all respectfully call me young master. You know that's your family's company, not yours. What do you have to brag about? If it weren't for your parents, you'd struggle to even support yourself. Do you know that in the eyes of countless people, including your family's employees, you're just a good-for-nothing and an incompetent fool? Jiang Tong sneered. You. The long-haired rich kid was furious, his hair standing on end in anger. But I was born lucky, that's an advantage. Some people are born into privilege, some are born into poverty. I'm the former, you're the latter. Don't you understand? You're a good-for-nothing and you're proud of it, huh? Jiang Tong said, you look down on cattle and horses, don't you? Have you forgotten that your ancestors were cattle and horses too? Don't you know that Rome was built by cattle and horses? You poor wretch, how can you compare to me? The long-haired rich second-generation agent, at a loss for words, resorted to personal attacks, saying, my monthly allowance is equivalent to your annual salary. But I got to date the school beauty, while you can only rage here helplessly. Jiang Tong said, ugh, I'm so angry. The long-haired rich kid was so angry he was about to vomit blood, he simply couldn't win the argument. The other boys were also furious and extremely frustrated. Impotent rage, that's a really hurtful phrase. Isn't that referring to all of them? That's too much. That's so unethical. Hit him. There were some bad guys stirring things up behind the scenes. Hit me? Don't you all want your diplomas? Jiang Tong said in astonishment. I've already taken photos. Anyone who dares to touch me will definitely be fired. Luo Pang looked sinister and held up his phone. The crowd's expressions changed drastically, and they began to back down. Being expelled has too much impact. It's not something they can handle. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Qian said, everyone, I have the right to choose who I eat with and who I date. You're all being unreasonable. Go back now, or you might attract the police. Sigh. Let's go. Many boys walked away dejectedly, one by one, filled with pain and sorrow. You can't win an argument, and you can't fight. What can we do? Are you suggesting we watch the goddess flaunt her love with that jerk here? Zhao Qian, why do you like him? Why? Some people refused to leave, shouting in anguish and sorrow. Then someone pulled me away. because it's just too embarrassing. Finally, some peace and quiet. Jiang Tong touched his forehead and sighed. Now you know how charming the school beauty is, right? Luo Pang whispered in Jiang Tong's ear. Why don't you honestly tell me how you managed to get her? I didn't pursue her, she asked me out, do you understand? Jiang Tong said earnestly. Are you showing off? Luo Jinaya was furious. It turns out that Zhao Qian is the one pursuing Jiang Tong? That's absolutely heartbreaking. You should know that the three brothers in their dormitory had guessed this together during their 4 years of university. What kind of handsome guy could win Zhao Qian's heart? He must be incredibly happy sexually, right? But that outstanding young man, that incredibly sexually fulfilled man, was actually Jiang Tong? Depend on. Although she asked me out, we're not in a romantic relationship, just ordinary friends. Jiang Tong explained. Real? Luo Pang looked on with suspicion. Believe it or not, Jiang Tong said irritably. For a man to pursue a woman is like climbing a mountain, but for a woman to pursue a man is like piercing a thin veil. I don't believe you can hold out for long. Luo Pang gave Jiang Tong a disdainful look, then turned to Zhao Qian and asked, Campus Belle, when did you take a liking to my brother? I only met him today. Zhao Qian said. Holy crap, I met him today and I've already fallen for him at first sight? Jiang Tong and Zhao Qian were both speechless. The only option is to ignore this guy. Hey Campus Belle, I heard you're working as a real estate sales model. How much do you get paid per day? Luo Pang struck up a conversation again. 2,000, 4 hours of work. 2,000 a day is a lot. It's so easy for beautiful women to make money. Luo Pang sighed. His monthly salary is less than 10,000 yuan. The workday is 8 hours, and sometimes overtime is required. Being a model is very tiring. Standing for 4 hours can make your bones fall apart. Zhao Qian said. Have you ever thought about doing live streaming? You could definitely earn more that way. Luo Jinaya said. The three brothers had discussed and envied each other before, saying that if a stunning beauty like Zhao Qian did live streaming, she could definitely earn 1 million or even tens of millions a year. I don't like that kind of job, where you have to force a smile, sing and dance, and even flirt to please your sugar daddy. Zhao Qian said. So what do you plan to do in the future? Jiang Tong asked. I'm a little confused too. Zhao Qian said, I'll be a junior next year, graduation isn't far off. My major is English, and if I look for a job related to that, I'll probably be a secretary or a translator. Neither of those seem to have much of a future. If I go into modeling, the future is also uncertain, because it's a youth-oriented industry. What will I do when I get older? Men fear choosing the wrong career, and women fear marrying the wrong man. I believe that as long as you consider marrying a good man, you will be happy for life, said Luo Pang. For example, my brother Jiang Tong is both scholarly and martial, and he will definitely rise to prominence in the future. For example, I, Luo Ming, will definitely be a prominent figure in the future. You mean, you want me to choose one of you two brothers? Zhao Qian asked, suppressing a laugh. Ah, that's not what I meant, but it's not impossible. Luo Pang said shamelessly. I'm afraid someone might not be interested in me. Zhao Qian gave Jiang Tong a resentful look. On the day she met Jiang Tong, she discovered that he showed no interest in her whatsoever. He didn't buy the villa because she agreed to be his girlfriend. They actually wanted to buy it, but they only agreed to it because she was an alumna. As a stunning beauty, this is the first time she has encountered a man who is not interested in her and has no intention of pursuing her. It felt novel to her, but she was also indignant. Holy crap! Luo Pang was dumbfounded and utterly shocked. I could hardly believe my eyes and ears. Oh my god, is Zhao Qian really pursuing Jiang Tong? But Jiang Tong seems unwilling to accept it? Right now, I have no other thoughts but to find a beautiful secretary. Jiang Tong said, because I'm so busy, I really can't do without a secretary. Holy crap, Tong, you actually succeeded in starting your business? Luo Pang jumped up, his face beaming with joy. If it doesn't work out, how dare you say you're hiring a beautiful secretary? I've made some money and will be registering a company soon. Jiang Tong said. What industry do you work in? I'm so excited, Luo asked expectantly. I'd say it's in the jewelry industry. Jiang Tong said, it's actually treasure hunting. Treasure hunting is about finding all kinds of treasures nurtured by nature, such as gold nuggets, gemstones, diamonds, rare stones, and various precious trees, flowers, herbs, etc. There's a name for it, treasure hunters. The jewelry industry, treasure hunting? Luo was dumbfounded. This was completely unrelated to his major. He was stunned for a while, then glanced at Zhao Qian. Then an idea struck me. Could it be that Jiang Tong made a fortune through treasure hunting? So why would a stunning beauty like Zhao Qian pursue him? My heart raced, my breathing quickened, and I wondered, am I confident I can make money? How can you say for sure? John Tong said, in any industry, some people lose money and some people make money. It's just that in my industry, it's relatively easy to make money. Brother Tong, the job I found isn't great, it's just computer maintenance, and the salary isn't high either, less than 10,000. How about I help you? I'm so excited, Luo asked expectantly. What a shrewd person. Zhao Qian glanced at Fatty Luo. I'm a little envious. Because this fat guy is about to latch onto a powerful patron. You really want to help me? You won't regret it? Zhang Tong asked seriously. Of course I don't regret it. I thought we would go our separate ways after graduating from university and never see each other again. If we can stay together and work hard together, that would be an incredibly happy and wonderful thing. At most, we might not make any money, but that's nothing to be afraid of. We won't starve. I'm fat, so I can withstand hunger. Luo Pang patted his chubby chest and said earnestly, then you and the school beauty will come and help me tomorrow. Zhang Tong said, as for your salary, let's say it's 100,000 for now. When we get back, we'll have to bring those stones up. Cutting stones tomorrow will be hard work. One person can't handle it all. If we can get Luo Jinayu, Luo Pang, to do the hard work, things will be much easier. Besides, there are countless more stones to cut in the future. If you rely entirely on yourself to cut at Baoxing, you'll work yourself to death and still not finish. So, at most, they'd cut the stone in half at Baoxing, and if there was jade, they'd bring it back and have Luo Pang cut it. And when it comes to cutting stones, you really have to be someone you can trust. An annual salary of 100,000? That's too much. I don't want a salary until the company makes a profit. Just give me a living allowance. Luo Jinayo said. I'm talking about a monthly salary of 100,000. Zhang Tong said. What? A monthly salary of 100,000? Luo Pang's jaw nearly dropped. Don't scare me. You were my roommate and my first subordinate, so give me more. Zhang Tong said. From now on, let Luo Pang cut and polish stones all day long, until he's exhausted. Earning $1 million annual salary isn't easy. Boss, you're so generous. I'll toast you. Luo Jinaya was overjoyed, he had finally found a golden opportunity. Awesome. Completely unaware that he was about to become Zhang Tong's laborer. From then on, they lived a life of darkness and dust. Of course, the salary is still very attractive. At least it's something he can't earn right now. Hee, just don't scold me from now on. Zhang Tong chuckled to himself. A monthly salary of 100,000? That's incredibly extravagant. Zhao Qian's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. He even considered volunteering to be Zhang Tong's secretary, hoping to latch onto his powerful backer. That might lead to a monthly salary of 100,000 or even higher? Even if you're subjected to unspoken rules, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't accept it. Oh my god. Why would I think that? Zhao Qian's face inexplicably flushed red. She was surprised. In the past, I rejected the advances of countless rich second-generation heirs without hesitation. I wouldn't be tempted even if they offered me a car or a house. How come you now want to lower your standards to become Zhang Tong's secretary? Could it be because he's too handsome? At 7 o'clock the next morning, Luo Pang appeared downstairs at the girls' dormitory, looking energetic. Waiting for the school beauty, Zhao Qian. Because we're going to Zhang Tong's place together today. Zhang Tong didn't tell him the address last night. We had no choice but to let Zhao Qian lead the way. After a while, Zhao Qian finally came downstairs, wearing a black business suit. She looks both charming and innocent. Campus belle, aren't you dressed a bit conservatively today? Not as sexy and alluring as yesterday. Luo Jinayo said. Is yesterday the same as today? Yesterday I was a sales model, today I'm a secretary. Zhao Qian said irritably. A temporary secretary? Luo Pang was very curious. Almost. Zhao Qian said. So, it's true that Brother Tong said he wanted to find a beautiful secretary? Fatty Luo said. Has he struck it rich? I'm not too sure about that. You should ask him yourself. Zhao Qian kept her mouth shut. In fact, all she knew was that Zhang Tong spent 45 million to buy a villa. I know nothing else. How dare I speak recklessly? Soon, the two left the campus. Although they were seen on the road, it didn't cause any commotion, because the two of them walked 1 meter apart. The important thing is that they had all heard that Zhao Qian had taken a liking to a senior in college, who was very handsome and dashing. He's definitely not fat. Tong Ge lives here? Walking into Tianlan Manor, Luo Pang asked. Yes. Zhao Qian nodded. The rent here must be very expensive, right? Luo Jinayo said. Of course, it is one of the most luxurious residential areas in Xiangcheng after all. Zhao Qian said. What kind of apartment did Tong Ge rent? How many bedrooms and 1 living room does it have? Luo asked. His villa. Zhao Qian said. A villa? Holy crap, how much is the monthly rent? Luo was stunned. If we're talking about market rates, the monthly rent wouldn't be less than 100,000. Zhao Qian said. What? 100,000? Luo Pang jumped high in the air. This is too terrifying. The villa is worth 45 million. Zhao Qian said. No wonder. Luo Jinayo sighed endlessly. If you deposit 45 million in a bank, and the annual interest is 3%, that's 1.35 million. A monthly rent of 100,000 is really not expensive. But Zhang Tong is being far too extravagant. Isn't this a startup? Why don't they know how to save money? Did they really make a fortune? That's why they're so extravagant? Hey Campus Bell, do you think Zhang Tong's treasure hunt and auction house project is reliable? Luo asked tentatively. He always felt that Zhao Qian knew something. Whether it's reliable or not, you'll know once you get involved, Zhao Qian said. Isn't he offering you $1 million annual salary? I think you should be secretly thrilled. If he can't make money, giving me $1 million annual salary is pointless. Luo Jinayo said. That's true, so you should really think it over. Zhao Qian is very wicked, she just won't mention that Zhang Tong spent 45 million yuan to buy a villa. You are a very competent temporary secretary, you are absolutely tight-lipped. Luo was so angry he could hardly speak. I am a person with professional ethics. Zhao Qian said arrogantly, so don't even think about getting Zhang Tong's secrets out of me. I'm Zhang Tong's brother. Without my help, how could you have won him over? Luo Pang threatened. Who said I was going to pursue him? Zhao Qian was both ashamed and angry. Zhang Tong hinted last night that he didn't want a girlfriend, but only a beautiful secretary. He's really wicked. Isn't it written all over your face? Luo Pang said with a wicked grin. You can't expect ivory to come out of a dog's mouth. Zhao Qian was furious. She glared at Luo Pang and quickened her pace. Soon, they arrived at Zhang Tong's villa. She pressed the doorbell. This is a 45 million yuan villa? Luo Pang was very curious and excited. I'll take a lot more photos later. Show off in the class group chat. You've come early enough. Zhang Tong came out. Wearing a black suit and black leather shoes, and with his hair freshly cut, he looked incredibly handsome. After dinner yesterday, he did a lot of things, got a haircut, bought clothes, and also bought tea, red wine, drinks, soap, towels, and other daily necessities. Then all the raw jadeite was moved out of the mysterious passage and placed in the basement. I go to bed quite late. But having achieved success in his cultivation and being so young, he got up very early in the morning. He is still in good spirits. You're so handsome. Luo Pang's face was full of envy and jealousy. He's so handsome, more handsome than any celebrity. Zhao Qian's heart also inexplicably started pounding. I felt like slapping myself hard. The handsome guy in front of me is not a good person. I just want to get something for free. I absolutely cannot fall in love with him. Come in. Zhang Tong didn't take Luo Pang's words to heart. Even when he was broke, he was still just as handsome, but no woman was interested in him. Therefore, wealth is the most important thing. My God, this is so luxurious. As soon as Luo Pang entered, he saw 2 golden Nanya trees, and he was truly dumbfounded and shocked. Upon entering the hall, I took a closer look around. He was even more amazed, saying, poverty has truly limited my imagination. I never knew villas could be so outrageously luxurious. It's only worth 45 million, it's nothing. There are much more impressive mansions, worth hundreds of millions or even billions, but they're mostly in Hong Kong Island, Shenzhen, and Shanghai. The most expensive villa in our Xiangcheng is worth less than 200 million, Zhang Tong said. This kind of villa is nothing special? Luo Pang disagreed, saying, if you're so capable, buy it yourself instead of renting. Holy crap, who said it was rented? Zhang Tong asked in astonishment, am I that poor? What? You bought it? Luo Pang's heart trembled, and he looked at Zhao Qian again. What do you say, Campus Bell? I can only tell you that I only met Zhang Tong yesterday when he bought this villa for me in full, and I also earned more than 1.2 million yuan in commission. Zhao Qian said with a mischievous smile. My God? A villa for 45 million in cash? Zhang Tong, where did you get so much money? Luo Pang trembled all over, his face turning as red as blood. It seems Zhang Tong has truly succeeded in his entrepreneurial endeavors. Otherwise, how could they dare to be so extravagant? What's the big deal? Zhang Tong said, I'll show you something. I opened my phone and clicked on a news article. It was about a jade gambling shop that had a banner that read, today, a distinguished customer of our shop made a huge profit on a jade gambling stone, earning more than 49 million yuan. You're the distinguished guest? I'm surprised, Luo asked. Zhao Qian was instantly relieved. So that's how Zhang Tong got the money to buy the villa. Indeed. John Tong said, but what I mean is that treasure hunting also includes gambling on stones. Do you have X-ray vision? I'm so excited, Luo Pang said. There really is. John Tong said this with an air of seriousness. Didn't you see all of that school beauties naked? Luo Janaya's thought process is exceptionally unique. Holy crap, you drove so fast I was caught off guard. John Tong touched his forehead, unsure of what to say about this guy. When someone is about to die, they will talk nonsense. Zhao Qian also covered her face in embarrassment. I'm stating the facts. Aside from treasure hunting, what else can X-ray vision be used for butchering beautiful women? That's how it's written in novels, Luo Pang said confidently. Okay, stop joking. John Tong said, I mainly rely on intuition and luck when gambling on stones. However, for a long time to come, our company will rely on jadeite for profits. Luo Pang, you need to learn how to cut stones. Come on, I'll take you to the basement and teach you how to operate. Stone cutting? I like that. Luo Pang's eyes lit up, his face full of joy and anticipation. Can I go take a look? Zhao Qian asked expectantly as well. You have other work to do. Clean the villa and then prepare the meal. I've already bought the groceries. John Tong said. He went to buy groceries early in the morning. The auction will be held this afternoon. It's certainly not convenient to eat out at noon. You're treating me like a servant. Zhao Qian was a little dissatisfied. What's wrong with making you work as a maid for a day when you're making over 1.2 million in commission? John Tong's eyes widened. Okay, I'll clean up right away. Zhao Qian immediately backed down. Holy crap, you're being way too rude to the school beauty. Luo Pang followed John Tong into the basement, sighing as he did so. Being free from desires makes one invincible. I'm not pursuing her, so why should I be polite to her? John Tong said calmly. So you don't want to sleep with her? Luo Pang chuckled mischievously and said in a low voice. Roll. John Tong was furious. This guy is so lewd, all he thinks about is women all day long. My brother is different, he pursues wealth. Women should just go with the flow. Go into the basement. Turn on the light. Suddenly, all the jadeite rough stones piled on the ground emitted a crystalline green light. Beautiful and alluring. This is jade? It's beautiful. Luo Pang has no concept of the value of jade, so there wasn't much of a reaction. This is a stone cutter, this is a stone grinder. John Tong began to teach him. He immediately pulled out the bright red jade, about half the size of a basketball, which burst out with a dazzling red light. It's so beautiful. How much do you think it could sell for? Fatty Luo played with it with great delight. When someone comes to buy it, there will be an on-site bidding, and you'll know then. John Tong was afraid that revealing the true value would scare him to death, so he didn't say anything. Did you win all of these by gambling on jade? Luo Pang said, that's quite a lot. It seems you're quite skilled at gambling on stones. Don't ask where the jadeite rough came from anymore, and don't make wild guesses. This is a trade secret, the foundation of our company, John Tong said. Good. Luo Pang patted his chest and agreed. Then he began to cut the stone. Since they are all semi-rough stones, there is no need to worry about cutting them badly, you just need to carefully peel them open. Fat people are undoubtedly very patient. Therefore, Luo Janaya found it easy and very pleasant to do. Monthly salary of 100,000. It gave him a lot of motivation. They weren't worried that John Tong wouldn't be able to pay salaries. John Tong now has a net worth of at least 45 million yuan. Take your time and get all the jade out. I'm going upstairs to rest for a bit. John Tong said. Do as you please. Luo Pang didn't even look up. Hee, this laborer is not bad. John Tong chuckled to himself. That's a relief. So he went back to the hall and sat on the sofa, comfortably drinking tea and smoking. He felt even more comfortable when he saw the school beauty gracefully mopping the floor. It seems I need to hire a secretary as beautiful and sexy as Zhao Qian. A feast for the eyes. You look so beautiful, how about I give you a shoulder massage? Zhao Qian said coquettishly. I couldn't ask for more. John Tong laughed. Dream on. Zhao Qian went into her room and started mopping the floor with a haughty air. At 1:30 p.m., more than a dozen luxury cars drove into Tianlan Manor, including BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, and Ferraris. They finally stopped in front of John Tong's villa, and a group of well-dressed tycoons, surrounded by bodyguards, got out. Fan Bingbing also arrived, getting out of the Ferrari. She stole the show the moment she stepped out of the car. She wore a snow-white short dress with red high heels, and a ruby necklace and a jade bracelet. She appeared radiant and stunningly beautiful, with an air of nobility. What an elegant and beautiful woman. Is this the legendary top socialite? Zhao Qian, who was standing at the door greeting guests, secretly admired her and was filled with envy. Perhaps, what men want to marry is a woman who is as noble and beautiful as a princess. Welcome. Zhang Tong greeted them warmly. Thank you all for giving me the honor of attending this private auction. This is Zhang Tong, a private treasure hunter. My gold nugget was obtained through his treasure hunt. Yesterday, he even won 50 million worth of jade at old CAI's jade gambling shop. This is Boss Zhao, owner of Zhao Guo Jewelry Company. This is Boss Qin, owner of Qin Chao Jewelry Company. This is Boss Luo, owner of Shanhe Jade Jewelry Company. Fan Bingxiang began her introduction. Zhang Tong told Fan Bingxiang about winning the jade yesterday, adding another achievement to his treasure hunting resume. The results were pretty good. Many business owners were shocked and moved, and they all exclaimed in admiration. Thank you all for attending my private auction. I hope I will not disappoint you. Zhang Tong invited everyone inside. The hall is spacious enough to comfortably seat so many people. Please have some tea. Zhao Qian busily brewed tea. Zhang Tong, is this beautiful woman your girlfriend? Fan Bingxiang asked. No, her name is Zhao Qian. She's my junior, a college classmate, and she's only a sophomore. I asked her to come and help me, Zhang Tong said. Mr. Zhang, where is the jade? Let us take a look. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, one of the bosses couldn't wait any longer. They're cutting stones in the basement. Zhang Tong said, shall we go take a look? Good. Many of the bosses stood up. They came specifically for the jade. I'm not at ease until I see the jade. Soon, they went to the basement. This time, Zhao Qian boldly went along as well. They called it receiving distinguished guests. I just wanted to see some top-quality jadeite. As a beautiful woman, she has an immense interest in treasures like jewelry and jade. Luo Pang was still cutting stones, his face covered in dust. My hands were also filthy, but I enjoy it. There is a great sense of accomplishment in taking out pieces of beautiful jade. So beautiful. Everyone's eyes lit up. Begin a thorough examination. Each person has a flashlight. They are all high ice type yang green. This must weigh over 1,000 kilograms, right? It's been many years since such a large quantity of high quality jadeite was produced at once. This is going to make the jadeite industry very lively. Haha, this trip was worthwhile. Mr. Zhang, you're amazing. You managed to gamble on so much high quality jade. You're practically a god. Many bosses were very happy. There's another piece of icy red jadeite here, it's so beautiful. I want this piece of jadeite, no one can take it from me. Boss Zhao is a woman in her 40s who still retains her charm. She hugged the red jade tightly and wouldn't let go, clearly excited and fond of this piece of jade. Mr. Zhao, this isn't something you can just get because you like it, the highest bidder wins. Some people were not convinced. I'll offer 1 billion. Boss Zhao said menacingly. Holy crap. Luo Jinayu almost fell over. My god, a piece of red jade? 1 billion? Is this woman some kind of goofball? Are you kidding me? Could I have misspoke? Zhao Qian was also completely bewildered and didn't come to her senses for a long time. But incredibly, these bosses, however, didn't even blink. Someone immediately raised the price, albeit 1.05 billion, 1.06 billion, 1.07 billion, 1.08 billion. Things are valued for their rarity. Icy red jadeite, especially such a vibrant red, is extremely rare. Of course it's very precious. 1.1 billion. Boss Zhao roared. Its momentum was overwhelming. No one raised the price anymore. They've all given up. Congratulations. Zhang Tong was also very decisive and agreed immediately. The transaction was completed quickly. Zhang Tong's bank account had an extra 1.1 billion yuan. Boss Zhao also hugged Hunkui and smiled exceptionally brightly. Luo Pang and Zhao Qian stood there dumbfounded. I'm starting to question the meaning of life. Just this one piece of red jade, 1.1 billion? How is that possible? Mr. Zhang, how do we bid on these high-quality, icy green jadeite pieces? A boss asked. It's not completely solved yet. Zhang Tong said. There's no need for that anymore, it's practically obvious. Then let's bid on them one by one. Zhang Tong said. There are too many pieces, so bidding one by one isn't ideal. How about we calculate it by weight? Mr. Qin said. How much is it per pound? Then we'll divide it up. They are all extremely powerful jewelers, and the bidding will be fierce. That's why he came up with this solution. Okay, so, how much is it per pound? Zhang Tong pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, of course, if the price is too low and does not meet his expectations, he may choose not to sell. 3 million per kilogram, what do you think? After discussing it for a while, everyone came up with a price. Boss Qin even explained, this is a very fair price. You won't lose out, and we'll make a profit too. You were introduced by Bingxiang, and you're an exceptionally talented treasure hunter. We hope to establish a long-term partnership with you. Only a win-win situation can last. 3 million per caddy? There must be 1,000 caddies of this, wouldn't that sell for 3 billion? So the treasure I randomly unearthed this morning is actually worth 3 billion. Fatty Luo's hands were trembling, and his legs were shaking. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I felt a chill run down my spine. If I accidentally cut a piece and ruined it, do I have to pay for it? Now he finally understood why Zhang Tong offered him a monthly salary of 100,000. Why did Zhang Tong no longer like Zhao Qian? Zhao Qian is not worthy. At most, she can only be a secretary. It is impossible for them to have a formal title. Zhang Tong is definitely going to marry a top-tier rich and beautiful woman. I'm going crazy. Zhao Qian almost fainted as well. The wealth and status I once longed for, the riches I once desperately pursued. It seems that everything has been condensed into a piece of jade cut from a stone on the ground. However, obtaining such jade is extremely difficult. However, for Zhang Tong, it was just a small favor. If he gave her a piece of gold, she could rise to the top in one step. From then on, she could live a rich and happy life. If you rely on your own hard work, it will be an endless sea of suffering. Okay, 3 million per caddy. Zhang Tong nodded with a smile. This is much higher than my expected price. In other words, the jadeite was sold too cheaply yesterday. However, without comparison, one cannot know the sincerity of these big bosses. Everyone was very happy. Let's start dividing the spoils right away. They were quickly divided up cleanly. A total of 1,100 jin, 500 caddies, 3.3 billion. After making the payment, they were about to leave. With so many treasures, I wouldn't feel at ease leaving them in the vault. Gentlemen, I will soon be establishing a small auction house, where there will be many jadeite roughs up for auction, as well as other treasures, all of which have been obtained by many treasure hunters during their adventures. Zhang Tong said, I hope you will all grace us with your presence then. Definitely, definitely. Expect. I'm really looking forward to it. Please be sure to let me know when the time comes. Everyone agreed without hesitation. If we can obtain a large amount of jade from Zhang Tong, we won't have to risk going to Myanmar to gamble on jade. Moreover, Myanmar's jade mines are almost exhausted, and jade is becoming increasingly scarce. Jade is becoming increasingly difficult to obtain, and its price continues to rise. Therefore, this is a wonderful thing. Zhang Tong immediately created a WeChat group called the Treasures of Heaven Group and invited many business owners to join. Announcements about any upcoming treasures and auction dates will be posted in the group. Very good and convenient. Young people are quick-witted. Many business owners were very pleased and impressed. Then he took his leave. Zhang Tong, congratulations on making over 4 billion. Fan Bingxiang hadn't left yet, so she offered her congratulations. Thank you for your help, otherwise how could things have gone so smoothly? Zhang Tong said gratefully, come on, I'll treat you to a big meal. Don't be so polite with me. Fan Bingxiang waved her hand, I have something to do, I have to go to Qinbei Mountain right away. What are you going to Qinbei Mountain for? Zhang Tong was stunned. Go and find ginseng that is over 300 years old. Fan Bingxiang solemnly said, I'll bring the gold nugget with me, maybe it will bring me good luck. It's hard to say whether there are ginsengs over 300 years old in Qinbei Mountain. Zhang Tong shook his head secretly. If you don't have anything else important to do, would you like to come with me? If you find ginseng that is over 300 years old, I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Fan Bingxiang extended an invitation. Okay, when do we leave? Zhang Tong didn't actually want to go to Qinbei Mountain, he only wanted to go to Beioxing to explore and search for treasure. But they couldn't refuse. They helped you so much. Even with just these connections, Zhang Tong might not be able to build them in a few years. Refusing would be too inhumane. I had no choice but to agree. We'll fly there by helicopter early tomorrow morning. I'll go back and make preparations now. We'll have a big meal when I come back next time, it'll be on me. Fan Bingxiang was very happy. I'm really looking forward to it. With an incredibly skilled treasure hunter like Zhang Tong joining us, there should be some gains, right? After Fan Bingbing left, Luo Janaya shouted wildly, Brother Tong, you've struck it rich. You've struck it rich. Your net worth is over 4 billion. You could never spend all that money in a lifetime. Can't you be a little more sensible? Zhang Tong said irritably, which of these bosses doesn't have a net worth of tens of billions? A net worth of tens of billions? No way. Luo Pang shrank his neck, his face full of disbelief. They are all owners of famous jewelry companies, and they really do have assets of tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. I've already searched them on Baidu, Zhao Qian said. Holy crap. Luo Pang stared in disbelief. Brother Tong, you're so powerful now, all your friends are billionaires? Brother Tong, when will your net worth surpass theirs? Is that all you've got? Why don't you say you've surpassed the world's richest person? Jiang Tong said. Brother Tong, you really have lofty ambitions, you're amazing, I admire you to the core. After showering him with flattery, Luo asked, what am I supposed to do while you're in Qinbei Mountain? Help me register a company called Tianbao Auction House. The registered capital is 500 million. Jiang Tong said, find 1 or 2 more appraisers. Also, send out job ads for me, offering a high-paying job for a beautiful secretary, with an annual salary of 3 million. I'll interview her when I get back. A beautiful secretary earns 3 million a year? Luo was a little surprised. Isn't that too much? Only high salaries can attract super beautiful female secretaries who are both pleasing to the eye and capable of getting things done. Jiang Tong said. Okay. By the way, could I hire a secretary? I'm so excited, Luo asked expectantly. You specialize in cutting stones, why would you need a secretary? Jiang Tong said with a dark face, however, you can find a trustworthy assistant, but he must be a man. That's unfair. Luo was furious. But they quickly backed down and asked, what's the company address? Buy a floor in a nearby building, it has to be the ground floor. You can build an underground treasure vault. Jiang Tong said, the real estate market is sluggish right now. I think I can buy it at a low price. Good. Luo Pang nodded seriously. Can we please not hire a secretary? I'd like to give it a try. Zhao Qian suddenly hugged Jiang Tong's arm and gently shook it, acting coquettishly. Holy crap, this is an eyesore, shameless. Luo Jinayo had a complicated expression on his face. Goddess, you have fallen. You really want to? You won't regret it? Jiang Tong's expression was a bit strange. Of course, I have no regrets. Zhao Qian said earnestly. A 3 million annual salary is probably the ceiling for a secretary. Besides, if you can win his favor, there will be other rewards, right? Let's forget it, I'm afraid you can't do it. Jiang Tong said. Why can't I do it? You're underestimating me. Zhao Qian got anxious and said defiantly. Then tell me, what does a secretary do? Jiang Tong asked jokingly. It's just serving tea and water, massaging shoulders, backs, and legs, and helping the boss with work-related matters. Basically, the secretary does all the work. Zhao Qian said. Anything else? Jiang Tong almost couldn't help but laugh. What else? I don't know, but I can learn. Zhao Qian blushed. Alright, starting today, you'll be my secretary, with an annual salary of 3 million. But you really need to learn how to be a board secretary. When I get back from Qinbei Mountain, there will be an evaluation. If I'm not satisfied, you can go back to where you came from, Jiang Tong said. Yes, I will definitely not let you down. Zhao Qian smiled radiantly, her eyes alluring. A job with an annual salary of 3 million, and I've got it. How wonderful. She then said in a coquettish tone, now that I'm your secretary, why don't you leave the matter of buying an office building to me? Want to earn commissions again? Jiang Tong touched his forehead. I'd rather make the money than let others do it. Zhao Qian said confidently and earnestly, I will definitely buy it at the lowest price and make you absolutely satisfied. Okay, then you go and do it. Jiang Tong said. Thank you, boss. Zhao Qian had a charming smile on her face. She became increasingly beautiful and captivating. I'll provide each of you with a car. You can buy it yourselves, and I'll reimburse you for anything under 1 million. Jiang Tong said. Holy crap, this treatment? That's awesome. Luo Jinayo and Zhao Qian were both stunned. The boss is being incredibly generous. And what about yourself? Zhao Qian asked, should I order one for you? Just buy me a 4-wheeled vehicle, one that can carry goods. Jiang Tong said, you're such a big boss, and you drive a 4-wheeled vehicle? Luo Pang and Zhao Qian almost fainted. The 4-wheeled vehicle is for work. We'll talk about the personal transportation when I get back. Jiang Tong said, the company still needs to hire some staff, right? Like clerks or receptionists. Luo Jinayo's eyes were full of eagerness and anticipation. We don't need too many clerks or receptionists, 7 or 8 should be enough. The monthly salary should be around 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, but they must be good-looking, pleasing to the eye, and capable. Let's post job ads first. Jiang Tong said. We discussed it for an afternoon. They went out for a big meal to celebrate. I'm going back now, you guys take your time. After finishing his meal, Luo Pang, being very tactful, quickly slipped away. Shall we go see a movie? Jiang Tong looked at Zhao Qian and asked. Okay. Zhao Qian nodded shyly. Cinema. The two were sitting in a couple's private room. Zhao Qian was both nervous and shy, and asked in a low voice, is Miss Fan your girlfriend? No. I've only known her for 2 days, I only met her when I was selling gold nuggets. Jiang Tong said. Oh. Zhao Qian nodded. Then she realized that Jiang Tong had grabbed her hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she looked incredibly shy. She didn't struggle, letting Jiang Tong take advantage of her and wrap his arm around her tiny waist. Don't want. Despite her refusal, Zhao Qian was powerless to resist and slowly slumped into Jiang Tong's arms. Their breathing became rapid. They slowly began to kiss passionately. I had absolutely no idea what the movie was about. After leaving the movie theater, Zhao Qian was still a little flustered and shy. I wish I could slap myself twice. Why can't we stabilize things? Why did you let him hug and kiss you so quickly? I went back to school. You should go back and rest early too. Zhao Qian was flustered and didn't know how to face Jiang Tong. This man, whom she should call boss, made her flustered and confused, and also made her infatuated. How about you stay with me tonight? Jiang Tong said. No, no. Zhao Qian almost fainted and ran away as if fleeing. The once unattainable campus belle is now my secretary, and she even tacitly approves of the unspoken rules. Jiang Tong watched her retreating figure with a strange smile on his face, an unprecedented feeling of comfort. This is the most perfect life. Jiang Tong drove his tricycle back to Xiaoshui village. I just wanted to conduct an experiment to see if the mysterious passage would return with me when I came back. Another thing is to make arrangements for Wang Ke, so that he doesn't starve to death while I'm in Qinbei Mountain. Wang Ke was a stray dog that Jiang Tong picked up. He was very clever, he even learned to practice the Tongtian fist from Jiang Tong and mastered it perfectly. If you posted Wang Ke's boxing video online, it would absolutely blow people's minds. Jiang Tong even considered making money by filming videos of Wang Ke. If he hadn't had that serendipitous encounter while digging the cellar, he might have actually done it. Woof woof woof. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Wang Ke, who had come out to greet them, stood on its hind legs, put its two front paws on Jiang Tong's shoulders, and began excitedly licking Jiang Tong's face, while its tail wagged exceptionally happily. Go, go, go. Jiang Tong pushed away the enthusiastic Wang Ke with disdain. The group of elderly men and women excitedly gathered around, asking questions all at once. Jiang Tong, you found a gold nugget? And sold it for 10 million? Nonsense. My family has a gold nugget that has been passed down for 8 generations, but no one has ever known about it. I recently decided to start a business, so I sold it. Jiang Tong said earnestly. Holy crap, your family even has an heirloom gold nugget. I never imagined that the Jiang family, who were practically penniless, would have such a treasure. Sigh, it turns out I'm the one who's really poor. They were all so envious and jealous that their eyes turned red. He had some doubts, suspecting that Jiang Tong had found it, but he had no proof. Jiang Tong took the takeout pork rib rice from the car and threw it into Wang Ke's iron fist. He doesn't care about 10 million at all now. Jadeite is valuable, and there's plenty of it available, so there's no need to worry about the government causing trouble, because there are no jade mines in China. Wang Ke wagged its tail happily, as if to say, the ribs are so delicious. It's great that my owner is making money. Meanwhile, many elderly people were still sighing endlessly. Now that Jiang Tong has tens of millions in assets, does that mean he can marry a beautiful wife? 10 million is nothing. Mother, he pretended to be indifferent, saying, a beautiful woman would never be interested in him. He's just a sweet potato grower after all, with no future. He can't compare to a civil servant or a high-level white-collar worker. He paused, then said decisively, anyway, a beauty like my daughter would never be interested in him. Yes, yes, your daughter is a golden phoenix. You just wait to enjoy the good life. After Wang Ke finished eating the ribs, Jiang Tong took Wang Ke to the backyard. They went down into the cellar to investigate. Sure enough, the mysterious passage reappeared below. It's absolutely elusive and incredibly magical. It's still early, let's go to Baoxing and pick up some stones for Fatty Luo to cut and play with. Jiang Tong enthusiastically grabbed his machete and hoe, and with Wang Ke by his side, they quickly entered the mysterious passage and arrived at Baoxing. It was nighttime. 2 bright moons shone brightly in the sky, and the stars were as dense as rain, much larger and brighter than those seen from Earth. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke seemed very curious about the outside world and rushed out impatiently, landing on the cliff. It was instantly pressed to the ground by the terrifying gravity, and began to question its existence as a dog. What kind of place is this? Why is it so terrifying? After a while, it got used to it and managed to get up, then slunk back into the passage, too ashamed to go out again. Useless thing. Jiang Tong frowned. He wanted to take Wang Ke on an adventure to the treasure stars so that he could warn of dangers in advance. However, unexpectedly, Wang Ke was unable to withstand Baoxing's gravity. This is a bit of a problem. Without further delay, I took a step forward. Stand firmly on your feet. After all, I was mentally prepared. It's clearer now. Although there are 2 moons, the light is still insufficient and hard to compare with daytime. A strong wind was blowing, and everything was shrouded in darkness. There are also ferocious beasts lurking in the darkness, fighting and roaring. It's much more dangerous than during the day. You can't go down at night. Jiang Tong's face was filled with apprehension, but I didn't want to just turn back and go home like that. He began practicing his family's Tongtian fist on the cliff. The cliff is quite wide, covering an area of several tens of square meters. It is entirely possible to unleash it. His movements were slow and deliberate, as if he were carrying a heavy load. Soon, Jiang Tong felt feverish all over, and his heart was pounding. My breathing became slower. A while later, Jiang Tong inexplicably felt as if he had absorbed the moonlight into his body. It transformed into streams of warm and cool energy, which flowed into the internal organs, the blood, and every cell. The body became increasingly light and agile. After finishing one round of punches, Jiang Tong couldn't help but do it a second time. I typed it 9 times in a row. Jiang Tong snapped out of his daze. Then he discovered that his strength had surged, at least doubling, and he had completely adapted to the terrifying gravity here, just like on Earth. He was so shocked he looked like a fool. My God, I've mastered the legendary heaven-reaching strength. The Tongtian Jin is a sign that the Tongtian Quan has been initially mastered. From then on, one can refine the energy of heaven and earth and temper one's body. Lifespan can also be doubled, allowing one to live to 200 years old. You should know that going back 300 years, no one in the Zhang family had ever cultivated the heaven-reaching strength. Jiang Tong has now done it, and he is only 22 years old. My talent is probably not bad, but it's absolutely impossible for me to surpass all my ancestors within the last 300 years. Jiang Tong muttered to himself, it's clear that it's because of the treasure star. In other words, the treasure star is suitable for cultivation, allowing me to break through overnight. Since this is a sacred place for cultivation, it can help him become stronger quickly. Jiang Tong started practicing boxing again. Unfortunately, it didn't have the same rapid effect as before. Although the heavenly power is growing stronger, it is very slow. It may take half a year, or even longer, to cultivate to the second level of the heavenly strength. Then a strange thought suddenly popped into his mind. What would happen if Wang Ke practiced the Tongtian fist here? He immediately said to Wang Ke, come out and practice your boxing. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke looked at Jiang Tong with a puzzled expression, as if to say, I don't understand, master, can you explain it to me? Practice boxing, do you understand? Jiang Tong gestured, then forcibly pulled Wang Ke out, held its paw, and guided it to practice its punches. Now Wang Ke understood. He began practicing boxing with great difficulty. Gradually, something amazing happened. The white moonlight seemed to flow, and was breathed in by the dog's nose. A hazy glow emanated from the dog. My God! Jiang Tong was utterly shocked. I was so engrossed in practicing my boxing earlier that I didn't see this strange phenomenon. Now I see it. This world is so amazing, even a dog practicing the heavenly fist can devour moonlight? Gradually, Wang Ke entered a magical state of cultivation. He continued practicing boxing with unwavering passion. The more you practice, the more energetic you become. I practiced it 81 times before I finally came to my senses. It also developed a superhuman strength, doubling its power. No, it should be said that it has increased threefold. Because before a breakthrough, one's power will double, and after a breakthrough, it will double again. Therefore, Wang Ke is now having an easier time than he did on Earth. Wang Ke has also broken through, which proves that the breakthrough is due to this world, and not for any other reason. A look of joy appeared on Jiang Tong's face. From now on, we won't have to worry about Wang Ke letting us down when exploring Baoxing. However, tonight is not a good time for exploration. One is that the nights on Baoxing are too dangerous. The second one is that we're going to Qinbei Mountain tomorrow. Jiang Tong then practiced his boxing for a while before leading Wang Ke out of the cellar. Whoosh! With a light leap, Jiang Tong flew up like an arrow. This is a 5-meter deep cellar. Whoosh! Wang Ke also jumped out easily. Whoosh! Jiang Tong jumped high again, this time a full 10 meters, and easily grabbed a branch of a big tree, swinging on it. Holy crap, I've become Superman. Jiang Tong was secretly shocked, but also secretly delighted. The heaven-piercing force is truly amazing. Whoosh! Not to be outdone, Wang Ke also jumped 10 meters high, bit a branch, and started swinging like a swing. It was humming smugly and wagging its tail. It's as if it's saying, Master, I've become a super dog, isn't that awesome? The sky finally brightened. Jiang Tong hadn't slept all night, but he was full of energy and didn't feel tired at all. Then Jiang Tong received a call from Fan Bingxiang, telling him to get ready and come pick him up immediately. I've gone back to my hometown, Xiaoshui village. Can you come and pick me up here? Jiang Tong said. Why did you go back to the countryside? Fan Bingxiang was stunned. I brought some equipment. Jiang Tong said. Okay, I understand, I'll be right there. Fan Bingxiang said. Jiang Tong had indeed prepared some equipment. Hoes, daggers, machetes, pots and pans, grains, fruits, and other supplies are all stored in the mysterious conduit. Once you reach Chinbei Mountain, if needed, you can simply dig a cellar or find a cave, and the mysterious passage will likely appear, allowing you to retrieve your supplies. Young men without wives always get up early. As soon as the old man with the missing tooth opened the door, he saw Jiang Tong and couldn't help but joke. "Grandpa, you're up early too. You haven't had a wife for decades, you must be used to it by now." Jiang Tong said. "Are you going on a long trip with that bag on your back?" the old man with a missing tooth asked. "Yes, to Chinbei Mountain." Jiang Tong said. "Are you waiting for someone to pick you up?" the old man with the missing tooth asked in surprise. "I'm also a little envious. Having money is great, you can travel everywhere. Most importantly, Jiang Tong is young and healthy, so he doesn't have to worry about his body not being able to keep up wherever he wants to go." "Yes," Jiang Tong said. "You should find a girlfriend as soon as possible." The toothless old man said. "I think his mother's daughter, is quite nice. She's a top student from Tsinghua University. And she's beautiful too. What do you think? Interested? I'll go and play matchmaker for you. You and I grew up together, we're too close, I can't bring myself to do it, let's just forget about it." Jiang Tong said. "You is indeed very beautiful. The university I attended was also top-notch. But he really felt nothing. We grew up together, that's what childhood sweethearts are." The toothless old man said, knowing her inside and out. "Isn't that great? Could you possibly find a better woman than you? You're being incredibly ungrateful, not even interested in my daughter?" Mrs. He walked out the door, cursing and swearing. Holy crap, this woman heard that too. Jiang Tong was very embarrassed. Fortunately, a clattering sound rang out, and a helicopter flew over from the sky. Then, under the shocked gazes of many villagers, it slowly landed on the flat ground in front of Jiang Tong's house. A stunningly beautiful woman stepped off the plane, surrounded by several powerful bodyguards. It exudes a natural air of nobility. It's so beautiful it takes your breath away. "Jiang Tong, you live here." Fan Bingbing was full of curiosity as soon as she got off the plane. The house is so dilapidated. A mountain is not famous for its height, but for the immortals who dwell there. Jiang Tong smiled slightly. "Are you ready?" Fan Bingxiang asked. "All right." Jiang Tong carried the package on his back. A dagger was stuck in his leg. He had a machete tucked into his waistband. "Let's go," Fan Bingxiang said. Everyone jumped up. Jiang Tong followed. Not to be outdone, Wang Ke nimbly jumped up. "Should we bring the dog?" Fan Bingxiang asked. "Take it with you, it's quite powerful," Jiang Tong said. Soon, the helicopter took off. It quickly disappeared into the horizon. Oh my god. The toothless old man and the other villagers were still in shock and couldn't come to their senses for a long time. Is Jiang Tong really that awesome now? Are all the people I associate with such terrifying individuals? The helicopter finally arrived at Chinbei Mountain and landed in the birch dwarf forest. Ginseng can only be found in areas above 1,800 meters. Of course, in addition to ginseng, there are also precious animals such as Sika deer, mink, and Siberian tigers. As for the Chinbei Mountain scenic area, of course there is no ginseng there. Therefore, there's no need to go. I have hired dozens of ginseng harvesters to search in the mountains, but after more than a month, we haven't even found a 100-year-old ginseng, let alone a 300-year-old one. As soon as she got off the plane, Fan Bingxiang said dejectedly, "I offered 3 times the market price to buy it. I don't think they would hide it, they probably really couldn't find it. Now I'm counting on you. You found a gold nugget before. You must be very lucky. I'm under a lot of pressure." Jiang Tong took a breath of fresh air. But have you considered that although Chinbei Mountain is vast and has many primeval forests, it has always been home to many ginseng harvesters because it nurtures ginseng? Among them are experts who dare to go to any secluded and dangerous place. So, I'm worried that there might not be any 300-year-old ginseng. Otherwise, I'm sure I could find some. Bro, you've really blown your own horn a bit too far, haven't you? A burly man sneered. Chinbei Mountain has many dangerous places that no one dares to venture into, including extremely powerful masters. For example, the depths of the crater. If you want to find ginseng, I suggest you split up and go separately so you can travel to any place. Jiang Tong completely ignored the burly man. Leave the dangerous areas to me, including the depths of the volcano where no one dares to go. Do you have a map marking the dangerous areas? The big man was so angry he was about to vomit blood. This is Yu Chong, who is very familiar with Chinbei Mountain. Fan Bingxiang said. Yu Chong, draw a map for him. Yes. Yu Chong nodded. Indeed, he has some skill. He immediately began to skillfully hand-draw a map of Chinbei Mountain. Circle the dangerous areas. There are at least 3 hidden volcanic craters. There are even more deep abysses and dangerous valleys, more than a dozen in total. All ginseng seekers will return here within 10 days. You should do your best too. Because after 10 days, even if you find a 300-year-old ginseng, it will be meaningless. Fan Bingxiang said. I will explore all the forbidden areas within 10 days and then come back. Hopefully, I will have gained something. Zhang Tong glanced at the map, brimming with confidence. To explore it all in 10 days? Dream on. Yu Chang's face was full of sneers and disdain. Wang Ke, let's go. Zhang Tong continued to ignore Yu Chang, called out to Wang Ke, and with a sway of his body, he was already more than 10 meters away. With another sway, he was dozens of meters away. He disappeared in just a few moments. What's frightening is that Wang Ke, who was following behind, was just as fast. Holy crap, lightness skill? Yu Chang was very surprised. Only then did he realize that Zhang Tong was no ordinary person. They are even comparable to the world's top treasure hunters. That strong? Fan Bingxiang was also slightly surprised. They had already overestimated Zhang Tong's combat strength, but unexpectedly, they still underestimated him. Did you see that? That dog leaped more than 10 meters in one bound? How is that possible? Even a cheetah or a tiger couldn't be that fast, right? One of the bodyguards said in shock. Super dog? It's understandable for a human to be this strong, but it's unbelievable for a dog to be this strong. How did he train it? Alright, stop discussing. Time is of the essence. You all go find the ginseng, one person stays to protect me, that's enough. Fan Bingxiang said. Time flies by. 5 days passed quickly. Some of those who were looking for ginseng also returned one after another, because they have been searching for more than a month. I'm sorry, we didn't find much. We only found a ginseng that was several decades old. I didn't find anything either. I did find a 10-year-old ginseng, but I didn't pick it. They were disheveled and exhausted, they had truly given their all. Fan Bingxiang grew increasingly disappointed. This crater is so deep, it's terrifying, but at least we made it down. But Zhang Tong appeared deep inside the crater. Very spacious. It must be at least tens of thousands of square meters in area. It was overgrown with plants and thorns. However, after searching every corner, no ginseng over 100 years old was found. Even 10-year-old ginseng plants are only found in a handful. Such a dangerous place, how come there are no 100-year-old ginseng roots? Zhang Tong was puzzled, but he suddenly understood after he found the human footprints. What you thought was a dead end has actually been explored long ago, and it happened in batches. After all, there will always be some incredibly powerful and adventurous people in the world. It seems Fan Bingxiang is going to be disappointed. Zhang Tong sighed deeply. He didn't even want to look for other perilous places anymore. A glimpse of the leopard through a tube reveals only a part of its brilliance. There's no way you'll gain anything. Instead of wasting time, let's explore the precious star. Zhang Tong muttered to himself. He felt embarrassed to go back so soon, lest he leave a bad impression on Fan Bingxiang. He should do his best to help. It's alright if he didn't find it, she wouldn't blame him, but I don't want to waste time. Therefore, entering the treasure star became the only option. So he found a very secluded cave and went inside. Sure enough, the dark entrance appeared like a ghost. Wang Ke, let's go. With a mysterious smile, Zhang Tong led Wang Ke inside. First, find the supplies you hid inside. We had a hearty meal. He then jumped off the cliff. Luckily, it's daytime on Baoxing right now. I carefully approached the stream and then explored upstream. It was slow because we had to cut through the thorns. Woof woof woof. After walking for more than 10 meters, I didn't find the gold nugget or any raw jadeite. But Wang Ke, who was darting around in the thorns, suddenly cried out. Have you found any treasure? Zhang Tong walked over expectantly, only to find a set of white bones lying quietly in the bushes. The skeleton is over 10 meters long. It was unbelievably huge. Traces of a life or death struggle remain nearby. Holy crap! Zhang Tong felt a chill run down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Such huge skeletons must have belonged to a very powerful beast in life. What kind of animal killed it? It seems we still need to be careful. We must not be careless. The dangers of this world are far greater than anticipated. He was prepared to run away if he encountered danger at any time. So, they first found a flat, fertile spot and dug out a plot of land with a short hoe. They buried a dozen or so sweet potatoes, planted some seeds, and watered them with stream water. He was just conducting an experiment to see if plants on Earth can survive, and if so, what changes occur after they survive. Suddenly, Wang Ke excitedly bit into a bright red fruit and began to wolf it down. It seemed to be an extremely rare treasure. Don't eat random things. Zhang Tong was terrified. Will Wang Ke get poisoned? Zhang Tong wanted to stop it, but it was too late, because Wang Ke had already swallowed the fruit. But there seemed to be no adverse reactions. More than an hour later, they were still lively and energetic, and even went to catch fish in the stream. Jiang Tong was completely relieved. I picked a red fruit and took a bite. Sweet, fragrant, juicy. It tastes incredibly good. It's so delicious. Jiang Tong was shocked and surprised. He had never eaten such delicious fruit before. Or, how about we pick some and take them home to sell? The price is 100 yuan per jin, 500 G. It is estimated that supply will also fall short of demand, because it's a unique business, and the food tastes great. This is a long-term business. Because the mountains and fields are covered with red fruit trees, some of which are not tall, about 2 meters, but their branches are full of fruit, which can be picked by reaching out. It's definitely more promising than selling sweet potatoes. Thinking of this, Jiang Tong smiled brightly. It was definitely worth the trip. There were still some gains. He ate a few more hawthorns and felt energetic, with no hunger at all. I'm increasingly happy, because it allows for exploration over a longer period of time. He then explored upstream along the stream, hoping to find the real treasure. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke issued another warning while keeping a close eye on the forest across the stream. Almost simultaneously, a baby elephant the size of a bison emerged from the woods and stretched out its trunk to drink water. A baby elephant? Jiang Tong felt very comfortable with them. This is an animal that also exists on Earth. It is not a carnivore. There shouldn't be any danger. But, the unexpected still happened. The baby elephant, having drunk its fill of water, suddenly spotted Jiang Tong and charged towards him with a loud cry. Their momentum was unstoppable. Holy shit! Jiang Tong quickly dodged away. Wang Ke was quick too, and had already circled around behind the baby elephant, taking a bite out of its leg. But it doesn't seem like the skin was broken. Click! The baby elephant missed its target and continued charging forward, crashing hard into a tree as thick as a thigh. The tree snapped and collapsed with a crash. The baby elephant turned around, dazed, and looked at Jiang Tong, as if it still wanted to attack. I meant no harm. Jiang Tong wore an innocent expression. The baby elephant seemed to sense Jiang Tong's goodwill and stopped attacking, only stomping its feet and flicking its trunk as a warning. They clearly wanted to drive Jiang Tong and Wang Ke away. Okay, let's go. Jiang Tong didn't want to have a conflict with the baby elephant. If it attracts a herd of elephants, then we'll be in big trouble. He led Wang Ke back a short distance. The baby elephant relaxed and started eating leaves. Ignore them. The area above is probably elephant territory. The skeleton we just saw was probably from an elephant. Jiang Tong made his own judgment. On the contrary, I was very happy. Because it's near elephant territory, it should be considered a relatively safe place. After all, elephants are the dominant land animals. He then decided to explore further downstream. Soon, they encountered trouble again. Roar! 2 cheetahs emerged from the forest, their icy gazes fixed on the approaching creature. A dense aura of killing intent rose into the air. It was much stronger and more terrifying than the wolf Jiang Tong had killed last time. Clearly, the downstream area belongs to the cheetah's territory. Wang Ke, get ready. Jiang Tong was not afraid. He drew his wood-chopping knife and raised it high. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke shouted, as if to say, received. Whoosh. The 2 cheetahs were ferocious. They moved at the same time, leaping high and pouncing fiercely on Jiang Tong. As for Wang Ke, they completely ignored it. Woof. Wang Ke was furious. How dare they ignore Superdog? Today I'm going to teach you a huge lesson. It crouched down, then suddenly leaped up, moving even faster. It crashed hard into the waist of a cheetah. With a loud bang, the cheetah was sent flying. It pounced again, biting down hard on the cheetah's throat. It shook its head wildly and tore at itself. The cheetah screamed and struggled, then slowly came to a stop. The other cheetah, however, had already had half its head chopped off by Jiang Tong's blade and died on the spot. Jiang Tong and Wang Cai, having cultivated the heavenly power, are truly extraordinary in combat. Dealing with cheetahs is no problem at all. Alright, Wang Ke, let go. Jiang Tong patted Wang Ke on the head. You stupid dog, the cheetah is dead. Why are you still biting it? Aren't you tired? Woof woof woof. Wang Ke relented and wagged its tail triumphantly at Jiang Tong. It seems like he's seeking praise. Not bad, not bad. I'll reward you with a leopard leg later. Jiang Tong was quite satisfied with Wang Ke's performance. Wang Ke knew about the cheetah before it even got close, let alone the fact that it had already killed one. Future expeditions will be much safer. He gutted and skinned the cheetah. Spread the prepared seasonings, including salt, barbecue. A rich aroma of meat wafted out. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke's mouth was watering, and he couldn't wait to start eating. For you. Jiang Tong tore off a cheetah's leg and threw it to Wang Ke. Wang Ke wolfed down the food, showing no signs of poisoning. Jiang Tong began to eat with peace of mind. It tastes good. The meat was a bit firm, but very chewy. After dinner, we explored a bit more, but didn't find anything, and then it got dark. Jiang Tong returned to the cliff, slept for half the night, and then practiced his boxing for the other half. He finally realized that Bao Xing's night, like his day, was also 24 hours. The next morning, Jiang Tong led Wang Ke down the cliff and came to the land that had been cultivated the day before to observe it. The sweet potatoes sprouted, growing vines a foot long. Bok choy, Chinese cabbage, scallions, garlic sprouts, wheat, corn, potatoes, and rapeseed also sprouted, reaching as tall as a finger, tender and verdant, trembling in the breeze, radiating vibrant life. They're growing so fast. At least 3 times, maybe even 5 times, the size of Earth. Jiang Tong was both surprised and delighted. Now we don't have to worry anymore. Even if we explore here for a year, we won't go hungry. We can absolutely grow our own food. Just bring salt in. Or perhaps, this world also produces salt. It just hasn't been found yet. He took out the pots and pans. I made leopard bone soup on the spot, added a pot of noodles, bok choy, and scallions. It was incredibly delicious, unlike anything I'd ever tasted before. The bok choy was especially sweet and tender. The scallions smell amazing too. Jiang Tong almost swallowed his tongue. The vegetables on Earth will mutate on Treasure Planet and become much tastier. Jiang Tong drew a conclusion. He crossed the stream and headed up the mountain. Wang Ke scouted ahead, occasionally urinating to mark its territory. After walking for more than 20 meters, we came across a huge rock lying under a big tree. It's at least half the size of a truck. I just don't know if there's any jade inside? But Jiang Tong didn't care about anything else and just pushed the boulder down the mountain. He then discovered a strange tree. The tree trunk was smooth and straight, like a long javelin. It makes a clanging sound when you tap it, just like the sound of steel. Even the machete couldn't cut through it. Iron tree? Jiang Tong's eyes lit up. Take out a small, exquisite saw, a tool specifically designed for sawing steel. A cycad, about the thickness of a wrist, was cut down. It was gradually forged into a 2-meter-long spear, and the spear head was also sharpened. Kill! Jiang Tong twirled his spear and thrust it fiercely into the trunk of a large tree. Puffed! It sank to a depth of about half a foot. Ha ha ha! Jiang Tong laughed heartily. Now he had a long weapon. We are not afraid of attacks from birds. Who could withstand a gunshot to the stomach? Woof woof woof. Wang Ke discovered this and called the police. But in the low-lying area ahead, a towering tree grew. The branches were laden with fruit the size of trucks. One of the fruits had a window opened at the bottom, and a furry head poked out, looking warily at Jiang Tong and Wang Ke. Squirrel. Jiang Tong's face was filled with surprise. Another familiar animal has been discovered. That's so heartwarming. You should know that he saw at least dozens of bird species in the past 2 days, but he didn't recognize any of them. Whoosh! The squirrel seemed very afraid of Jiang Tong and Wang Ke. It darted out of the fruit and disappeared in a flash. Swish swish swish. Jiang Tong jumped up the tree and quickly climbed to the fruit where the squirrel had made its home. I peered inside curiously. The space was huge and filled with all sorts of nuts, like the granary of a wealthy family. The fruit's shell is very hard. Jiang Tong couldn't even break it or tear it off. Could this also be a type of coconut? Jiang Tong guessed, then cut off a fruit. He jumped down, carrying it. They made a hole and found that it was indeed filled with water. Wang Ke is here to test the poison. Jiang Tong poured out the water. Wang Ke happily licked and ate, its face beaming with joy. It tastes pretty good, obviously. After a while, Wang Ke showed no signs of poisoning. Jiang Tong also took a sip. Cool and sweet. It really tastes like coconut water. Jiang Tong beheaded dozens more, who then rolled down the mountain with a thud. The water inside is drinkable, and the shell can be used to make water tanks and bathtubs. You'll need it in winter. Squeak squeak squeak. The little squirrel appeared again from somewhere, reappearing on the tree trunk. He waved his fist at Jiang Tong, seemingly in protest. This is my private property, and it is sacred and inviolable. So cute. Jiang Tong took an ear of corn out of his bag. Come here, I've got something good for you. What is this delicious food? I've never seen it before. The squirrel's eyes widened, eager to try. But I'm also a little scared. Jiang Tong put the corn on the ground and stepped back a short distance. The squirrel jumped down and happily munched on the corn. The little mouth is moving. So cute. Is it delicious? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Jiang Tong's face was full of friendliness. Wang Ke wagged its tail, looking very kind and friendly. Unfortunately, the little squirrel still wouldn't let them get close and quickly escaped back up into the tree. Too timid. Jiang Tong shook his head and continued exploring upwards. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black bird weighing over 10 kilograms flew out from nowhere and grabbed the squirrel with one claw. Squeak squeak squeak. The squirrel screamed in terror and struggled desperately. but they couldn't break free. Die! Jiang Tong turned around and was immediately enraged, throwing his spear violently. Whoosh! The spear pierced the sky and instantly penetrated the black bird's body. Nail it to the tree trunk. The squirrel screamed and fell from the tree. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Let me see your injury. Jiang Tong rushed over to catch it and gently comforted it. The squirrel had several bloody holes in its neck, and blood was slowly flowing out. Jiang Tong took out scissors and began to trim the hair. I applied some Yunnan Biao, a traditional Chinese medicine, and put on a band-aid. However, can the squirrel survive? It's all up to fate. This tiny creature has 5 bloody holes in its body. Its injuries must be quite severe. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrel lay pitifully in Jiang Tong's arms, pointing in a direction. A squirrel pointing the way? Jiang Tong seemed to understand what the squirrel meant, and carried it quickly forward. After climbing over a small hill, you reach a sparsely wooded area, but the thatch grass was even denser. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little pine tree pointed to a clump of thatch under a big tree. There grew a plant that Jiang Tong recognized very well. It had 64 leaves and a cluster of red seeds at the top. The little squirrel lured Jiang Tong closer to the plant, and it began to eat the red seeds with great effort. In just a short while, it recovered a lot and was even able to stand up. This is clearly a miraculous medicine for healing wounds. My God, this is ginseng! Jiang Tong exclaimed in surprise. The reason I didn't recognize it at first was because this ginseng had 64 leaves, while most ginseng only has 3 to 7 leaves. The difference in number is too great. With so many leaves, could it be 1,000-year-old ginseng? Jiang Tong became extremely excited. Ginseng can live up to 1,000 years. But on Earth, 100-year-old ginseng is extremely rare and, of course, very expensive, costing millions. 1,000-year-old ginseng is just a legend. No one has ever actually seen one. Jiang Tong placed the squirrel on the ground and carefully dug with a short hoe, slowly unearthing the plant he suspected was 1,000-year-old ginseng. It is definitely ginseng, and it is an extremely large ginseng. The main body is old and dark in color, exuding an air of vicissitudes, and is about 54 centimeters long. There are over 1,000 reed bolls densely packed together. The whiskers are very sparse, but the main whiskers are very long, about 468 centimeters long. The age of ginseng can be determined from its rhizome, body, and rootlets. The rhizome typically grows 1 new rootlet per year. The denser the rhizome clusters, the older the ginseng. The presence of ring-like markings indicates a relatively long age. Ginseng grows in harsh natural environments for decades or even centuries, which is reflected in its skin. The older and darker the skin, the older the ginseng. Furthermore, older ginseng has fewer rootlets, hence the simpler the rootlets of older ginseng. Judging from these aspects, this ginseng is definitely over 1,000 years old. Jiang Tong also took out a spring scale from his bag and weighed himself. It weighed 3,100 grams. 7 ounces is considered ginseng, 8 ounces is considered treasure. 3,100 grams, how could it not be 1,000-year-old ginseng? I never expected that we wouldn't find century-old ginseng in Qinbei Mountain, but we found it in Beioxing. Cool! This is an absolute treasure. We're rich. Jiang Tong's eyes lit up, his face filled with ecstatic joy. 1,000-year-old ginseng can truly bring the dead back to life and heal wounds. No wonder the squirrel, despite its severe injury, recovered after eating a few ginseng seeds. Now it's lively and energetic, jumping onto Jiang Tong's shoulder one moment and onto Wang Kei's back the next. Perhaps it was because Jiang Tong saved it that it became affectionate towards Jiang Tong, and even extended that affection to Wang Kei. From now on, your name will be Gray Gray, understand? Gray Gray, are there any ginseng plants around here? Jiang Tong pointed at the ginseng and gestured for a while. The little squirrel was very clever and quickly understood, then began hopping and skipping to lead the way. 9 more 1,000-year-old ginseng plants have been found. Of course, there are also some that are hundreds of years old, but Jiang Tong didn't dig them up. They only dug up the 1,000-year-old ginseng, because 1,000-year-old ginseng has basically reached the end of its lifespan. Even if you don't dig it up, it will wither and rot. We should go now. Gray, you stay at home and be careful when you come out. Jiang Tong noticed that it was getting late and the sky was darkening, so he stroked the little squirrel's head and said softly, "This is a treasure-hunting mouse, a little expert at finding ginseng." Jiang Tong, of course, treasured it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Huiwai was lying on Jiang Tong's head, happily pulling his hair. He didn't understand a word Jiang Tong said. Arriving at the tree where the squirrel had made its home, Jiang Tong picked up Huiwai, placed it on the tree trunk, and pointed to the squirrel's home. The squirrel understood and hopped into the house. She poked her head out and looked at Jiang Tong with reluctance. "I'll come see you next time." Jiang Tong said reluctantly, "I brought you something delicious." The agreed 10 days are almost up. Except for Jiang Tong, all the other ginseng gatherers have returned. There are more than 50 people. More than 20 of them are professional ginseng harvesters, while the other 30 or so are world-renowned explorers and treasure hunters. They are not those fake explorers who make money by live-streaming adventures. Instead, they are treasure hunters who have risked their lives, possessing strong combat skills, superb wilderness survival abilities, and remarkable achievements. Or perhaps a shipwreck was found on the seabed. Or perhaps pirate treasure was found on an island. Or perhaps gold and diamond mines have been found in the mountains. Some have even found ancient tombs brimming with treasure. But this time, they didn't gain much. It's not that they lack ability, but rather that there are simply no ginseng plants over 300 years old in Qinbei Mountain. The biggest find was by a Russian explorer who harvested a 90-year-old ginseng. It can sell for tens or nearly $1 million. Sigh, it seems we've failed. Fan Bingxiang sighed deeply. Zhang Tong hasn't returned yet, perhaps he'll have some success. Yu Chong comforted him. What, is there anyone else? One of the treasure hunters asked in astonishment. Yes, there is one more person who arrived 10 days ago. Fan Bingxiang said. She didn't want to offend any of the treasure hunters. Perhaps one day we will need the other party's help. Is he a treasure hunter too? Yes. Who is it? I know all the world's famous treasure hunters. Dovsky asked curiously. He was the treasure hunter who found a 90-year-old ginseng. His name is Zhang Tong, he is Chinese, and he is 22 years old this year. Fan Bingxiang said. Zhang Tong's ability to find a gold nugget and acquire jade worth 3 billion yuan suggests he has a certain reputation in the treasure hunting world. Perhaps these world-renowned treasure hunters know him. Zhang Tong? Never heard of him. I don't know him either. Heh, probably a young guy who's just started treasure hunting. We haven't even found a 300-year-old ginseng. How could he? I think we shouldn't wait for him. Let's send us back first. Many treasure hunters wore expressions of sarcasm. It's not that they lack manners. It's because in the world of treasure hunting, strength speaks volumes. Young people going treasure hunting is basically a joke. It takes more than a decade of experience to gain any real expertise. Only then can one gain fame. They don't even recognize Zhang Tong? Fan Bingxiang was slightly surprised. However, considering that Zhang Tong was only 22 years old, she felt relieved. Actually, she didn't have high expectations for Zhang Tong before setting off. It was only after Zhang Tong displayed his extraordinary lightness skill upon arriving at Qinbei Mountain that she began to look forward to it. After all, among all the treasure hunters invited this time, not many have mastered the art of lightness skill, at most, only 3 or 5. Wait a little longer, there are only a dozen minutes left until the agreed time. Fan Bingxiang said. All right. Many treasure hunters didn't persist too much. It only took a dozen minutes. It doesn't matter. They sat down, ate and drank heartily, and boasted and joked. They even discussed joining forces to explore some mysterious place. Zhang Tong is back. Yu Chong, with his sharp eyes, was the first to point it out. Swish, swish. Zhang Tong, carrying 2 bulging burlap sacks and accompanied by Wang Kei, strode out of the dense forest. They moved very fast, covering more than 10 meters in a single stride. There's something in the sack, could it be ginseng? Fan Bingxiang looked on with anticipation. Hee, Miss Fan, you may be disappointed. One treasure hunter sneered, if it were ginseng, it wouldn't fill 2 sacks. It's probably some kind of common medicinal herb or wild fruit. Treasure hunters have a habit. I didn't want to leave empty-handed. Every time they go treasure hunting, they have to bring back something. That's true. Fan Bingxiang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, chilling her to the bone. Alas, this mission has been a complete failure. The bodyguards all sighed deeply. Soon, Zhang Tong arrived in front of everyone. I'm sorry for the delay. I've kept you waiting. Zhang Tong, any results? Fan Bingxiang couldn't help but ask. Yes. Just wait for the massive bleeding. Zhang Tong laughed. Really? Take it out quickly so I can see it. Fan Bingxiang was overjoyed. The others were completely bewildered. The treasure hunters, in particular, were all dumbfounded. With so many experts, they spent more than a month traversing every part of Qinbei Mountain and still couldn't find any ginseng that was over 300 years old. How could anyone possibly find it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There are no 300-year-old ginsengs in Qinbei Mountain. You didn't dig up a wild radish, did you? Someone said in disbelief. Who is this guy? He actually got it right. There really aren't any 300-year-old ginsengs in Qinbei Mountain. Zhang Tong didn't laugh at the other person, instead, he secretly admired him and looked at him seriously. He was a tall, imposing Russian man, exuding a powerful aura and presence. He's clearly a master. Whether it's a wild radish or ginseng, let the experts here identify it. Zhang Tong took a ginseng root out of the sack. He held it high in his hands. This ginseng root, including its main body and rootlets, is over 500 centimeters long, which is a little over 5 meters. Therefore, the ginseng-like waterfall cascades down to the ground, like a blanket of white snow. He also resembled an old man with a long, white beard. The scene was magnificent. My God, how can there be such a huge ginseng in the world? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, and their jaws nearly dropped. Stunned and breathless. They are either treasure hunters or ginseng harvesters. They are knowledgeable and experienced. How could they not recognize ginseng? But in my lifetime, I have never seen such a huge ginseng. Mr. Sun, do you think this is ginseng that's over 300 years old? Fan Bingxiang was the first to regain consciousness and asked expectantly. Mr. Sun's real name is Sun Sigu. He is 54 years old this year. He has been collecting medicinal herbs and ginseng in Qinbei Mountain since he was a child. He knows the age of ginseng like the back of his hand. This is far more than 300 years, it must be much longer than 300 years. Quickly weigh it, how much does it weigh? Sun Sigu trembled all over, extremely excited. I weighed it, it's 3,089 grams. Zhang Tong said, that's over 6 pounds? That's unbelievable. Even 100-year-old ginseng only weighs a dozen or 20 grams. Could this be the legendary 1,000-year-old ginseng? Zhang Tong, you have good eyesight, count how many stems are in it. Sun Sigu said with a sense of awe. More than 1,000 reeds. Zhang Tong said, that's truly a 1,000-year-old ginseng. The legendary 1,000-year-old ginseng actually exists. It can absolutely bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. Extending one's life by several years is an easy thing. Sun Sigu said firmly. That's great. My grandfather is saved now. Zhang Tong, thank you. Fan Bingxiang was overjoyed, saying, it's my luck to have met you. You're welcome. Zhang Tong smiled slightly. By the way, Mr. Sun, I would also like to ask you to set a price for this 1,000-year-old ginseng. Fan Bingxiang asked with a beaming smile. This is priceless. It's impossible to estimate its value, but it's worth at least 10 times the price of a century-old ginseng, and it's normal for it to fetch tens of millions more. I think if it were auctioned, 50 million shouldn't be a problem. After all, for some of the wealthiest people, 50 million to buy a few years of lifespan is a very good deal. Sun Sigu said. Zhang Tong, how about I offer 200 million to buy your 1,000-year-old ginseng? Fan Bingxiang said. But Mr. Sun's valuation just now was only 50 million. Zhang Tong remained expressionless, but showed some dissatisfaction. Who is this guy? How did he estimate the value? Mr. Sun's estimate is too conservative, he underestimates how much the wealthy value longevity. Fan Bingxiang said, 200 million is a fair price. Okay, 200 million it is. Zhang Tong agreed. Although he felt he had sold it too low, the other party had helped him. This can be considered repaying a debt of gratitude. Mr. Zhang Tong, hello. I'm Smith, from the United States, a professional treasure hunter. Mr. Zhang Tong, hello, I am Day of Sky. A large number of treasure hunters flocked to Zhang Tong to get to know him. They handed out business cards one by one. Zhang Tong earned their respect because of his abilities. Hello. Zhang Tong showed no arrogance and warmly shook hands with them. With his special intuition, he discovered that these treasure hunters were all powerful individuals. Each of them possesses exceptional martial prowess. He is the same kind of person as me. If Zhang Tong hadn't cultivated the heaven-reaching strength, his combat power might not have surpassed theirs. Getting to know these world-renowned treasure hunters would be of great benefit to him. Then, the auction house he founded would not be suspected of having questionable provenance when auctioning any treasures. Mr. Zhang, we have searched the entire Qinbei mountain area but have not found any 100-year-old ginseng. What secret place have you found that has led you to discover a 1,000-year-old ginseng? Smith couldn't help but ask. The others also perked up their ears. This is a trade secret, and I can't say it. Zhang Tong said, but without a doubt, I found the 1,000-year-old ginseng in Qinbei Mountain. Haha, you're so funny. The treasure hunters were not angry. After all, a land that can nurture ginseng for thousands of years must also have other ginseng. It is of immense value. How could it have been leaked? Unless you're an idiot. That was just a test. Maybe Zhang Tong, being young and prone to showing off, blurted it out. They can all go there to dig for ginseng. Thus, they made a fortune. By the way, is it just a 1,000-year-old ginseng? One of the treasure hunters asked curiously. Yes, just one, after all, it's a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Zhang Tong said. What's in your 2 bags? It's just some common medicinal herbs. It's clearly a 1,000-year-old ginseng, I can see that. My God, this is a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Someone peeked out and exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Tong could no longer hide it. They could only let them take out the 9,000-year-old ginseng roots inside. They were lined up in a row on the grass. The scene was spectacular. OMG. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, stunned and utterly shocked. Zhang Tong took a trip around Qinbei Mountain and dug up 10,000-year-old ginseng roots. It is worth 2 billion. It's faster than robbing a bank. That's incredible, terrifying, and unbelievable. Fan Bingxiang remained silent for a long time. They thought Zhang Tong had only found 1,000-year-old ginseng. To his surprise, he found 10 plants. That's absolutely incredible. Just how good is this treasure hunting ability? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the king of treasure hunting, would it? Ladies and gentlemen, I have founded an auction house, Tianbao Auction House, which will open soon. In the future, it will specialize in auctioning all kinds of treasures obtained by us treasure hunters. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Tong announced, Smith, Day of Sky, everyone here, you can also join in and put the treasures you find up for auction in my auction house. The handling fees and commissions are absolutely the lowest in the world. That's a good idea. I'm very interested too. By the way, Mr. Zhang Tong, when will the remaining 9,000-year-old ginseng roots be auctioned? I am very interested in attending this auction. Everyone spoke up, and some even expressed great anticipation and interest in cooperation. Then I'll set an auction date, December 1st. It will not only feature the 1,000-year-old ginseng, but also other wondrous treasures. The location will be in Xiangcheng, our country. Zhang Tong said, please help spread the word. I'll try auctioning off this 1,000-year-old ginseng. Anyway, there are still plenty on Baoxing Mountain, more than I can use by myself. Okay, we'll definitely help you promote it. We'll even come to participate and bring some treasures with us. Dove Sky said. I have a friend who has been researching the secrets of longevity and has always been interested in the legendary, miraculous longevity extending treasure that is the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Zhang Tong, you absolutely must not sell even one more of these on your own. Smith said seriously. Don't worry, I'm very trustworthy. Zhang Tong patted his chest and guaranteed it. Of course, I was secretly delighted. This trip to Qinbei Mountain was very rewarding. I've met so many world-class treasure hunters. They gained their friendship and recognition. With their promotion, assistance, and even participation, auction houses will no longer have to worry about finding customers. After all, any world-renowned treasure hunter knows many wealthy people. His network of connections is exceptionally extensive. Immediately, 2 helicopters began transporting people down Qinbei Mountain. Zhang Tong and Fan Bingxiang were among the first to board the helicopter. Without stopping, we flew straight to southern Hunan. Fan Bingxiang's face was full of joy. I am very grateful to Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong was also very relaxed and happy. Sitting on the plane, I kept thinking about the auction house. 9,000-year-old ginseng plants were auctioned. So many treasure hunters are promoting it. I imagine there must be many world-class billionaires participating in the bidding. Looks like I need to prepare properly. Go explore Treasure Star again as soon as possible and find some other precious and rare treasures. That's how you become an instant sensation. This made Tianbao Auction House famous worldwide. Finally, the helicopter arrived in Xianan and landed on the flat ground in front of Xianxia Sanatorium. At this very moment, in a VIP ward, an elderly man with white hair, wearing an oxygen mask, lay motionless on the bed, completely unconscious, like a withered flower or a decaying tree, about to pass away. Dad, don't go. Fan Qian stood by the bed, tears streaming down his face, deeply grieving. Husband, don't be sad. Dad is old. What can we do? No one can escape birth, aging, sickness and death. A still attractive woman offered gentle words of comfort. It was none other than Madame Fan, Fan Qian's wife. She is also Fan Bingxiang's mother. I can't accept it. Fan Qian's face was full of sorrow and pain. Dad used to be so healthy and strong, so full of vigor. But now he's like a withered leaf in the wind. Just one serious illness has changed everything. Dad is 83 years old, which is considered a long life, so his recovery ability is naturally very poor. Mrs. Fan continued. He's only 83 years old. Many people are still very healthy in their 90s. There are even many who live to be 100, Fan Qian said. If we can find a 300-year-old ginseng, Dad will definitely recover. Although Dr. Sun said that, it's not absolute, the potency of medicine sometimes has its limits. Mrs. Fan said. The Fan family searched the world for 300-year-old ginseng without success. They even hired many world-renowned treasure hunters to search for it in Qinbei Mountain. Fan Bingxiang even led a team there herself, but they still couldn't find 100-year-old ginseng, let alone 300-year-old ginseng. What can we do? It's estimated that there are no 300-year-old ginseng plants in Qinbei Mountain at all. That's all I can say to comfort my husband. Dr. Sun said that Dad can only hold on for 3 more days at most. If we don't find a 300-year-old ginseng by today, it will really be too late. Fan Qian sighed deeply. Well, Mrs. Fan also sighed deeply. Suddenly, the door opened, and Fan Bingxiang rushed in, excitedly shouting, Mom and Dad, I found the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Grandpa is saved. What? 1,000-year-old ginseng? Fan Qian and his wife were startled and stared at him with wide eyes. But then Fan Bingxiang was seen carrying a huge box, inside which lay a massive, ancient ginseng. Such a huge ginseng? Overjoyed, Fan Qian exclaimed, not to mention 1,000 years, even 300 years would be enough for medicine. If it really is 1,000-year-old ginseng, then it's practically a sure thing. After all, it's said that 1,000-year-old ginseng can bring the dead back to life, heal the wounded, and prolong life, so it would be a piece of cake for it. It really is 1,000-year-old ginseng, it has already been identified. Fan Bingxiang said excitedly, it was my friend Zhang Tong who found it. She pointed to Zhang Tong who was following behind and introduced him. This is Zhang Tong, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Hello, uncle and aunt. Zhang Tong was a little embarrassed because he was carrying 2 burlap sacks. However, Fan Bingxiang insisted that he come in, and he couldn't refuse. Hello, thank you so much. You brought a turning point to my father's serious illness. Mr. and Mrs. Fan were very warm and grateful. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard was invited in. He was a folk healer surnamed Sun, said to be a descendant of Sun Simiao. He was asked to identify the ginseng and then prescribe medicine. My God, 1,000-year-old ginseng really exists, and this 1,000-year-old ginseng is of exceptional quality and appearance. It must contain super magical medicinal power. It can definitely bring the dead back to life, and may even extend one's life by more than 10 years. Dr. Sun looked at it with delight for a long time, and even cut off a ginseng root. Immediately, white juice gushed out, emitting an extremely rich and refreshing fragrance. Taking a breath of it made one feel like they were floating on air, extremely comfortable. He then made his judgment. That's great. The Fan family was overjoyed. Could it be that the 1,000-year-old ginseng produced on Baoxing has even stronger effects? Zhang Tong, however, made a connection. My current understanding of Baoxing is still pitifully small. However, the fact that he and Wang Ke broke through in their boxing practice alone is enough to demonstrate Baoxing's miraculous and special abilities. Perhaps, it really is a legendary sacred place suitable for people to cultivate themselves. It's not incomprehensible that ginseng produced from millennial-old plants can extend one's lifespan by more than 10 years. It could even be said to be a very normal thing. Perhaps, Baoxing has other magical treasures waiting for you to discover. The planet Baoxing is incredibly vast, so vast that it can be described as boundless. To date, I haven't even explored a single mountain. It would take countless years to explore the entire planet. Perhaps, even if I had a lifespan of 200 years, I would not be able to explore it all in my lifetime. Unless, Tang Tianquan can continue to break through and extend his lifespan even further. I'll prepare the medicine right away. Just wait and see a miracle. After saying this excitedly, Dr. Sun got to work. A pot of medicine was prepared by decocting dozens of kinds of Chinese herbs, plus a few slices of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Then give Grandpa Fan another acupuncture treatment. Immediately, Grandpa Fan woke up from his coma. But he was almost completely exhausted and didn't even have the strength to speak. Chairman, don't worry, you definitely won't die. Your granddaughter is so filial, she actually found 1,000-year-old ginseng. Combined with your Sun family's miraculous ancient remedy, it will definitely pull you back from the brink of death. After you finish drinking this bowl of medicine, you will recover a lot. I'm a doctor, Dr. Sun said with a smile. 1,000-year-old ginseng? Grandpa Fan's eyes lit up. Who wouldn't want to live if they could avoid death? He immediately tried his best to swallow it down, mouthful by mouthful. Soon, something amazing happened. His pale face regained its color, and he seemed much better. It can even sit up on its own. I feel much better. If it wasn't just a temporary lucidity before death, then maybe I really could have recovered and lived for a few more years. That's what Grandpa Fan said. Chairman, I can guarantee that this is not a final burst of energy before death, but the miraculous effect of 1,000-year-old ginseng. It can strengthen your body and restore your vitality, which is equivalent to extending your lifespan. Living a few more years is not the limit, at least more than 10 years. After finishing his explanation, Dr. Sun exclaimed, the effects of 1,000-year-old ginseng are far more potent than the legends suggest. It can practically be described as a divine medicine. That's great, Grandpa is all right now, he'll definitely live to be 100. Dad, it's good that you've recovered. The Fan family was overjoyed, and the atmosphere was warmer than ever before. It's a pity that 1,000-year-old ginseng is so rare. Finding even one is incredibly lucky. There aren't any more, otherwise, it could extend the lifespan of many more people. Dr. Sun sighed again. It could even be used for research, and it's not impossible to develop a longevity drug. Can't this one be studied? Grandpa Fan said, if I can develop a longevity drug, I will die with a smile on my face. This plant can only be used for one small trial at most, to be used to make longevity pills recorded in ancient prescriptions. One pill can extend life by 1 month, and it is estimated that 120 pills can be made. That would extend life by 10 years. Dr. Sun said, the real research is to study why longevity pills can extend lifespan, so as to develop alternative drugs. The amount of longevity pills needed is unimaginable. Of course, we can start by studying 1,000-year-old ginseng, but it will be more difficult to achieve results. After all, the life extension effect of 1,000-year-old ginseng alone is still limited, and the amount of 1,000-year-old ginseng consumed will naturally be greater. Actually, Zhang Tong found a total of 10,000-year-old ginseng plants, Fan Bingxiang said. 10 plants? Where? Dr. Sun's eyes lit up, and a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Here. Zhang Tong put down the sack in his hand and opened it. My God. Dr. Sun took it out as if it were a precious treasure, his face full of shock and his eyes burning with fervor. There are actually 10 such treasures? This is simply the best gift that nature has given to humankind. Then he looked at old Master Fan and said seriously, Chairman, our company must buy these 10 ginseng roots to research longevity drugs. If successful, it may change the limits of human lifespan and bring enormous wealth. I'm sorry, these 9 ginseng roots have already been announced for auction. Zhang Tong spoke first. I'm just worried that Grandpa Fan might make a decision that would be very awkward. Yes, that's true. Fan Bingbing also proved it. In that case, our Fan family will bid with all our might. We must acquire at least 1, or even more. That's what Grandpa Fan said. Yes. Fan Qian respectfully agreed. His expression also turned serious. Achieving this goal will not be easy, as it involves dealing with almost all the world's wealthy individuals, and even various pharmaceutical companies. Those are all behemoths. Although the Fan family is not weak, but I'm still not very confident that I can win the bid for 1. After all, the miraculous effects of century-old ginseng have long been proven. Some pharmaceutical companies have also been secretly researching this. However, the research progress is not very fast because century-old ginseng is too rare. In today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, research on longevity has yielded numerous scientific achievements. Examples include blood transfusions, weekly fasting, research on a monomeric anti-aging enzyme in the human body, and research on telomeres. What Qin Shi Huan couldn't do, scientists of this era might be able to do. Baoxing must have many more 1,000-year-old ginseng. They are of immense value. Zhang Tong was secretly delighted. If numerous research companies truly begin investigating the secrets of ginseng's longevity properties, the value of 1,000-year-old ginseng might skyrocket. For me, this is a fantastic thing. Zhang Tong carried 2 burlap sacks back to the villa. As soon as I entered, I saw Zhao Qian mopping the floor. She wore a black miniskirt, revealing a pair of long, snow-white legs. She has a curvaceous figure and is extremely alluring. Is she deliberately trying to seduce me? Zhang Tong's eyes were fixed on the beautiful scenery, deeply attracted by the captivating view. Boss, you're back. Zhao Qian, her face beaming with delight, fluttered over like a butterfly, invited Zhang Tong to sit on the sofa, and served him fragrant tea. During this time, she really studied and learned carefully how to be a qualified secretary. Now it looks quite presentable. After all, she was very worried that if she didn't do a good job as a secretary, she would most likely be fired. Then he replaced her with a beautiful secretary who satisfied Zhang Tong. Where am I supposed to find a job with an annual salary of 3 million? Come on, give me a report on your work. Zhang Tong patted the sofa next to him. Zhao Qingxia sat down in the designated spot and gave a report on her work over the past 10 days. They bought the first floor of the nearby Jin Mao Tower, which has an area of 3,200 square meters, plus a 300 square meter basement. It cost 320 million. The average price reached 100,000. Because in a building, the first floor is often the most expensive. The upper floors generally don't sell for high prices. Tianbao Auction House has also been successfully registered. Luo Jinayu is busy with renovations. As for hiring staff and buying a car, we haven't had time to do that yet. Not bad. Zhang Tong put his arm around Zhao Qian's slender waist and said, You're quite capable. Don't want. Zhao Qian blushed and ran away. I don't want to be subjected to unspoken rules so soon. Men won't cherish what they get too easily. We need to renovate as soon as possible and recruit staff with auction experience. We can use headhunting firms. Our auction house must open as soon as possible, and we need to hold an auction on December 1st. Zhang Tong gave the order. Yes, boss. Zhao Qian respectfully agreed. He was secretly delighted. Zhang Tong wasn't angry. It's clear that they have a high tolerance for her. However, this balance must be carefully maintained. Boss, did you find anything on your trip to Qinbei Mountain? Did you find any ginseng? Zhao Qian asked curiously. The harvest is in the bag, see for yourself. Zhang Tong said. Could we have really found ginseng? Zhao Qian was both expectant and disbelieving as she opened the sack. They were dumbfounded and completely stunned. My god, so much ginseng? So huge? Boss, how old is this ginseng? Zhao Qian asked, her voice trembling. 1,000 years. There are 10 in total. Fan Bingbing bought one for 200 million. The remaining 9 are here and will be auctioned at our company on December 1st. Rich people from all over the world will come. We need to be prepared. Zhang Tong said. What? 200 million for one? 10 of them would be 2 billion. Zhao Qian's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief and shock. Zhang Tong made 2 billion yuan from a trip to Qinbei Mountain? What terrifying earning power. Didn't anyone else dig it up? Zhao Qian finally came to her senses and asked curiously. There are more than 50 experts in total, including about 30 treasure hunters, but they were all unlucky and didn't find anything. Zhang Tong sighed. 1,000-year-old ginseng is not so easy to find. Besides strength, you also need luck, and even more so, you need to be blessed by God. Only if there is a real treasure can you find it. Boss, you're amazing. Zhao Qian was so excited that she couldn't help but hug Zhang Tong's neck, smiling sweetly and looking at him with her beautiful eyes. She's practically a tempting little enchantress. Dare to tempt me? Zhang Tong couldn't resist this temptation, nor did he want to. She was his beautiful secretary. There's nothing wrong with being ambiguous or flirtatious. He held her tightly and began to kiss her passionately. Anyway, this isn't the first time. I'm very familiar with the process now. Don't want. Zhao Qian blushed and pouted coquettishly, playing hard to get. They gradually fell into an incredibly wonderful state. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, as Wang Kei's alarm went off, Fatty Luo burst through the door shouting, Boss, you're finally back. I'm exhausted, I haven't slept for days. Then he saw a scene that was inappropriate for children. He quickly opened his eyes wide to watch and learn, while shamelessly saying, I didn't see it, you guys continue. The perfect image of the school beauty goddess also crumbled in his mind. She actually volunteered to be Zhang Tong's secretary. Now she's even actively trying to seduce her boss. This is so disappointing. Well, it turns out, money is the only truth. Even the most beautiful goddess will throw herself into your arms. Zhang Tong had no choice but to let go of Zhao Qian, letting her run away shyly. Then he glared at Luo Pang with annoyance. Weren't you working on renovations at the company? Why did you suddenly come back? Didn't you ask me to come and report on my work? Luo Pang, sounding both self-righteous and incredibly aggrieved, retorted, You didn't pay attention, so it's my fault? Fatty Luo, I have some amazing news for you. The boss has struck it rich again, making a whopping 2 billion. Zhao Qian quickly tried to distract herself. Actually, I just had to get this off my chest. What? You made another 2 billion yuan just from a trip to Qinbei Mountain? Are you the reincarnation of the god of wealth? Luo Pang was dumbfounded and utterly shocked. Now I finally understand why Zhao Qian threw herself into his arms. It's simply impossible to resist the charm of a super rich person. If I were a beautiful woman, I would definitely do the same, right? I rely on my strong strength. Zhang Tong said, It's not luck. Powerful strength? Luo asked in surprise, Give me an example. Then you can watch closely. Zhang Tong decided to show them his power. I will acquire even more treasures in the future. These two guys are the most important people in my life. We must instill in them the idea that Zhang Tong is extremely powerful, so it's normal for him to find all sorts of treasures. He rushed out of the hall like a gust of wind, suddenly jumped up, and with a whoosh, leaped into the air about 10 meters high, plucking a leaf from the crown of a landscape tree. Holy crap, is this the legendary lightness skill? Even the legendary lightness skill can't be this amazing, right? Luo Pang and Zhao Qian were truly shocked and utterly astonished, finding it hard to believe. Zhang Tong is actually a Superman? No wonder he became a treasure hunter, no wonder he earned billions in wealth. I'm not Superman, I've just been skilled in martial arts since I was a child. In fact, any great treasure hunter is a martial arts master. There's no need to be surprised, Zhang Tong said. You are all employees of my Tianbao auction house. Don't be timid or hesitant in your work. Be confident, neither humble nor arrogant. Don't be afraid of anyone. My company and I are your backing. Both of them were new to the workforce and lacked experience. If we don't give them confidence, they might not be able to get things done. So, in the past 10 days, they only bought one floor and registered the company. I haven't bought a car yet. No staff were hired. Boss, I've been bullied terribly, and I don't know what to do. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and she said with a wronged expression, You were bullied? Really? Zhang Tong was a little skeptical. Who would dare to bully a stunning beauty like Zhao Qian? Countless boys would definitely beat him to a pulp. We really got bullied. Luo Pang chimed in, Zhao Qian is your woman. Since you're a legendary martial arts master, you have to get revenge. Luo Pang still needs a good talking to. Zhang Tong's face darkened. How did Zhao Qian become my woman? She's just my secretary. You can't just say things carelessly. Fatty Luo, you idiot, if you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Seeing that Zhang Tong was unhappy, Zhao Qian immediately scolded him playfully. Did I say something wrong? Luo Jinayu, however, disagreed. Zhang Tong slept with you, so aren't you his woman? Forgive me for accidentally revealing the truth. Are you still not happy? I'm not an outsider. It won't be publicized. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly, Zhang Tong asked impatiently. Zhao Qian then began to narrate. It turns out that the person who bullied Zhao Qian was none other than the owner of Tianlan Manor. Zhao Qian worked as a real estate sales model for 7 days and was paid 21,000 yuan. I did manage to get my hands on it. However, the property owner was unwilling to pay her the 1.225 million yuan commission she earned from selling the villa. They find all sorts of excuses to delay payment. Is the boss male or female? Zhang Tong asked angrily. What kind of bizarre thought process is this? Luo Pang looked completely bewildered, not quite understanding. Could it be that there are different ways to handle things depending on gender? Men are beaten to death? Women are raped to death? It was a man, but the person who initially approached me to discuss things was a female manager. But now that female manager has left. In fact, I've never even met the boss. It was the new female sales manager who relayed the message, but it's true that he's unwilling to pay commission. Zhao Qian said. Is the new manager trying to pocket your commission? Zhang Tong pondered for a moment and said, I don't think such a big boss would do something so reckless. After all, it would have a very bad impact. What would the other saleswomen think? Would they dare to continue selling houses? So, as long as we make a phone call to the property owner, the matter can be resolved. But I can't find the boss's phone number, so there's no way to contact him. Zhao Qian said. You can't get in touch with them, is there no other way? They're just students with no experience, easy to bully. Zhang Tong shook his head secretly and said calmly, let's go meet that manager. I decided to teach them a lesson on how to avoid being bullied. So the three of them went to the sales office. A new manager has been found. She's in her 40s, but still retains her charm. Perhaps it was beautiful once. Manager Lu, right? I heard you wanted to withhold Zhao Qian's commission. Upon meeting, Zhang Tong spoke coldly. Who are you? Are you here to stand up for her? Manager Lu looked Zhang Tong up and down, his face full of contempt. My name is Zhang Tong, the owner of the villa that cost 45 million. Zhang Tong said, Zhao Qian is still my secretary. Do you have a problem with me standing up for her? Oh, it's Mr. Zhang. The thing is, the contract the former manager signed didn't mention commission, it only said a daily rate of 2,000. Manager Lu's expression changed slightly, and he quickly explained, we hired a sales model, and we just paid her. As for how many houses were sold and how much commission she received, that's none of her business. But the former manager did say that if I sold the house, I would receive a commission of 2.5%. Zhao Qian said angrily. It wasn't mentioned in the contract, I'm just acting according to the contract. Manager Lu said. Then I'd like to ask, who got the commission for the villa I bought? Zhang Tong sneered and asked pointedly. This. Manager Lu's expression changed drastically. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Since you can't answer that, let the police investigate. Zhang Tong said dismissively, Zhao Qian, call the police. Yes, boss. Zhao Qian took out her phone to make a call. No. Manager Lu immediately cowered and knelt down, saying, I was blinded by greed. I thought I could steal the commission since it wasn't mentioned in the contract. I was wrong. I'll give you the commission right away. Holy crap, it's that simple? Why couldn't I have thought of that? Luo Pang and Zhao Qian were dumbfounded, feeling both ashamed and surprised. It seems there's a reason why Zhang Tong has amassed billions in wealth. The gap between me and him is too big. Since you know you were wrong, I'll forgive you this time. However, if you dare to bully my people again, you won't have such a good time next time. You'll definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Tong pondered for a moment, then generously said, Thank you. Manager Lu thanked him repeatedly. He quickly transferred 1.125 million yuan to Zhao Qian. It turns out she had already received the commission, which was in her own account. That was the end of it. Zhang Tong didn't use any connections or leverage his wealth to pressure anyone. There was no unforgiving attitude even when one was in the right. That woman is wicked. She stole my commission. Even after leaving the sales office, Zhao Qian was still very angry. Boss, why don't you call the police? That would have taught that woman a huge lesson, and it would have been better to make her spend a few years in jail, Fatty Luo asked, still feeling resentful. It's simple, because I don't want to make enemies with this kind of trashy woman. Zhang Tong said, I'm not afraid myself, but it's not good for Zhao Qian. After all, if we call the police, she will go to jail, and it's not impossible for her to retaliate against Zhao Qian in the future. If we don't call the police, she will also be punished, but she won't blame Zhao Qian or us, and there will be no future troubles. What punishment did you receive? I can't see it coming. Luo Pang looked completely bewildered. All the saleswomen saw it, knew about her scandal. Someone who wanted to be manager would definitely report her to the property developer. The developer would fire her without hesitation, without any compensation. So, she would lose her job. She wouldn't even dare write sales manager on her resume anymore. It would be very difficult for her to find a high-paying job, Zhang Tong said. So her hatred shifted, directed at the informant or the property developer. It has nothing to do with us. Holy crap, this is some serious scheming. Boss, you're amazing. No wonder you're a tycoon. I can only be your lackey. Luo Pang looked at Zhang Tong with utter astonishment, as if he were looking at a monster. He admired Zhang Tong to the extreme. That's amazing, that's incredible. Zhao Qian was equally impressed, and her gaze towards Zhang Tong changed. A feeling called worship welled up inside me. She even started having wild thoughts. If I were to become his woman, even a woman in secret, I would surely be perfectly safe, right? Don't worry at all about being bullied. And don't worry about not having money at all. With his abilities, making money would be a piece of cake for him. Even now, he has earned over 6 billion. His company was newly established and had not yet become a regular entity. What amazing achievements will he make in the future? How could I possibly control a man like that? I'll just stay obediently and be his secretary. She hugged his leg tightly. He controlled them. This is the right way to get along. Thinking of this, her pretty face blushed. She boldly took Zhang Tong's arm. Boss, thank you for standing up for me. I'll treat you to dinner. Aren't you going to invite me? I have my own troubles even if I haven't done anything special. Luo Pang said indignantly. If you want to be a third wheel, then come on over. Zhao Qian glared at Luo Pang. Luo Pang understood immediately and quickly made an excuse to slip away. Secretly, she was so envious and jealous that her eyes turned red. Zhang Tong was really thrilled. The school beauty has been completely won over. With wealth and high intelligence working in tandem, the once incredibly arrogant campus belle had no resistance whatsoever and surrendered immediately. After having a couple-set meal, Zhang Tong went to the company accompanied by Zhao Qian. 3,000 square meters is still quite spacious. The office and auction hall have been separated, and the flooring has been installed. The treasure trove in the basement is under construction. The project must be completed within 1 month. If it is completed 1 day earlier and meets the standards, a reward of 100,000 yuan will be given. If it is completed 2 days earlier, a reward of 200,000 yuan will be given, and so on. Zhang Tong boldly gave the order. Yes, boss. The renovation workers were beaming with joy. They were like they'd been injected with chicken blood, their work speed skyrocketed. Zhao Qian and I are going to buy a car now. What kind of car do you want? Zhang Tong asked Luo Pang. Are you really going to provide me with a car? Luo was both surprised and delighted, and also a little embarrassed. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, plus a car, that's some amazing benefits. I feel ashamed to accept such a position. Although Zhao Qian's salary is higher, at 3 million a year, but he wasn't envious at all. Because Zhao Qian has to pay more. You're our company's master stone cutter. You must be provided with a car. Zhang Tong said earnestly. They have plenty of money now, and their only capable subordinates are Luo Jinayo and Zhao Qian. If you don't even have a car, it's really low class. Then let's get an Audi A4L, Luo Jinayo said. You still really like Audi. Zhang Tong had a strange expression on his face. Luo Jinayo once dreamed of buying an Audi. But a dream is just a dream, and it can never come true. Fortunately, he had Zhang Tong as a brother. Otherwise, if you want to drive an Audi, even the cheapest one, who knows when that will be? What about you? What kind of car do you want? As they walked out of the company, Zhang Tong put his arm around Zhao Qian's slender waist and asked with a smile. I have no idea. Zhao Qian blushed with embarrassment, but did not break free. Do you like sports cars? Zhang Tong asked. I like it, but not too expensive. Zhao Qian said nervously. A Ferrari 812, very beautiful, over 5 million. What do you think? Zhang Tong asked. No, I'm just a secretary, I can't have such a nice car. It will cause you trouble. Just give me a car under $1 million. Zhao Qian was stunned and quickly refused. She wasn't the kind of woman who was insatiable. She had a clear understanding of her own position. She was a beautiful secretary who could be sexually exploited, and she didn't dare to dream of becoming Zhang Tong's girlfriend. This is also what Zhang Tong was hoping for. Actually, Zhang Tong doesn't really want to have a girlfriend. Because your girlfriend will urge you to talk about marriage, will find all sorts of reasons to ask for this and that, and will try every means to control your wallet. That's really not a comfortable thing. Of course, if your girlfriend is a rich and beautiful woman with her own career, that's fine too. That would be much better. But Zhang Tong came from humble beginnings and knew very few wealthy and beautiful women. So far, only Fan Bingbing has done so. There was absolutely no spark between the two. Therefore, Zhang Tong has no plans to date at the moment. There's no rush at all. He was only 22 years old, a time when he was young and impetuous. In addition, he cultivated the heaven-reaching strength, which allows him to live up to 200 years. If breakthroughs can be achieved, lifespan can be multiplied. With plenty of time to relax, it's perfectly normal to start dating again in 10 or 20 years. Besides, his parents are both dead, so no one is pressuring him to get married. A car under $1 million? That's a bit low end. After all, you're my secretary, Zhang Tong's secretary. Zhang Tong said, however, let's go and take a look first. Aha! Zhao Qian's eyes were full of love, her face was full of tenderness, and her voice was more charming than ever before. Boss, there's a car show today, with all kinds of luxury cars, including supercars worth tens of millions. Their boss contacted me, wanting me to be a car model, but I refused. Do you want to go take a look? Auto show? Of course I'll go. Zhang Tong's eyes lit up, and he became slightly excited and thrilled. He and his two roommates used to be very fond of auto shows, because you can see car models and take photos to your heart's content. Go back and enjoy it slowly. Therefore, I try every means to go to every auto show. It's a pity that Luo Janaya can't make it today, he has to do renovations. Meanwhile, his other roommate, Yang Bo, went to work in Shanghai. He once proudly told Zhang Tong and Luo Janaya that the auto shows in Shanghai were bigger and the models were prettier. So he decided to work hard in Shanghai and marry a super beautiful car model someday. I wonder if that bastard has achieved his dream yet, or if he's been noticed by a car model. Half an hour later, Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian arrived at the auto show. It's very large. The spacious hall was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. There are new models as well as established models. It might be a promotional activity by the manufacturer. The car models were also more beautiful than ever before. The top one is even comparable to Zhao Qian. Countless men stared in disbelief, drooling, frantically taking pictures with their phones and cameras. Boss, isn't that car model beautiful? Do you like her? Zhao Qian pointed to the most beautiful car model and asked meaningfully. I simply admire it. Zhang Tong said earnestly, it's not a matter of liking or disliking. I know that car model. Her name is Lu Qingxi, and she's 19 years old. Actually, she's a beautiful live streamer, modeling is just a side job for her. Zhao Qian said. What do you mean by all this? Zhang Tong glanced at her. I'm just worried that you'll become infatuated with her. Zhao Qian said, after all, she's so beautiful, no man wouldn't like her. Do you have a bad relationship with her? Are you enemies? Zhang Tong asked suspiciously. Our relationship was just so-so. Anyway, we worked as models at the same time. Zhao Qian said, if she tries to seduce you later, don't pay attention to her. Even if you do, don't fall in love with her. Are you sure she'll seduce me? Zhang Tong inexplicably became interested. I've been to many auto shows in the past, so I know a lot about car models. Car models, especially the most beautiful ones, are very proud and famous. Why would they actively seduce men? I'm sure, because you're super handsome and incredibly rich. Zhao Qian said, the important thing is, you might buy a luxury car here, how could she not notice? Let's wait and see. Zhang Tong smiled. They continued browsing and soon spotted 3 cars that they liked. A red Porsche 911, 2023 Carrera T 3.0T, 1.5 million. An Audi A8L, 830,000 yuan. A Mercedes-Benz GLS, 1.06 million. Instead of buying it right away, he went to the most expensive luxury car in the store and began to examine it carefully. This is a white Ferrari Raphael. Extremely cool and stylish. Any man would like that. After all, it's a top-tier supercar worth over 20 million. The most beautiful car model was standing next to the supercar, flipping her hair and posing. Now it's much clearer. She was at least 1.76 meters tall, and with her red high heels, she was about the same height as Zhang Tong. She had a very slender waist, but her bust was very full. It looked as if it was about to burst out of its clothes. Her legs were also very long and fair. Her features were exquisite, and her skin was fair and exceptionally delicate. Overall, she exudes sexiness, allure, and beauty. Surprisingly, she was on par with Zhao Qian. So beautiful. Zhang Tong couldn't help but take a few more glances. He was even somewhat looking forward to it, hoping she would seduce him. It's not that I want to sleep with her, but I enjoy the feeling of being seduced. What a handsome man. Is he a super rich second-generation heir? Otherwise, why would Zhao Qian, who is usually so cold to men, cling to his arm the whole time? And why is she so ingratiating? Car model Lu Qingxi had, of course, noticed Zhang Tong long ago. When she saw Zhang Tong come over, her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Zhao Qian, get someone to come over, I want to buy a car. Zhang Tong fell deeply in love with this Ferrari Raphael, because he knew this car was awesome. It employs a state-of-the-art hybrid system, combining a turbocharged engine and an electric motor. The combined output reaches a staggering 708 kilowatts. It also features an energy recovery system that recycles excess heat from breaking into electricity, further powering the vehicle. Combined with a V10 engine, this brings the total output to an impressive 1,000 horsepower. Moreover, this car is about to be discontinued. Even if you try to order, you can't get one. It's lucky to even encounter one. Sir, is Zhao Qian your girlfriend? Seeing Zhao Qian leave, Lu Qingxi gracefully tossed her long hair and asked coquettishly, "She is my secretary." Zhang Tong glanced at her. Was Zhao Qian right? Is this supermodel trying to seduce me? Secretary? Lu Qingxi looked surprised and bewildered, then almost burst out laughing. Zhao Qian, you've fallen from grace. She actually became a secretary. I'm so ashamed of you. I thought you found a rich second-generation boyfriend. Little did I know it wasn't. Zhao Qian, I despise you. You're really going downhill. At that moment, she felt a deep sense of superiority. Soon, Zhao Qian brought over a woman in her 30s. Upon meeting her, Zhao Qian said, "Hello, I'm Manager Wu Li. Are you here to buy a car? I'm buying 4 cars, a red Porsche 911, a 2023 Carrera T3.0T, a black Audi A8L, and a silver Mercedes-Benz GLS. In addition, can I pick up this Ferrari Raphael today?" Zhang Tong said it casually. What? 4 cars? Among them is a Ferrari Raphael worth over 20 million? Manager Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Qingxi was also dumbfounded, her delicate body trembling. My God, what an incredibly wealthy person this is? Does he have a net worth of tens of billions? After all, even Wang Kongkong wouldn't dare to be so extravagant, only true self-made millionaires would dare to spend money like that. You can pick up the car today, and the license plate will be processed as well, Manager Wu said excitedly. Then let's get the paperwork done. Zhang Tong looked completely calm and collected. It's only a little over 20 million, it's nothing to him. It's not just because he now has billions in assets. It's because he possesses a precious star. The treasures on it are countless. That jade mountain alone should be worth trillions. It just takes time to Monet eyes. Manager Wu immediately began processing the paperwork. Of course, Zhao Qian was the one handling the communication. After all, the secretary does the work. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Tong simply took out his ID card and swiped his card. Sir, after you finish your paperwork, I'll be off work. Could you give me a ride home? Lu Qingxi asked shyly. Holy crap, is she really seducing me? Zhang Tong was surprised and felt really comfortable. It's very captivating. However, Zhang Tong refused without hesitation. Sorry, I'm busy today. Lu Qingxi was stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe that such a stunning car model as herself, who had taken the initiative to seduce someone, had actually been rejected. But of course, she wouldn't give up, so she quickly gave a flirtatious wink and asked coquettishly, then let's add each other on WeChat. Can. This time, Zhang Tong did not refuse. He was still willing to stay in touch with such a beautiful car model. However, he didn't know anything about Lu Qingxi. Therefore, there is still a certain degree of caution. On the contrary, Zhao Qian, being an alumna, was someone I knew well. That's why they were willing to let her be their secretary. It can be considered as fulfilling a dream I had during my university years. The formalities were completed quickly. The license plate has been installed. So Zhang Tong drove off in his Ferrari Raphael, and Zhao Qian in her Porsche 911, under Lu Qingxi's incredibly envious and jealous gaze. The other 2 cars were driven by Manager Wu and another employee, and they took Zhang Tong to his villa. Zhang Tong did not speed, he drove very carefully. Although I have a driver's license, I have very little driving experience. You can only get used to it gradually. Zhao Qian felt the same way. Driving such a luxury car made her really nervous. I was terrified of getting hit. Secretary Zhao, from now on you'll drive this Porsche 911, and Fatty Lua will drive the Audi A8. Gas reimbursement will be provided. Back at the villa, Zhang Tong said, "Thank you, boss." Zhao Qian's face was full of gratitude and joy. "Come on, I'll take you for a drive." Zhang Tong then called out to Zhao Qian, "Yes, boss." Zhao Qian's eyes lit up with a bright light, and her pretty face turned rosy. He was clearly very excited. This is a luxury car worth over 20 million yuan. Most beautiful women, even those with stunning looks, may never have the chance to sit on it in their entire lives. Wang Ke, go to the roof of the car. After Zhao Qian got into the car, Zhang Tong called Wang Ke to get on the roof. As soon as the car started, it executed a beautiful tailspin and sped off. Whoosh! Like a silver lightning bolt, like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, they were out of the residential area and onto the road. With a roar, it disappeared at the end of the road. Wang Ke is truly an amazing dog. It stands very steadily on the roof of the car, just like welding it onto a car. It even barks occasionally, seemingly showing off its power and awesomeness. Wow, luxury cars and beautiful women, this is awesome. My god, that's a Ferrari Raffle, a luxury car worth over 20 million? And there's a stunningly beautiful woman in it? Holy crap, who is that? Driving a multi-million-dollar supercar with a stunningly beautiful woman? Who is that beautiful woman? How could such a wealthy man have taken a liking to her and take her for a ride? Didn't you see the dog on the roof? That dog is something else. What an amazing dog. It's incredible. I'm so envious of the beautiful women in the car. I envy the dog on the car roof. Pedestrians on the road, drivers in cars, and even dogs on the roadside all exclaimed in surprise, filled with extreme envy and jealousy. Luxury cars and beautiful women, it's really awesome. Zhang Tong also became excited. So, driving a Ferrari Raffle only feels right when you're with a stunningly beautiful woman. Otherwise, I can never muster the energy. Boss, I love you. Zhao Qian also inexplicably felt an unprecedented happiness and comfort. Her smile was radiant, and she was stunningly beautiful. At that moment, she felt that she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Why is this girl so excited? Zhang Tong glanced at Zhao Qian, then sped up even more, racing wildly down the road. After a half-hour drive, Zhang Tong drove all the way back to the countryside. He parked the car in front of his own house. My god, Zhang Tong drove back in such a flashy car with such a stunningly beautiful woman? Is he here to show off his wealth? Last time Zhang Tong left in a helicopter, but today he's back in a supercar. Looks like Zhang Tong has really struck it rich. Many elderly people saw it, and they were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Boss, where is this? As soon as she got out of the car, Zhao Qian asked in a sweet voice. This is my hometown, and I grew up here. Zhang Tong said, make a note of this. Find a construction team to demolish my old house and build a villa. Just have them handle the labor and materials, don't keep an eye on it every day. Yes, boss. We'll stay here tonight. Zhang Tong said. Ah, Zhao Qian tensed up instantly, her cheeks flushing red. It adds to her beauty. Zhao Qian followed Zhang Tong into the main room with a shy smile and began busily making tea. Then, with a radiant smile and fragrant breath, she massaged Zhang Tong's shoulders. Today, Zhang Tong got back over $1,000,000 in commission for her and even bought her a Porsche 911 worth 1.5 million yuan. She was overjoyed and incredibly excited. Of course I have to please him. We should repay him properly. Perhaps it was because wearing high heels was inconvenient, or perhaps because Zhang Tong was not taking the initiative, she suddenly stumbled and fell into Zhang Tong's arms. Suddenly, thunder from the heavens ignited fire from the earth. The two began to embrace passionately and entwine intimately. Boss, no, no. When Zhang Tong carried her into the room, Zhao Qian panicked a little and coquettishly tried to stop him. But it was a case of feigning reluctance while actually welcoming. After the exhilarating passion, Zhao Qian felt completely exhausted and lay motionless on the bed, her pretty face still flushed with the afterglow of spring, exuding endless shyness. Like a crabapple tree in spring slumber. Absolutely stunning. I finally realized my long-held dream. Zhang Tong felt refreshed, satisfied, and proud. During his university years, he undoubtedly liked Zhao Qian, but he didn't dare to confess his feelings or even get close to her. But my biggest fantasy at the time was to seduce Zhao Qian and become the enemy of all the boys. The root cause was that he was too poor. But unexpectedly, the absurd fantasy of the past has become a reality. Zhao Qian actually volunteered to be his secretary. And now she was finally lying on his bed, nestled shyly in his arms. It gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, Zhang Tong's phone. The phone rang, as if someone was trying to contact him. I bet it's Lu Qingxi flirting with you. Zhao Qian said ambiguously, do you believe me or not? No way. Zhang Tong didn't believe it, but when he checked his phone, he was stunned. It really was Lu Qingxi flirting with him. Mr. Zhang, are you home yet? It really was her. You're amazing. Zhang Tong looked at Zhao Qian in surprise. Who told you to be such a handsome and incredibly wealthy man, boss? Although Lu Qingxi is very beautiful, she also dreams of having something happen between you, Zhao Qian said. Does she do this often? Zhang Tong frowned slightly. That's not it. She only makes advances towards super rich people like you, Zhao Qian said with a smile, but she's very materialistic. If you want to sleep with her, be prepared to bleed a lot. I don't want to sleep with her. Jiang Tong touched his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I don't believe it. A beauty like her, what man wouldn't want her? Zhao Qian said coquettishly. That's not absolute. You're overgeneralizing. Jiang Tong's expression was a bit strange. Being a secretary and being a girlfriend are definitely different. She is not easily jealous and dares to speak her mind. This is how you truly interact. It was also exceptionally comfortable. Boss, let me answer her, okay? Zhao Qian acted coquettishly. Do as you please. Jiang Tong handed her the phone and looked at it with great interest. I'd like to see how Zhao Qian teases Lu Qingxi. But Zhao Qian replied with a mischievous smile, I'm home. Where do you live? Lu Qingxi's eyes lit up, and her heart pounded. That's great, they actually replied. Is there a chance? You guess. I can't guess. Bro, are you going to a nightclub? Nightclubs? No way, I have plenty of women. Should we add another one? I'll come find you, okay? Holy crap. Jiang Tong was utterly dumbfounded when he saw this. It's a bit unbelievable. Lu Qingxi is too bold and proactive. So even goddess-level beauties can be this open? The prerequisite is that you need to be rich and handsome enough to make her fall in love. No, I'm not a casual man. You're the complete opposite. Zhao Qian's face was full of mockery. I'm not that easy. I've never had a boyfriend or dated a man before. This is the first time. I fell in love with you at first sight because you're so handsome. Hee hee. Zhao Qian replied with these two words, indicating that she did not believe it at all. I live in Xiangshan Villa. Come visit me sometime. Tonight is fine too. Lu Qingxi felt that her opponent was too powerful and she could not overcome him, so she prepared to retreat. I don't believe it. Your trick is to lure me over and then demand all sorts of gifts. You can't get them for less than a few million. Lu Qingxi used 6 ellipses. She was truly speechless. Looks like we've encountered an incredibly experienced and wealthy tycoon. Getting her to have her is going to be incredibly difficult. Alas, even with unparalleled beauty, it's not like you can always succeed. This woman is going to become depressed. Zhao Qian grinned mischievously. Jiang Tong also had a strange expression on his face. I feel like I've learned something. Bro, can I come to my live stream? I'm about to go live, I'll dance for you. Lu Qingxi decided to back down this time and then stop talking, clearly indicating that she had really started the live stream. She's just taking a chance, not really liking you. She just wants to flirt with you and get something out of you. After failing, she even tried to lure you to watch her live stream, planning to slowly win you over, Zhao Qian said seriously. So, boss, you absolutely mustn't fall for her, or you'll get hurt. It seems that women understand women best. Jiang Tong was filled with endless sighs. Boss, tonight is my first time, and you're my first man. I love you, and I'll always be good to you. Zhao Qian tossed aside her phone, wrapped her arms around Jiang Tong's neck, and gazed at him tenderly, her breath sweet as orchids. I want to be your secretary for life. Will you never let me go? As long as you continue to treat me well, I will of course treat you well in return, and let you enjoy all the riches and honors. Don't worry, Jiang Tong said with a smile, glancing at the plum blossoms on the bedsheet. I will make you the happiest man in the world. Overjoyed to have received the promise, Zhao Qian's face was filled with happiness. She felt like she owned the whole world. She knew very well that Jiang Tong knew her well because they were alumni. He knew she was the most beautiful girl in school, the dream goddess of countless boys, had never had a boyfriend, and had rejected the advances of countless rich second-generation men. Therefore, Jiang Tong had a very good impression of her. She must have been his dream girl at one time. There is such sentiment. That provides the foundation for happiness. We should cherish it. From now on, I will strive to love him, enter his heart, and become the most important woman in his life. It was a wonderful and sweet night. Jiang Tong enjoyed it very much and had many reflections. So this is what life is like for the super-rich, so colorful and vibrant. He had only had this extraordinary encounter for a little over 10 days when he acquired a villa, a luxury car company, and even turned his former dream goddess into a beautiful secretary who was now lying in his arms. He was even actively flirted with by a beautiful live streamer and car model like Lu Qingxi. He had truly reached the pinnacle of his life. It felt amazing. What's even more exciting is that his life as a super-rich man has only just begun. There are countless treasures waiting to be collected on the planet. He can continue to improve his Tongtian fist technique. Lifespan can continue to increase significantly. Haha, my future is the stars and the sea. Something to look forward to. The wonderful night has finally come to an end. As dawn broke, the sun hung high in the sky. Zhao Qian finally woke up, glanced at her phone, and her expression changed drastically. Oh no, I'm going to be late. She's still a sophomore and has to attend classes. Then you can take my car. I'm going to sleep a little longer. Jiang Tong was too lazy to get out of bed. Get up too, let's go together. There's nothing good to eat here, what if you get starving? Zhao Qian struggled to get out of bed, and her movements were somewhat difficult. Fortunately, he was young and recovered quickly. Otherwise, he might not be able to get out of bed. It's okay, I'll just make something to eat later. I still need to go treasure hunting in Daikingshan. Zhang Tong said, I won't be back for a few days. Going treasure hunting again? Zhao Qian was taken aback. What kind of treasure could there be in Daikingshan? Of course I will. I won't go back empty-handed. I can make hundreds of millions or even billions. Then I wish you a fruitful journey. Zhao Qian didn't quite believe it, but she didn't say anything discouraging. She didn't leave immediately, because she felt sorry for Zhang Tong who had worked all night. She made him some noodles, put in 2 eggs, and brought them to his bedside before leaving happily. It doesn't matter if I'm late. Anyway, this isn't the first time I've skipped class. Zhao Qian first returned to Zhang Tong's villa, changed into her Porsche 911, and then went to school. A Ferrari Raffle, that's too luxurious, she wouldn't dare drive it to school. That could cause a sensation. This led to countless rumors. She ran into Luo Pang on the road, stopped the car and said, the boss bought you an Audi A8L. It's in the villa. Here are the keys. Audi A8? That's awesome. Luo Pang was overjoyed, but immediately put on an angry expression and said, but isn't the boss a bit too fond of women and neglects his friends? He actually bought you a Porsche 911? More than 1.5 million, right? I'm the company secretary, representing the company's reputation. What's wrong with being equipped with a Porsche 911? And you're just a stonecutter, aren't you satisfied with being equipped with an Audi A8? Zhao Qian retorted. Satisfied, satisfied. Luo Pang immediately raised his hands in surrender, then asked curiously, what kind of car did the boss buy himself? A Ferrari Raphael, a Mercedes. Zhao Qian said. Holy crap, this is inhumanly extravagant. Luo Pang exclaimed, dumbfounded and utterly shocked. The boss made billions from just one trip to Qinbei Mountain, so what's a few tens of millions spent on a car? Zhao Qian said it casually. Yeah, the boss is amazing, he makes so much money, and he's so handsome, he's a total heartbreaker. As Luo Janaya mentioned this, he secretly felt envious. Judging from this, Zhao Qian has returned from outside the school. She must have been with Zhang Tong last night. What happened last night is obvious even to a fool. It's good to be rich. The top campus belle volunteered to become the company secretary. When there's work to be done, the secretary does it. When there's nothing else, well, shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it and asked, where's the boss? He's still sleeping. Zhao Qian blushed as she spoke. Because he let it slip, it was practically an admission of guilt. Even if Luo Pang is an idiot, he knows that she slept with Zhang Tong last night. Tong Ji is overworked. He can't even get out of bed? That's terrible. Luo Pang was secretly shocked, but said excitedly, I'll go to the villa right now and make him some black chicken and goji berry soup. He's not at the villa, he's at his old home in the countryside. And he's not coming today, he's going to search for treasure in the Daking Mountains later, saying he's going to make over $1 billion. I don't know if it's true or not. Zhao Qian blushed for no apparent reason. I was also secretly shocked. This guy is such a simp. Is black bone chicken and goji berry soup something you can make for him? I'm about the same. Going treasure hunting again, aiming to earn billions? Luo Pang stared in disbelief, dumbfounded. But Zhang Tong had already shown his miracles. He went to Qinbei Mountain and brought back 10,000-year-old ginseng roots, worth billions. It's not impossible to make over $1 billion yuan in Daikingshan. He shook his head, stopping his wild thoughts, and asked again, does the boss have any new instructions? He told me to find a construction team to build a villa in the countryside. Oh, and I also need to buy a small truck. The other thing is to hire staff for the auction house. Didn't he tell you that? You can figure it out yourself. Hurry up and don't delay the opening. Zhao Qian said. The renovation business is on track now, so don't focus on it too much. I'm starting to hire people today. I'm going to hire the prettiest receptionist, just like Brother Tong said, with a salary of 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Luo was beaming with excitement. I refuse to believe we can't recruit a super beauty. Are you really going to do it his way? 30 or 50,000 is too much, that would be breaking industry rules. I think 10,000 is enough. Zhao Qian said. You can't find a super beauty for 10,000. If I listen to you, I'll get scolded. Luo Pang muttered to himself, then said confidently, our company makes a fortune every day. So what if we have a receptionist with a monthly salary of 30,000? One isn't enough, we need to hire 2 to work in shifts. We also need to hire a few top beauties as clerks. We'll offer them a monthly salary of 50,000. The boss definitely won't object. He once told me that if he started a company, he would definitely hire a lot of super beauties. Even if we don't sleep with them, there'll still be a feast for the eyes. You're talking nonsense, he's not that kind of person. Zhao Qian yelled angrily. This time, Luo Jinaya really caught me off guard. Yes, the boss isn't that kind of person, but I am. He. Luo Pang grinned wickedly, his face thick with shame. As a subordinate, you must be prepared to take the blame for your boss at any time. So, I'll take the blame. You. Zhao Qian was so angry that she couldn't speak. However, there's nothing we can do about Luo Jinaya. She didn't want to complain. Wouldn't that get you labeled as a jealous person? I don't believe it. Luo Jinaya really knows how to attract super beauties. Do you think supermodels are as common as cabbages? Or maybe this bastard is just teasing me on purpose. Ignore him. So she drove off at breakneck speed. Luo Jinaya got a real slap in the face. It seems the company secretary has agreed. How many super beauties should we recruit? Luo Pang's face was full of lewdness and anticipation. He even secretly contacted his other roommate, Yang Bo, saying, Sampi, how are you? I have some good news for you. I found a job with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. The company is full of beautiful women, any one of whom is no less beautiful than the campus belle Zhao Qian. How about it? Are you envious? Still half asleep, huh? You can find anything in your dreams. Yang Bo replied quickly. Zhang Tong is even more awesome. He lives in a villa, drives luxury cars, and the school beauty falls for him. Isn't that amazing? Regardless of whether Yang Bo believed it or not, Luo Pang continued to show off smugly. Did Zhang Tong enter your dream with you last night? The company provided me with a car, an Audi A8L. Aren't you envious? I can't be bothered with your daydreams. I'm very busy. My beautiful secretary is urging me to get moving. Don't touch me. If you had a beautiful secretary, I'd do a handstand and have diarrhea. If you two really become successful, I'll drink urine while standing upside down. Damn it. I'll really make you drink piss one day. Fatty Luo cursed, idiot. Zhang Tong then went to Baoxing and installed a generator and a rock cutting machine at the bottom of the cliff. He ordered this equipment before going to Qinbei Mountain. Now, however, they've managed to get their hands on Baoxing. He is incredibly strong, and moving these things is a piece of cake for him. The installation was completed quickly, and after testing it, I found no problems. Zhang Tong felt greatly relieved. He began cutting the stone. What he cut was the huge rock that he had pushed down the mountain last time. This stone is very solid and strong, it didn't break even after rolling down, and we can't see what's inside. Therefore, it must be cut open. This rock is even bigger than the last one. If there is jade, it must be incredibly valuable. Zhang Tong was very much looking forward to it. Woof. Wang Ke was very curious and circled around the stone cutting machine. He treated it like a toy. Wang Ke, keep a close watch on things. Don't let the giant beast sneak up nearby without us even knowing. Zhang Tong reprimanded him. Finally, the stone was cut open. Zhang Tong looked completely bewildered and surprised. Neither green nor red appeared. Instead, it turned yellow. The cross-section was a crystal-clear yellow. It's very translucent, an icy variety, even approaching high-grade icy variety. The color is also very rich. It looks exactly like chicken fat yellow, extremely beautiful and dazzling. Could this be the legendary chicken fat yellow jadeite? Zhang Tong's eyes widened, his face filled with ecstatic joy. He knew perfectly well that high-grade icy chicken fat yellow jadeite was extremely rare, and its value was no less than that of icy red jadeite, only less than that of glassy imperial green jadeite. My god, how much is it worth? 2 billion? 3 billion? 5 billion? 10 billion? Zhang Tong's heart was pounding. Although the jadeite only occupies a small portion of the cross-sectional area of this stone, it is still about half the size of a door panel. You know, that last piece of icy red jadeite was only about half the size of a basketball, yet it sold for 1.1 billion. That was awesome. Zhang Tong smiled brightly. The pressure on my body vanished completely, and all my worries disappeared into the distance. Starting a company can be quite stressful, because employees need to be paid a salary, especially since the salary he offered was quite high. Zhao Qian alone earns an annual salary of 3 million. It would be a real headache if I couldn't make money. But once another boulder has been cut open, there's nothing to worry about. Life is indeed a balance of gains and losses. They obtained chicken fat yellow worth billions or even tens of billions. But they lost their worries. Let's leave this stone to Fatty Luo to cut. He'll probably be busy for a day or two, and he'll be so tired that his eyes will go black. Zhang Tong grinned wickedly, then he led Wang Ke, howling as they charged up the mountain to begin their exploration. He decided to speed things up. Explore this mountain as soon as possible. This is a vast and boundless planet. If we don't work hard, we may never be able to explore the entire area within a 10-mile radius. That would be a tragedy. Who knows if there are even more valuable treasures in the distance? This is from outer space. It's not Earth, so it can't be measured by common sense. Soon, they arrived at the giant coconut tree. The little squirrel squeaked and jumped down, landing on Jiang Tong's shoulder. It jumped and squeaked, ruffling Jiang Tong's hair until it was a mess. Jiang Tong didn't scold him. Instead, he smiled and took out a few peanuts from his pocket. Gray was pleasantly surprised, quickly peeled it open, and happily munched on it. Its little mouth is moving so much, it's so cute. So the one person and two pets continued upwards. Soon we arrived in unfamiliar territory, and our speed naturally slowed down. Some places are very steep. Fortunately, both Jiang Tong and Wang Cai possess superpowers, including great strength and speed. Still forging ahead relentlessly, we encountered many stones that might be jadeite rough, but they actually grew out of the mountain. Mining it is not easy. This also violated Jiang Tong's principle of finding treasures, so he chose to ignore it. What is that? Jiang Tong saw an enormous tree, so large that it would take more than a dozen people to encircle it. It was none other than the Phoebe Jenny's tree. There are 2 trees in Jiang Tong's villa, so of course I can recognize them. This tree must be thousands of years old, right? Jiang Tong walked closer, touched the tree trunk, and sighed. This is an absolute treasure. If we ever need money in the future, we'll sell this tree. Woof woof woof. Squeak squeak squeak. Wang Ke and Hui Wai issued warnings at the same time. 2 elephants emerged from the forest, one of which was the baby elephant Jiang Tong had encountered before. The other one was terrifyingly huge, standing 7 or 8 meters tall and over 10 meters long. The mother elephant swung her long trunk, staring at Jiang Tong with hostility. The enormous foot suddenly lifted up and slammed down on the ground. With a crack, the ground collapsed under his foot. Golden sparkles shot out, seemingly from placer gold. A gold mine? Jiang Tong's eyes lit up, and his heart began to pound. This is truly a treasure trove. It not only has jadeite rough, but also gold mines. There were even red berries covering the mountains and fields. Other items include Phoebe Jenny's wood and giant coconut palms. Unfortunately, the mountain was taken over by elephants. You must drive him away. Seeing that Jiang Tong still hadn't retreated, the mother elephant became completely enraged. With overwhelming killing intent and immense momentum, it charged down madly. Its nose, several meters long, swayed like a giant iron whip. It snapped off a tree as thick as a person could hug, and the branches flew horizontally. It looks absolutely terrifying. Holy crap! Jiang Tong was so frightened that his heart trembled. They quickly turned around and ran away with Wang Ke. Although he was very powerful, his strength was only about 1,000 catties. Such a huge elephant may weigh over 10,000 kilograms. The power is self-evident. He and Wang Ke are no match for each other. He didn't dare throw the javelin in his hand at all. The main reason is that I don't want to hurt elephants. Besides, elephants have thick hides and tough flesh, so a javelin might not be able to penetrate them. The elephant, with its calf, drove them along the way. Like herding ducks, they drove Jiang Tong down the mountain. Isn't that incredibly unreasonable? Jiang Tong had no choice but to abandon his exploration of the mountains and head downstream with Wang Ke and Hui Wai down the stream. The same applies to exploring other places. In the distance lies a grassland. There might also be wild beasts. Jiang Tong knew perfectly well that the African savanna on Earth was home to ferocious beasts such as lions, crocodiles, and wolves. Therefore, even though Hui Wai and Wang Ke called the police, Jiang Tong was still extra careful and didn't walk too fast. Slowly, they arrived at the edge of a lake. It's very spacious, covering an area of at least 10 kilometers. The water was sparkling and very clear. Giant fish are swimming in the water. It stirred up a massive wave. It wouldn't be unreasonable to call it a water monster. Various wild grasses grow in the shallow waters by the lake. Very dense. It moves even without wind, clearly indicating that fish are hiding in the grass. Oh my god, what is that? Jiang Tong's eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with shock. Beside the lake, there is a place where no aquatic plants grow, but many rocks stand tall. On one of the stone pillars, there was something that looked like metal. It was covered in rust. Could it be an iron nail? Jiang Tong's expression turned serious. If it's an iron nail, it means that there are intelligent beings on this planet. Perhaps they are the intelligent race that once created the mysterious passage. Could there be aliens on this planet? There can't be aliens, otherwise the exit from Earth wouldn't have remained buried underground, it would have been cleared. So, the aliens are all dead. At most, they would have left behind some ruins and technological artifacts. Jiang Tong quickly calmed down, analyzed the situation, and drew a conclusion, which emboldened him. If we find the ruins of an extraterrestrial civilization and discover technological data within them, could it lead to a leap forward in Earth's technological level? A thought suddenly popped into Jiang Tong's mind, but he quickly shook his head and abandoned this unrealistic idea. let alone whether we can find any information about extraterrestrial technology or civilization. Even if they could, they wouldn't dare send it to Earth so casually. Perhaps this alien civilization was wiped out because its technology was too advanced and its power too terrifying, causing it to lose control. Therefore, it's best not to act rashly before unraveling the mystery of the extinction of the Beoxing civilization. He approached cautiously and observed carefully. It doesn't look like a nail. Instead, it resembles a handle. Could it be a knife or a sword? John Tong couldn't resist any longer, so he grabbed it and pulled it outwards with all his might. A snap! It was actually pulled out. It really is a sword. It was only 2 feet long, and the blade was completely free of rust. It seemed to be made of bronze and appeared to be plain and unremarkable. The sword hilt is rusty, it's probably copper rust, but it doesn't affect the feel. If you found a bronze sword on Earth, that wouldn't be unusual, but this is alien space, so it's different. It is evident that there truly was a civilization on Beoxing. Of course, it's also possible that it was once connected to Earth, and someone brought it over from the other side of Earth. How can a bronze sword be inserted into a stone? John Tong was very puzzled, and casually stuck his sword into a stone, but just like piercing through tofu, it silently and deeply penetrated it. Holy crap, it's so sharp. John Tong was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Is the stone too soft? So he drew his machete and slammed it hard against the rock. When a loud bang was heard, and sparks flew everywhere. Not even a trace was left. It's obviously very hard. It is also harder than ordinary stone. This is clearly the result of the stone pillars being weathered by wind and rain over countless years. However, a bronze sword can easily pierce through it. It's amazing. John Tong continued his experiment, striking the machete with his sword. Silently, the machete was chopped in 2. It didn't even encounter much resistance. This completely confirms it. This bronze sword can cut through iron like mud. This is simply a revolution in technology. It should be noted that even weapons manufactured with current technology cannot achieve this level of capability. John Tong was both surprised and delighted, extremely excited. This is like finding an unparalleled treasure. Its value is absolutely phenomenal. He played with it with great affection. But I accidentally cut my skin and it started bleeding. That's dangerous. John Tong was horrified. He quickly found a piece of wood and made a scabbard. Let the sword be sheathed and hung at your waist. With his right hand gripping the sword hilt, he was instantly filled with boundless pride and overwhelming momentum. With such an awesome sword, one would not be afraid even when encountering the most terrifying beast. I feel much safer now. John Tong continued his exploration. They carefully circled the lake. He always felt there was treasure in the lake. There might even be ruins. The sword stuck in the stone pillar is the evidence. Woof woof woof. Squeak squeak squeak. Suddenly, Wang Kei and Hui Wai both called the police. Almost simultaneously, a monster flew out of the lake. It looks like a giant clam shell, as big as a truck. What was terrifying was that the clam shell suddenly opened and clamped down hard on John Tong. Obviously, they're going to put John Tong in and give him a good meal. Court death. John Tong retreated swiftly, drawing his sword and slashing fiercely at the clam shell. Silently, the clam shell cracked, revealing a deep slit. It crashed to the ground with a thud, writhing and rolling incessantly. They wanted to escape back into the lake. Die. Where would John Tong possibly release clams back into the lake? He caught up in one stride and with a few fierce sword strokes, cleaved the clam into pieces. At this point, the clam shell remained completely still, because it's completely dead. Now it's clear that the clam is indeed like a giant flying saucer, with a thickness of 2 or 3 meters. Its weight definitely exceeds 2,000 kilograms. That's not surprising. What's surprising is that this clam can actually fly. It just flew out of the water. We must eat John Tong. You call it jumping? It has no legs, so how can it jump? Let's see if there are any pearls. Although John Tong was curious and puzzled about the fact that clams could fly, he was not a biologist, nor was he there to conduct research. He was there to search for treasure, and pearls were the first thing that came to his mind. Pry open the clam shell and begin the careful search. They actually found 3 white beads, 1 large and 2 small. The large ones are as big as peanuts, while the 2 small ones are only the size of beans. It's light and seems to have no weight. It's not quite round either. It doesn't look very appealing. Even if it were pearls, they probably wouldn't be worth much. Useless. John Tong threw the 2 small beads on the ground. The larger one was kept, it might be worth some money. Wang Kei was quite mischievous. He sniffed the grain with his nose and then put it in his mouth, as if he wanted to eat it. Something incredible happened. Wang Kei actually floated up into the air. It floated straight up into the void. It's like being tied to a giant hydrogen balloon. Fortunately, John Tong reacted quickly and grabbed Wang Kei, pulling him down. Wang Ke was terrified and quickly spat out the bead, and then it returned to normal and stopped flying. Could these beads make people fly? Is the method simply to hold them in your mouth? Jiang Tong was filled with endless doubt, so he quickly picked up both beads. Then he boldly took the other smaller one into his mouth. Suddenly his body felt light, much lighter than air. It felt as if it had lost its weight. The person then floated up, straight upwards, and the speed was slowly increasing. It can really make people fly? What kind of magical treasure is this? Jiang Tong was so shocked he looked like a fool. He vomited it out immediately, and of course, he fell down. Jiang Tong continued his experiments and research. More discoveries were soon made. It can float by holding the bead in its mouth, but once its mouth is opened even a crack, it can affect its flight. It can even control its body's descent, ascent, and speed by adjusting the size of the gap in its mouth. Large beads can also make people fly, but they are 3 times faster than small beads. Whoosh! After some attempts, Jiang Tong mastered the technique. It held the bead in its mouth and began to float in the sky. Leaning forward, it flies forward, leaning back, it flies backward. With its mouth wide open, it begins to descend. He was having a great time and was extremely happy. With this magical flying bead, the dream of physical flight can be realized. Moreover, it doesn't need to be charged and doesn't consume energy. Of course, whether this bead can make people fly forever is still unknown. Further research is needed to draw conclusions. Hahaha, this time I've really found a super treasure. Since it can make people fly, let's call it the Flying Pearl. Jiang Tong was overjoyed and named the beads. Jiang Tong continued to wander around the lake and saw dozens of flying clams moving in the water, but they no longer attacked him. Perhaps the flying clam is intelligent. Knowing Jiang Tong's power, it dared not provoke him. But Jiang Tong didn't dare to go into the water to catch them, because we don't know if there are other terrifying monsters in the lake. If I come back after a while, they'll probably forget about me, and then I can hunt them again. Jiang Tong stopped wasting time. We left the lake and followed the stream downstream, but after walking only a few dozen meters, something terrifying happened. Countless large birds flew in densely across the sky. Each one is as big as a helicopter. Countless ferocious beasts also fled frantically on the ground. A horned wolf, a snake covered in scales, an animal resembling a kangaroo. There are also animals like sika deer, but they are all a bit different from animals on Earth. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The giant bird kept swooping down to hunt these wild beasts. They can catch them every time, directly from high altitude. Throw it down. Smash it into a meat patty, then enjoy it slowly. Jiang Tong was horrified and dared not continue exploring. They didn't even dare to hide in the bushes, because he saw some animals hidden in the bushes being caught. Clearly, the giant bird had incredibly sharp eyes. They can see the slightest movement and spot any hidden prey. He was holding Gray and carrying Wang Ke. They transformed into 2 streaks of light and sped towards the mountain, but it still couldn't outrun the giant bird. A giant bird caught up in the blink of an eye, swooping down like lightning and viciously clawing at Jiang Tong. Kill! Jiang Tong raised his sword and slashed at the claws. Click! The giant bird's claws broke off, and it fell to the ground crookedly. It let out a piercing scream. Jiang Tong's expression changed drastically, and he was horrified. When he tried to cut the claws with his sword, he felt significant resistance. If he hadn't been so strong, he wouldn't have been able to cut through the claws. It is evident that the giant bird's claws were extremely hard, even stronger than steel. This is a gregarious bird of prey, and it is very likely the ruler of the skies. He fled as fast as he could, without the slightest delay. Wang Ke followed closely behind Jiang Tong, also trying to escape. He's not arrogant at all anymore. Superdog has met its match today. It has encountered something even more terrifying. Whoosh! Perhaps it was Jiang Tong's counterattack that angered the giant bird. A dozen or so giant birds caught up and swooped down to attack Jiang Tong. Jiang Tong only had time to sever one of the giant bird's claws before he was grabbed by the claw of another giant bird, instantly lifted into the air, and then released. Swoosh! Jiang Tong fell like a meteorite. Numerous giant birds let out triumphant cries. Wang Ke let out an extremely shrill scream of pain. It seemed to foresee its owner's tragic end. However, Jiang Tong was not flustered at all. He took the large flying bead out of his pocket and put it in his mouth. The rate of descent decreased rapidly. It landed on the ground completely unharmed. Then he continued speeding away with Wang Ke, and in the blink of an eye they were far away. The giant birds stared in disbelief, hardly able to believe their eyes. What happened? Can't die from a fall? Without hesitation, they gave chase. Clearly, they didn't want to let Jiang Tong go. Die. Jiang Tong realized that he was still quite far from the cliff and couldn't shake off the pursuers for the time being. He suddenly leaped up and slashed fiercely at the belly of a giant bird that was swooping down. A huge wound was slashed open, and blood flowed down like a river. The giant bird screamed and crashed to the ground, never to take flight again. The other giant birds were startled. They didn't dare attack Jiang Tong, but instead immediately took to the air to observe the situation. Jiang Tong and Wang Cai took the opportunity to escape. They finally escaped to the bottom of the cliff. He jumped up and rushed into the crevice. He plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Only then did he realize that he was drenched in sweat, his hands and feet were weak, and he felt powerless all over. Basically, I was scared, because it was so dangerous. If I hadn't obtained the flying pearl, I would definitely have been smashed into a pulp today. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The gray cat in her arms was also scared half to death, and only then did it dare to make a sound. Wang Kai, oblivious to everything, barked loudly at the outside. It was provoking the giant bird that was still circling in the sky. Several giant birds did indeed fly down, but finding the crack too small to fit through, they gave up and continued hunting other ferocious beasts until their bellies were full before disappearing into the horizon. Did I become careless because I cultivated the heaven-reaching strength? Jiang Tong began to reflect. Summarize the lessons learned. We shouldn't explore too far in one direction. Instead, one should use the cliff as the center and explore outwards. That way, if danger is encountered, it will be easier to escape back quickly. I really made a big mistake in exploring today. I am still too weak. I must work hard to cultivate and reach the second level of the heavenly power as soon as possible, so that I can explore places beyond the lake. I will continue to train hard with flying beads to improve my flying ability. If one could reach the flying speed of that giant bird, their ability to escape would be greatly enhanced. They also need to practice swordsmanship, improve combat skills. The important thing is that I can't rush things. I have plenty of time to slowly explore this world, acquire a great deal of wealth, and fully enjoy the happiness that wealth brings. Reflection complete. Jiang Tong began to tally the spoils. This adventure was incredibly rewarding. 2 super treasures were obtained. One type is the bronze sword, which can not only be used for self-defense but also to cut through stone. It can easily slice through any stone it encounters, and if there is jade, it can be taken back. It is much more convenient than a stone cutter. If we had obtained the bronze sword earlier, we wouldn't have needed to bring the stone cutting tools and generator in at all. In addition, I obtained 3 flying beads. This is an absolute treasure. Each one is priceless. Fortune truly does come from taking risks. Over the next few days, Jiang Tong diligently cultivated at night and built the base during the day. He acquired a lot of cement and bricks and installed an iron gate at the exit of the mysterious passage. Very sturdy. Used to prevent venomous snakes and wild beasts from entering. Jiang Tong chose another spot at the bottom of the cliff and began digging with his bronze sword. They are all hard rocks, but it's as easy as cutting tofu. Holy crap, it's green. This really is a jade mine. Jiang Tong quickly exclaimed in surprise. They dug even harder. They quickly dug out a small hole. Parts of the cave walls are a vibrant green, because it is jade. Install an iron gate. It draws in the stream. A skylight was built for ventilation. You can even cook inside. After he brought in furniture such as beds, desks, and chairs, he also delivered food and other supplies. He was even more satisfied. He now has a cave dwelling in Baoxing. You can sleep and rest here. There's no need to go to the edge of a cliff every time. After all, there's no water on the cliff. Yes, the stream water is drinkable. Wang Kai has tried it and found it poisonous. It tastes very good, with a subtle sweetness. It is absolutely the highest quality mineral water. In the past few days, Jiang Tong also collected some stones, cut them open with his bronze sword, and sent any jadeite found into the mysterious passage. He has accumulated quite a few pieces of raw jadeite. I'm quite skilled at flying with the flying beads now. Want to fly up to the top of the mountain and take a look? No matter how powerful the elephant is, it can't fly and can't do anything to me. On this day, Jiang Tong couldn't resist anymore and wanted to take another risk. The mornings at Baoxing are filled with a misty white fog, an unbelievably beautiful sight. But because there were 2 suns in the sky, the temperature was very high, and the morning fog quickly dissipated. The sky was empty. Birds occasionally appear and circle high in the sky. They are much larger than the birds on Earth. Jiang Tong stood at the foot of the cliff, carefully observing the sky. No large flocks of birds were found, and even solitary birds were very rare. Without further hesitation, Jiang Tong instructed Wang Kai to guard the house while he himself, holding the flying pearl in his mouth and carrying Huiwei, soared into the air and flew rapidly towards the mountaintop. He has made good progress in his flight training these days, and his speed is much faster than before. It can even be compared to the pigeon, the master of flight on Earth. However, compared to Baoxing's top-tier flying birds, there is still a considerable gap. Therefore, Jiang Tong was very cautious. I dare not act rashly. This mountain is not very high, at most 3,000 meters. Flying at an altitude of 3,000 meters is not dangerous unless you are extremely unlucky. When they reached an altitude of 2,000 meters, Zhang Tong's eyes lit up, because the mountain scenery is so beautiful. Green and red intertwined. The green ones are trees, and the red ones are fruits on the trees. It's one of those edible red berries. It used to be only partially ripe, but now it's completely red. Each one is the size of a duck egg, shimmering like a ruby. Holy crap, is this a huge harvest? Zhang Tong's face was full of regret. With so much fruit, won't it rot soon? This is practically a crime. If I have time, I'll pick some and sell them. Selling half is also a good thing. It's not about making money, but about the shame of wasting resources. He continued upwards. He gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist with his right hand, ready to use it against any birds of prey. However, they did not encounter any danger. Although there were giant birds flying alone high in the sky, they were not interested in Zhang Tong. Therefore, Zhang Tong flew to the top of the mountain very smoothly and landed on the towering boulders along the way. Zhang Tong didn't even consider whether it was a raw jadeite. Because it's a rock that grew out of the mountain, it goes against his principle of treasure hunting. Just kidding, there are so many treasures to pick up that you can't possibly collect them all. To continue mining and damaging the environment is either foolish or stupid. The mountaintop was covered with a special kind of vine. With arms as thick as their own, they climbed on all sorts of towering, cloud-piercing giant trees. The vines were laden with clusters of fruits that looked like purple gems, each one as big as a goose egg, and a single cluster probably had hundreds of them. Therefore, a bunch of fruit should weigh several tens of kilograms. Some small birds were happily eating this fruit. First they peck open the skin, then slowly eat the pulp inside. One fruit is enough for them to eat for half a day. The air was filled with a rich fruity aroma. Zhang Tong even started swallowing his saliva. Gray couldn't wait to jump onto the vine, pick one, and start enjoying it. But Zhang Tong's attention was quickly diverted. They stared in disbelief at the back of the mountain. Beyond the mountains, in the distance, lay a vast, turbulent sea. Countless birds circled over the sea, occasionally swooping down to catch large fish and soaring into the air. Some strange fish would fly out of the sea, bite birds, and drag them into the sea. Zhang Tong even saw the familiar flying clam. The house was so big that it flew out of the sea. The clam shell opened and closed, trapping a huge bird, which then fell to the ground. Of course, there are countless other sea monsters, some of which can actually fly out like flying clams to catch birds and eat them. Some rely on their super jumping ability to leap out of the sea and eat birds. There were even fish with wings, soaring on the sea surface. What an amazing world! Zhang Tong was extremely shocked and filled with admiration. He was also overjoyed, because there are countless flying clams in the sea. Of course, there were countless flying pearls, which were priceless treasures. If I were to collect countless flying beads and sell them to Earth, Earth would probably enter the age of flight, and everyone would be able to fly. All kinds of cars would probably become obsolete. Zhang Tong started to have wild thoughts, but he soon burst out laughing. Although there are many flying clams in this world, they are all very powerful. Especially those houses that are that big. Even if you hunt them with a sword, it's very difficult to succeed. The sword strike that cuts down the flying clam is probably like a mosquito bite, causing little damage. Moreover, there are so many terrifying birds of prey and sea monsters. Therefore, it is possible to obtain flying beads, but it is very difficult to obtain them in large quantities. Unless one's heavenly strength continues to break through multiple times, increasing the power dozens of times. But that's easier said than done. How many treasures are hidden in such a vast ocean? Zhang Tong began to sigh. A deep joy appeared on his face. Baoxing belongs to me. Any treasures produced therein belong to me. Once my combat strength has increased and I'm fully prepared, I'll go to the beach again. Maybe I'll find some amazing treasure. Squeak squeak squeak. Huiwei picked up a giant grape and put it into Zhang Tong's mouth. Is it delicious? Zhang Tong asked with a smile. Squeak squeak squeak. Gray danced around excitedly, as if to say, delicious, so delicious. You should eat it. Zhang Tong wasn't worried about poisoning, since so many birds, including Gray, had eaten it without any adverse reactions. He took it and ate one. Like grapes, it has a thin skin. If you bite a hole in it and squeeze gently, the flesh inside will come out. It's sweet, fragrant, and juicy, and it has no seeds. These goose egg grapes are so delicious. Zhang Tong couldn't stop eating. I ate about 10 pills in one go until my stomach was bloated before I stopped. So comfortable, so very comfortable. Zhang Tong patted his belly, feeling extremely satisfied. Then he began picking the giant goose egg grapes, picking them bunch by bunch. It was packed in a burlap sack. It stopped very quickly. Because there are so many of them, the area above 2,000 meters is full of this kind of grape. There's simply not enough time to pick them all. There's no need to grow crops at all, we can just eat fruit. Zhang Tong sighed. Squeak squeak squeak. Gray suddenly spotted something and tried to pry it off with its paws, but couldn't get it off, so it excitedly barked. "What have you found now?" John Tong went over to take a look. A red object was hidden in the crack of the rock. From the outside, only a tiny bit could be seen, so of course, Hui Wai couldn't pry it out. "What is it?" John Tong, filled with curiosity, drew his sword and cut through the stone, extracting the red substance. It was a red stone the size of a fist, as red as pigeon blood, shining like a ribbon in the sunlight. Extremely beautiful, stunningly gorgeous. My God, could it be a ruby? John Tong was both surprised and delighted, and extremely excited. So huge? It weighs at least 500 grams. It's worth noting that the world's largest and most flawless ruby is the 138.7 carat Radharavstar ruby from Sri Lanka. But compared to this one, what does it even amount to? This ruby is an absolute gem. It's priceless. They've struck it rich. Could Gray really be the legendary treasure hunting mouse? Does it possess incredibly amazing treasure hunting abilities? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, Gray pointed at the stone and started gesturing wildly, as if he had discovered another treasure. John Tong glanced at it and then burst into laughter. It turned out that a hint of green had been revealed from the stone that had just been cut open. Clearly, this stone is also a raw jadeite. As for the quality of the jadeite deep inside, that remains unknown, but the rocks grow on the mountaintop. Since it violated John Tong's rules for treasure hunting, he ignored it. However, it does prove that Gray is sensitive to treasures and is indeed the legendary treasure hunting mouse. Gray, look again, see if there are any more of these treasures? John Tong pointed to the ruby and said. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gray understood and started running around excitedly searching. It actually found 2 rubies, both hidden under fallen leaves and lying in the soil. It's about the size of a goose egg and a chicken egg. So beautiful, so pretty, I love it. John Tong held up 3 exquisitely beautiful rubies, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Because the 3 rubies looked so good. It's even more beautiful than the red jade we got last time. As for its value, John Tong dared not assess it. Rubies can be synthesized artificially. Of course, synthetic rubies are not very large, only a few grams or a dozen grams, so they are naturally not worth much. Natural rubies weighing over 100 grams are undoubtedly super treasures and extremely valuable. However, the exact value of such enormous rubies, weighing several hundred grams, is difficult for even experts to estimate. Only through auction can the true value be determined. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, Gray discovered something and started yelling and jumping. It turns out that there were more than a dozen elephants in the area below. The larger ones are several meters high and more than 10 meters long. The smaller ones were only the size of calves and looked adorable. The baby elephant John Tong encountered last time was among them. They are eating leaves and lush tender grass. Occasionally, I would eat goose egg grapes and even hawthorn berries. So many giant elephants? John Tong was taken aback and a little worried. These guys are very territorial. It is very unfriendly to animals that come near it. They might even launch an attack. He is the overlord of this mountain. John Tong still couldn't coexist peacefully with him. The only option is to hide. Roar, roar, roar. Bang, bang, bang. The elephants finally spotted John Tong on the mountaintop and were immediately enraged. They started yelling and stomping their feet wildly. The expulsion process is about to begin. Can you even get up here? How dare you drive me away? John Tong said irritably. The section at the top of the mountain is very steep. The elephant is so heavy, it's probably impossible for it to climb up. But John Tong was soon dumbfounded. Several baby elephants took the lead in the charge. It roared and charged towards the top of the mountain. It can even jump. Extremely flexible. Several enormous elephants followed leisurely behind. When encountering a cliff, it uses its nose to grip a giant tree on the cliff and climbs up directly. It wasn't difficult at all. That's awesome? John Tong was surprised and a little dumbfounded. Okay, this isn't an elephant from Earth, it's an elephant from Planet Bao. Climbing mountains and ridges is as easy as walking on flat ground. Is being scared of you enough? John Tong put Gray on his shoulder, carrying a sack of goose eggs and grapes, and then flew up. It slowly flew down the mountain. The giant elephants were all dumbfounded, looking up at John Tong as if he were a monster. I don't quite understand. How can this thing fly if it doesn't have wings? Could it be a member of the same species as the giant clam? John Tong flew over the elephants and said irritably, we're neighbors, so let's not talk about fighting. Let's live in peace from now on, okay? If you really keep up the fight and anger me, I'm not someone to be trifled with. I can easily kill you all. Roar, roar, roar. All the elephants sensed the intense malice and became utterly enraged, wildly swinging their trunks. They seemed to be trying to attack John Tong, but of course they couldn't reach him. Would you like some grapes? When John Tong realized that force wouldn't work, he had a sudden inspiration. He took out a bunch of goose egg-sized grapes from his bag and presented them to the elephant's raised trunk. The elephant trunk stopped abruptly, then curled up around the goose egg grape, pulled it back, and put it in its mouth. Jong Tong followed the same method. They fed another elephant a bunch of goose egg grapes. Strange things then happened. All the elephants became quiet and docile, and stopped shouting and attacking Jong Tong. They began to quietly eat grass, leaves, and grapes. It turns out that you can express friendliness with food. Now that the elephant has sensed my goodwill, it no longer acts aggressively towards me. Jong Tong was secretly pleased. The elephants on the mountain have always been a huge threat. If they were to come down the mountain and wreak havoc, Jong Tong's construction would be destroyed. You should know that Jong Tong has now cleared a large area of land at the foot of the cliff and planted all kinds of crops: wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, various vegetables, lush and verdant. It's not harvest time yet. I don't want to be destroyed by elephants. Judging from the current signs, perhaps peaceful coexistence is indeed possible. Jong Tong picked another sack of goose egg grapes and flew down the mountain. Then they returned to Earth, taking Gray with them, who insisted on following Jong Tong no matter what. Anyway, they look exactly like squirrels on Earth. There's nothing to worry about. It was around 10 o'clock at night. The elderly in Xiaoshui village were all asleep, and the place was quiet. The four-wheeled vehicle that Jong Tong requested to buy was parked on the flat ground in front of his house. The car keys were hidden in the place Jong Tong specified. It was naturally sent by Zhao Qian. Jong Tong had even used it to transport cement, bricks, iron gates, and the like. More than half an hour later, Jong Tong drove his four-wheeled vehicle back to the villa. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Qian and Luo Pang greeted them at the door. "Boss, welcome home with a full load." Luo Pang had already noticed that the four-wheeled vehicle was full of things, obviously treasures that Jong Tong had found. Naturally, he was very excited and rushed over to give Jong Tong a warm hug, but Jong Tong quickly avoided him and embraced Zhao Qian passionately. Zhao Qian has dressed up carefully tonight. Beneath the pale yellow princess dress were a pair of long, creamy white legs that shimmered under the lights. Her bust was so large it seemed about to burst out of her clothes. She looks both sexy and alluring. She truly deserves to be called the most beautiful campus belle of Xiangzhong University. No wonder she's the dream goddess of countless boys. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Upon meeting, it was naturally impossible not to feel affection. Holy crap, they've forgotten all humanity when it comes to the opposite sex. Luo Janaya was so angry he almost vomited blood, but he was quickly distracted. It's not surprising that Wang Ke jumped lightly off the train carriage. After all, he's a super dog. Strangely, Wang Ke was riding on a little squirrel on its back, happily eating peanuts. Gray is in a very good mood right now. It discovered Earth, and it became the super squirrel. They became as light as swallows, and their strength and speed increased dramatically. A single leap can reach a height of over 10 meters. After all, gravity has been reduced by half. You brought back another pet? It's so cute. Luo Pang pounced over and started teasing the little squirrel, but Hui Wai wouldn't let him touch her at all. She jumped onto Jong Tong's shoulder, waving her little fists at him, baring her teeth and looking fiercely cute. She was just too adorable. Go play with Wang Ke. Jong Tong disdainfully pushed Hui Wai away, picked up the shy Zhao Qian, and went into the room. Holy crap, this is so rude and arrogant. Can't you see I'm here? You're completely ignoring me. Even though I work for you, I still have my dignity, okay? Luo Pang stood disheveled in the wind, utterly depressed. She was secretly filled with envy. This was the dream goddess that countless boys could never reach, and no matter how hard they tried, they could only stare at her in despair. But he was absolutely willing to help Jong Tong. Jong Tong was allowed to do whatever he wanted. Indeed, money can buy anything. Luo Pang sighed for a long time before he came to his senses and began to examine the four-wheeled vehicle's cargo compartment. I wonder what kind of treasure is inside. Is it really worth over 1 billion yuan, as Jong Tong previously boasted? That's probably impossible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have skipped bringing in the treasures and gone off to be all lovey-dovey with Zhao Qian. He began to busy himself with checking. They soon discovered that the top of the carriage was filled with bulging sacks, each containing 2 strange kinds of fruit. Holy crap, could it be a grape? But how can it be so huge? What kind of fruit is this red one? It doesn't look like an apple or a peach. I've never seen it before. Luo Pang looked completely bewildered. He's a foodie, especially loves fruit. He recognizes all the fruits in the world, but these 2 are not included. I couldn't resist and ate 2. It's so sweet and fragrant. How can there be such delicious fruit in the world? It's so refreshing, so refreshing. Luo Pang's face was full of surprise, and he smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared. Such delicious fruit must be very valuable. Jong Tong must have gotten it from the Daking Mountains. He filled a whole truck. It could probably sell for tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. You could say he didn't leave empty-handed. Luo Pang was quite satisfied with Zhang Tong's treasure hunt. He started unloading the goods, making sure to keep at least a dozen sacks for himself. But what's below isn't fruit anymore, it's stones. Could it be a rough jadeite stone? Luo Pang's heart began to pound wildly, and his eyes shone with a fiery light. They quickly grabbed a piece. But when you cut it open, you'll see that the flesh is a warm, glossy yellow. Wow, it's so beautiful. Could it be the legendary chicken fat yellow jadeite? High-grade icy chicken fat yellow? Or glassy chicken fat yellow? Luo Pang exclaimed in surprise, utterly shocked. During this time, he also read many books about jade. I have gained some understanding of the quality of jadeite. After all, he will be in charge of cutting stones for a long time to come. He is the chief stone-cutting master. He began to examine the other stones with fervor, one by one. Another chicken fat yellow? Still chicken fat yellow? Holy crap, finally a piece of icy green jadeite, as big as a winter melon. Is this a purple jadeite? Is it the legendary violet? How come the color is so rich? My god, is this glassy green jadeite? This jadeite is so beautiful. Luo Pang was shouting and yelling in the carriage, and in the end he was jumping and bouncing around with a piece of jade the size of a basketball, which he suspected was a glassy green jade. Her face showed extreme affection. After all, glass-type bright green jadeite is one of the top-grade treasures of jadeite, naturally dazzling and radiant with green light. It can captivate anyone. Luo Jinayu is no exception. My god, how much is this whole train car full of jade worth? Probably over 10 billion? This bastard is inhuman. He actually brought 10 billion in wealth from the mountains? And their audacity is beyond words. Are you just going to leave it here and ignore it? He went off to have some fun and enjoy himself. If it weren't for Fatty being here, it would have been stolen in a heartbeat. Luo Jinayu was so excited he was practically going crazy. He wished he could rush into the room, grab Zhang Tong, and ask him where he got so many high-quality jadeite. Could it be that there are jade mines deep in the Daking Mountains? Is Zhang Tong secretly mining them? No, I can't ask. He said last time that we should not ask about the source of the jadeite, as it is a company secret and the foundation of the company's existence. Wang Ke, guard this place. If a thief comes, bite him to death. Luo Pang gave Wang Ke an order. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke looked proud, as if to say, with a super dog like me around, how could any thief dare to come and die? And then there's me, Gray. I'm a super powerful dog knight, and I'm also a super awesome treasure hunting mouse. Watch me take down thieves. Huai sat on Wang Ke's back, waving her little hands with great enthusiasm. Luo Pang, panting heavily, unloaded the jade from the carriage. Although it was tiring, it was incredibly enjoyable. Even if it's exhausting, it's still great. Who has ever moved such a valuable treasure? Only me, Fatty. Inside the room, however, a passionate atmosphere prevailed. 2 hours later, Zhao Qian was so exhausted that she couldn't move. Her pretty face was flushed, like the sunset or a rainbow after the rain. She was extremely beautiful and captivating. Zhang Tong sat on the edge of the bed smoking, looking completely content. After returning from a treasure hunt, a cigarette is served as a post-trip entertainment. It was really awesome. Boss, did you find anything on this treasure hunt? Zhao Qian finally regained some strength and gracefully dressed herself while asking questions curiously. I was too busy to pay attention just now. They're all in the car. You'll see when you go take a look. Zhang Tong smiled mysteriously. Could there be a huge haul? Could it really be worth hundreds of millions or even billions? Zhao Qian was very excited and looked forward to it. She quickly left the room and went downstairs. Of course, Luo Pang hadn't left yet. He was sitting at the entrance of the villa, smoking, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the numerous jadeite rough stones laid out on the ground. Wang Ke also sat at the door, his eyes fixed intently on any movement. Gray was even more awesome. It used its tail to hang from the golden Nanya tree and gaze into the distance. They all looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Of course, it's to guard against thieves. My god, so many jadeite rough stones? Zhao Qian was both surprised and delighted, extremely excited. You think what's on the ground is all there is? There's more in the car. Luo Pang sneered. There were indeed 2 heavy objects weighing several hundred pounds on the truck, which he couldn't budge at all and failed to unload. Useless. Zhang Tong, who also came downstairs, glanced disdainfully at Fatty Luo, jumped into the car with a whoosh, picked up a huge rock in each hand, and jumped down easily, as if he were lifting 2 bubbles. My god, he really is Superman. Luo Jinayu was so shocked he looked like a fool. Zhao Qian was completely dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. That's incredibly powerful, no wonder he can last so long and his attacks are so fierce. She immediately began to flutter around the two large pieces of wool fabric like a butterfly, examining them closely. They kept exclaiming in surprise, "These two yellow stones are so big and beautiful. Are they jade? Are they valuable?" Although she had learned about the quality and market conditions of jadeite because of the last auction, she didn't go into detail. That's why such a question arises. Of course it's jadeite, and it's top grade, called chicken fat yellow. As for how much it's worth, if all of these rough stones were cut open, they should be worth over 10 billion. Luo Jinayo appeared indifferent, as if he didn't care about his billions in wealth at all. He is definitely a master who regards money as dirt. What? Chicken fat yellow? Worth over 10 billion? Zhao Qian froze on the spot, her heart skipped a beat. Tens of billions? Oh my god. What an astronomical figure this is. What terrifying wealth it is. Is this what Zhang Tong earned in the last 10 days or so? This hasn't even been included yet. It's a glass-type bright green jadeite, the Emperor and Empress of jadeite, priceless. Luo Pang put the jade he was holding on the ground and said calmly, "The king of jadeite is the imperial green of the glassy type, while the queen is the bright green of the glassy type." Holy crap, Luo Jinayo is such a show-off. Zhang Tong looked at him as if he were a monster. So Luo Jinayo has this kind of talent? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Also, this guy is improving very quickly, he can even identify jadeite now? What? Glassy green jadeite? Zhao Qian, of course, knew the preciousness and rarity of glass-type jadeite. Her face was full of shock as she immediately picked it up and examined it with burning eyes. My god, this is so beautiful. How can there be such beautiful jadeite in the world? How's my showing off? Luo Pang raised an eyebrow at Zhang Tong, looking extremely smug. Heh, you're nothing but a show-off. Zhang Tong pursed his lips. Let me show you how I show off. So he took a black plastic bag from the driver's cab of the four-wheeled vehicle. Actually, I also found another treasure, which is no less valuable than glass-type bright green jadeite. It might even be more valuable. They opened it and took out 3 enormous rubies. Under the light, it shone with a red glow like a ribbon. Crystal clear, like a ribbon of rosy clouds. It's so beautiful it takes your breath away. My god, what kind of treasure is this? Both of their eyes were wide open, radiating intense light. It was projected onto the ruby, and it couldn't be moved away no matter what. Ruby, the largest and most beautiful ruby in the world, any one of them would be the best in the world. Zhang Tong said casually, I just peed on the mountaintop and these things popped up, so I brought them back. Maybe they can sell for $1 billion or so. Holy crap, your act was flawless. I'm impressed. Luo Pang gave Zhang Tong a thumbs up. 3 enormous rubies came out when I urinated. It's utterly speechless. Is this how you show off? There's practically no bad. I like it so much. Zhao Qian played with the ruby with obvious delight. I couldn't bear to put it down even after half a day, and was also incredibly excited and full of anticipation. Zhang Tong is amazing. He just went out and searched around, and brought back over 10 billion worth of treasures. If I take out the bronze sword and the flying pearl, I estimate you will go even crazier. Zhang Tong muttered to himself. But these 2 treasures are too precious for him to take out easily. At least the bronze sword would not be known to outsiders. After all, it can be said to be an extremely precious cultural relic. There will be some trouble regarding its origin. For a treasure like a flying pearl, there's no need to worry about its origin. It can be said that it was obtained from a lake or the sea. An auction could be considered. After all, it's not unique. I currently have 3, and I'll just use the larger one. Moreover, Baoxing has many flying clams, each containing a flying pearl. However, the flying pearl's extraordinary abilities would cause a worldwide sensation if it were auctioned off. This will cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, I need to think about it carefully. I'm not going to sleep tonight. I'm going to take all the jade pieces out and put them in the safe. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. After they moved all these treasures to the basement, Luo Pang was eager to get to work. Indeed, 3 safes have been purchased. But of course, there's no way to fit so many raw jadeite pieces in. If it were just jadeite, there would still be a slight possibility. We'll solve it tomorrow. Zhang Tong wasn't worried at all, since no one else knew there was so much jade here. Besides, Wang Kei is there to protect you. They forcefully drove Luo Pang away. Zhao Qian also wanted to leave, but Zhang Tong held her back. I really can't take it anymore. Why don't you find a girlfriend quickly? Or find a beautiful secretary? Zhao Qian said shyly. Nonsense. Zhang Tong glared at her. He suspected she was being sarcastic. Really, I mean it, you really should find a girlfriend. Fan Bingxiang would be a perfect match for you. Zhao Qian said sincerely, by the way, Fan Bingxiang has been looking for you, it seems to be something urgent. You should give her a call. Fan Bingxiang is looking for me again? Zhang Tong was stunned, and Fan Bingxiang's stunning appearance instantly flashed into his mind. It's both icy and fragrant. It's still quite unique. However, it is already late at night. Of course he wouldn't contact her. Instead, he pulled Zhao Qian into the room. He still had a special affection for Zhao Qian. After all, she was his dream goddess during college. I once had countless wonderful fantasies. Now, the fantasy has become reality. Of course, you should experience and feel it properly, again and again. The next day, Luo Pang came to have the stone cut, only to be surprised to find that it had already been cut. Of course, it was Zhang Tong's bronze sword that solved it. It's fast and efficient. He also posted in the Tongtian Treasures group, saying that he had acquired a large batch of jadeite, including glass-type bright green and high ice-type chicken fat yellow jadeite. He said it would be auctioned on December 1st along with a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Many jewelry business owners were excited and busy raising funds to participate in the auction. So Luo Pang gave a report on the work situation. The renovation should be completed in about 10 days. Recruitment advertisements have been posted on bulletin boards at many schools. They even hired a headhunting firm. Well done. This month you'll get a 100,000 yuan bonus and a 3-bedroom apartment. I've already asked Zhao Qian to buy it. From now on, every employee in the company will get one, and the apartment will be transferred to them after 10 years of service. Zhang Tong said with satisfaction. Thank you, boss. Overjoyed, Luo Pang couldn't resist contacting Yang Bo via WeChat to boast, Sampi, I have some great news for you. Don't be envious of me. This month I'm not only getting a 100,000 yuan salary, but also a 100,000 yuan bonus. Plus, I got a luxury apartment. Isn't that awesome? Ha, envious of you? Do you know how much I spent on my female secretary last night? A full 300 million. You think I'm bragging? I'm telling the truth. Don't blame me if you regret it later if you don't believe me. You think I'm bragging? I really do have a female secretary. Damn, are you looking at my luxury car? Luo Janayo posted a photo of his Audi. Then look at my luxury car. Yang Bo also posted a photo of a Koenigsegg luxury car. Roll. The two disliked each other. Zhang Tong, however, drove towards Fan Bingxiang's house, because Fan Bingxiang invited him to her house for dinner. Driving his Ferrari Raffle, amidst countless envious and awe-inspiring gazes, Zhang Tong arrived at another wealthy Villa Bayun villa and stopped in front of the Fan family's gate. Fan Bingxiang greeted them warmly. She dressed up specially today and wore delicate, light makeup. Her pink and white tight-fitting short dress showed off her stunning figure perfectly. Red lips, red nails, and top-quality jewelry. This made her appear even more elegant and refined. Zhang Tong was secretly amazed. She is absolutely stunning, no less beautiful than Zhao Qian, and perhaps even slightly more so, because her innate elegance is something Zhao Qian has yet to cultivate. Welcome. Grandpa Fan stood up from the sofa with a friendly smile on his face. He had a rosy complexion and was in good spirits. It's clear that it has truly recovered. Congratulations on your recovery, sir. Zhang Tong said with a smile. It's all thanks to the 1,000-year-old ginseng you found. Now I can sleep and eat well, and I feel like I can live for another 10 years or so, Grandpa Fan said with a smile. You're just like a young man now, old man. You're not just going to live another 10 years or so, I think you'll live for several more decades, Zhang Tong said. An old man and a young man sat on the sofa chatting. Mr. and Mrs. Fan also came out of their room to keep the guests company. Because I've seen it before. In addition, Fan Bingbing was there to add tea and water for them. Zhang Tong didn't feel embarrassed at all. The atmosphere was pretty good. Xiao Zhang, are you married? Old Master Fan asked. I'm only 22 years old, I don't even have a girlfriend, how can I talk about starting a family? Zhang Tong composed himself and said, he's indeed young and promising. Grandpa Fan's face was full of admiration and appreciation. Beautiful Fan, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know what your profession is. Zhang Tong asked curiously. I work at Changkong Pharmaceutical Company, which belongs to the Fan family. My dad is the general manager, and I'm the vice president. Fan Bingxiang looked surprised. It turned out that Zhang Tong didn't know anything about the Fan family. Changkong Pharmaceuticals? Zhang Tong was slightly surprised. Of course I know this listed company. Its market value is nearly 100 billion. So, the Fan family must be a wealthy family with assets of at least tens of billions. If it were the Zhang Tong of the past, he would certainly be extremely envious. But now his net worth exceeds 10 billion, and that doesn't even include the flying pearl and the bronze sword. Moreover, there is a precious star waiting to be developed. Therefore, he alone is a wealthy family, and the most elite wealthy family at that. They far surpass the Fan family. How can I be envious? You're younger than me, aren't you? And you're already the vice president of a listed company? That's really embarrassing. Zhang Tong complimented. My daughter is a renowned talent. She graduated from Tsinghua University at the age of 19. Now she's 20, and after working for a year, she became a vice president entirely through her abilities. That's what Fan's mother said proudly. Miss Fan is beautiful and talented, a top-tier rich, beautiful, and successful woman. She must have a boyfriend, right? Zhang Tong asked with a smile. No, there are countless suitors pursuing my daughter, but none of them have caught my eye yet. Fan's mother answered on his behalf. That's because her standards are too high. Zhang Tong laughed. Zhang Tong, we'd like to reserve a 1,000-year-old ginseng from you. That means you auction off 8 ginsengs, and we'll buy them at the average price of all 8. We'll make sure you don't lose out. What do you think? Fan Bingbing changed the subject. It felt awkward to talk about her marriage. That won't do. I said I would auction 9 sticks, and that's exactly 9 sticks, not one less. Zhang Tong said. Then we'll have no choice but to bid with all our might. Fan Bingxiang rolled her eyes at Zhang Tong. How could he be so disrespectful? If you don't win the bid, you can contact me privately to buy it later. Zhang Tong said. But they've all been auctioned off. Where do you have any left? Fan Bingxiang said in surprise. Who said there are only 10,000-year-old ginseng roots left? Zhang Tong said calmly. Zhang Tong must have found a magical hidden place in Shinbei Mountain, and even more 1,000-year-old ginseng. If my Fan family can obtain it, we should be able to develop a miraculous longevity medicine, the kind that can be widely distributed. It will definitely cause our wealth to skyrocket. The eyes of the Fan family members all lit up with a strange light. This young man's net worth is definitely over 10 billion. He would be a good son-in-law for the Fan family. Should we take the initiative to arrange a marriage? Fan Bingxiang, her father, and her mother all turned their attention to old Master Fan. The weather is great today, but there will be a storm tomorrow. I've checked the weather forecast. Grandpa Fan quickly calmed down and changed the subject. The Fan family has developed a miraculous pill based on an ancient formula, using ginseng that is over 300 years old. It has been proven that one pill can extend one's lifespan by 1 month. The underlying principles and alternative drugs are currently being researched. If we can find another 1,000-year-old ginseng, along with the remaining pills, we can achieve our goal. Producing scientific research results is not difficult. Why lower yourself to a marriage alliance? If he brings it up himself, then we can consider it. Zhang Tong, did you go treasure hunting again? Did you find another high-quality jade? Fan Bingbing changed the subject. She also saw the message posted by Zhang Tong in the Tongtian Treasures group. Yes. Zhang Tong smiled brightly. Thinking about the treasure he had found, he was in an incredibly good mood. Approximately how much is it worth? Fan Bingxiang asked curiously. Over 10 billion, I guess. Zhang Tong downplayed it. That's incredible. Fan Bingxiang's eyes lit up. Grandpa Fan, Mr. Fan, and Mrs. Fan were also deeply moved. More than 10 billion? In addition to numerous 1,000-year-old ginseng roots and the more than 4 billion yuan from the previous sale of jade, Zhang Tong's net worth exceeds 20 billion. They're no worse off than the Fan family. While the Fan family stocks can be cashed out, cashing out 20 billion at once is absolutely impossible. Are there any other treasures? Fan Bingxiang asked again. And rubies. Zhang Tong took out a ruby the size of an egg from his bag. Under the light, the ruby reflected a dazzling red glow, crystal clear, radiant with precious light. Stunningly beautiful, unparalleled in the world. My God, such a huge and beautiful ruby? It's an absolute treasure. The 4 men stared intently at each other, their eyes burning with desire. He didn't say anything for a long time. It was as if he had lost his mind. The look of delight on his face grew stronger. I can't wait to grab it. Anyone who sees such a treasure would want to possess it. They were no exception. You're all very knowledgeable, can you give me an estimate? Zhang Tong asked. It might be worth close to 1 billion, because it's so big and so beautiful. It's absolutely the best in the world. Fan's mother said, her voice trembling. Looks like I'm going to make a fortune. I found 3 in total, and this one is the smallest. Zhang Tong said happily. 3, and 2 more that are even bigger. The Fan family was shocked, envious, and jealous. Zhang Tong was incredibly lucky. They just unearthed so many 1,000-year-old ginseng, and now they found jade and rubies worth 100 or 200 billion. So, Zhang Tong's net worth is close to 30 billion. He doesn't have a girlfriend or get married yet. He's a perfect husband. They must arrange a marriage. Thus, the 3 members of the Fan family began to skillfully maneuver and make various subtle hints. Zhang Tong, you're 22 years old. You should find a girlfriend who is your equal and get married as soon as possible. My daughter is 20 years old, beautiful and talented, and doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Damn, if you guys like me, just say so. Don't hint like this, making me propose or confess my feelings. Zhang Tong's face darkened, he looked uncomfortable. I hate these kinds of wealthy families who are so obsessed with saving face. Of course, even if the other party brings it up themselves, I would refuse myself. Because I don't want to find a girlfriend so soon. Right now, all my thoughts are on treasure hunting and making money. Besides, she has a beautiful secretary named Zhao Qian, whose looks may not be inferior to Fan Bingbing's, and she is very obedient and well-behaved. Therefore, he pretended to be stupid and never expressed his opinion. After finishing their meal, they said goodbye and left without delay. This kid doesn't seem happy about it? Why should he? Fan's mother was furious. He has a beautiful secretary now. Fan Bingxiang said with a dark face. He's already gone astray after just making a little money. Men are all like that. Mother Fan's face turned black. Don't generalize and condemn everyone based on a single example. Fan Qian said. Aren't you just like me? Do you really think I don't know you're out there having a lavish lifestyle and surrounded by women? Shut up, all of you. Grandpa Fan was furious and threw a tantrum. He then said to Fan Bingxiang, Zhang Tong is not bad. You can try to pursue him. It's said that it's easy for a man to pursue a woman, but easy for a woman to pursue a man. Don't miss out. I understand, Grandpa. Fan Bingxiang blushed deeply. Zhang Tong drove to Xianan Art College. He came to see Luo Jinaya's job posting. Hopefully he won't make a fool of himself. Given Luo Jinaya's reserved yet flamboyant personality, his job postings would certainly not overlook art schools teeming with beautiful women. There are many advertisements on the bulletin board. Most of them are houses for rent, and some sell used computers. There were even love letters expressing affection, but they were anonymous. Zhang Tong wanted to laugh. I couldn't help but recall some embarrassing things that happened during my university years. At that time, Luo Jinaya fell in love with a pretty girl named Tanjia, who was the most beautiful girl in the Department of Electronic Engineering. But there is a formidable competitor named Hu Kun, who is more handsome and richer than Luo Jinayu. Luo Pang then consulted his two good brothers, Zhang Tong and Yang Bo. Zhang Tong came up with a dirty trick. They got Luo Jinaya to write a disgusting love letter to Tanjia, which he then signed with his competitor Hu Kun's name and posted on the bulletin board. It made countless students laugh until they were breathless. This disgusted Tanjia so much that she vomited, and she never spoke to Hu Kun again. Hu Kun was furious, but he couldn't find the person who had framed him. However, Luo Pang's wish did not come true. Even without a strong competitor, Tanjia still did not fall in love with him. Luo Pang was a simp for 4 years, but he did not even hold hands with her, and he was not even considered a backup option. It is undeniably a tragedy. Soon, Zhang Tong found the job posting written by Luo Jinayu. The content is roughly as follows. Our company is called Tianbao Auction House, and our address is. The boss is 22 years old, a graduate of a prestigious university, and has a net worth of over 10 billion. The villa is valued at 45 million. Vehicle, Ferrari Raphael, valued at 22.5 million. This line was added by hand and stamped with an official seal as proof. Our company is engaged in the auction of jewelry and cultural relics. The appearance of employees reflects the image of the company. Therefore, we are sincerely recruiting 2 receptionists and 4 clerks with high salaries. Requirements: good looks, good figure, preferably a campus beauty. Salary: 30,000 to 50,000 yuan per month, working 2.5 days per week. Each employee is allocated a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. After 10 years of employment, the apartment will be transferred to your name. This paragraph is newly added and stamped as proof. Interview date: November 26th. Date, year, month, and day. Stamp. The advertisement was covered with dense annotations. May the liar's whole family die. Liar, don't let me see you, or I'll kill you. This is a big scammer, ladies, please don't fall for it. Damn it. Zhang Tong was dumbfounded, and he was so angry that he was spitting out gasps. This is not a job posting. It's practically a personal ad. Moreover, it was Zhang Tong who was being sought as a wife for him. He was even mistaken for a fraudster. That's absolutely outrageous. Luo Jinayu is an idiot. I'm going to beat him to a pulp when I get back. Hello sir, are you the owner of Tianbao Auction House? Suddenly, a girl appeared beside Zhang Tong, carrying a delicate fragrance. Her voice was so charming that it seemed to make one's bones melt. She is at least 1.78 meters tall, with a slim waist, long legs, a pert bottom, and a voluptuous bust. Her skin was snow white, and her hair was thick and black, like a black silk ribbon cascading down her back. Her big, sparkling eyes seemed to hold a beautiful world within them, capable of speaking and expressing emotions. Her cherry-like lips were so sexy and alluring. Holy crap, where did this beauty come from? She's absolutely stunning. Zhang Tong was filled with amazement and utterly captivated. Such a beautiful woman is simply a masterpiece of nature. It's an exquisite gift for men. Yes. This advertisement was put up by one of my employees without my permission. I apologize for the embarrassment, John Tong said. Hello, my name is Luo Wei, and I am a third-year student at Xiamen Art College. It's nice to meet you. Luo Wei's beautiful eyes lit up, and she stretched out her slender hand. My name is John Tong, and it's nice to meet you. John Tong held her hand and felt an electric shock. It has to be said that some beautiful women can make people feel good at first sight. Luo Wei is a perfect example. I will apply for a job at your company then, and I hope you will take good care of me. Luo Wei bowed gracefully. The waves surged ever more violently, threatening to tear through the fabric. We look forward to your arrival. John Tong smiled and nodded, in a very pleasant mood. But he dared not linger, because many girls came after hearing the news. We need to surround and block him. In fact, Ferrari Raphael caused a sensation as soon as he entered the school gate. Even the wealthiest second-generation rich might not be able to own a supercar worth over 20 million. And this is only in southern Hunan. The number of wealthy people there is far less than in Shanghai and Beijing. Therefore, even in art colleges where beautiful girls abound, it's rare to see luxury cars worth millions, let alone tens of millions. In addition, Luo Jinayu's recruitment advertisement sparked widespread criticism and became widely known. Therefore, everyone suspected that the boss of Tianbao Company had come. Could it be that the job posting was real? And the high salary was real too? Any attractive girl would be curious, excited, and thrilled. Everyone couldn't resist coming to see the handsome 22-year-old boss. Even if a beautiful girl is in class, she might ask for leave or make an excuse to pee. Ladies, please make way. Even though Zhang Tong reacted quickly, he still couldn't escape in time. As soon as I got on the bus, I was surrounded by hundreds of girls. They were completely unable to move. My God, it really is a Ferrari Raphael worth over 20 million, it's so beautiful. So handsome and young. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Hey handsome, come down and let's chat. Since you're here to recruit, what's the point of hiding in the car? The beauties refused to back down, excited and buzzing with discussion. There are so many beautiful women, some slender, some plump, each with their own charm. As expected of an art academy, but Luo Wei is still the most beautiful. Zhang Tong couldn't take it all in. But of course, I wouldn't get off the bus, fearing my pants would be ripped off. Classmates, he really is the owner of Tianbao Auction House, and the recruitment is real. Those who are interested, please go for the job on the designated date. Now, stop crowding around and don't delay the boss's business. Luo Wei shouted loudly. The girls calmed down and slowly backed away. Zhang Tong left the school without incident and then drove to Xiamen University, Xiamen Normal University, the Music Academy of Xiamen Normal University, and other schools, effectively advertising his school. Otherwise, what if female students from other universities think the job posting is a scam and don't apply? Wouldn't that mean we can't select the best employees? Sigh, it's all Luo's fault, he's so unreliable. They also expect me to fill in the gaps and make up for the deficiencies. My boss is really going to have a lot on his plate. All job postings were manually supplemented with information and stamped with an official seal. It must be said that Luo Jinayu is very serious about his work. I just don't know if he got beaten up. Without exception, all the beautiful girls in the entire school were alarmed and flocked over to see the luxury car, the handsome guy, and their future boss or future husband. Each one of them was dressed in their finest attire, looking absolutely stunning. This gave Zhang Tong a real treat for his eyes. The boys in these schools were furious. He glared angrily at Zhang Tong. Some boys even wanted to take pictures of Zhang Tong, hoping to find an opportunity to put a sack over his head and beat him up. Although Zhang Tong wasn't afraid, he quickly put on a mask and sunglasses to avoid being repeatedly ambushed. Fatty Luo, I forgot to tell you, recruit 10 strong security guards as soon as possible. They'll be in charge of maintaining order on the day of the recruitment. Zhang Tong called Luo Pang. There was no reprimand for Luo Jinayu. Although the job posting seemed to be a way to find him a wife, the result was still good, attracting many outstanding talents. But the results might be too good, and there's a concern that many boys will show up at the door on the day of the recruitment. Without security guards, Luo Jinaya might have been beaten to a pulp. Of course I won't get beaten up, that's Superman, he'll always escape unscathed. It's too late, isn't it? There are only 3 days left, said Luo Pang. Although I've put up a lot of ads, it seems no one believes them, so there probably won't be many beautiful women applying. I shouldn't need security guards to maintain order. I'm the boss. Just do what I tell you to do. What are you whining about? Zhang Tong said. I'm doing this for your life's sake. You still want to slack off? Okay, let me think of a way. Oh, right, I have a fellow villager who's a retired Special Forces soldier. Early in the morning, Zhao Qian woke up and began to dress quietly, afraid of waking Zhang Tong. But Zhang Tong still woke up, put his arm around her small waist, and said, "It's only dawn, why are you up so early? Sleep with me a little longer. I have a lot to do today, Zhao Qian said coquettishly. Yesterday I bought 30 houses, and now I still need to make wardrobes and buy furniture. The main thing is that she wants to move in as soon as possible. It's not good to live in John Tong's villa every day. She was just his secretary, not his girlfriend. It can easily cause gossip. It's bad for both his and her reputation. There's always something to do, but rest is important. Come on, let's do some morning exercises together. 3 hours later, John Tong sat in the living room smoking and drinking tea, feeling rather bored. Zhao Qian went to work. Luo Jinayo has become even busier. Only he, the boss, has nothing going on. I need to find something to do. I can't just sit around doing nothing. John Tong pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. An hour later, John Tong drove his four-wheel truck, loaded to the brim with fruit, to the busiest street corner. Finding an open space, he began enthusiastically hawking his wares. Fruit. Fruit for sale. Absolutely delicious fruit. Magical fruit from the deep mountains. You've never tasted anything like it before, and you don't even recognize it. If you do, I'll give you £100. If my fruit isn't the best in the world, you can come and hit me. Of course, these are duck egg fruit and goose egg grapes from Baoxing. It's not about how much money I want to make. It is wasteful and shameful. Such delicious fruit would be such a waste if it all rotted on the mountain. Jadeite rough, gold nuggets, gemstones, you can pick them up any time, they won't rot anyway. But fruit really does rot once it's out of season. Where did this arrogant king come from? Are there fruits in this world that I don't recognize? Once I recognize them, will you give me £100? A large number of pedestrians sneered and swarmed around, all wanting to earn 100 jin of fruit to take home. But they were soon dumbfounded. Holy crap, what are these two kinds of fruits? How come I've never seen it before? There is a kind of peach that is neither like a peach nor like an apple, but it is bright red, like a ruby. Another type looks a lot like grapes, but each grape is as big as a goose egg, and a bunch can weigh dozens of kilograms. Could these be two kinds of fruits that have never been discovered before? Haha, does anyone know him? Seeing everyone dumbfounded, John Tong became smug and laughed lewdly. They want to earn £100 of my fruit. You're dreaming. I don't recognize him, Slasher. I've never seen him, Slasher, before. What kind of fruit is it? Is it delicious? Everyone felt awkward and a little annoyed, but mostly curious. Make way, make way. I'm going to make a profit from these £100 of fruit. I'm a botanist, I know every kind of fruit on earth. A refined-looking university professor walked through the crowd, his face radiating confidence. It was none other than Wang Qingshan, a botany professor at Xiangzhou University. Holy crap! John Tong shrank his neck, almost wanting to run away, because he had taken Professor Wang's class. Unfortunately, he was a top student who got perfect scores on his exams, so there's a high chance that Professor Wang knew him. Fortunately, I was wearing a mask and sunglasses. In addition, it has been 2 years since we last met. The botanist is here. Ha ha ha, this vendor is going to cry. £100 of fruit. That's worth a lot of money. The crowd of onlookers chuckled and waited for the show to begin. As soon as Professor Wang entered, he stared wide-eyed at the fruit. Then I froze. I started trying my best to recall all kinds of fruits, but I couldn't find a familiar fruit that matched it. I've never seen either of these two fruits before in my life, and they've never been mentioned in any books. How is that possible? He couldn't resist picking up the fruit and examining it from all angles. In the end, their faces turned red. I still can't recognize him. How embarrassing. But I'm also excited. I actually encountered two species I'd never seen before on the street, and they were high-quality fruits too. Professor, please tell me quickly, what are these two kinds of fruits? Are they edible? Some foodies can't wait. As long as the professor says it's edible, regardless of whether it tastes good or not, I'll buy a few pounds to try. These are two new fruits that have never been discovered before. They look to be of very high quality, no less than the best fruits we know. I believe these two fruits come from outer space. Professor Wang said in a firm and resounding voice. Holy crap! John Tong's face changed drastically, and he was covered in cold sweat. I almost ran away. From outer space? Professor, are you kidding me? Everyone was shocked and incredulous. Haha, of course, that's a joke. After all, if I don't recognize a fruit, other botanists probably can't either, Professor Wang laughed. However, miracles can happen. There might be many undiscovered species in some primeval forest, and these two fruits are one of them. It almost scared me to death. John Tong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Where did you get these two kinds of fruit? Professor Wang did not recognize John Tong. Trade secret, no comment. John Tong dared not say more, for too much talk would surely lead to mistakes. Wang Qingshan was a renowned botanist. Hey buddy, that's not fair of you. Didn't you just say you came from deep in the mountains? Some people say, wild fruits from deep in the mountains? That's amazing. Professor Wang sighed and wanted to ask more questions, but Zhang Tong started hawking his wares, shouting, miraculous fruits from the deep mountains, duck egg fruit and goose egg grapes, 100 yuan a pound, or your money back. What? You're afraid they're poisonous? Let me tell you, I've eaten plenty of them, and I'm perfectly healthy. I could kill a tiger. He ate 2 fruits on the spot. His face was full of enjoyment. Is it really that delicious? Many foodies are tempted. Although it's expensive, it's a unique business. And it was fruit they had never eaten before. So people started buying. You get 3 jin, I get 2 jin. They were all very satisfied after eating it. Some people describe it as the king of fruits. Some people say this is the most delicious fruit in the world. After a busy period, they sold about half of the stock. Then there were fewer people. 100 yuan per kilogram is still a bit expensive. Not many people are willing to buy it. But Zhang Tong didn't care. Sell them slowly. Anyway, there's nothing else to do. At this moment, even boxing is in daylight, which is not suitable for practicing boxing. As for exploration, let's wait until the company opens. After all, each expedition takes a considerable amount of time. Oh, Zhang Tong? Suddenly, a Mercedes pulled up to the side of the road, and a young man in a suit got out with a mocking look on his face. Old classmate, long time no see. Are you selling fruit? It was none other than He Kaikshuan, Zhang Tong's college classmate. His relationship with Zhang Tong was very bad. Between people, there may be instant friendship or instant enmity. They were the latter too. Zhang Tong came from humble beginnings, but he had excellent academic performance and was a top student. He Kaikshuan came from a good family, but his grades were only average. He was admitted to Xiangzhong High School through connections. Otherwise, with his score at the time, he would have needed to add 50 points to be admitted. During his university years, He Kaikshuan frequently had to retake exams, and he even failed several courses, requiring him to take a final exam before graduation. If he failed, he wouldn't even receive his diploma. He Kaikshuan once approached Zhang Tong, wanting to cheat on the exam. However, you can sit anywhere during university exams. As long as Zhang Tong agrees to cooperate, he can easily copy the answers by sitting behind Zhang Tong. But Zhang Tong refused him. It wasn't that Zhang Tong had low emotional intelligence, but rather that he was worried about being discovered by the teacher, which would implicate him and prevent him from receiving the scholarship. That would put him in a lot of trouble. From then on, the two became enemies, and He Kaikshuan hated Zhang Tong to the core. In his senior year, He Kaikshuan got a job at a well-known company in the industry through connections, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. At the time, many of his classmates were extremely envious, which made him arrogant and feel that he was successful again. Now that he sees Zhang Tong selling fruit, how could he not take the opportunity to mock him? Yes, we sell fruit. Zhang Tong showed no shame whatsoever. Zhang Tong, you used to be a top student, always ranking first in the department and winning the first-class scholarship every year. But who would have thought that upon graduation, you couldn't find a job and ended up as a fruit vendor? Meanwhile, He Kaikshuan, had the worst grades and often had to retake exams. But upon graduation, I found a good job and am now an assistant manager with a monthly salary of 50,000. Truly, fortunes change. Life is unpredictable. He Kaikshuan laughed incessantly, his face full of delight. At that moment, he exhaled with pride and brimming with confidence. I felt an unprecedented sense of superiority and an unprecedented sense of comfort. The intense pleasure made his body tremble. It felt like being electrocuted. A clown like you dares to laugh at me? Zhang Tong sneered disdainfully, looking at the other person as if he were an idiot. Let your classmates see your shameful behavior. After saying this with a sly laugh, He Kaikshuan posted in the classmates group, Dear old classmates, I went back to school today for my last makeup exam, and luckily I passed. Guess what I saw on the roadside? Ha ha ha, you would never dream of it. What did you see? Did you see a sow climbing a tree? The classmates group chat became lively. They haven't graduated yet, but it will be soon. I need to defend my thesis and get my graduation certificate after the new year. Therefore, they are still very familiar with each other and maintain a very close relationship. They often chat and joke around in the classmates group. The content is mostly about work. They might complain, or they might show off. Or they might talk about the beautiful women in the company, how pretty and alluring they are. Back in the day, Luo Janaya was one of the most active, and he loved talking about beautiful women. He's incredibly secretly passionate. I saw Zhang Tong, the top student in college. He Kaikshuan chuckled and said, he's actually selling fruit. Can you believe it? No way, a top student selling fruit? I don't believe you, you're talking nonsense. He Kaikshuan, you're talking nonsense. There are photographic evidence. He Kaikshuan immediately took a few photos of Zhang Tong and sent them to the group. Everyone was stunned. You have to believe it even if you don't believe it. Because Zhang Tong is very professional at selling fruit, he doesn't set up a stall, but sells it from a four-wheeled vehicle. They've obviously been doing this kind of business for a while now. Then everyone sighed and lamented. It's not that Zhang Tong can't make money selling fruit, he might even earn as much as they do working a regular job. Instead, I felt it was a waste of his talents, a complete misuse of his abilities. Wasn't that 4 years of university education a waste? If I had known this earlier, wouldn't it have been better to sell fruit instead of going to university? Moreover, selling fruit is ultimately a dead-end business. Their work life is different, they can get promoted and receive a raise, and they can change jobs. Each time they change jobs, their salary usually skyrockets. Their future is the stars and the sea. Zhang Tong's future, however, was a dark and desolate wasteland. Zhang Tong, you were unwilling to help me cheat back then, but I've graduated now and will soon get my diploma. He Kaichuan sneered again, but I'm not that kind of person. You're down on your luck now, reduced to selling fruit, but I want to help you out. Our company is short of a floor cleaner. Would you like to go? The salary will definitely satisfy you, at least over 3,000. Then you should keep it yourself. Zhang Tong looked at the other person as if they were mentally challenged. It's true what they say, a dog bites Lu Dongbin, they don't appreciate a kind heart. He Kaichuan wanted to continue attacking Zhang Tong, but his eyes suddenly went blank and his face flushed with excitement. A stunningly beautiful woman stepped out of a Porsche 911 that pulled up on the side of the road. Zhao Qian skipped class for a day to work, but was discovered by the teacher. The teacher was furious. Tell her to go see her as soon as possible, or she'll face the consequences. She was known as the Extinction Master, the most ruthless and cruel teacher. So she bought some gifts, went back to school to see her teacher, and took the opportunity to plead for her. But then I saw Zhang Tong selling fruit on the street. She was both amused and exasperated. The super-rich are simply playing games in the mortal world. He stopped the car, wanting to report on his work with Zhang Tong. A red mini dress paired with white high heels perfectly showcased her figure. Her long, slender legs strutted in a straight line, her wavy hair danced like flames, her slender waist swayed, and her high, pert buttocks bounced. Now that she has a net worth of over 10 million, she is incredibly confident, which has enhanced her overall demeanor. Recently, it has been watered again, and its snow-white skin is glowing, so delicate that you could squeeze water out of it. She is so beautiful that she could topple kingdoms and captivate all beings. Stunningly beautiful, a natural beauty. Therefore, she attracted countless eyes as soon as she got out of the car. They all looked at her with fervent, infatuated, and amazed admiration. Some people even bumped their heads into utility poles. There were many vendors nearby who were watching Zhang Tong and He Kaichuan's spectacle with amusement, hoping that the two of them would start fighting. But now I don't care about watching the show, I'd rather watch this stunningly beautiful woman. Zhao Qian was a beauty they had never seen before. It was so beautiful that it made their scalps tingle, their bodies tremble, and they were so moved that they wanted to cry. He Kaichuan's face was full of anticipation and excitement, and his heart was pounding wildly, because Zhao Qian was walking towards him. Zhao Qian is the #1 beauty at Xiangzhou University. He Kaichuan certainly knew him. I fantasized countless times about winning Zhao Qian's heart. He even took action, carefully preparing a gift and going to confess his feelings. But he was rejected without hesitation. This has always been a source of pain for him. Could it be that the school beauty now knows that He Kaichuan is not the same as before, so she has changed her mind and comes to see him whenever she sees him? Want to date him? If that's true, it would be an incredibly wonderful thing. And they must be incredibly envious of Zhang Tong. Zhao Qian, you have such sharp eyes, you actually spotted me. He Kaichuan quickly straightened his clothes, smiled and went to greet him. His voice became exceptionally magnetic and was simply delightful. Who are you? Do we know each other? Zhao Qian gave him a cold glance. She didn't remember He Kaichuan at all, too many boys had pursued her. Several boys confessed their love to her every day, and she received several love letters every day. She got off the bus not to see me? She doesn't even recognize me? He Kaichuan was stunned. The beautiful fantasies in my heart collapsed and vanished into nothingness in an instant. He was overwhelmed by endless pain, depression, and indignation. Many vendors and passers-by couldn't help but laugh. This is probably what a scene of mass social death looks like, right? That must be the most embarrassing thing in the world, right? How big is the psychological trauma this guy is experiencing? I'm He Kaichuan, a senior at Xiangzhou University, majoring in computer science. I even confessed my feelings to you back then. Now I'm working as an assistant manager with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, and I drive a Mercedes. He Kaichuan was still unwilling to give up and, clinging to a sliver of hope, quickly introduced himself. Now he finally understood that the school beauty Zhao Qian stopped the car not to see him, but probably to buy fruit. I misunderstood. But it must have been a beautiful misunderstanding. Perhaps I can seize the opportunity and confess my feelings again. Hikaichuan, who made the goddess fall in love with him. From then on, she was taken. Hikaichuan thus became the happiest man in the world. Zhang Tong was so envious he was drooling. "Excuse me, student, please move aside. Otherwise, I'll call the police," Zhao Qian said coldly. I was furious. I hate men who think too highly of themselves but have no substance whatsoever. A monthly salary of 50,000? You're even showing off your Mercedes-Benz? Look at Zhang Tong, he's worth over 10 billion yuan and drives a Ferrari Raffle, but has he ever shown off? He's selling fruit now. The difference between the two is like comparing mud to clouds, worlds apart. Move aside? Call the police? Hikaichuan was lost in thought, his heart pounding with excitement and anticipation, when Zhao Qian's words struck him like a slap across the face, leaving his cheek swollen and his heart broken. It was as if he had been hit on the head with a club, making his vision blur and his heart feel like it was about to burst. It turns out it was all just his wishful thinking. The school beauty goddess didn't see him as a classmate at all, but as a hooligan harassing her. He even suspected that in the school beauty's eyes, he might not be a human being, but an animal. This blow was significant and devastating, leaving him struggling to accept it. Bewildered and at a loss, they stood there dumbfounded. This guy's been hit so hard he's questioning his existence. Is he stupid or going crazy? Haha, this beauty is ruthless, she just slapped me across the face. The beautiful woman completely ignored him, not because she was trying to hurt him, but because she naturally saw him as a stranger harassing her. He confessed his feelings to her in the past, but the beauty has completely forgotten him and doesn't even remember him. This is too much of a blow. I don't think he'll recover in 3 days. The spectators couldn't help but laugh. They were all over the place and almost applauded and shouted bravo. The vendors, in particular, were extremely pleased, because Hikaichuan's words earlier had shown extreme contempt for them, and seeing him get the short end of the stick made them happy. Aren't you going to move aside? Do you want the police to come looking for you? Zhao Qian was inexplicably furious when she saw Hikaichuan standing there dumbfounded. She was being harassed on the street and the person wouldn't leave. If her boss hadn't been there, she would have called the police. Sorry. Hikaichuan finally came to his senses and hurriedly stepped aside. He watched with pain and sorrow as Zhao Qian walked up to Zhang Tong. She really was going to buy fruit. What brings you here? Zhang Tong smiled and embraced Zhao Qian, gently inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her body, which was truly intoxicating. He was so bold today, daring to hug me intimately in public. Zhao Qian was incredibly shy, and she tightly hugged Zhang Tong's waist, her face full of love and her eyes full of affection. This man utterly captivated her, and she was particularly drawn to his embrace. She could hold him until the end of time. I went to school, and saw you, so I came to throw myself at you, Zhao Qian said coquettishly. My God, a stunningly beautiful woman who drives a Porsche 911 has fallen for a fruit vendor? And she's so affectionate? The onlookers were all dumbfounded, shocked, and incredulous. Why have I never encountered such a good thing? What exactly did this stunningly beautiful woman see in him? The world is indeed vast, and anything can happen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hikaichuan's eyes nearly popped out, his jaw almost fell off, and he was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. Zhao Qian, the goddess of his dreams whom he could never win over, had actually fallen into the arms of Zhang Tong, whom he had just scorned. How is that possible? This is fake. It's fake. I'm dreaming. This was absolutely devastating. It was too much for him to handle. After hugging for a while, Zhao Qian remembered that she had to see her teacher, otherwise she would fail the course, which would have serious consequences. Finally, she let go of Zhang Tong and said, I will come back as soon as possible and cook for you. She gave Zhang Tong a quick kiss on the cheek before leaving shyly. My God, is this stunningly beautiful woman really his woman? Living with him and cooking for him? Everyone was shocked, filled with envy, and found it unbelievable. Perhaps this is what noble and luxurious love is all about. Love is truly a luxury, not everyone can have it. Ugh, I'm so angry. Hikaichuan was so angry he was about to explode. Now he finally understood why Zhao Qian had come. She had come to throw herself at Zhang Tong because she had fallen deeply in love with him and they were already living together. Zhang Tong has clearly fallen on hard times. The former top student can't find a job now and is selling fruit instead. Why did the school beauty still fall for him? He's so outstanding, so handsome, so awesome, yet the goddess looks down on him and sees him as a stranger harassing her. Why is this happening? Why? He began to question the meaning of life once again. Zhang Tong took out his phone and took a few photos of Hikaichuan. I sent a message to the class group saying, this guy has been acting strangely on the street for half an hour now, what should I do? What's wrong with Hikaichuan? The students in the group were all dumbfounded, somewhat incredulous. Because Hikaichuan in the photo looks blank and sad, as if he is considering whether to commit suicide. That was so pitiful. Could it be that he has suffered the biggest blow of his life? Zhang Tong, what just happened? Did you hit him? Did you knock his brains out? A student asked. I didn't even touch him, so don't make any unfounded suspicions. He just met the school beauty Zhao Qian, and then he couldn't help but confess his feelings again, only to be harshly rejected. Then he saw Zhao Qian in another man's arms. That's how it ended up like this. I feel so sorry for him, but I don't know how to comfort him. Zhang Tong said. Haha, so he was rejected by Zhao Qian again. He was deeply hurt and devastated. It's okay, he'll wake up in a little while. Just make sure he doesn't wander off into the road in a daze and get hit by a car. I heard that goddess Zhao Qian has fallen for a senior boy, apparently from our electronics department. I wonder who it is. The guy Zhao Qian just threw herself at was probably him. He's amazing. I'm so envious, my nose is bleeding. Zhang Tong, do you recognize the man Zhao Qian has fallen for? Which classmate is he? He's very handsome and tall, and he looks familiar. He should be from our school, but I don't know him or what his name is. How could Zhang Tong possibly say it was himself? Immediately, he continued to hawk his wares, fruit from deep in the mountains. You've never seen anything like it before. It's absolutely delicious, absolutely amazing. You'll want to swallow your tongue. Selling fruit is actually a pretty good experience. Sitting in the shade of a big tree, watching beautiful women come and go. Watch the clown jump around, and you can earn over 100,000 yuan. Soon, Zhang Tong sold several hundred kilograms more, earning tens of thousands of yuan. However, no one thought Zhang Tong had made a lot of money. Because of the high quality of the fruit, the purchase price is ridiculously high. Zhang Tong, how did you manage to win Zhao Qian's heart? You didn't use any underhanded methods, did you? He Kaichuan finally woke up because some classmates were worried about him and called him. He was furious when he saw the chat history in the group. That bastard Zhang Tong actually took a picture of him and posted it in the group chat to embarrass him. And you still say you don't know the person Zhao Qian fell in love with? Ah, how could anyone in the world be so despicable and shameless? Chase? I've never chased after her. Zhang Tong's face was full of sincerity. Being a beautiful secretary was entirely Zhao Qian's own request. Originally, I wanted to hire a beautiful secretary whose looks were no less than Zhao Qian's. After all, if you offer an astronomical salary, even celestial beings would descend to Earth to apply. You, bullshit. He Kaichuan was trembling with rage, his anger reaching a fever pitch. It turned out that Zhao Qian took the initiative to pursue him? This completely overturned his worldview. He couldn't accept it, and he couldn't believe it. However, the way Zhao Qian threw herself into his arms just now made him vaguely believe that what Zhang Tong said was true. The goddess he deeply loves, the goddess that countless boys dream of pursuing, is actually chasing after a fruit seller? This is absurd, infuriating, helpless, and tragic. Actually, Zhao Qian is not my girlfriend. Zhang Tong said. Real? He Kaichuan was overjoyed. Was that all an act? Was it just a ploy to try and hurt me? Zhao Qian is merely my secretary. Zhang Tong said, you know what I mean. You're talking nonsense, I'm going to beat you to death. He Kaichuan was so angry that he roared and his forehead veins throbbed, looking like a madman. How am I talking nonsense? Zhang Tong said in astonishment. How could a fruit seller like you have a secretary? Who would believe such an absurd thing? He Kaichuan said angrily. Why can't a fruit vendor have a secretary? Who made that rule? Zhang Tong looked at the other person as if they were mentally challenged. Some of these wealthy people started out in the fruit business and have fortunes in the tens of billions. How could there be no beautiful secretary? Anyway, I don't believe that Zhao Qian could be your secretary. He Kaichuan said angrily, ask anyone else, who would believe that? He looked around, trying to find someone to agree with him, but no one paid him any attention. They all stared intently at the other end of the street. Another stunningly beautiful woman walked over. Her looks and figure are in no way inferior to Zhao Qian's. She wore a deep V-neck mini dress with a backless lace design. Wearing red high heels, her long, slender, snow-white legs reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight. It was truly vibrant and beautiful, absolutely stunning. The worst part is that she walks with the catwalk typical of models. Amidst the surging waves, her silky black hair fluttered in the wind. Overall, she exudes a seductive charm, possesses natural sexiness, and is extremely alluring. Countless people were stunned. Some people followed behind her, watching her with fascination. Some people covered their noses, but blood still gushed out. Beautiful anchorwoman Lu Qingxi? He Kaichuan was so excited that his whole body trembled and his face flushed. He really enjoys watching live streams featuring beautiful women. I have a special fondness for Lu Qingxi's live streams. He also frequently gives gifts. He was hoping to attract Lu Qingxi's attention. That might present an opportunity for pursuit. Now, he has the good fortune to have met Lu Qingxi. She's even more stunning than she is on live stream. It completely captivated him. He stared blankly, admiring it with fascination. To his delight, Lu Qingxi seemed to have seen him, her face full of surprise, and she quickened her pace to walk towards him. Could it be that she recognized me as her fan? Luo Kaichuan was both surprised and delighted, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. As expected, when things don't go well in the East, they do go well in the West. Even if Zhao Qian isn't there, there's still Lu Qingxi. My luck with love has finally arrived, He Kaichuan. Lu Qingxi walked with a swaying gait, her face full of surprise, straight toward He Kaichuan, bathed in countless ardent gazes. She must have come to see me, she must have. He Kaichuan's face was full of anticipation and expectation. He's a bit obsessed. He desperately wanted Lu Qingxi to wash away the humiliation he had just suffered and regain his confidence. But he still had some intelligence. Although he was a fan of Lu Qingxi, logically Lu Qingxi should not know him at all. Therefore, he dared not take the initiative to greet or welcome them, to avoid becoming a laughingstock again. Although currently only he and Zhang Tong are in this field, there's a 90% chance that Lu Qingxi came to see him, but there's also a 10% chance that Lu Qingxi came to buy fruit. Closer, closer. Lu Qingxi finally arrived in front of He Kaichuan, but she completely ignored him and went straight past Zhang Tong, saying with a coquettish smile, "Handsome guy, what a coincidence, I ran into you again today. You're getting more and more handsome. You're getting more and more beautiful." Zhang Tong was speechless. This was truly a coincidence. Lu Qingxi happened to see the fruit vendor on the street. There's no escaping it. You should know that during this period, Lu Qingxi often flirted with him on WeChat, and if she couldn't flirt with him, she would invite him to watch her live stream. But he rarely responded and never went to her live stream. After all, most of the time was spent exploring Baoxing. Upon returning, his secretary, Zhao Qian, was by his side. Really? Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes lit up, and a blush rose to her cheeks. She appeared even more beautiful and charming. Of course, I never flatter others. Zhang Tong's face was full of admiration. Although he knew she was materialistic, it didn't affect his opinion of her. Which beautiful woman isn't materialistic? The pursuit of a better life is instinctive. Actually, men are the same, they're all materialistic. If there are two beautiful women, one is a rich and beautiful woman, and the other is a poor and beautiful woman. If you give a man the choice, he will definitely choose the former. Zhang Tong was worried that Lu Qingxi was approaching him because she wanted to be his girlfriend. He also suspected that Lu Qingxi might do such things frequently. She had affairs with many wealthy people. Therefore, he didn't want to have any deep relationship with her. However, he still admired her beauty and allure. "I've invited you so many times, why don't you watch my live stream?" Lu Qingxi said coquettishly. "I've been too busy lately." Zhang Tongtang blocked the way. "You must have misunderstood me. I'm not the kind of woman you're thinking of. Although I'm a beautiful live streamer with many sugar daddies, I'm pure and innocent and have never dated anyone." Lu Qingxi said with a mix of grievance and resentment, "I really fell in love with you at first sight. That's why I took the initiative to ask you out. After you rejected me, I realized that I'm not good enough for you. I just want to be friends with you, chat with you often, and meet up. That would be enough for me." Holy crap! Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Oh my god! This fruit seller is absolutely amazing. Just now, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, she is his secretary and lives with him. Now another super beautiful live streamer is pursuing him, but he actually rejected her? The beauty got rejected and still wants to date him? How does he possess such magical charm that he attracts so many stunning beauties? He's just a bit handsome, but I'm handsome too. Hello beautiful, I'm He Kaichuan, your fan. He Kaichuan was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. He couldn't help but step forward and said excitedly, "Don't be fooled by Zhang Tong. He's a penniless wretch with nothing. Besides, he has a super beautiful secretary, and they have an ambiguous relationship. Why do you still like him? You're so shallow. Do you think women only like money? Let me tell you, I like him even when he has nothing. I like his temperament and his character. In the eyes of a despicable person, the beautiful secretary and he have an ambiguous relationship, but in my eyes, the beautiful secretary and he are deeply in love, which is enviable." Lu Qingxi's face was full of disdain and contempt. This is yet another devastating blow. He Kaichuan's face turned blood red, a mixture of shame, anger, and utter confusion. At this moment, he began to question the meaning of life again. Who I am? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Am I really a despicable person? My God, is this real love? It's so touching. The onlookers were all filled with awe and respect. This beautiful woman is indeed extraordinary, she's not superficial at all. She's such a virtuous wife and loving mother. I wish I could meet a woman like that. Beautiful lady, I'll watch your live stream when I have time. Zhang Tong laughed and said, "You should go back first. Too many people are watching. It's not a good look." I'm still worried that you're just going through the motions, so I've decided to dance for you right here and let you see my alluring dance moves." After Lu Qingxi finished speaking, she played the accompaniment on her phone, and her beautiful voice rang out, "I only glanced at you in the crowd, and I could never forget your face, dreaming that one day I might see you again." At the same time, she danced gracefully in front of Zhang Tong. Her figure was like a willow branch, delicate and boneless, bright eyes and a beautiful smile. It's absolutely captivating and utterly enchanting. Countless passers-by were treated to a visual feast, watching intently. Each one was captivated, their souls soaring to the heavens. He Kaikshuan, however, was even more shocked and confused. What's so good about Zhang Tong? Lu Qingxi actually danced for him in the street. Show him your most beautiful dance moves? Could it be that she really fell deeply in love with Zhang Tong just because she glanced at him in the crowd? What a nice view. Zhang Tong was also captivated by her exquisite singing and dancing. Now he finally believed that Lu Qingxi didn't need to make an appointment with the big shots on the list. She could earn a lot of money just by dancing, because God kept feeding her. She has a great figure and looks, and she can sing and dance. She also has a golden voice, exceptionally charming and melodious, capable of evoking a sense of resonance in people. She must be very famous on the live streaming platform. Finally, Lu Qingxi finished her dance, and everyone started clapping wildly. But she remained unmoved, simply looking at Zhang Tong expectantly. "I hope to move her." Zhang Tong didn't look at her, instead, he was fiddling with his phone. She was very disappointed and depressed. Is he really heartless? Suddenly, she received a transfer on WeChat, exactly 1 million yuan. It was forwarded by Zhang Tong. She also said, "Thank you for dancing for me, I'm very happy. This is the reward." "Thank you, brother. I love you." Lu Qingxi was overjoyed and utterly shocked. She is a super beautiful live streamer, and many big spenders have visited her live stream, but no one has ever given a gift worth millions. Zhang Tong spent 1 million. They didn't use any live streaming platform at all. They transferred money directly via WeChat. This way, we won't have to share revenue with the live streaming platform. That's a real million. You might not earn that much even after a year of live streaming. This is a true super rich person. That's incredibly generous. So incredibly kind. My long-term pursuit has finally paid off with the dance I just performed. Go back quickly, there are so many people now, cars can't even get through, I'm worried something might happen. Zhang Tong said. "Okay, let's meet up sometime. I'm always available." After Lu Qingxi finished speaking, she gave Zhang Tong a quick kiss on the cheek. Only then did he happily depart. Only a lingering fragrance remains, inspiring contemplation. Countless onlookers stared in disbelief, filled with endless envy. He admired Zhang Tong immensely. "I just want to kneel down and worship. He's not a street vendor, he's a Casanova." As soon as Lu Qingxi left, the crowd dispersed, each one lingering with regret and sighs. He Kaikshuan also left with a blank expression. For a long time, he may have to question the meaning of life. It's hard to go back to the way things were. Zhang Tong also breathed a sigh of relief. That idiot is finally gone. Otherwise it would be disgusting. Finally, Zhang Tong sold all the fruit and was about to drive back. But suddenly someone shouted, "Oh my god, someone is going to jump off the building. Could it be He Kaikshuan?" Zhang Tong was startled and stared wide-eyed. But then they saw a long-haired woman standing on the edge of the rooftop of a skyscraper across the street, trembling in the wind, clearly intending to commit suicide. Of course it wasn't He Kaikshuan. Zhang Tongbei was worried. That woman is so young, why would she do something like this? Oh my god, standing on the edge of the roof is so dangerous, you could fall off in an instant. Jumping from a skyscraper that's 50 or 60 stories high would be certain death. Let's go and see, maybe we can help in some way. Everyone's faces were filled with pity. They rushed over with a whoosh. Zhang Tong was among them. When I arrived at the scene, the area in front of the building was already packed with people. The fire department arrived as well. An air cushion was placed underneath, but it may not be effective. It was difficult to find the right spot because the building was too tall, and there was a strong wind today. Someone was using a loudspeaker to shout messages and offer various words of comfort, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. The woman showed no reaction whatsoever. His face was filled with a death wish. Rescue workers have already arrived upstairs, but no one dared to approach. The woman's position was too dangerous, getting too close might provoke her to jump even faster. What normal woman would do something so dangerous? Who is that woman? Why did she jump? We need to find the reason to address the problem. Does anyone know her? A rescue worker asked anxiously from downstairs. I know her. A woman in her 30s tearfully recounted, her name is Yang Qing. She's 30 years old, a graduate of a prestigious university, and worked in finance. Later, she quit her job to trade futures and made tens of millions. But recently, the market has been bad, and she's lost everything except a few million. She could have made a comeback, but she encountered a swindler who cheated her out of her feelings and all her money. To make matters worse, her mother has been diagnosed with uremia, and without money for a kidney transplant, she's doomed. So, she's completely desperate and wants to die. This is too tragic. Everyone trembled inwardly. The poor woman. If you remain ordinary, you won't be bothered by having nothing. But it was once glorious, and it was once full of vigor. How could they not break down after suffering so many blows? Ha ha ha, a kidney transplant only costs 500,000. I used to be worth tens of millions, so what did I care? But now I'm penniless. Mom, I can't save you. I can only go with you. Yang Qing laughed bitterly upstairs. How, you liar, you cheated me of my feelings, cheated me of my money, and cheated me and my mother out of our lives. I will haunt you even as a ghost. It's over, no one can save this woman today. Everyone looked disappointed. All the rescuers shook their heads repeatedly. We are powerless to do anything about it. No, don't jump. It's only a few 100,000. We'll raise the money for you. If you're not afraid of death, why would you be afraid of living? Beautiful lady, come work for my company. I'll offer you an annual salary of 500,000. I'll even let you get a year's salary in advance. Countless people downstairs were shouting and making a ruckus. Nobody wants a tragedy to happen. But the woman did not react at all. It's not just about money, she also experienced career failure and being cheated in a relationship, and she no longer trusts anyone. An expert analyzed it as follows. Sigh, this woman was so young and beautiful, it's such a pity she died. Perhaps she's pregnant, I feel her belly is quite big. She's pregnant? That liar deserves to die. Zhang Tong trembled, unable to bear witnessing such a tragedy. If we couldn't save her, that would be fine, at most, it would just be a regret. But if you have the ability to help but don't lend a hand, you might feel guilty for the rest of your life. With that thought in mind, he squeezed out of the crowd. Friends, see you in the next life. Yang Qing finally made up her mind. After crying out in sorrow, she jumped and fell like a shooting star. No, oh no, she jumped out of the air cushion area. It's all over, it's all over. Everyone's faces were filled with pain and sorrow, their hearts aching terribly, and some closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Just as tragedy was about to unfold, something miraculous happened. Suddenly, a young man leaped into the air from the alley, soaring straight up with a whooshing sound. He quickly caught the woman in midair, plummeted a short distance, and then began to rise rapidly again. He wore his clothes inside out, and two masks, one covering his mouth and nose, and the other covering his forehead, with two holes cut out for his eyes. Who are you? Are you a deity? Yang Qing's face was filled with confusion and shock. They even doubted whether they were dreaming. Someone jumped off a building and was caught midair? That's unbelievable. My God, what's going on? How can that person fly? Is it flying with their physical body? He's a cultivator, he must be a cultivator. This is amazing. So cultivators exist. I want to become a cultivator. No wonder I saw a picture of someone undergoing a heavenly tribulation before. I thought it was fake, but now I know it's real. There really are people who cultivate immortality and undergo tribulations. The people downstairs have gone crazy. All the rescue workers were dumbfounded. Is this really still Earth? How could anyone possibly fly? Ha ha ha, I've been filming, I got it, I'm going to be rich. A woman was laughing excitedly, she was a live streamer. The result was footage of Zhang Tong flying into the sky to rescue the woman. In fact, she wasn't the only one who took the picture, many other people did as well. This is also why Zhang Tong wore a mask and his clothes inside out. You are beautiful and in the prime of your life. You will definitely overcome this difficulty. Please stop thinking about suicide. With your talent, it would be easy for you to find a job with a six-figure annual salary. Now that you have received attention, the country will help you, and kind-hearted people will also help you. Scammers are ultimately a minority. Zhang Tong held her as they floated in the air, gently comforting her. If we don't dispel her will to die, we might save her this time, but we can't save her a second time. Then this rescue would be meaningless and would only bring many problems. The government will definitely investigate. There will be a lot of trouble afterwards. Therefore, he really didn't want his huge leap forward to go to waste. Are you a deity? Yang Qing stared blankly at Zhang Tong. I am not. I don't believe it. Otherwise, how could you possibly fly, and even carry people with you? Even if you're not a god, you're still a master cultivator, He Qing said. Did you hear what I just said? Zhang Tong was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. I've taken your advice. I won't die. I want to cultivate with you. No, I want to cultivate immortality with you, Yang Qing said. Zhang Tong. Although I feel that Yang Qing's thought process is a bit strange, but Zhang Tong was still very happy that Yang Qing had given up her suicidal thoughts. They achieved their goal. So he quickly flew to the top of the building and placed Yang Qing on it. Yang Qing knew exactly what Zhang Tong wanted to do, and hugged him tightly. "Don't go, you have to take me with you. I want to cultivate with you, no, to cultivate immortality." However, Zhang Tong easily broke free, and as several rescuers rushed over, Zhang Tong had already taken to the air and soared into the sky. "No!" Yang Qing cried out and tried to jump out to grab Zhang Tong, but was held back by several rescuers. "I simply can't bring myself to jump off the building again. Look, he's flying again, soaring into the sky." Countless people were taking pictures like crazy. People were even leaning out of windows in nearby buildings to take pictures. This completely overturned their understanding. Zhang Tong felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had nowhere to hide. They even worried about being shot down. They were also worried about being ambushed and caught red-handed, because he will eventually fall. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the weather changed, dark clouds piled up in layers, accompanied by lightning and thunder. The wind howled. A torrential downpour followed. The sky was blurred, the view was blurred, everything was blurred. My God, is he undergoing tribulation? Under the sky above the city? Some people are overthinking things. Countless people stared wide-eyed, and amidst the flashes of lightning, they could indeed see a man floating in the air, seemingly surrounded by lightning. What else could this be but a tribulation? Holy crap! Zhang Tong was horrified. If he were struck by lightning, he would most likely be reduced to ashes. I'm so young, and there are countless beautiful women I haven't seen yet. Where would they dare to stay in the sky any longer? Under the cover of the heavy rain, they quickly landed in a deserted, rain-soaked alley. No one noticed. He immediately took off his mask and clothes, and put them on his head. This can cover the camera and also conceal the face. It's pouring rain now, and many people are doing this. Besides, with such heavy rain, how could the camera still capture clear images? Therefore, he was not too worried about being exposed. Soon, Zhang Tong sneaked back to the fruit stall. Most of the vendors had returned, hiding under various eaves, discussing the matter. Of course, everyone was talking about Zhang Tong. They discussed why he could fly. Zhang Tong also feigned excitement and shock, discussed it with them for a while, and then drove away. When he got home, he found that the internet was in an uproar. The story of his rescue has become incredibly popular, making headlines and overshadowing events like a celebrity wedding, a presidential visit, and a billionaire's speech. Countless videos spread like a virus online. Various QQ groups, WeChat groups, forums, and even overseas netizens are discussing it heatedly. Ha ha ha, cultivation really exists. I must find it. I must become its disciple. Cultivation is superstition. I don't believe it. Maybe it's aliens? Aliens lurking on Earth? Are aliens really that kind as to save people? Perhaps they are Martians. It is said that we humans came from Mars. Perhaps his clothes are specially made so he can fly. So he is still an Earthling, just a scientist. Actually, he is the legendary Superman, named Flying Man. Mr. Flying Man is awesome, amazing. A magical country in the East, a magical flying man. Zhang Tong admired these people. They had very creative ideas. There are all sorts of guesses, but they rarely know the real answer. Immediately afterward, Luo Pang called, "Boss, why do I feel like that cultivator is you? You look exactly the same." "Bullshit, how could it be me? I was selling fruit, and I was watching the market with a lot of other vendors." Zhang Tong dispelled Luo Pang's doubts with just a few words. Immediately afterward, Zhao Qian called, "Boss, is that cultivator you? You used to be able to leap more than 10 meters at a time, so you're a cultivator?" "If I were a cultivator, would I still be so low-key? I would have unified the earth long ago, and I would have already found dozens of beautiful women to be my harem," Zhang Tong said. So Zhao Qian was also fooled and stopped doubting. But Lu Qingxi also said via WeChat, "Brother, the man who saved people today looks like you. Cultivators selling fruit? Running companies? Hiring beautiful secretaries?" Zhang Tong countered with a question. Lu Qingxi was speechless at the question, but couldn't help but flirt with him habitually. "Brother, wanna go out?" Zhang Tong typed 6 ellipses. The beautiful image of Lu Qingxi dancing today involuntarily appeared before my eyes. That was so alluring and glamorous. If this kind of woman is let go, readers will send her razor blades. Should we agree or not? I've never been in a relationship, nor have I ever had dinner with a sugar daddy or anything like that. Lu Qingxi added, "I'm really not a flirtatious woman." "Then I'll come find you," Zhang Tong replied. "Okay, I'll wait for you." Lu Qingxi was overjoyed. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. "The super rich person I've been waiting for has arrived." Overjoyed, Lu Qingxi quickly opened the door, and sure enough, it was Zhang Tong. She smiled radiantly and welcomed Zhang Tong inside. This is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, about 100 square meters, very clean and tidy. I didn't see any of the man's belongings. It seems she really does live alone. Actually, this apartment was rented by Lu Kingxi. She is only 19 years old and she managed to rent a 3-bedroom apartment through her own efforts, which is quite impressive. Lu Kingxi invited Zhang Tong to sit down on the sofa and served him fragrant tea. Then he sat down next to Zhang Tong and they chatted wittily. Various hints. But Zhang Tong remained unmoved, merely engaging in casual conversation. I'm going to take a shower, Lu Kingxi said shyly. Then I'll take my leave. Zhang Tong got up to leave. What do you mean by super rich? Since you made the appointment and came, why aren't you tempted? Am I not beautiful enough? Lu Kingxi was puzzled and somewhat helpless. Why is it so hard to latch onto a super rich person? Don't go, let's talk some more. Lu Kingxi pulled Zhang Tong aside, this time without any seduction or hints, and genuinely engaged in a normal conversation. Finally, she asked curiously, brother, 1 minute you're buying luxury cars, the next you're selling fruit. What exactly do you do for a living? That's the right way to chat. Zhang Tong smiled slightly. They would claim to be treasure hunters, specializing in finding all sorts of hidden treasures. For example, ginseng, jade, gemstones, diamonds, and so on. Does the profession of treasure hunter even exist? Lu Kingxi was surprised. Then are they all very powerful, having trained in martial arts since childhood or something? You guessed right, all the treasure hunters are martial arts masters, even more powerful and magical than those described in novels. Zhang Tong laughed. Then you must also own a company, otherwise, how could Zhao Qian be your secretary? Lu Kingxi said. I've opened an auction house, and it will be open soon. In a few days, dozens of very skilled treasure hunters from all over the world will come to attend my auction. Zhang Tong laughed. Is your company hiring? How about I work for you? Lu Kingxi asked expectantly. Isn't your live streaming income quite good? Zhang Tong exclaimed in astonishment. I heard that some people sell tens of millions of yuan worth of goods in a single live stream. But I don't do live streaming e-commerce, and I'm not very famous. Lu Kingxi said, actually, the income from live streaming isn't as good as you think. A lot of it is a money laundering scheme. When someone gives you a tip, you have to return most of it, keeping only a few percent. Even if it's not a real big spender, they still have ulterior motives and just want to sleep with you. If you refuse, the big spender will stop tipping you. Therefore, I offended quite a few big spenders. My grades were very unstable, and life was very difficult. You're really convinced that following me is better than doing live streaming? Zhang Tong asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Because you're a true tycoon, I've never seen anyone more generous than you, that's why Zhao Qian is so devoted to you. Me too. Lu Kingxi said shyly, I believe that if I follow you, you will definitely not treat me badly. The implication is that she wants to be the next Zhao Qian. This gave Zhang Tong a strange sense of excitement. So this is what it's like to be a super rich person. The stunningly beautiful woman tried every means to throw herself into his arms. With just a flick of the wrist, he'll climb into your bed. I only have a small auction house, and it's not even open yet. I can't exactly hire 2 beautiful secretaries, can I? People would laugh at me. Zhang Tong politely declined. I can be an auctioneer. Just think about it, with my looks and figure, wouldn't I be a big highlight as an auctioneer? I'm confident I can do it well. I have excellent eloquence and quick thinking. Lu Kingxi said. Aren't you a dancer? I have talent, and I've honed it through being a live streamer, Lu Kingxi said. Brother, please say yes, I promise I won't let you down. But do you have an auctioneer's license? Zhang Tong said. I don't have any, but I believe that academic qualifications and certificates do not represent ability. Lu Kingxi said, don't worry, I'm definitely not just a pretty face. If you hire me, I will definitely get my auctioneer's license as soon as possible. I'll think about it. Zhang Tong was actually somewhat tempted. There's no auctioneer yet, we've sent headhunters to find one, but there's still no result. After all, there are very few people with experience as auctioneers. Lu Kingxi is eloquent and quick-witted, making her a perfect fit for the job. However, it is also important that the auctioneer knows all the company's treasures, so it is necessary to let someone you trust take on the role. Is Lu Kingxi trustworthy? Brother, now that I'm your woman, of course I'll be loyal to you and never waver in my devotion. Lu Kingxi seemed to know what Zhang Tong was thinking and said sincerely, I'm not going to be your girlfriend, and I'm capable of doing that. Right now, you only have Zhao Qian by your side, right? She still has to study, how can she be with you all the time? That would be very inconvenient for you, wouldn't it? But I can. This isn't about finding a woman for yourself, it's about finding an auctioneer. Here's what we'll do, prepare a resume and go for an interview at Tianbao auction house the day after tomorrow. Whether you get the job or not depends on your abilities. Zhang Tong touched his nose and then laughed. Yes, I'll go for the interview then. Lu Kingxi cheered excitedly, her face full of joy. During this time, she had been secretly observing Zhao Qian and discovered that the Porsche 911 Zhang Tong bought that day was the one Zhao Qian was driving. Zhao Qian had also earned over 10 million yuan in commissions because of Zhang Tong. Even if I did live stream for 10 years, I still couldn't match what Zhao Qian has earned recently. Today, I finally witnessed the generosity of this super rich person. He received $1 million reward just for dancing for him once. How could one not cling tightly to the coattails of such a super rich man? She was stunningly beautiful and had resisted countless temptations and rejected the advances of countless rich second-generation men for many years. Wasn't she just waiting for him to come along? Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. This was an opportunity one earned entirely through my own perseverance. I have something to do, let's talk next time. Zhang Tong got up and left. Are you really leaving? Let's talk a little longer. Lu Qingxi saw him off at the door, then took Zhang Tong's hand, her eyes filled with seductive charm. There's plenty of time in the future. Zhang Tong replied and then quickly left. There's plenty of time ahead? I'm really looking forward to it. Lu Qingxi blushed and then started searching on Baidu Tianbao auction house. Although I knew Zhao Qian worked at Zhang Tong's company, I couldn't find the company's name or make any inquiries before. After all, it hadn't opened for business yet. A lot of information was quickly found. It's basically related to that job posting. He attracted the attention of countless girls and was criticized by countless boys. What? Receptionists and clerks earn 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a month? Just for being pretty? And each of them gets a 3-bedroom apartment? They get the property rights after 10 years? That's incredibly extravagant. Wow, his villa is worth 45 million. Lu Qingxi exclaimed in amazement, her face flushed with excitement, and her beautiful eyes were watery. At this moment, she was filled with anticipation. I've finally found a big sponsor I can rely on for life. From now on, I'll never have to live stream dancing and beg to earn money again. All you need to do is please him. When Zhang Tong went downstairs, he found that the rain had stopped and a dozen women were taking pictures of his luxury car, looking excited and thrilled. This is a luxury car worth over 20 million yuan, something they had never even seen before. Now that we're parked downstairs, how can we not take some nice photos to remember the occasion? What a beautiful Ferrari Raphael. I want to take some pictures too. Zhang Tong feigned surprise and shock and rushed over. Go and queue up. Don't you know it's first come, first served? A rather attractive young woman in line stopped Zhang Tong, seemingly afraid that he would try to cut in line. Okay, I'll join the queue. Zhang Tong obediently stood in line behind the young lady and asked curiously, whose luxury car is this? Do you know, beautiful lady? He is most likely one of Lu Qingxi's suitors. The young woman's face was filled with envy and jealousy. Wow, she must be a super beauty, right? Zhang Tong was beaming with excitement. Of course she's a stunning beauty, even prettier than a celebrity. She's the most beautiful anchor on Feiyu. Men pursuing her are as numerous as fish in a river. Many rich men often drive up here in luxury cars to find her, desperately pursuing her, but they can't win her over at all. Because she's very ambitious, she only wants to find a super rich patron. I think the owner of this luxury car might have a chance. This young lady was a chatterbox. Before Zhang Tong could even ask her anything, she started talking non-stop. Thank you, you're so kind. Zhang Tong was filled with gratitude. I feel more confident now. A personal investigation is essential. We cannot listen to Zhao Qian or Lu Qingxi's side of the story. Patiently waiting for the people in front to finish taking their photos, when it was Zhang Tong's turn, he stopped taking pictures, pressed the key, and the car door opened like a butterfly. Zhang Tong calmly got into the car and sped away. My God, I just chatted with a super rich guy for ages. The young woman stared in disbelief, her face completely blank. Wu Nan, did you say anything bad about me? Lu Qingxi appeared in front of the still bewildered young lady and asked seriously. No, really no. Wu Nan panicked a little. Had he just said something bad about Lu Qingxi? Could this lead to some negative consequences? What exactly did you say? Tell me every single word. Lu Qingxi said, don't worry, I won't blame you. I'm just afraid that you might misunderstand me and say something bad. I can make up for it. Wu Nan then repeated it carefully. It's alright, what you said is true, thank you for your assessment. A smile finally appeared on Lu Qingxi's face. Secretly, however, she felt a lingering fear. If in the past I couldn't resist any temptation, or had any bad reputation, he will definitely find out. The methods she used just now were chilling. She disguised herself as a photographer and chatted casually with Wu Nan. Wu Nan, without any suspicion, told her everything she knew. A super rich person is not easily fooled, nor can they be fooled. Want to latch on to a super rich person? It's not as simple as just being good looking. They also need to have good character, they must be completely flawless. Ching Si, is he one of your suitors? Wu Nan said enviously. No, how could a super-rich man like him possibly pursue a poor, beautiful woman? Lu Qingxi said self-deprecatingly. Then how did he end up here? Wu Nan looked puzzled. Because I applied for a job at his company, he wanted to get to know me indirectly. Lu Qingxi said. Wow, he really values you. You're going to be rich. The young woman's eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. Coincidentally, in another place, another woman was also being interrogated. Recite every single thing he told you? This is very important, understand? She is, of course, Yang Qing. The person questioning her was a spirited, shrewd, and exceptionally beautiful woman, accompanied by more than a dozen burly and strong team members. There was even an old Taoist priest with long eyebrows and white hair and beard. They all look very powerful. They are definitely not ordinary people. Who exactly are you people? What gives you the right to interrogate me? Yang Qing was uncooperative and asked angrily. Abnormal Events Handling Bureau, Captain Wu Na. The woman took out an ID card. You won't hurt him, will you? I think he's a good person. Yang Qing's expression changed slightly, and she said with concern, how could we possibly hurt someone who is a good person? Wu Na said, it's just a routine investigation, after all, he's quite special. Okay, I believe you. Yang Qing then told her everything in detail. Wu Na had someone take Yang Qing away and started playing a video, projecting it onto the snow-white wall. She asked seriously, now we know what happened. What are your thoughts? Who is this person? Why can he fly? Yang Qing asked him if he was a deity, and he said no. Yang Qing said he was a cultivator, but he didn't deny it. He is very likely a cultivator. One of the team members said, definitely not a cultivator. The old Taoist priest said, since the Earth's spiritual energy was completely depleted 100 years ago, the Earth has had no spiritual energy left, making cultivation completely impossible. Even I, a genius of unparalleled talent, have only reached the second level of qi refining after 120 years of arduous cultivation. I do not possess the ability to fly. This person is so young, no matter how talented he is, he could never surpass me. They're not superhumans either. We've been researching superpowers for years, but we've never seen anyone with such a powerful flight ability. No other country has one either. That's what one of the most powerful and fierce team members said. Could it be aliens? One team member said, although we haven't discovered any aliens yet, maybe this is the first one? No matter who he is, we must find him and investigate his situation thoroughly. I believe he has been living in Xiangcheng all along, pretending to be an ordinary person. That's why he was able to save people in time. If we carefully question the residents around the building, especially the street vendors, we're sure to find some clues. Action. Go and investigate immediately. Find him as quickly as possible. That evening, the investigation yielded results. A team member returned with a report. Captain, we've discovered a suspect. John Tong, a student at Xiangzhou University, 22 years old, a treasure hunter, auctioning jade, finding a 1,000-year-old ginseng, living in a villa, driving luxury cars, selling 2 kinds of fruit that nobody recognized on the day of the incident, and having close relationships with 2 stunningly beautiful women. Wu Na carefully read the report. Here are his photos. Beautiful women were dancing for him back then. Someone took a very clear picture of it. The team member handed over the phone. The pants and shoes are the same, and the height is about the same, so it's most likely him. What's the use of wearing a mask? You can't escape. Wu Na sneered repeatedly. Captain, he's not a criminal, there's no need for him to escape. The team member reminded him. Sorry, it's just a habit. Wu Na was a little embarrassed. But who dares to say he hasn't committed a crime? Captain, you can't do this. You can't suspect someone of a crime without evidence. The team member touched his forehead. He's so powerful, able to fly and teleport, and he can amass enormous wealth through crimes, leaving virtually no evidence. It's incredibly tempting for him. Investigate him thoroughly, find out everything about him. Wu Na said. Why don't you just go find him? Some team members couldn't wait to uncover the secret of flight. What if he denies it to the death? That would alert him. If he really is a cultivation master, or if he is an alien lurking on Earth, wouldn't that be terrible? Wu Na said, therefore, we must be fully prepared and know everything about him in order to make the right response. Whether to arrest him or do something else depends on the situation. John Tong didn't sleep in the villa that night, because Zhao Qian moved into her newly purchased house. The house is very luxurious. The duplex suite has an area of over 200 square meters. The house is beautifully decorated and fully furnished with furniture and appliances. It wasn't that she was using her position for personal gain, but rather that she knew Zhang Tong would frequently stay here. If the house is just an ordinary one, then it would be too unfair to Zhang Tong, so she didn't even report it. As expected, Zhang Tong didn't say anything to her. On the contrary, he was very happy and even praised her a few times. Of course, Zhao Qian gave Zhang Tong a key. In other words, Zhang Tong can come whenever he wants. This is essentially his home. It's very comfortable to stay in a small house occasionally, and it has a unique style. Zhang Tong sat on the sofa in the living room, enjoying Zhao Qian's shoulder massage, and hummed comfortably. He had no idea that someone was investigating him. Even if he knew, he wasn't too worried. That mysterious passage is truly amazing. He can enter Baoxing anytime, anywhere. I'm all alone. If I really get into trouble, I can just go to Baoxing and cultivate for 100 or 200 years. Once I return to Earth, I can sweep everything away. It is my honor that your majesty likes it here. Let me help you undress. Zhao Qian smiled radiantly, her voice sweet and charming, making one's bones feel weak and scalp tingle. Life can be so wonderful. Zhang Tong sighed inwardly. On the morning of November 26, Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian arrived at the company early in the morning. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Secretary Zhao. Luo, dressed in a suit and tie, greeted them at the door. Morning. Zhang Tong nodded and, surrounded by the two men, entered the company for a tour. The renovation is complete and the quality is quite good. The most satisfying part was the underground treasure vault, which was truly high-tech. Enclosed by a thick iron gate, entry requires scanning the administrator's pupils and entering the correct password. The vault's floor and walls were lined with thick steel plates, which would not be able to be breached even with explosives. The vault contained more than a dozen huge safes, which could hold a lot of treasures. Zhang Tong was also pleasantly surprised to find that the mysterious passage appeared in a corner of the treasure vault, but Zhao Qian and Luo Pang could not see it. In the future, Zhang Tong can easily enter the treasure star from the treasure vault and take out all kinds of treasures from it, which is very convenient. The auction hall is very large, covering more than 2,000 square meters. In addition, there is the chairman's office, secretary's office, manager's office, staff office, finance office, appraisal room, 2 conference rooms, and stone cutting room. The office desk and equipment have already been purchased. This is mostly thanks to Luo Jinayu, but Zhao Qian also helped. Excellent, excellent, here's a reward. Zhang Tong immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to each of them. Thank you, boss. Luo Pang and Zhao Qian were overjoyed. That's incredibly extravagant. Luo Jinayu, in particular, was beaming with ecstasy. He was penniless. How could he have ever possessed a fortune of 100,000? Zhang Tong promised a 100,000 yuan bonus last time, and I've been secretly hoping for it ever since. Now it's finally here. It feels so different to be in the company you founded. Zhang Tong walked into the spacious, bright, and luxurious chairman's office, sat in the imposing executive chair, and gazed at the river view outside the wide floor-to-ceiling windows. He felt better than ever before. Chairman, please have some tea. Zhao Qian served Zhang Tong fragrant tea and began to massage his shoulders with a beaming smile. It feels so good to be the boss. Zhang Tong sighed inwardly. No wonder so many people want to start their own businesses and achieve success. Boss, today's work schedule is as follows: interview security guards in the morning, then interview management personnel. Zhao Qian said in a clear voice, I'll be interviewing for a clerical position and a receptionist this afternoon. Time is too tight. We could totally postpone the interviews for the clerk and receptionist positions until tomorrow. Zhang Tong was a little worried. He wouldn't be able to finish all the interviews in one afternoon. Because of my hard work, many beautiful women will apply for the job. If the interviews aren't finished, let's continue tomorrow. It's good to see the beautiful girls sooner rather than later. Luo Pang's face was full of lewdness. Hee, I'm just afraid you'll get confused and want them all. What will you do then? Zhang Tong chuckled to himself. During his university years, Luo Jinayu was a typical introverted pervert, with lustful thoughts but no courage to pursue them. The more beautiful the woman, the less he dared to pursue her. It is said that there was a reason for his pursuit of Tangia, after which he became a simp. I wonder if anything has changed since then. Realizing there were still 20 minutes until work started, Zhang Tong went to the office balcony to look at the scenery outside. Luo Pang, like a lackey, handed over a cigarette, lit it, and said, Brother Tong, I remember when we were in school you said you'd work for a few years to gain experience before starting your own business. But I never imagined that no company would want you. They were practically forcing you to start your own business. And yet you succeeded so easily. Your net worth is over 10 billion, you have your own company, you even bought this entire floor, and the campus beauty has become your secretary. How does that make you feel? 1 word to describe it, awesome. 2 words to describe it, really awesome. 3 words to describe it, incredibly awesome. Zhang Tong smiled slightly. 4 words to describe it, triumphant. If those companies that rejected you knew your current situation, they would be absolutely shocked and ashamed, Luo Pang said excitedly. Should we send out invitations to these companies and invite them to the opening ceremony? Then there's no need. After all, we have no business dealings and no personal relationship whatsoever. Zhang Tong laughed and said, they will naturally find out in the future. Boss, your level of thinking is truly high. Luo Pang gave a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Before the security guard interview even started, a stunningly beautiful woman showed up. It was none other than Lu Qingxi, dressed more beautifully than ever before. A deep V-neck backless mini dress paired with white high heels reveals long, slender, and snow-white legs. His black hair was 3,000 feet long, cascading down his back like black silk. She wore delicate, light makeup and carried a rich, subtle fragrance. She was like a peerless enchantress, or a fairy descended to earth. Lu Qingxi, what are you doing here? Zhao Qian sensed something was wrong and blocked her from entering with a dark expression. I'm here to apply for an auctioneer position. Lu Qingxi smiled and said, I made an appointment with your boss. In the end, that vixen still managed to seduce him. After all, they were already on WeChat. Lu Qingxi was always flirting with him. Zhao Qian was very annoyed and unhappy, and said irritably, aren't you a beautiful live streamer? Why are you applying for an auctioneer position? Aren't you a student? Why aren't you studying properly? Why are you working as a beautiful secretary? So, we're in the same boat. Neither of us can be his girlfriend, so let's not hurt each other. In short, we're both looking for our own happiness, and we can be good sisters. Lu Qingxi said kindly. Shameless vixen, who would want to be your sister? Zhao Qian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. This vixen is here to seduce the boss and poses a great threat to me. I said coldly, you're here too early, aren't you? In such a hurry? Do you want him to sleep with you that badly? Just because you hooked up with him, you're so wary of me? Is it even useful? Why bother? You're just a pretty secretary. Lu Qingxi said. The two engaged in a heated verbal battle, each inflicting hurtful remarks on the other. Swords clashed and the battle raged on. Suddenly, Zhang Tong and Luo Pang came out. The moment Luo Pang saw Lu Qingxi, he was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. My God, how can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? She is absolutely stunning, a natural beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky, a natural wonder. I'm in love, my heart has been pounded, from now on you are my dream goddess. Luo Jinao has never seen a top model and the most beautiful anchorwoman like Lu Qingxi who exercises every day and maintains a perfect figure. Good morning, Chairman. Lu Qingxi quickly abandoned Zhao Qian, exuding a rich, alluring fragrance as she approached, her ample bosom seemingly about to burst out of her clothes, yet she smiled radiantly, her eyes filled with seductive charm, utterly capable of tempting anyone to death. Since you're here early, I'll interview you first. Zhang Tong said. They hired a headhunting firm, but to this day they still haven't found a suitable auctioneer. Zhang Tong was getting anxious. Did he have no choice but to take matters into his own hands? Now that Lu Qingxi has actually applied for this position, of course we should give her an interview. Maybe she can do it. Having such a stunningly beautiful auctioneer elevates the entire event's prestige. Meeting room. Zhang Tong and Zhao Qian sat side by side. Lu Qingxi sat gracefully opposite her. Luo Jinaya sat down beside him, really just looking for an excuse to look at the pretty girls. Zhang Tong first looked at Lu Qingxi's resume. 19 years old, from Wuhan province, graduated from Wuhan Dance Academy, good at dancing and singing, currently learning auctions and has some experience. No romantic relationship experience. Hardworking and loyal. Work experience, I started working as a model and live streamer during university, and it has been 4 years now. Salary requirement, same as the company secretary Zhao Qian. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tong was so angry he wanted to slam his fist on the table. What kind of rubbish resume was this? How could salary be written like this? Zhao Qian was so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. This vixen is clearly after her. You just can't stand her? They were just models together, weren't they evenly matched in their pursuit of beauty? I earn 3 million a year, and you want that much too? This is blatant seduction and innuendo, it's shameless. You're from Wuhan province, and you graduated from Wuhan University. Why did you come to Hunan province to develop your career? Zhang Tong decided to endure it. These days, all the super beauties want to take shortcuts, and Zhang Tong is that shortcut. That's the truth. It can only be said that Lu Qingxi has a sharp eye and sees through the essence. Because my parents got divorced, I went back to Hunan province with my mother. Lu Qingxi's answer was concise and to the point. Our company has no reputation whatsoever, why are you applying for a job here? Zhang Tong asked again. It's basically the same process and model as the job interviews we used to have. After all, this was his first time being a boss and his first time interviewing someone. The security guard interview we just did doesn't count, it was a different kind of interview, basically about who could fight better. I met you by chance and found you to be very handsome and intelligent, a top student with an exceptionally high IQ. You are truly extraordinary and destined to be a protagonist of this era, the chosen one. I believe your company will achieve great success and you will become one of the world's richest people. Therefore, I am applying for a job at your company, hoping to achieve better development. Lu Qingxi showered him with flattery. Zhao Qian rolled her eyes at this woman was shameless. Luo Pang was stunned and almost couldn't help but laugh. A top model with unparalleled beauty and a super beautiful anchor woman, she is determined to become the next Zhao Qian? Various hints and temptations. It's practically like he's openly asking to be kept by someone. Where is your self-respect and dignity? Zhang Tong is so happy, so incredibly happy. Being a super rich person is great. Lu Qingxi is quite something. She guessed right again. I really am the protagonist of this era, the chosen one of this plane, because I have an incredibly powerful cheat ability. Although Zhang Tong knew that Lu Qingxi was flattering him, she had actually hit the nail on the head. It's undeniably amazing. I have a treasure here, why don't you simulate an auction? Zhang Tong stopped arguing. He figured they'd find out what they were made of once they put it to the test. He took out the ruby, which was about the size of a fist, and placed it on the table. The dazzling red light, like a ribbon, turned the entire conference room a vibrant red. It's absolutely gorgeous. Boss, I'm not an appraiser and I don't have the ability to appraise treasures. Please introduce this treasure to me first. Lu Qingxi's face was filled with shock and extreme admiration. This is a ruby born of nature, weighing 528 grams, more than 4 times heavier than the world's largest ruby. It has a crystal clear color and a brilliant luster, making it a top-grade jewel and priceless. Zhang Tong said, "My God, such a precious treasure?" Lu Qingxi's heart trembled secretly. He truly is the world's #1 tycoon. He casually pulled out the world's #1 ruby to interview me. This treasure alone is probably worth over $1 billion. That's awesome. That's terrifying. My idol, I've finally waited for you. Instead of starting her performance immediately, she searched for information about rubies on Baidu, including past ruby auction records. Only after all preparations were complete did the simulated auction begin. She stood there gracefully, holding a ruby in her hand. He spoke quickly and clearly, and his voice was passionate and pleasant to listen to. The language is concise yet profound. It can only be described in 2 words, perfect. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Tong applauded in praise. Now he finally understands that Lu Qingxi is not just a pretty face. She is a very talented and beautiful woman. It's just that there wasn't a stage to showcase their talents before, so it wasn't very famous. As for her fame as a model and live streamer, it's mainly due to her good looks. It has little to do with her talent. After all, there are many streamers who are good at dancing and singing, but very few of them become famous. I didn't realize this woman was so talented. Zhao Qian was filled with apprehension, but I'm not worried. She was Zhang Tong's dream girl during his university years, and he had countless fantasies about her. This kind of foundation is something Lu Qingxi doesn't have. Moreover, Zhang Tong had said that as long as she didn't betray him, she would always be his secretary. He has excellent character. I always keep my word. Boss, do you think I'm suitable for this job? Lu Qingxi asked expectantly. This is just a simulation, not a real auction. I have a concern. When you stand on the auction stage, facing a large audience of powerful and wealthy people, will you feel stage fright? Zhang Tong pondered for a moment before speaking. I've been live streaming all the time, in front of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. I'm never stage frightened. The other day I danced for you on the street with so many people watching, and I wasn't stage frightened at all. So you can rest assured. Lu Qingxi was very confident. You have a point. Zhang Tong nodded and then asked, what are your salary requirements? There must be a specific amount. I'll pay whatever Secretary Zhao asks for, as long as it's the same. I don't have high demands. Lu Qingxi reacted incredibly quickly. Why do you want to compare yourself to me? Zhao Qian was furious and almost rushed up to grab her hair and slap her hard. Secretary Zhao, please don't be angry. I'm a full-time employee, I can come to work every day. And I'm in charge of the auction, which requires a lot of preparation, familiarizing myself with the auction items, various studies, and so on. But you're a part-time employee, and your job is to assist the boss. You can't work independently. To put it bluntly, I can do everything you can do, and I can do everything you can't do. I'm asking for the same treatment as you, and that's already a very low request. Lu Qingxi was quick-witted and spoke with confidence. Anything you can do, I can do too. I can be an auctioneer. Zhao Qian was furious. All right, stop arguing. Worried that the two would fight, Zhang Tong quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, you are both talented people in my company, both beautiful women that I am very satisfied with, and you are my right-hand women. From now on, your treatment will be the same, with an annual salary of 3 million. I hope you will work together to create value and achieve brilliance in the company. Oh my God, I got the job. Lu Qingxi couldn't hide the joy on her face. He earns an annual salary of 3 million, owns a luxury car worth 1.5 million, and also has a house. What a terrifying treatment. I'm so happy. That was awesome. Lu Qingxi was overjoyed to have successfully applied for the job. While Zhao Qian went to the restroom, she boldly said, "Boss, I've already checked out, and I have nowhere to stay tonight. What should I do? The company has a house. Go back and pack your things later. Ask the security guard who's starting work later to help you move in tonight. Use my little four-wheel drive." Zhang Tong touched his nose. That's way too bold and open. If I hadn't investigated her, I would have suspected that she was a naturally promiscuous vixen who enjoyed seducing men. It was precisely because she knew that Zhang Tong had investigated her that Lu Qingxi dared to take such initiative. With such a good annual salary, she was certain she would have to pay a price. Otherwise, given her resume, an annual salary of 500,000 would be the maximum. Okay, I understand. Lu Qingxi gave Zhang Tong a flirtatious wink, which was at least 380 volts. Good food is worth waiting for. The later it gets, the better it tastes. Anyway, I've already got a good job. My god, he's keeping another stunning beauty as a mistress. Being a tycoon is so awesome. Luo Pang secretly envied her and sent the photo he had secretly taken of Lu Qingxi to Yang Bo, saying, "Sanpi, isn't this beauty gorgeous? Beautiful live streamer Lu Qingxi? How could she not be beautiful? I often watch her live streams and I'm a fan of hers." Yang Bo said, "What do you mean by sending her photos? From now on, Lu Qingxi will no longer be doing live streams. Instead, she's been kept as a mistress by Zhang Tong." Luo Pang said, "From now on, she and Zhao Qian will both be Zhang Tong's mistresses. Not his girlfriends, don't get it wrong. Zhang Tong gives her a 3 million annual salary, along with luxury cars and mansions. You're saying Zhang Tong is keeping Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi as mistresses?" Yang Bo said. "Yes. Get lost, you filthy fatso, all you do is spout nonsense, it's utterly boring." "How am I talking nonsense?" Luo Pang was so angry that he roared. "I've been hinting to you to come and latch onto my coattails, but you just didn't believe me. That's absolutely ridiculous. I've seen photos of Zhang Tong doing fruit business before. Keeping two top beauties as mistresses? Ha, do you think I'm stupid? With your IQ, you can't even make up a decent story. Holy crap, did you forget about Zhang Tong selling fruit and Hikaichuan taking pictures and posting them in the group chat?" Yang Bo, that idiot, actually believed it. Luo Pang touched his forehead. He sighed deeply. "Alas, this child is destined to be poor and suffer hardship. Believe what you shouldn't believe, and don't believe what you should believe. Forget it, I won't save you anymore. You'd better get a taste of the harsh realities of Shanghai society." The security guard interview has begun. More than 300 tall and burly men stood in the auction hall. Each of them had a hopeful look on their face, dreaming of passing the test. Because the benefits are so good, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan and a house to be allocated, and a property certificate to be issued after 10 years. If I could get the job, it would be a huge leap forward. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a wealthy company. Therefore, they all traveled from afar. Of course, it was all thanks to the help of Luo Pang's fellow villagers who made the connections. "Gentlemen, thank you for coming to our company's interviews. However, there are unexpectedly many applicants. We'll conduct a preliminary selection first," Zhang Tong said. "Retired Special Forces soldiers, please step forward." Splash! More than 50 retired Special Forces soldiers stepped forward and lined up neatly. The job posting clearly states that veterans of Special Forces are given priority. Therefore, there are many retired Special Forces soldiers coming. This ratio is astonishing. It's not that we won't give you a chance. If anyone can lift more than 300 pounds, they can stay, Zhang Tong said to the people behind him. Well, many people sighed and left. Because none of them knew their own strength, that they couldn't lift 300 pounds. Only one person remained. This man was very tall, a full 2 meters, and was fierce and strong. He looks rather simple-minded. "Please introduce yourself," Zhang Tong asked. "My name is Niu Gao, and I come from a rural area in northwest China. I have practiced martial arts since I was a child, so I am strong and have a big appetite. My mother said she couldn't afford to support me, so she told me to come out and find a job." "How strong is it exactly?" Zhang Tong asked. "I can lift 500 jin, 250 kilograms, Niu Gao said. "This piece of jade weighs 500 jin, 250 kilograms, can you try lifting it?" Zhang Tong lifted a plastic sheet, revealing a huge piece of chicken fat yellow jade. It was too rushed, they didn't prepare any heavy objects for the test lift, so they used jade worth billions as a substitute. That's how arrogant we are. Holy crap, this auction house is incredibly extravagant, using jade instead of heavy objects. Everyone was stunned, their jaws nearly dropping. Even Lu Qingxi, who was watching from the side, was a little confused. "Is this jade? It must be very expensive. I'm afraid I'll break it." Niu Gao scratched his head and asked in a simple and honest manner. This is a high-grade, icy, chicken-fat yellow jadeite, one of the top-tier jadeites, worth billions. It belongs to our boss, so you don't need to worry. You won't have to pay for it if it gets damaged. Luo Pang said casually from the side. He seizes every opportunity to show off. This left Zhang Tong speechless. It seems I need to give Luo Jinio a good scolding in private. He shouldn't be so high-profile. Do you really think I won the jade by gambling? If I tell you the truth, you'll be terrified. What? Worth billions? All the security guards, especially Niu Gao, were trembling with fear. Damn it, who would dare to lift a piece of jade worth billions? Lu Qingxi's breathing became rapid, and her heart pounded wildly. My God, I've really run into a super rich person. I'm so lucky. Fortunately, I met him when I was working as a car model. I can't get it up, I'd rather die than get it up. Niu Gao was covered in sweat and shook his head repeatedly. You won't fall, I'm here for you. Zhang Tong grabbed the jade with one hand and easily lifted it above his head. It looked like it was made of foam and had almost no weight. During this time, Zhang Tong has been diligently cultivating on Baoxing, absorbing a great deal of spiritual energy from heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. His body has been continuously transformed, and his strength has been steadily increasing. He can lift 1,000 pounds with one hand. Lifting 500 pounds is a piece of cake. This public display of power certainly dispelled Niu Gao's concerns. It was also to demonstrate terrifying strength and intimidate these security guards. In any case, the stronger the boss is, the more obedient and hardworking the security guards will be, and the less likely they will dare to fool you. With high salaries and benefits, security guards can naturally be very loyal. If there are exceptions, then termination is the appropriate course of action. Lifting 500 pounds with one hand? That's so fake, it was just a prop, hilarious. The veterans waiting for their interviews burst out laughing. This boss is really interesting. Is this a test of Niu Gao's character? It seems Niu Gao passed the test. Why don't you give it a try? Zhang Tong gently put the jade down. Good. Niu Gao agreed this time. Since it's just a prop, what's there to be afraid of? He grabbed the jade with one hand, trying to lift it up, but his expression immediately changed. He quickly grabbed her with both hands, shouted, and lifted the jade off the ground. He squatted down and raised his hands above his head, lifting the jade above his head. But his face turned red and his neck bulged, and his legs and arms were trembling incessantly. It was clearly a stretch. Holy crap, is this not a prop? It's a real jadeite worth billions. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with shock. Is this boss really that strong? He can lift 500 pounds with one hand? And he seemed very relaxed. This was probably far from his limit. That's too strong. Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes lit up with a strange light, and her heart pounded wildly. This is an invincible golden thigh. This person is indeed suspicious. His strength is too outrageous. Even Fatty Li Wan might not be able to defeat him. One of the Special Forces soldiers, his eyes gleaming, quickly sent out a message. Lifting 500 pounds like a bubble with one hand? That's incredible. Is he really a cultivation master? Wu-Ene looked at the text message, her expression changed slightly, and she became very wary. This matter must be handled properly. We can't do anything reckless. Otherwise, something terrible might happen. Master Long Eyebrows, are you still certain that he is not a cultivator? Wu-Ene explained the situation and asked seriously, could it be that he really succeeded in foundation establishment? He used his true essence to transform his body, which is why he is so incredibly strong? And he has mastered magic, able to fly and escape into the earth? The long-browed Taoist priest was filled with shock and confusion. But where did the spiritual energy that transformed his body come from? Where did the essence of the sun and moon come from? Although the sunlight and moonlight on Earth are considered the essence of the sun and moon, they lack the spiritual energy to neutralize the heat and toxins. They are poison. Inhaling too much will certainly lead to death. Not bad, not bad. You weren't lying, you really can lift 500 pounds. From now on, you're a security guard for my company, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan and a 3-bedroom apartment. As long as you're loyal and protect company property. Zhang Tong helped put the jade on the ground, looked at his ID card, and then had him practice his boxing for a while. He found that the man was indeed skilled in martial arts and quite strong, so he accepted Niu Gao as his disciple. Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard and protect the company's property. Niu Gao was overjoyed. Such great treatment, it's awesome. Once I've earned enough money, I'll go home and marry Qiwa. Qiwa definitely won't refuse me. Does anyone dare to try? Zhang Tong added. I'll do it. More than a dozen people walked out, and each one tried to lift at once. Only 3 people succeeded. He is clearly an outstanding retired Special Forces soldier who has never stopped practicing martial arts even after retiring. Therefore, its strength has not declined. John Tong inquired about the three men's situation and was very satisfied. They were admitted directly. We need 6 more people, but you may not be qualified, so this number is inaccurate. John Tong said, now you should all show off your special skills. Yes, boss. The crowd agreed with great enthusiasm. They all have some skills. One person displayed incredibly terrifying hidden weapon skills, hitting any target with a single iron nail. One person displayed incredible speed, striking with lightning speed, unbelievably fast. One person displayed extraordinary fighting skills, which were terrifying. John Tong identified 6 people among them. The number of security guards reached 10. They even appointed a security guard in his 30s, who was the strongest in terms of physical strength, as the security captain. His name is Wang Hao, and he was once a true king of soldiers. John Tong had them put on security guard uniforms and start their shifts immediately. The momentum was completely different now. 10 burly security guards stood in 2 rows by the gate. It instantly elevated the company's image. Hiring such a top-notch security guard is absolutely amazing. Luo Pang felt secretly proud. Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi also felt particularly proud. John Tong then interviewed other candidates and hired 3 more employees. A finance manager named Li Yun, 36 years old. The 2 appraisers were Luo Fang, a 51-year-old woman specializing in jewelry, ivory, and rare stones, and Zheng Wen, a 48-year-old man specializing in calligraphy, paintings, antiques, and porcelain. Luo Jinaya's position has also been finalized, Human Resources Manager. With the bronze sword, Zhang Tong could easily cut the stone at Baoxing in just a few strokes. Bringing back the jade would be much easier. Of course, we are still missing a vice president. However, there's no rush. John Tong is capable of handling this task for the time being. We can look for someone else later. I'm the HR manager? I'll have to attend the interviews this afternoon. I wonder how many beautiful women will come. Luo was overjoyed, feeling that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He was truly in high spirits and full of energy. I had a light lunch, but it was very plentiful. Lu Qingxi didn't leave, she wanted to stay and help, saying she didn't have much stuff and moving would be easy. Therefore, during meals, Zhang Tong sat with Zhao Qian on his left and Lu Qingxi on his right. Both sides are stunningly beautiful. They all smiled at him. Luo Jinaya was so envious his eyes turned red. This is the daily life of a super rich person. This is so awesome. This is not an exaggeration. Many rich second-generation kids, like Wang Kong, are accompanied by several super beautiful women every day, and they don't see the same one every day. A security guard put his arm around Luo Pang's shoulder and said with a grin, our boss is a super rich tycoon, a self-made millionaire. What are 2 beautiful women compared to that? You're right. I was indeed superficial. Luo nodded, expressing his strong agreement. Our boss is so generous. The security guard started asking about Zhang Tong. His speaking skills were extremely high, and Luo Jinaya was completely caught off guard. He always liked to show off, and talked a lot about Zhang Tong. Before 1 p.m., hundreds of beautiful women arrived at the Tianbao auction house, each dressed in their finest attire, vying for attention and beauty, as if spring had arrived overnight, with 100 flowers blooming in competition. Many pedestrians were curious, was there a modeling agency recruiting models? But this company is clearly Tianbao auction house. What's going on? My goodness, so many beautiful women are applying for jobs? But we're only hiring 6. How about we talk to Zhang Tong and start a modeling agency to recruit all the beautiful women who are suitable to be models? Luo Pang was dazzled and his heart was filled with excitement. My heart was just pounding normally. I can't wait to start the interview. That way you can talk to beautiful women face to face and even get their contact information. Ga. There are too many people, the competition will definitely be fierce, and there will be a lot of trouble. Luo Wei has also arrived, and I'm a little worried. Although he had known Zhang Tong before and had left a good impression on him, but there were so many beautiful women, several of whom were just as beautiful as herself. They are all at the same level. I'm not entirely sure. There's no hope. Another beautiful woman named Tanjia arrived later and found that the entrance was already occupied by countless other beauties. Among them are the campus beauties of the Art College, the Music College, the Hunan Normal University, and the second campus beauty of Hunan Central University. As for the department beauties, there are even more, too many to count. Moreover, she is 22 years older than these beauties. Her looks can't compare to those of a school beauty. Because she was merely the most beautiful girl in the Department of Electronic Engineering at Xiangzhou University. My only advantage is that I can work full-time because I'm a senior in college. Unfortunately, I received the news too late, so my interview will probably be scheduled for later. It must have been very difficult at that time. However, such a good opportunity is rare, and I must strive for it and seize it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to survive. It's really tough for recent graduates with no work experience. I work like a dog every day, exhausted, and my monthly salary is only 8,000. My sycophant Luo Pang is in an even worse situation. He's so tired that he's lost over 10 pounds and doesn't even have time to lick my boots anymore. Thinking of Luo Jinayu, she couldn't help but laugh. This simp has no looks, no figure, and comes from a poor rural background, yet he relentlessly pursues Tanjia. He has no self-awareness whatsoever. Doesn't he realize he's not even a backup option? They've just learned their lesson from society and no longer bother with him. However, as long as I tell him what gift I want, he will do anything to buy it for me, even if it means selling everything he owns. Actually, Luo Jinayu isn't the most miserable, Zhang Tong is the most miserable. Does he think that good grades will help him find a good job? It's okay, without connections, how could you possibly get a good job? So now he's stuck selling fruit, having a tough time. I wasted my university education. This is an absolute tragedy. Boss, wow, so many beautiful women. I reckon there are 500 or 600, mostly college students. I think I've snatched up all the campus beauties and department beauties from nearby universities. My job posting was pretty good, wasn't it? Luo Pang's face was full of pride and smugness, wanting to be praised. Heh, if I hadn't gone to check and fill in the gaps, where would all these people have come from? Zhang Tong sneered inwardly, but he didn't say it aloud, lest he dampen Luo Pang's enthusiasm for work. How can we possibly interview all these beautiful women? Luo Jinayu is experiencing both happiness and pain. We'll interview 20 people at once, and choose whoever is the most good-looking. Zhang Tong had a contingency plan in place. So it's like going to a high-class nightclub to choose girls? Luo Pang's eyes lit up. Isn't this just a beauty pageant? This is so awesome. Pretty much. Anyway, as long as their looks are no less than Lu Qingxi or Zhao Qian, they're qualified. Zhang Tong raised his eyebrows. Haha, that's what I think too. Great minds think alike. Luo Pang laughed strangely. Those two scoundrels are so despicable. Are they treating this like a joke? Lu Qingxi almost couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Qian glared at the two of them, clearly annoyed. But one of them is the boss, and the other is the HR manager. How they plan to conduct the interviews is none of their business. You, come in for the interview. Zhao Qian started calling out names, not in order, but by calling out 9 ordinary beauties and 1 super beauty. This will make it easier for Zhang Tong and Luo Pang to conduct interviews, and the efficiency will be very high. I'm lucky, I was in the first batch. It seems Zhao Qian has a sharp eye. No wonder she's the top beauty of Xiangzhou University. Luo Wei was very happy. Of course she knew Zhao Qian, who was famous for her beauty. After all, they were both in the university town, and even if the top beauties of each school didn't know each other, they had seen each other's photos. Zhao Qian also knew Luo Wei, the top beauty of the art academy. Whether it's her face or her figure, she's no less beautiful than Zhao Qian. This kind of beautiful woman should be able to pass the test. Therefore, she was very friendly and polite to Luo Wei. After all, we'll be colleagues in the future, and maybe even best friends. Holy crap, Luo Wei, the top beauty queen of the art academy? Looking at the 20 beautiful women lined up neatly in front of him, Luo Pang immediately spotted Luo Wei. That truly makes one stand out from the crowd. It's too eye-catching and stands out too much. Wow, black stockings, a bodycon bodysuit with a low waist, and high heels. It accentuates her figure even more, making her even more beautiful and charming. Looks like you dressed up especially for today. You seem to be taking this job interview very seriously. Zhang Tong's eyes lit up, and his heart pounded. This is a natural reaction to seeing a stunningly beautiful woman. It's a male instinct. Some men call this reaction love at first sight. Yes, men can easily fall in love at first sight with top-tier beauties, but that's where it ends. Basically, they can't catch up with them, and they don't even dare to get close. Because I gradually became ashamed of myself. That's why he saw her as an unattainable goddess and fell in love at first sight. However, Zhang Tong's reaction was simply liking, a fondness for beautiful things. Those two interviewers are such lechers. They just stared at Luo Wei in a daze. Were they completely captivated by her? The other beauties were all depressed. It seems I have no chance. There's no difference between the positions of clerk and receptionist, they even often switch roles. Zhang Tong finally came to his senses and began the interview. I asked them what school they came from and whether they had any work experience. Then they were asked to leave their resumes and go home to wait for a call. Soon, only Luo Wei remained. So Luo Wei was invited to sit down and was served a cup of fragrant tea. After reviewing the resume, Zhang Tong asked, Luo Wei, what salary are you asking for? Is 50,000 okay? Luo Wei's eyes lit up, and her heart began to pound wildly. It seems I've passed. Because I was the first person to be asked about my salary expectations. The job posting stated that the monthly salary was between 30,000 and 50,000 yuan. she boldly stated the highest value. Anyone can ask for an exorbitant price. The boss, who was also the interviewer, immediately returned the money. It's estimated that it will be returned to 30,000. 50,000? Zhang Tong, heartbroken, touched his forehead and said, I've always respected campus beauties and hoped they could be happy and not depend on any man. But can a monthly salary of 50,000 really make you happy? What kind of tactic is this? What's he trying to do? Luo Wei looked completely bewildered. Who has ever seen a loan repaid on the spot like this? Do you perhaps want to break your own rules and surpass the ceiling of a monthly salary of 50,000? Holy crap, boss, what are you trying to do? Luo Jinaya was also dumbfounded. How do you want me to cooperate with you? There's no such contingency plan. Okay, it would be too much of a problem if I didn't say anything, so I'll just go along with what he says. Anyway, she has plenty of money, and she can never spend it all. So he slammed his fist on the table and said, whenever I see those campus beauties having to work from dawn till dusk just to make a living, or being forced by life to sell their bodies, I feel pain and indignation. Luo Wei, a peerless campus beauty like you, 50,000 a month is not enough, far from enough. It must be increased. They worked well together. Zhang Tong secretly gave Luo Pang a thumbs up. How much can I add? Luo Wei was stunned for a while before she came to her senses. Are these two just joking around? Are you kidding me? Trying to make me happy? Good heavens, how could such a bizarre thing happen? But outside the door, she heard a rumor that the security guard interview that morning, which tested strength, used a top-quality jadeite worth billions. Even the terms extremely wealthy and nouveau riche are insufficient to describe it. Given the limited staff at auction houses, offering exorbitant salaries is not out of the question. So, she still tentatively asked a question. Let's give you a third of what the company secretary and auctioneer get, Zhang Tong said. It's a bit little, but it'll be enough for you to live on. If that's not enough, work hard, and the bonus will definitely satisfy you. Yes, our company offers generous bonuses. I received a 100,000 yuan bonus this month, so please don't think it's too little, beautiful lady, Luo Pang added in a cooperative tone. What is 1/3 of the commission for the company secretary and the auctioneer? Luo Wei looked completely bewildered. Their combined annual salary is 3 million. You can do the math yourself. Zhang Tong said, you can start work tomorrow. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Luo Wei's face was filled with ecstasy and excitement. How could someone who studied dance be given an annual salary of 1 million? And there are bonuses too? My god, this is like a windfall, and it's made of gold. That was so awesome. But are there any traps? Will I be subjected to unspoken rules or exploitation? So she asked hesitantly, my job duties are. You can work as a receptionist or office clerk. There will absolutely be no escort or sexual favors involved. You can refuse any unreasonable requests, and this will be written into the contract. Zhang Tong sincerely said, we are a very reputable company, with the highest profits in the world. $1 million annual salary is very common and ordinary. So, there's nothing to worry about. Boss, you're so kind. I love you. Luo Wei was almost moved to tears. She rushed over and hugged Zhang Tong tightly, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. Holy crap, a surprise kiss. Zhang Tong was a little confused. I didn't even realize it? Luo Wei walked out happily, her heart filled with joy. I can earn $1 million annual salary too. I can become a high-level white-collar worker too. All those rich second-generation guys who are pursuing me, get lost. Don't think that just because you have a little money you can make my heart flutter. Luo Wei, you got the job, right? The beautiful girls from the art academy surrounded him, asking him questions with great enthusiasm. Keep it a secret. Luo Wei didn't say anything, but her radiant smile and joyful expression betrayed her. Her roommate, Sun Jiajia, immediately understood and asked expectantly, how much is the salary? 30,000 or 50,000? You have no idea how wealthy and idealistic the boss is. I said my monthly salary was 50,000, and he actually said it was too little, it had to be increased to $1 million a year. Luo Wei finally couldn't hold back any longer and recounted the interview process. Are you kidding me? Sun Jiajia's face was filled with disbelief. How could such an absurd thing happen in the world? Absolutely true. Luo Wei said, Zhao Qian is the company secretary, and a beautiful anchorwoman named Lu Qingxi became an auctioneer. They both earn an annual salary of 3 million. I'd like to give it a try. Do you think I can succeed? Sun Jiajia's eyes welled up with envy. You're not even the most beautiful girl in the department. Forget it, all 9 of them were eliminated just now. Luo Wei said. What? Luo Wei got the job, and with an annual salary of 1 million? Zhao Qian also earns 3 million a year. Tanjia heard this vaguely and was shocked like a fool. My mind was racing. Is there any way to successfully apply for the job? She quickly came up with a solution. Seeing that Zhao Qian was selecting the next batch of interviewees, she rushed up to Zhao Qian and whispered to her, "For the sake of our alumni relationship, could you think of a way to help me succeed in the interview? Our company basically selects receptionists and clerks based on their looks. There are so many campus beauties and department beauties these days. I can't help you," Zhao Qian said with difficulty. "You're the company secretary, you must have a way. Please help me, I'm barely surviving," Tanjia pleaded softly. "I can only give you a hint. The boss and HR manager in charge of the interview are both senior students at Xiangzhong University, and they still have half a year before they officially graduate." Zhao Qian softened and revealed a secret. In fact, this secret will soon be exposed. Once the first auction is held, it will surely become famous throughout the world, and those who are interested will be able to find out about Zhang Tong. The boss is actually an alumnus, and in the same year as me? Tanjia was both surprised and delighted, extremely excited. "Perhaps, I know them myself. With this friendship, perhaps we can get through this. $1 million annual salary. How awesome that would be. Thank you, Secretary Zhao." Tanjia was very grateful and pleaded, "Could you let me go through this round and get an interview?" "That's no problem." Zhao Qian certainly wouldn't refuse, it was no big deal. "Thank you so much." Tanjia was overjoyed. There were still 5 spots available. She was considered a very beautiful woman, only slightly less so than the school beauty. Plus, she was an alumna of the school and might even know the boss. How could she be eliminated? Soon, she and 19 other beautiful women entered the conference room. They were lined up in a row, just like 100 flowers blooming, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. This is also the most moving scenery. Tanjia looked over eagerly, and then stared in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. "Oh my god, what am I seeing? Zhang Tong? Luo Ming? Yes, of course I know him. They really are alumni." But it was so familiar that she couldn't believe it, so familiar that she was filled with doubt. Zhang Tong wasn't unemployed and was selling fruit, was he? A few days ago, Hikaichuan took a picture of him and posted it in the group chat. He couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks about it for a long time. Luo Ming, the sycophant, doesn't work for a single company and only earns a few thousand yuan a month. How did I end up here? Could it be that Zhang Tong's fruit selling was just a coincidence, or that he was actually a very amazing treasure hunter? He found many treasures, such as jadeite dog heads, 1,000-year-old ginseng, and so on, thus becoming a wealthy person. Therefore, an auction house was founded. Are they offering $1 million annual salary to hire clerks and receptionists? "Hey Luo, the goddess you've been swooning over for 4 years is finally here? How's it going?" Zhang Tong spotted Tanjia immediately, patted Luo Pang on the shoulder, and said jokingly, "That beautiful girl in the middle is so pretty, she must be Qingxiang, the most beautiful campus belle of the music academy." Luo Pang didn't even look at Tanjia, instead, his gaze was fixed intently on the beautiful woman in the middle. "Fragrance of flowers? Flowers have fragrance, and the moon casts shadows. A good name." Zhang Tong couldn't help but look over as well. Cherry lips, willow waist. Her beauty was so captivating that it could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. She was a beauty that could topple kingdoms and cities. Her clothing and appearance were very simple and elegant. It made her look like a beautiful flower. Most remarkably, she exuded a strange, subtle fragrance, not the smell of perfume. It smells like the delicate fragrance of flowers. Perhaps her name is related to this characteristic. So beautiful, another rare top-tier beauty. Zhang Tong secretly admired him, and felt extremely proud and honored. It is precisely because of the irresistible high salary offered that so many top college beauties are attracted to apply for the job. Only a tycoon like himself has the qualifications and ability to bring such beauties under his wing and protect them from now on. He had Lu Qingxi collect the resumes of 18 people. Tell them to go home and wait for a call. Tanjia and Hua Qingxiang, however, were left behind. The first question, of course, was about Hua Qingxiang, and the funny version was staged again. "You're the most beautiful girl in the music academy, truly stunning. I won't ask why you applied, I'll just ask how much salary you want," Zhang Tong said. "Be bold, don't be afraid." Luo Jinayu also offered encouragement. "How about 50,000? Hua Qingxiang was overjoyed. Had it been approved? She studied at a music academy and practiced the erhu and xiao. It's difficult to see much progress. She's a senior now, but hasn't found an internship yet. Graduation also means unemployment. Of course, given her looks, she could easily rely on a man if she wanted to, but ultimately, I was very unwilling to accept it. Therefore, she was very eager for this high-paying job. Our company's salaries are based on appearance, and with your looks, you're perfectly suited for $1 million annual salary. Are you satisfied?" Zhang Tong said. Annual salary of 1 million? Hua Qingxiang was stunned for a while before she snapped out of it and excitedly said, "Satisfied, satisfied. They really gave me $1 million? When do I start work? Tomorrow, Zhang Tong said. Is today okay? Hua Qingxiang said with a hint of embarrassment, I don't want to spend money on a hotel. Sure. Sit down and rest for a bit. You can also help me choose a room. We'll assign you a room later, and we'll have dinner together tonight. Zhang Tong said gently. Even if one is clear-headed, a fragrant flower may not be doing very well. So I want to start working immediately. But it also shows that she has a very good character. After all, women can make money by turning bad, especially a top beauty like her. Hua Qingxiang sat down next to Zhang Tong. A rich, subtle fragrance immediately enveloped Zhang Tong. It made him feel incredibly comfortable and at ease. My mood became exceptionally cheerful. Working together as a team makes the work easier. Just as I thought. Please have some tea. Lu Qingxi served Hua Qingxiang a cup of tea, saying, You can also eat the fruit on the table, don't be shy. She has a great fondness for the fragrance of flowers. Maybe it was just a matter of first impressions. Thanks. Hua Qingxiang glanced at Lu Qingxi gratefully, thinking to herself that this woman was so beautiful, no less so than herself. What position do you hold? Perhaps she was too hungry, because she actually ate one grape, and then she couldn't stop, eating one after another. Because they were so delicious. How did these two bastards become so successful? Their interviews were so ridiculous. Paying salaries based on looks is absurd. Tanjia's mind was a complete mess. Of course, I also greatly admire the fragrance of the flowers. I got the job so easily, and the annual salary is $1 million. I'm so happy. Luo Pang's gaze finally fell on Tanjia's face, and his expression was a bit strange. The muscles were contorting, whether from excitement or pain, it was hard to tell. After all, this was the goddess he had pursued for 4 years without success. However, in today's view, good looks are not invincible. Compared to campus beauties, there is still a gap. Look, Brother Tong has already taken 2 campus beauties as his mistresses Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi. I'm working for Zhang Tong, and there are so many beautiful women in the company, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to win one over, right? Why get hung up on this one tree? But why does my heart still ache? Let's begin. This interview will be led by you. Zhang Tong gave Luo Pang a lot of face. This way, Luo Janaya can better enjoy the changes that come with his new status. Say goodbye to the past completely. He spent 4 years being a sycophant, and ended up with nothing. Today he is a high and mighty interviewer, whose decisions can determine the fate of his former goddess. Thank you, boss. Luo Pang looked at Tanjia with gratitude and said, Beautiful lady, please introduce yourself. There was no emotion in his voice. Perhaps, his experiences these past few days have helped him understand the essence of love. Money buys love. If you have no money, even a female dog won't pay attention to you. My name is Tanjia. Tanjia's heart instantly turned cold. She wanted to act coquettishly, hoping to soften Luo Pang's heart, but she was also worried about angering Zhang Tong, the boss who could decide her life or death. I also feel a little regretful. If I had accepted Luo Janaya's pursuit back then, would I be earning $1 million annual salary today? Since you already have a job, there's no need for you to hoard resources. Other beautiful women need jobs even more, Luo Pang said casually. Luo Ming, actually, I like you, really. I didn't agree to be with you because I was waiting for the day you would rise to prominence. My company is terrible, I have to work overtime every day, and the salary is meager. I really can't survive like this. Tanjia's face turned pale as she pleaded. Luo Pang's heart ached instantly. How could he not have feelings after pursuing her for 4 years? Tanjia didn't actually do anything wrong, it was just that Luo Janaya was too poor. Was she wrong to not agree to his request? Is it wrong for her to keep him hanging on, treating him as a backup option among backup options? That's right. She's been waiting for Luo Janaya's rise to power, and now it's finally here, hasn't it? Sorry, our company requires extremely good looks for this job, and you don't qualify. We'll talk again next time, Luo said. If you're willing, I can support you, you won't need to go to work. Sigh, he's still just a sycophant. A dog can't change its nature of eating shit. Zhang Tong was so angry he almost vomited blood. Luo Janayo actually foolishly wanted to support the other party? Did he really think Tanjia liked him? If you like me, then let me work here and give me the same treatment as Hua Qingxiang. Otherwise, what kind of liking do you have? I can't see your sincerity. Tanjia said. Sorry, you don't meet the appearance requirements and you've been eliminated. You can leave now. Luo Pang shrugged and spread his hands. Tanjia was given her last chance, but she didn't seize it. If that's the case, then there will be no future for her. Not bad, you've finally grown up. Zhang Tong was secretly pleased and very satisfied with Luo Pang. How could this be? Tanjia looked completely bewildered, finding it hard to believe. Luo Janaya clearly still likes him, he's clearly a simp. In the past, whatever she wanted, Luo Pang would do everything he could to get it for her. Why is he unwilling to do something so simple today? Hurry up, don't delay our work. I'm getting impatient, Luo Pang said. No, Luo Pang, you can't do this. Tanjia said excitedly, I was wrong, okay? I'll listen to you from now on, and you can sleep with me tonight. Please let me pass, okay? I really need this job, otherwise I'll die. Her tone eventually turned pleading, and tears streamed down her face. Holy crap! Luo Pang's eyes widened, his face full of strange expressions. He used to pursue Tanjia. Tanjia had been intentionally or unintentionally keeping him hanging on. She accepted all the gifts, but wouldn't let him touch a single finger, let alone sleep. That's something you can only dream of. But now, this reversal is truly earth-shattering. Ha ha ha. For years of simping and shedding tears, now that I've risen to power, the goddess kneels before me. Awesome. That was awesome. I'm sorry, it's too late now. So, you can go. That's what Luo Pang said coldly. Luo Ming, you're so heartless. Back when Hu Kai was pursuing me, did you use some underhanded tricks? Did you write that embarrassing love letter? You made me miss out on Hu Kai. Now Hu Kai earns 20,000 a month, has a car, a house, and a girlfriend. I can only watch from the sidelines with envy. Tanjia finally used her trump card. It wasn't me. Luo Pang panicked a bit, and his expression changed drastically. This is an embarrassing and dishonorable thing to do. Tanjia missing out on Hu Kai-chan is truly his fault. Zhang Tong also looked embarrassed. He secretly admired her. This woman was no ordinary person. He has a very high IQ. They used their trump card right away. This is getting a bit troublesome. Cause and effect, every cause has an effect. Those two scoundrels sowed the seeds of evil, they should at least make amends. Of course, if you don't have that ability, then so be it. Not you? I think it wasn't just you, it was both of you doing it together. Tanjia said angrily, are you just going to sit and watch me fall into ruin? Looking at Zhang Tong again, she said gently, boss, please let me work here. I will definitely work hard. She doesn't believe that someone who's slightly less attractive is unsuitable for a clerical job. That's an absolute joke. No position at the auction house is suitable for you. Zhang Tong said, here's what we'll do. I'll give you two options. One is to give you an annual salary of 500,000 yuan to sell fruit for me. The other is that I'll provide you with fruit, and you'll be responsible for your own profits and losses. That sounds much better than working a regular job. This is revenge. I only mocked you for selling fruit in the group chat, and now you want me to sell fruit? Can you please stop being so petty? Tanjia pouted. He was overjoyed, for he could earn a guaranteed annual salary of 500,000 yuan regardless of drought or flood. He could sell anything, even pork, let alone fruit. Which one do you choose? Zhang Tong asked. I want to choose the first option, but I'd like to know, what is the required length of service? Would a 10-year contract be acceptable? Tanjia asked. Worried about not being able to work for long? I can let you work for a lifetime. As long as you can still work, you can continue to work until you apply for retirement yourself. Zhang Tong said. Although this woman was shrewd, she still chose loneliness. If you choose the second option, earning tens of thousands a day is not a problem. After all, it's a unique business. Thank you, boss. Tanjia was overjoyed and said to Luo Pang, I'll wait for you to get off work. I'll stay at your place tonight. Then she walked out shyly. Holy crap. Luo Pang was dumbfounded. Is the former goddess really going to offer herself up? Why? Because you are not the same as before, you are much better than Hu Kun now. Lu Qingxi offered some pointers. No? How come I didn't know that? Luo Jinayo still lacks confidence. He was just an employee who was lucky enough to meet Zhang Tong. To say that he is better than Hu Kun is nonsense. You're the HR manager at Tianbao Auction House, with a bright future ahead of you. Think about it, even the receptionist and clerk earn $1 million a year. How could your salary be less? It'll definitely be higher. You were the boss's college roommate, how could he not value you? When the boss becomes one of the world's top billionaires, your fortunes will rise accordingly. Who among those who followed Jack Ma and Pony Ma isn't a billionaire? Lu Qingxi said. So you're saying my excellence is just because I have a good brother? Luo Jinayo had a complicated expression on his face. Zhang Tong changed my destiny. You still like Tanjia? Zhang Tong asked. I don't know, I'm a bit confused right now, Luo Pang said, bewildered. My mind is a complete mess. Tanjia is no pushover. I think she's a high-level green tea bitch. You probably can't handle her, Zhang Tong said. You need to think carefully before you decide. Don't become a simp. The interviews will continue next. But there are no more top-tier beauties. After all, he had practically captured all the campus beauties from the nearby universities. Zhao Qian from Xiangzhong University, Luo Wei from the School of Arts, and Hua Qingxiang from the School of Music. But there are still many beauties who are above average in looks. Zhang Tong hired 4 more people. Susan, the most beautiful girl in the department of Xi'an in Normal University, is 20 years old. Chen Fang, yoga instructor, 22 years old. Pan Yu, a professional model, is 23 years old. Xiao Lily, a white-collar professional, 25 years old. Both are rare beauties, with their looks only slightly inferior to Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi. But of course, they didn't offer $1 million annual salary. Instead, they offered $800,000. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with it, but rather that I want to demonstrate a sense of hierarchy. Top beauties earn millions a year, while ordinary beauties earn less. Only then can we attract talented people to come and work here. This also demonstrates the foresight of the big boss. They're all prettier than Tan Jia. I could pursue one of them, but I'm afraid they're lying and actually have boyfriends. Fatty Luo was a little uneasy. They all have high salaries and own houses now. Even if they did, they would probably break up, because love is based on being well matched, Lu Qingxi added. So, you have plenty of opportunities. As for Tanjia, do you really think she's never been with a man? Even though she's a high-level green tea, a manipulative woman, she might still slip up. That makes sense. I need to think about it carefully. I can't be fooled again. Anyway, I will never be a simp again. Luo Pang nodded. You're only 22, you're still young, what's the rush? Zhang Tong also said, look, I don't have a girlfriend, and I don't want to at all. You're already keeping 2 mistresses, what's the point of talking about girlfriends? Luo Pang said enviously. Is the boss really keeping 2 beautiful women as mistresses? Hua Qingxiang overheard this and pulled Lu Qingxi aside, curiously inquiring about it. No, don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Qingxi blushed, her cheeks flushed, and she looked a little embarrassed. But deep down, I felt incredibly sweet. This is an honor. The day's interviews finally came to an end. Next came Luo Jinayo and Zhao Qian's busy time. Housing was assigned to security guards, Lu Qingxi, Hua Qingxiang, and others upon their employment. In addition, the security guards helped Lu Qingxi move. As for Tanjia, of course she doesn't have a house. Solve it yourself. Although she was waiting for Luo Pang to get off work, Luo Pang refused her. She could only leave dejectedly. After the company employees had lunched together, Security Captain Wang Hao came to report, Boss, I need to apply for some special equipment, all related to monitoring and security. It requires 3 million yuan. 6 million, because I also want to install these technological instruments in my villa. Zhang Tong certainly wouldn't be stingy. Thank you, boss. Wang Hao was deeply moved. It was also very enjoyable. When he joined other companies before, he applied for 3 million yuan to buy equipment, but the bosses were stingy and not generous at all. Some even refused outright and wouldn't give him a penny. It seems we've finally found a wise ruler. We must do a good job. Keep the boss happy. Then he dropped a bombshell and said, Boss, that security guard named Lu Ji is suspicious. He's most likely a spy who has ill intentions towards you, because he's been asking about everything about you all day. First, he asked Luo Pang, then he asked Zhao Qian, and tonight when he helped Lu Qingxi move, he asked Lu Qingxi again. He's very skilled at talking, he's a top-notch spy. So, none of the 3 of them suspected anything and told me a lot about you, but it didn't escape my eyes. What? A spy? You must have misunderstood. Zhang Tong was completely bewildered. I don't believe it at all. He had no enemies at all. It's just a treasure hunt, I'm not competing with anyone. How could there be a spy? Boss, please trust the experience and intuition of the King of Soldiers. Wang Hao said seriously, think about it carefully, are you really not an enemy? I think that just that piece of jade worth billions is enough to attract wolves. But I only took out this jade today. Zhang Tong said, no one else ever knew. But you've already auctioned off jade worth billions, and 9,000-year-old ginseng roots worth 2 billion. Lu Ji found this out from manager Luo, and I heard it too, Wang Hao said. These few things are known all over the world. Zhang Tong's expression slowly turned serious. So, I've attracted a wolf who wants to steal my wealth? It could also be corporate espionage. Of course, it could also be for other reasons, such as, Boss, what secrets do you have that would make them send experts to infiltrate and spy on you? Wang Hao said, I have no secrets. They're probably after my wealth. I think they're all tired of living. Zhang Tong sneered. He cultivated the Heavenly Fist Force and continued to train diligently. The Heavenly Fist Force became increasingly profound, and the transformation of his body deepened. Not only did his strength increase dramatically, but his spiritual sense also developed. He could sense hostility and any threat. It was quite like the cicada sensing the autumn wind before it even blows, or the duck knowing first when the spring river warms. Therefore, he can sense if someone is aiming a gun at him. Lu Ji was someone he had hired, and he didn't sense any malice from him. This is a bit strange. Is Wang Hao being too sensitive? But they still dared not be careless and ordered, keep an eye on him secretly and see who he contacts. Leave it to me, I'll definitely find out who's behind him. Wang Hao was full of confidence. He is the security captain, with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. Furthermore, given that he believed Zhang Tong was a wise ruler, he naturally worked extremely hard. When Zhang Tong returned to the villa, he received a WeChat message from Wang Hao. Boss, Lu Ji went out. I'm following him. He's very alert and cautious. He's a really good spy. I almost lost him. Holy crap, is it really a spy? Zhang felt a sudden surge of excitement. It also felt very absurd. He was originally just an ordinary person. Although he had a few secrets, he was truly harmless, had never done anything immoral, and had done many good deeds. He never imagined that a spy would appear in his life. I wonder what the spy's purpose is. I finally have my own house, and it's a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house. It's so great, so comfortable. From now on, I'm a high-level white-collar worker and a homeowner. My luck has turned around, and my future looks bright. Hua Qingxiang walked around the house, looking at everything, and rolled around on each bed a few times. Then he enthusiastically cleaned the house, making it spotless. Then I started thinking about what kind of green plants and trinkets to buy. Make your home more warm and beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Qingxi arrived, smiling, and said, Qingxian, come on, let's go visit the boss's villa. It's already 9 o'clock, isn't that too late? Hua Qingxiang glanced at the time, then at her own attire, cool, sexy, and very alluring. It's a bit dangerous to go out late at night wearing this kind of clothing. It's not late, it's not late. The boss's villa is very close, it'll only take a few minutes. And don't worry about danger, the security here is very good. Lu Qingxi pulled Hua Qingxiang out. Won't the boss misunderstand if we go to see him tonight? Hua Qingxiang asked worriedly. I only brought you along because I was afraid the boss would misunderstand. Lu Qingxi laughed and said, our boss is a bit of a closet pervert and tends to overthink things. I just wanted to talk to him about work. Really? The boss is so funny. Hua Qingxiang giggled, her body trembling with excitement. This just goes to show how charming you are. No wonder you're the most beautiful anchorwoman and the top car model. That's why the boss has such wild thoughts. Stop flattering me. You're not bad either. You're a top-tier beauty, which is why you passed the interview and will now earn $1 million annual salary, marry a rich and handsome man, and reach the pinnacle of life. Lu Qingxi smiled. Oh, what did you say? The fragrance of flowers makes my cheeks glow. Her heart fluttered. Earning $1 million a year is awesome. While I can't say I'll marry a rich and handsome man, I don't need to worry about not being married. Financial freedom from now on. Enjoy life to the fullest. Boss, I'm here, at the entrance of your villa. Zhang Tong suddenly received a WeChat message from Lu Qingxi. Only then did he come to his senses that Lu Ji was a spy. Then he touched his forehead. Good heavens, it was delivered right to our door on the very first day. Is this really a good idea? But my heart started pounding. The image of Lu Qingxi, with her alluring charm and stunning beauty, also appeared before my eyes. I can't quite control this inexplicable impulse. Should I open the door, or should I open the door? How can I properly educate her and help her turn back from her wrong path if I don't open the door? So Zhang Tong opened the door. But then one sees Lu Qingxi and Hua Qingxiang standing gracefully at the door, both dressed in their finest attire, beautiful and charming, with a captivating fragrance that inspires endless reverie. Why are you here? Zhang Tong was both disappointed and pleased. To everyone's disappointment, Lu Qingxi didn't come to throw herself into his arms. To his delight, Lu Qingxi didn't come to throw herself into his arms. Yes, that's right, for the same reason. Men are truly contradictory. I came to talk to you about work. I heard there's an auction on December 1st, only 3 days away. I don't know the specific items yet, and I'm a little panicked. Lu Qingxi said in a panic. Zhang Tong invited them inside. Hua Qingxiang volunteered to brew the tea. Zhang Tong then spoke with Lu Qingxi about the auction items, which mainly included 1,000-year-old ginseng and jade. I need to compile all the auction items into a catalog. Lu Qingxi said, how can we hold an auction without even an auction catalog? There's no time to do it now. Let's just leave this auction as it is. Anyway, they're all my own things, so I'm not worried, Zhang Tong said. But next time, there might be other people's treasures, so we'll have to be more professional. Boss, may I take a look around your villa? Seeing that the two were talking about work endlessly, Hua Qingxiang made a small request. The villa was so luxurious that she really wanted to see the whole thing. After receiving permission, she cheered and went upstairs to visit. Boss, I brought some floral fragrance with me. Are you disappointed? Lu Qingxi suddenly teased with a mischievous smile. How dare you make fun of the boss? You should be punished. Zhang Tong pretended to be angry, pulled her over, and slapped her high, round buttocks. It suddenly began to tremble gently. It was so soft and elastic. Boss, I was wrong. Please punish me severely. Lu Qingxi lay across Zhang Tong's lap, looking extremely shy, her eyes filled with seductive charm, her voice sweet and alluring, sending shivers down one's spine. My God, this is amazing. Zhang Tong sighed inwardly. Let her go right now. The fragrance of the flowers is still there. We mustn't let any rumors spread. Once Lu Qingxi sat back down, Zhang Tong quickly changed the subject. Have you settled in? Are you satisfied with your housing? It's all settled in. It's a duplex suite, just like Secretary Zhao's house. It's very spacious and comfortable. Come visit me sometime. I'll dance for you. Lu Qingxi smiled like a flower, her eyes as radiant as autumn smoke. It perfectly captures the subtle allure, the ambiguous teasing, and the push and pull of flirtatious affection. She's a real enchantress, absolutely captivating, and truly the best of the best. Zhang Tong sighed inwardly. It's very comfortable, and it's easy to get along with people like this. Having such a stunningly beautiful female subordinate is undoubtedly a source of pride. Boss, your villa is so luxurious. Hua Qingxiang came downstairs, her face full of excitement. Don't you have a maid yet? I'll clean for you from now on, okay? That's not a good idea. I'll hire a cleaning lady regularly. Looking at her beautiful face, Zhang Tong's heart fluttered. What did she mean? Does he also want to learn from Lu Qingxi? Hiring a part-time worker is not good, and hiring a maid is not good either. I earn $1 million annual salary and only work 2.5 days a week. I can spend the rest of my time cleaning for you. Isn't that great? I can also practice my musical instrument at the same time, so as not to disturb the neighbors. Hua Qingxiang said. So you wanted to practice a musical instrument? Zhang Tong suddenly realized what was going on and gave her a key. Okay, you can come whenever you want. I'm not around most of the time. That's right. At night, it looked like they were staying in a villa, but they actually went to Baoxing. Resting at Baoxing makes for better sleep and training. Perhaps it's because the environment is different. Boss, you're so kind, I love you. The flowers smiled brightly, their fragrance breathtaking. Did I misjudge her? Is this seemingly innocent girl actually a scheming woman? She's already found a chance to be alone with the boss? How far is she from sleeping with him? Lu Qingxi frowned slightly. We have gained a formidable opponent. But that's their freedom too. Lu Qingxi wasn't Zhang Tong's girlfriend, not even his lover, so it wasn't really appropriate to say anything. But why do I have a headache? Let Zhao Qian have a headache. They finally said goodbye and left, and then another guest arrived at the villa. It wasn't a woman, of course, but security captain Wang Hao. His face was very serious, and even his hands and feet were trembling. A significant discovery has clearly been made. Wang Hao drank 3 cups of tea in one go before letting out a long breath, his face full of complicated expression. Boss, I've made a major discovery while tracking Lu Ji. He really is a spy, and a top-notch one at that. I also know who's behind him. Impressive. To have uncovered a hidden spy so quickly, no wonder you were once a top soldier. Zhang Tong secretly admired him and asked, who's behind him? They're from the Bureau of Abnormal Events, Wang Hao said. This department specializes in handling abnormal events, and it's a gathering place for many experts and extraordinary individuals. There's even a department like that? What are they trying to do? Zhang Tong's face was full of surprise and confusion. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that my secret about Baoxing has been exposed? Are they really that powerful? Here's the thing, they've confirmed that you're the flying man who saved people a few days ago, and now they're investigating you to find out your origins. Are you an alien or a cultivator? Of course, they also want to understand why you can fly. Wang Hao's expression was very strange and complicated. After making this discovery while tracking Lu Ji, he quickly went online to study videos of sprinters and compared them with Zhang Tong's. He found that Zhang Tong was very likely a sprinter. He's a little nervous now. If Zhang Tong is an alien, will he silence him? But if he is a cultivator, he shouldn't be harmed. After all, I'm working for him. He was gambling, betting that Zhang Tong wasn't an alien. He certainly believes that there must be extraterrestrials in the vast universe, but they may not necessarily come to Earth. The possibility that Zhang Tong is an alien is extremely low. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Zhang Tong immediately relaxed and was no longer worried. He was prepared for his scheme to be exposed when he used the flying bead to save people. Keeping Lu Qingxi calm was simply a way to buy some time, to avoid being caught off guard and confused. Boss, are you really a superhuman? Wang Hao asked hesitantly. The answer to this question will be available in a few days. Zhang Tong laughed and said, but I can tell you seriously that I am a native of Earth, not an alien. Boss, you're just keeping me in suspense. Wang Hao immediately relaxed and was no longer nervous. How many people from the Bureau of Abnormal Events have arrived? Zhang Tong asked curiously. What kind of special skills and abilities do they all have? I don't know exactly how many people there are. Actually, I don't know them very well. I only know one of them, the long-browed Taoist priest, who used to teach us qi cultivation. He was one of the instructors, but a very special one. Because he is a cultivator, possibly one of the few cultivators on earth. Wang Hao said. Holy crap, cultivation really exists? And there are even living cultivators. Zhang Tong became interested. Of course, cultivation once existed. So many Taoists in ancient times, such as Chen Tan, Lao Tzu, Lu Dongbin, and Zhang Sanfen, were all cultivators. However, as the spiritual energy of the earth gradually dried up, cultivation became impossible and it withdrew from the stage of history. Master Chenmei is already 120 years old. He entered the qi refining stage when he was a teenager, which can be considered as entering the door of cultivation. Later, the spiritual energy was completely depleted, not even a trace of it. It was impossible to enter the qi refining stage. This is what Master Chenmei told us when he was teaching us in the past. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Tong with a strange expression. Are you not a cultivator? Spiritual energy depletion? Has the long-browed Taoist master explained the reason? Zhang Tong seemed to be deep in thought. Perhaps Baoxing possesses abundant spiritual energy, which is why he can practice his boxing skills so rapidly. However, the Tongtian fist is special. It does not focus on cultivating internal energy, but rather on physical training, a powerful body and soul. It also relies heavily on spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon. It was precisely because the earth's spiritual energy was depleted that I was unable to cultivate the heavenly power in the past. Of course, he's researched it. He said the spiritual energy spring has been closed, meaning it might be sealed off. Countless cultivators have searched for the spiritual energy spring in the past, trying to unblock it, but none of them have found it. Wang Hao said, our group of special forces soldiers never believed such an absurd thing. My mother. A tremendous storm raged in Zhang Tong's heart. He remembered the mysterious passage connecting Earth and the planet Baoxing. Isn't that a spring of spiritual energy? Could it be that in ancient times, the flow of spiritual energy was unobstructed, with a continuous stream coming from the precious star? To enrich the earth with spiritual energy, so that one can cultivate immortality? If I open the passage, wouldn't that restore the glory of ancient times? But, is it possible that someone could find a passage to enter Baoxing? Not everyone can do that. Instead, only a portion. For example, someone like myself who is destined to be with us. The bronze sword is proof of this. But can cultivators find the entrance based on the source of spiritual energy? It may be difficult to find. Because the channel can change position, as soon as I move, the channel moves too, and no one else can see it at all. Oh my god. There's too much information. This matter cannot be handled rashly. Connecting rashly could bring about a catastrophic disaster. Because some hidden cultivation sects will rise rapidly, thereby changing the landscape of the earth. The clash between technology and cultivation could very well result in widespread death and destruction. Let's leave it as it is for now. I quietly made a fortune and grew stronger all by myself. Enjoy life to the fullest. Is the long-browed Taoist priest very powerful? Zhang Tong asked warily. Fearing the other party would come knocking on their door, they decided to kill him without thinking twice. It's hard to say. He has only cultivated to the second level of qi refining. He is old and weak, so his combat strength is still limited. The main thing is that he dares not use magic, for fear of damaging his lifespan. Wang Hao said. Can it still cast spells? Zhang Tong's eyes lit up. But it went out quickly. I am practicing body refinement, not cultivation. They are completely different things. Magic and techniques are not for me. There's no need to be curious or expectant. The captain is a woman, and she seems very strong. I guess she's a superhuman. Wang Hao added. Superpowered individuals? They really exist? Tell me about it. Zhang Tong asked curiously again. Superpowered individuals are people with outstanding strength, speed, reaction ability, intelligence, etc. The space and time superpowers in novels are complete nonsense and do not exist in reality. Wang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Judging from Zhang Tong's reaction, he is neither a cultivator nor a person with superpowers. He himself said he wasn't an alien. Then how can he fly? Haha, I see. Zhang Tong was relieved. There are not many things that can threaten him. As long as the incident involving the sprinter is handled properly, they can continue to quietly make a fortune. Becoming a true tycoon is just around the corner. Boss, what should we do with Lu Ji? Wang Hao asked. Ignore him for now. Zhang Tong smiled faintly. Since he is a government employee, works for the country, and has no malicious intent, there is no need to deal with him. Now we know everything about Zhang Tong. He has nowhere to hide. Let's go and arrest him. Inside a certain building, Wu Na, full of vigor, led dozens of super-powerful team members, plus the long-browed Taoist priest, towards Zhang Tong's villa. With such strength, even if Zhang Tong were truly a cultivator, he would have to surrender without resistance. No sooner had Wang Hao left than Wu Na arrived at the villa with her entourage. They knocked on the door and said to Zhang Tong, "Hello, we are from a government department. We need to investigate something with you. Please cooperate." They have now thoroughly investigated Zhang Tong and know everything about him. This includes stories like Zhang Tong finding a gold nugget and making 50 million yuan gambling on stones on the street. They even managed to get Zhang Tong's birth certificate. It's almost certain that he's not an alien. Whether he is a cultivator or not remains unknown. Of course, they were unaware that Zhang Tong possessed a mysterious passage that allowed him to reach Baoxing, that was too closely guarded a secret. Zhang Tong glanced at their identification and then invited them inside. His complexion was also a bit off. "They've come knocking on our doors so quickly? I thought I could delay it for a few more days. It seems they think they can get their hands on me. I simply saved a woman out of kindness, and this has caused me trouble. We'll see what they do." The long-browed Taoist priest was quite impolite, plopping down on the sofa and scrutinizing Zhang Tong with a strange look before finally saying, "You're not a cultivator. I'm very curious, how can you fly? Are you a cultivator? Does cultivation really exist? Or is it just something made up by novel authors?" Zhang Tong asked curiously. "I really am a cultivator. If the source of Earth's spiritual energy hadn't been blocked, we would still be in the era of cultivation." That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. If a spring of spiritual energy can emit spiritual energy, where does that spiritual energy come from? Zhang Tong asked again. Of course it comes from underground spiritual veins. Underground spiritual veins are very magical. You can't see them or touch them, but they continuously output spiritual energy, gushing out from the springs. That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. Holy crap, could that mysterious passage be an underground spiritual vein? Zhang Tong was extremely shocked, feeling as if he had discovered an ancient secret. The connection between Baoxing and Earth may be deep, and it may hold countless secrets. We must accelerate the pace of exploration. Don't get off topic, we're asking you why you can fly. Wu Na tapped the coffee table and said irritably, "I can fly? How come I didn't know that?" Zhang Tong was stunned. "Don't deny that you are that flying man. We are 100% certain." Wu Na said, "You'd better tell the truth honestly, or you'll end up being forced to drink the penalty cup. Where's the evidence?" Zhang Tong remained completely calm. "After all, we already knew everything last night. There are even contingency plans in place for the other party to come knocking on the door. Of course we can find the evidence, but we have too many other things to do and don't want to waste our time on you, so we hope you will cooperate." Wu Na said. "I am not, you have the wrong person." Zhang Tong denied it. "You're talking nonsense without any evidence. You couldn't find a job, so you angrily returned to the countryside to start a business. Then you had a miraculous encounter, which led you on a treasure hunt. Now you're worth over 10 billion. Some of the treasures you found are of unknown origin." Wu Na said coldly, "For example, where did your jade come from? Could it be that I stole it? Or robbed it? Has someone reported it to the police?" Zhang Tong was furious. "Aren't you guilty? Aren't you afraid we'll continue investigating?" Wu Na said. "Don't worry, investigate all you want." Zhang Tong said, "I am a treasure hunter. All the treasures I acquire are either obtained through treasure hunting or entrusted to me by other treasure hunters for auction. Currently, I only have 1,000-year-old ginseng, jade, and of course, rubies. These are all treasures nurtured by nature. I don't think I have bothered anyone or done anything illegal. You've practiced martial arts since you were little, but there was nothing unusual about you until your senior year of college. Now you possess the strength of 1,000 jin. Have you awakened a superpower?" Wu Na said, "Could it be that you've also awakened the ability to fly?" "My strength comes from my martial arts training. I am neither a cultivator nor a superhuman, so I cannot fly." Zhang Tong said, "You've really got the wrong person. However, I've heard some news that's related to the sprinter." "What news?" Wu Na's eyes lit up. It seems Zhang Tong couldn't withstand the pressure and was about to reveal some secrets. This is much less effort than conducting a covered investigation. The flying man can fly with the help of a prop. This prop will be auctioned at my auction, so you just need to wait a few days and you will be able to see it. Zhang Tong said. Yes, he wants to auction the flying pearl. After all, the flying pearl is not a unique item, but rather something that is nurtured within the body of a flying clam. There are countless flying clams in the lake, I saw dozens last time. There must be even more in the river. Therefore, he can obtain countless flying pearls in a continuous stream in the future. There's no point in me carrying it all by myself. If the flying beads are described as props, they might be tacitly allowed to be auctioned, which would be equivalent to obtaining official permission. If he were to show the flying pearl to Wu Na now, he would most likely not be allowed to, because it's so amazing. It's so small that it can make people lose weight and fly. If the underlying principles can be deciphered, it might be possible to develop anti-gravity devices, thus ushering in a new era. But it's definitely not an easy thing. It may take years, decades, or even forever to decipher. After all, it was conceived inside the Treasure Star flying clam, and replicating it using technological means would certainly not be successful. For such a long period of time, Zhang Tong will be unable to auction the flying pearl. It's an absolutely enormous loss. Moreover, if the flying pearls are continuously auctioned off, research conducted jointly by countries around the world creates intense competition, but also increases the probability of achieving results and bringing benefits to the public more quickly. At worst, we can sell more to the country and maintain our competitive advantage. It's a prop? I didn't realize it was one. Wu Na was surprised. Tell me, what kind of prop is it? I haven't seen it yet either. They'll only bring it out on the day of the auction. Zhang Tong said, but it's said to be small in size. A small prop? How can it make someone fly? Wu Na said. Could it be a large flying talisman? The Taoist priest with long eyebrows frowned and said, but where does the spiritual energy come from? How can it be successfully made? You don't need to guess, you'll know in a couple of days anyway. Zhang Tong said, take it out now and let us see it. Wu Na said firmly, otherwise, the auction will not be allowed. Those props weren't made in China. You don't allow them to be auctioned off, but others are auctioning them off overseas. Is that any of your business? If it weren't for my good relationship with him, the props would never have appeared in Xiangnan. Zhang Tong said, that flying man is you, it's no use denying it. Wu Na was furious. It wasn't me, it was that treasure hunter. How could Zhang Tong possibly admit it? Or I could refuse him and not auction that prop. No, we cannot refuse, it must be auctioned off. Wu Na panicked. Now that we have inside information, we can completely take the initiative. We'll get the props sooner or later. He, all done. Zhang Tong chuckled to himself. The auction was now a done deal. Even if the other party doesn't come knocking on his door, Zhang Tong will still auction one to test the waters. Anyway, it really is a treasure I found. Keeping it to yourself is a waste. Taking it out is considered a contribution. In the future, countless wealthy people will possess flying beads. All travel by air. It will surely be a spectacular sight. The title of the world's richest person is mine. The two sides then had a very pleasant conversation. Zhang Tong even jokingly asked Wu Na if she had a boyfriend and if he wanted to introduce her to one. How about I introduce you to a girlfriend? What do you think of Fan Bingxiang? Wu Na also retaliated playfully. They were obviously aware of Zhang Tong and Fan Bingxiang's blind date experience. You guys really are everywhere. Zhang Tong was so angry he wanted to grind his teeth. I really wanted to spank her. I wonder what that feeling is like. After several days of intensive preparations, December 1st arrived. It was the day the company opened, and also the day the 1,000-year-old ginseng was scheduled to be auctioned. Early in the morning, all company staff are in place. All the beautiful women recruited this time were dressed to the nines, making them the most stunning sight. Many guests sent flower baskets. Numerous jewelry industry owners and world-class treasure hunters. There were also many distinguished foreigners, some from the company of the stock market guru, and some from the company of the world's richest man, representing the stock market guru and the world's richest man. They're all here for the 1,000-year-old ginseng. They already knew that the old master of the Fan family had eaten a 1,000-year-old ginseng, which restored his health and even gave him the ability to live for more than 10 years. Of course, everyone wants to photograph a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Using hundreds of millions to extend one's lifespan by more than 10 years is simply too good to pass up. Congratulations! Fan Bingbing also sent a flower basket, her face beaming with smiles. Thanks. Zhang Tong was a little surprised. This woman actually sent a congratulatory gift? Didn't I make you so angry last time that your face turned black? Wu Na also sent a flower basket. She looked especially beautiful today, no less so than Fan Bingbing, Zhao Qian, and others. She is, after all, a stunning beauty. She was very confident and had a strong presence. Zhang Tong almost couldn't help but laugh. He wondered what Wu Na's expression would be when she saw that the prop was a flying bead. Furious or delighted? My goodness, so many of them are billionaires, and most of them are foreigners. The staff, including Luo Weiwa, Qing Si, Zhao Qian, and Luo Pang, were all shocked. Is the boss's network of connections really that terrifying? Wu Na and Fan Bingxiang sat together. Fan Bingxiang asked curiously, you look very relaxed and happy. Has the investigation yielded any results? This is a state secret, but it won't be for long. You'll find out soon enough. Wu Na smiled. By the way, I'm curious, Zhang Tong doesn't like you and isn't willing to propose, yet you still came to his company's opening ceremony? Isn't that embarrassing? It's normal for a young talent with a net worth of over 10 billion to be unwilling to express his opinion on the spot. It doesn't mean he really looks down on me. Fan Bingxiang smiled. You're quite confident. Wu Na said with a hint of teasing, let me just say what's on my mind. Since your fan family values him and you like him too, take the initiative to pursue him. Don't wait for him to make the first move. He might be much more outstanding than you think. Since he's so outstanding, I suppose you like him too. You could go after him. As far as I know, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? You two were a perfect couple. It would be such a shame if you couldn't be together because of pride. Wu Na smiled enigmatically. As for me, a cultivator, I've never thought about love and romance. Wow, I thought these two beautiful women were talking about something else, but they're talking about the boss. As a top soldier, Wang Hao had been keeping an eye on Wu Na, a dangerous person. He approached her casually, only to be embarrassingly defeated. Finally, the auction began. Zhang Tong and Lu Qingxi stood on the stage. One was handsome and composed, the other beautiful and elegant. They looked like a perfect couple, exceptionally eye-catching. Even Fan Bingbing was a little jealous. Why are all the women around Zhang Tong so sexy, beautiful, and incredibly alluring? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today's auction features 4 treasures, but the grand finale is not the 1,000-year-old ginseng, but an even more precious and mysterious treasure. Please look forward to it. Lu Qingxi's voice was passionate, clear, melodious, and pleasant to the ear, showing no stage fright whatsoever. Zhang Tong acted as the translator, translating it into English. After all, he was once a top student, so English is naturally his forte. What? There are mysterious treasures even more precious than 1,000-year-old ginseng? The wealthy people in the audience were shocked and incredulous. In their eyes, 1,000-year-old ginseng was the most precious treasure in the world because it could prolong life. Based on the principles, alternative drugs could even be developed, thereby creating unlimited wealth. He's probably just bragging. It might be true. It seems I need to prepare more funds. Some of the wealthiest people are very perceptive. After all, they are shrewd and capable of amassing billions or even trillions of dollars through sheer luck. The first item up for auction is a ruby, weighing 187 grams. It is crystal clear, like a ribbon of silk, and flawless. It is the largest and most beautiful ruby in the world. The starting bid is 50 million. I'll offer 100 million. A wealthy woman from abroad shouted excitedly. 200 million. 230 million. 300 million. 400 million. 500 million. 700 million. 1 billion. In the end, it was acquired by the first female tycoon for a price of 1 billion. It was a great start. Let the atmosphere get heated. Many employees seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, and they were all extremely excited and thrilled. Next, the jadeite will be auctioned. It will be auctioned in several batches. 100 jin, 200 jin, 300 jin. Other types of jadeite, such as violet and glassy green, are naturally sold in individual pieces, as the quantity is limited. Many big names in the jade industry bid fiercely, and some wealthy individuals also joined the competition. After all, they are top-grade jadeite, very beautiful, and extremely rare. Especially the glassy green variety, which is extremely rare and hard to come by. Using it to make jewelry is a very prestigious and status symbol. Knowledge enriches the person, wealth enriches the home. Having too much wealth naturally leads to a desire to adorn oneself. After the jade auction, the total amount reached 15 billion. This left Fan Bingbing speechless. Zhang Tong is amazing. He's incredibly good at finding treasures. Ever since I found that gold nugget, I've been hooked. Today, his net worth may exceed 30 billion, and it's in cash. They can truly be compared to the Fan family. I was wrong back then. I shouldn't have forced Zhang Tong to express his feelings. Instead, you should take the initiative to pursue him. Even if it doesn't work out, the relationship won't grow cold. Boss, you've struck it rich. Luo Jinaya was already incredibly excited. He wanted to point his finger at Yangbo and yell, "You idiot, open your dog eyes and see what's going on today. What is a super rich person?" That's it. Zhang Tong is amazing. He truly deserves to be called a rising star in the treasure hunting world. Many treasure hunters are envious. I also admire Zhang Tong for setting up an auction company. He auctioned off the treasures he had found. Don't worry about being scammed. Now, Tianbao Auction House is going to become famous all over the world. In the future, any treasures I find can be auctioned off to him. It might fetch an even higher price. The boss is amazing, so rich. All the beautiful female employees blushed, and their gazes toward Zhang Tong were filled with sweetness. Of course, they liked Zhang Tong because he treated them very well. they gave them such good treatment. Simply because they are good looking. Where can you find a boss like this? Soon, the auction of the 1,000-year-old ginseng began. Everyone perked up. They were all eager to fight and engage in a bloody battle. On the stage, 9 employees each held a 1,000-year-old ginseng root high in their hands, with long, snow-white ginseng whiskers hanging down to the audience. Lu Kingxi shouted excitedly, 9,000-year-old ginseng roots each weigh about 7 pounds. They are absolutely genuine. 1,000-year-old ginseng can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. The 83-year-old master fan was suffering from declining bodily functions and multiple organ failure. He was in a coma and the doctor estimated he only had 3 days left. But after eating 1,000-year-old ginseng root, he was brought back to life. The doctor said he could live for another 20 years or so. This is a truly priceless treasure, a rare find. Now, the first root of this 1,000-year-old ginseng is up for auction, with a starting price of 100 million RMB. She wasn't lying, Grandpa Fan is getting healthier and healthier these days. He went to the hospital for a checkup, and they said he looked like he was in his 60s. Doesn't that mean he can live for another 20 years? 200 million. Someone shouted proudly. This is a representative of a US pharmaceutical company. They made a preemptive move, immediately adding 100 million. 300 million. Even the wealthiest individuals are not to be outdone. Adding 20 years to lifespan, let alone 300 million, what does it matter if it's 1 billion? Who isn't worth hundreds of billions? 500 million. 600 million. 1 billion. In the end, it was acquired by a crazy old tycoon for a staggering 1 billion. Holy crap, a 1,000-year-old ginseng is worth that much. Zhang Tong was a bit dumbfounded and incredulous. At that moment, he even suspected that he had been tricked. Once, Fan Bingbing bought a 1,000-year-old ginseng and had a man surnamed Sun appraise it, saying it was only worth 50 million. Fan Bingxiang bought it for 4 times the price. At the time, I felt that Fan Bingbing was very generous and magnanimous. Of course, it's also possible that the medicinal effects of the ginseng from Baoxing are stronger than those of earth ginseng, which is why Grandpa Fan's lifespan was extended by more than 20 years. Naturally, prices have risen accordingly. Without that first ginseng root as a test, the subsequent ones wouldn't have fetched such exorbitant prices. Therefore, Zhang Tong didn't hesitate. The subsequent auctions became increasingly heated and terrifying. The second one sold for 1.1 billion. The third one sold for 1.15 billion. The following figures are 1.28 billion. The last one even sold for 1.5 billion. Zhang Tong made a fortune of over 13 billion yuan. Are these rich people crazy? Fan Bingbing was so angry she almost vomited blood, and her complexion turned very bad. This time, she represented the Fan family to bid for ginseng, and prepared 500 million yuan in funds. As a result, they didn't even manage to photograph a single 1,000-year-old ginseng. He really got a great deal by buying Zhang Tong's 1,000-year-old ginseng for 200 million. No wonder Zhang Tong has no good feelings towards me. He clearly knew all along that he was selling at a loss. Selling it to me for 200 million is probably just repaying a favor. For your Fan family to be able to acquire even one of these treasures for the low price of 200 million is already incredibly lucky. You want to get more at such a low price? Dream on. Wu Na glanced at Fan Bingxiang. It's not good that we didn't get it, and you're gloating? Fan Bingxiang glared at Wu Na with a huff. Since there are so many 1,000-year-old ginsengs, there must be quite a few that are 800 or 900 years old as well. What am I worried about? Wu Na said with a mocking smile, as long as you put aside your pride and beg Zhang Tong, you will naturally get what you want. Fan Bingxiang didn't know what to say. I messed up last time. The Fan family favors Zhang Tong and wants to form a marriage alliance. She had also taken a liking to Zhang Tong and wanted to have a deeper relationship with him, perhaps even getting married. However, they hope Zhang Tong will confess his feelings to maintain the dignity and face of the wealthy family. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Tong didn't express any opinion and pretended to be stupid. It seems they looked down on Fan Bingbing. She was almost furious at the time. I swore I would never speak to him again. Grandpa told her to pursue him, but she wasn't happy about it. I never had that thought. Do I have to beg him again? Our boss made 29 billion today. That's amazing, incredible. Many staff members, whether security guards, receptionists, or appraisers, were shocked, overjoyed, excited, and proud. With such a wealthy boss, how could there be no future in making money? Keeping 2 mistresses isn't enough, we need to add a few more. Otherwise, how will we spend all this money? Luo Jinayu even put himself in the role, muttering lewdly with a lewd expression. Now we'll be auctioning the grand finale. It will absolutely overturn your imagination and preconceived notions, providing endless inspiration for our scientists and perhaps even ushering in the 5th technological revolution. Lu Kingxi shouted excitedly, what is this treasure? It's actually just a bean-sized pearl. Hua Qingxiang smiled and raised the tray, inside which was a small bead, white with a hint of yellow, and unremarkable in appearance. Such a tiny bead is a treasure? I can't see it coming. Everyone looked puzzled. Wu Na frowned as well. Could this bead be a prop? One that could make people fly? That can't be right. This treasure is called Flying Pearl. As the name suggests, it can make people fly. Lu Qingxi smiled and said, the recent flying man incident, where someone flew into the sky to save people, was the result of using this flying bead. What? How is this possible? Countless people were stunned. How could such a tiny bead allow a person to fly? Could it be a magical artifact from a novel? Could it be an alien technology artifact? Ladies and gentlemen, the flying pearl is not a magic weapon, nor is it from outer space, nor is it a technological artifact. It is a treasure nurtured by nature. It is actually just a pearl, taken from a clam, but it can make people fly, Lu Qingxi said. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Are there really such exquisite pearls? It can make people fly? The reason the secret of the flying pearl was discovered was because the clam was so huge that it could fly out of the water to eat birds. It took out a pearl, but because it was of poor quality, it was thrown on the ground. As a result, a dog put it in its mouth, and the dog flew up, Lu Qingxi said. What? A flying clam? Could it be that a fairy nurtured a magical flying pearl? You can fly just by holding it in your mouth? That's unbelievable. Everyone was extremely curious and excited. They were well traveled and had seen all sorts of strange things, but flying clams and flying pearls were something they had never heard of before. Could we try it out on the spot? A wealthy man shouted expectantly. Yes, let's try it out quickly. The others excitedly echoed their agreement. As you wish. Zhang Tong stuffed the beads into a small jacket, which was connected to a rope and looped around his neck. Wrapping them in a jacket won't affect their effectiveness, and tying them like this means I don't have to worry about swallowing them. Otherwise, they might drift into outer space. The rules of flight are like this: open your mouth to descend, close your mouth to ascend, lean forward to move forward, and lean back to fly backward. Fly quickly, don't waste time. No one had the patience to listen to Zhang Tong's explanation of how to use it. Everyone wants to see the results. I'm afraid Zhang Tong is just bragging. It seems everyone is impatient. I'll be performing right away, but you must be mentally prepared to be extremely shocked, so you don't have a heart attack, Zhang Tong said earnestly. During this period, he secretly trained his flying skills and made a great breakthrough. It will absolutely amaze everyone. Zhang Tong put on a mask, worried that someone would record him, making him a household name and a celebrity, attracting the attention of countless people. Then he sat cross-legged, held the flying pearl in his mouth, and instantly floated up into the air. Wow, it's flying! That's amazing! Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement, their faces filled with anticipation and joy. Zhang Tong sat cross-legged in mid-air, motionless, like an immortal or Buddha. Suddenly, he stood up, leaping through the air and throwing punches with incredible speed and agility, even performing countless somersaults. He was as fast as a windmill. Then he began to fly in circles. It was getting faster and faster, making a whooshing sound. He even flew headfirst, feet up, with incredible skill. My God, if you didn't know the inside story, you would think he was a real Superman. Haha, with such a magical treasure, movies won't need special effects anymore, they can just fight in the air. This is an anti-gravity artifact that can change its own weight, something that Earth's technology has not yet been able to achieve. It also points out a new direction for our technology. I don't care about the technological principles behind it. All I know is that if we had such a treasure, why would we need to buy airplanes or cars? It's much faster than driving, and we wouldn't have to worry about traffic jams at all. Many wealthy people were shocked and overjoyed. Such a treasure was simply a gift from heaven. The boss is amazing. He actually managed to get his hands on a treasure that allows you to fly and disappear underground. All the staff were dumbfounded and extremely shocked. Security Captain Wan Hao was completely speechless. So the flying man really is the boss. He was not a cultivator at all. He used this magical bead to fly to the heavens. Our boss tested it, and it's much faster than an airplane because it can accelerate almost indefinitely. Lu Qingxi said with a smile. That bastard is so wicked. He calls it a prop? Is this a prop? It's clearly a flying magic weapon. Such a precious treasure, and he's actually going to sell it? Wu Na was so angry she gritted her teeth, wishing she could beat Zhang Tong to a pulp. Now she finally understands that she has been tricked by Zhang Tong and completely fooled by him, and the consequences are extremely serious. We must capture this treasure on camera. However, I didn't bring enough funds today. Captain Wu, the flying pearl should be the inner core cultivated by a clam spirit. Longbrow Dao said, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to replicate it using technological means. After all, they are two different systems. Comparing airplanes and cars to a flying bead is simply incomparable. The former consumes fuel, but the flying bead does not consume any energy. I have been using it for a long time and it has not consumed any energy at all. Zhang Tong landed slowly on the stage and laughed. It's also much faster than an airplane. As long as you wear protective armor, it can even exceed the speed of a missile. In fact, it can fly to the United States in 10 minutes. 10 minutes to the United States? That's incredible. If this treasure could be replicated using technology, it would absolutely change everything for humanity. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The smart ones have already started mobilizing funds in secret. The flying ball must be caught in your hand. It is certain that a prosperous commercial empire can be built. He'd easily be the world's richest person. Can I try? A beautiful woman from Russia raised her hand and shouted. Sure. Zhang Tong smiled and nodded. He pointed out the things she should pay attention to in front of everyone. Then the Russian beauty took to the air. She is very brave. It flew faster and faster, more and more fiercely. My God, what an amazing treasure this is. If I were outside, I would have flown straight back to Russia. The beautiful woman shouted excitedly. The others, also eager to try their luck, all asked to fly. More than a dozen people have test-flown the aircraft, and they all flew very gracefully. The Taoist priest with long eyebrows, Wu Na, and Fan Bingxiang were also among them. Now everyone believed it. This unassuming bead is truly a magical treasure, capable of making people fly. This Tianbao auction house is truly amazing. They managed to acquire such incredible treasures. Finally, the flying pearl was retrieved and the auction began. Starting bid, 1 billion. Lu Qingxi announced passionately. 1.1 billion. 1.8 billion. 2.5 billion. 5 billion. Prices are soaring, and there are too many bidders, all wanting to get their hands on it. After all, there are many wealthy and powerful individuals, and they are all world-class billionaires. So, gradually, some wealthy individuals who lacked the financial strength withdrew from the competition. Wu Na is not a tycoon, but she represents the country and has prepared 1 billion yuan. Unfortunately, a billion is a drop in the bucket. They simply couldn't win the bid. 6 billion, 8 billion, 10 billion, 12 billion, 15 billion. Finally, no one offered a higher price anymore. A single bead is worth 15 billion, which is simply beyond human imagination. Zhang Tong made a staggering 43 billion yuan in today's auction. It was like rising to the top in one step, entering the ranks of the country's top billionaires. It left countless people dumbfounded, extremely impressed, and filled with envy. If you ask what's the most profitable thing, the answer is definitely different now than before: treasure hunting. It's a business with absolutely no capital. Ha ha ha, the boss has made a fortune. This is truly amazing. No wonder he's so generous and lavish, giving us such great treatment. Many employees were excited and extremely proud. They couldn't wait to brag to their friends and family, sharing their joy and the happiness of having a super rich boss. How can I return home safely? The person who won the auction for the flying pearl was treasure hunter Smith, who, of course, is backed by a super rich, hidden family in the United States. Smith is very capable and confident that he can return home safely. However, the flying pearl is too precious and too important. It will definitely attract a lot of attention. If things go wrong, it might be stolen. Such a tiny flying bead, once stolen, you won't even have anywhere to look for it. Moreover, such an important treasure may even trigger the fifth technological revolution. Whoever controls the flying pearl will hold the key to becoming a superpower. This stuff is far more important than 1,000-year-old ginseng. If China knew that there was a magical flying pearl at the auction, how could it not stop it? Obviously, they didn't know beforehand. But now I know. 9 times out of 10 they will prevent him from bringing Fiazhu back to China, as long as they say that Fiazhu is related to national security and cannot be allowed to leave the country. He could only stare helplessly. Therefore, he made a very important decision. As soon as he got the flying pearl, he led his men out and then took to the air. It transformed into a streak of light and hurtled away. The speed is also getting faster and faster. It was so fast that people couldn't even see it clearly. The fierce winds nearly blew him apart, but he persevered through gritted teeth. At such a speed, even missiles cannot intercept it. Even if it is intercepted, the flying bead will be destroyed. No one can have it. Therefore, he was relatively at ease. They escaped really fast. Wu Na's face turned ugly. She had intended to detain the other party. But I didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. Fly away directly? Flying to the US? What should we do about this? It's all Zhang Tong's fault. He's the one who caused all this. Could Zhang Tong be a US spy? With a dark expression, she led her men to cause trouble for Zhang Tong. This time, if Zhang Tong doesn't have a suitable reason, let him rot in jail. Tianbao auction house meeting room. Wu Na and Zhang Tong sat facing each other. Wu Na stared intently at Zhang Tong, radiating an icy aura. She slammed her hand on the table and said, "Do you know that your actions are tantamount to treason? Didn't you give me permission to auction it off?" Jiang Tong looked completely innocent. "You were fooling me, saying it was a prop. Now tell me, was it a prop? It's an incredibly magical treasure, capable of developing anti-gravity devices and equipment, capable of initiating the fifth technological revolution, and extremely important to the nation. Now it's in the hands of the Americans. The consequences will be dire." Wu Na gritted her teeth. "Young man, you're in deep trouble, really deep trouble. You're far too greedy. The country, only with a country can there be a home. Now you've actually auctioned off the flying pearl, putting it in the hands of Americans, which is tantamount to helping the United States rise. I don't understand how you dare to do such a thing." That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. "You're exaggerating." Jiang Tong remained completely unfazed. "I only sold one pearl. It's a bit unusual, though. It's not nice of you to blame me for not winning the bid, is it? Can pearls make people fly?" Long-browed Daoist was furious. "Let me tell you, a clamshell becomes a demon, and the flying pearl is its inner core. That's why it's so magical. There's only one of these on the entire earth. It's priceless. How can wealth measure its worth? Is money all you care about? Inner core? Puft." Jiang Tong burst out laughing. This old man was indeed a cultivator. Although he hadn't achieved anything remarkable in his cultivation, he believed that there were monsters in the world and that monsters possessed inner cores. That's absolutely hilarious. Why are you laughing? Wu Na and the Taoist priest with long eyebrows both turned pale. He wished he could slap Jiang Tong to death. "I really couldn't hold back my laughter, Taoist priest, you're hilarious." Jiang Tong said, "These really are pearls, a special kind of pearl, because two were found inside the body, the other one being slightly larger. Could it be that there are two pearls inside the elixir? Even novels don't describe it like that." "What? Two? How is that possible?" The Taoist priest with long eyebrows was filled with shock and disbelief. This completely overturned his worldview and understanding. But Wu Na was overjoyed. "Quick, take it out and let me see." "See?" Jiang Tong didn't hide it either, taking out another small flying bead and placing it on the table. "It was all planned out in advance. This one was meant for the country. If we can obtain more flying pearls in the future, we will continue to auction them. Only then can permission be obtained. Otherwise, there won't even be a future." Wu Na immediately put the flying bead into her mouth, and then she floated up. "It really is a flying pearl, that's great." Wu Na's face lit up with joy, but she quickly said coldly, "Even though there are two, the Americans shouldn't get one. But this treasure is not mine, it belongs to another treasure hunter." Jiang Tong said, "I can't control who wins the bid, they're just rich. Besides, my friend said he discovered other flying clams, but they're much bigger and more terrifying, and harder to hunt. However, they can still be obtained again, and there will be another auction next time. At that time, they probably won't be bidding with me anymore. So, the Americans will get them sooner or later." "Are there other flying clams? Where are they located?" The long-browed Taoist priest was completely excited. "This place must be suitable for cultivation. It's very important to me. Can you tell me? Let's not even talk about whether you can cultivate there. Even if you could, do you think anyone would say something so miraculous?" Jiang Tong said. "He's even hiding now, afraid of being threatened. That's why he asked me to auction it. I took the liberty of auctioning only one. If you want to take this one, you'll have to pay. Otherwise, there's absolutely no way you'll get more flying pearls. People will never trust me again." "Well." He sighed deeply on the road with long eyebrows, his face full of disappointment. "That place must be the legendary blessed land, filled with spiritual energy. Unfortunately, it's impossible to find where it is." "Master, don't overthink it. The flying clam is not a monster, otherwise how could it have two inner cores? So, it's a new species that can fly without wings. It just hid very well before and wasn't discovered. Even if it had been discovered, it probably wouldn't have discovered the secret of the pearl." Jiang Tong said. "A new species? Impossible." The long-browed Taoist priest was stubborn and still didn't believe it. "How about this? You tell your friend that I will pass on the secret method of cultivation to him, on the condition that he takes me to that place to cultivate together." "Okay, I'll ask him as soon as possible." Jiang Tong said. "Then I'll wait for your news." The Taoist priest with long eyebrows was very pleased. "You say it's a new species, but there are plenty of flying clams in that area, aren't there?" Wu Na asked. "There aren't many, but they vary in size. Some are as big as a car, while others are only the size of a palm. But they can all fly, and they all have flying beads inside them, just in different sizes." Jiang Tong said. "Master, if that's the case, then it must be a new species." Wu Na said, "Your hopes may be dashed. If it really is a new species, then there's nothing we can do about it." That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. The country will buy this one. How much do you want for it? Wu Na asked. How about half price? Zhang Tong said. Half price is 7.5 billion. Half price? Aren't you afraid your friend will scold you? Wu Na said. Of course I can convince him. Zhang Tong said, such a treasure, if taken to another country for auction, would absolutely not be allowed to leave the country, and might even be confiscated. In other words, it simply cannot be sold at a high price. Only our country is so open-minded that it was able to successfully auction it for a staggering 15 billion. He should thank our country. It's only right that we offer him some preferential treatment. If he is allowed to auction again in the future, perhaps we can offer even higher preferential treatment. You're right. Perhaps we can reach a special agreement with the government to allow the auctions to continue in the future. How many flying beads do you think we can still get? Wu Na asked seriously. It's hard to estimate the exact number, but 1,000 grains should be no problem. Zhang Tong really wanted to reach an auction agreement with the government, so he made a conservative estimate. There are many lakes and rivers on Baoxing, and I imagine there are flying clams there. Sooner or later I will be able to hunt a lot of them. 1,000 grains, that's equivalent to 15 trillion? Wu Na and the Taoist priest with long eyebrows were dumbfounded. What an enormous fortune this is. So Wu Na immediately went to the side, made a phone call to her superior for instructions, and discussed it for a long time. Then he said to Zhang Tong, the government is willing to reach a special agreement with you, allowing you to continue auctioning them in the future. However, for every number of beads auctioned, you must secretly sell the same number back to the government at a price of 5 billion. It's not that the government is undercutting prices too much, but because there are too many flying beads. I imagine that if dozens or hundreds of flying beads are released, the price will definitely plummet. The government is offering an average price, so an average of 5 billion per bead is not low. If you can persuade your friend, you will have done a great service, and the government will reward you. I'll contact him and see if he agrees. Zhang Tong said. Ask him now. This is very important. Wu Na said. I can't get in touch with you right now, but I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning. Zhang Tong said, you can take this one first. Good. Wu Na agreed. A smile appeared on his face. Although there were some mishaps, the ending was still perfect. If a country can acquire the flying pearl for 5 billion, other countries must participate in the bidding at exorbitant prices. The state certainly holds a huge advantage. If you obtain a lot of flying beads, besides using them for scientific research, you can also equip them to special agents. That would allow easy entry and exit from unfriendly countries without any danger. Rescuing important figures was also very easy. It seems that Zhang Tong had already planned how to deal with Fei Zhu. This guy is daring, but he's really smart. Upon leaving Tianbao auction house, Wu Na immediately ordered, monitor Zhang Tong closely. One reason is to protect him, and the other is to find out who he is in contact with. In a private room at a hotel, Tianbao auction house is holding a celebration banquet, and all staff members, including all security guards, are in attendance. There are no treasures in the company's vault right now, so there's no need to guard it, just lock the door. There are only 23 people in total. 8 beautiful women, 2 appraisers, a financial manager, plus Zhang Tong and Luo Pang. The security guard sat at one table, and the rest of the staff sat at 2 tables. Zhang Tong's table was occupied by Zhang Tong and 4 top beauties, Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Luo Wei, and Hua Qingxiang. The 4 men repeatedly toasted Zhang Tong, their smiles radiant and their eyes sparkling with affection. Wine doesn't intoxicate people, people intoxicate themselves. Beauty doesn't bewitch people, people bewitch themselves. Zhang Tong felt extremely comfortable and proud. He once vowed that if he ever started a company, he would hire many beautiful women. My wish has finally come true. Although the company is small, with only 23 employees, however, there are as many as 4 top beauties. Each of them is stunningly beautiful, a beauty that would put flowers to shame and the moon to palpable. Taking them out would be a source of pride and would make countless people envious. Luo Pang sat at another table with 4 beautiful women, Susan, Pan Yu, Xiao Lily, and Chen Fang. There were 2 appraisers and 1 financial manager. It can be said that there are many beautiful women there. They all toasted him, their voices charming and their smiles sweet. Luo Jinayo used to be a sycophant. Tan Jiahe had never shown him any kindness in the past, so he was very happy, very excited and thrilled. This is the pinnacle of life. Today is a great start for the company. Congratulations to the boss for making a whopping 43 billion. Everyone, please welcome the boss to give a speech. Zhao Qian stood up and said with a charming smile. Many employees smiled and clapped, their faces full of anticipation. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. You've all worked very hard. Zhang Tong stood up and said, therefore, everyone will receive a bonus of 500,000 yuan. My God, I've only been working for a few days and I've already received a 500,000 yuan bonus? All the staff were shocked and overjoyed. The boss is really rich. He truly lives up to his reputation as a super rich person. He's incredibly generous. I'm even thinking of actually following him. Lu Ji's expression was a bit complicated. This was the first time he had ever met such a generous boss. He had not yet resigned and was ordered to continue monitoring Zhang Tong's every move. Especially tonight, he must not let Zhang Tong out of his sight for even a moment. Thank you, boss. I love you. All the beautiful women cheered first. Luo Wei rushed up and gave Zhang Tong a warm hug, then kissed him on the cheek. She came from an art college, but not to study singing and dancing. Instead, she studied calligraphy and painting, monetizing that knowledge is extremely difficult. Before you become famous, even if your calligraphy and paintings are excellent, you won't be able to sell them. Her family was very ordinary, and they gave her very little living expenses. Where is there enough to be a top-tier beauty like her? But she still hasn't found a satisfactory boyfriend. Therefore, they lived a very frugal life. Extremely embarrassed. Her clothes were all very ordinary, but because she was good-looking and knew how to match them, she made cheap clothes look like designer brands. Although I earn $1 million a year, I haven't received my salary yet. I thought I would have to endure another month of hardship before I could finally live a happy life. To my surprise, the boss suddenly gave out a bonus of 500,000 yuan. It made her extremely happy. You ambushed me? No way, I'm going to kiss you back. Zhang Tong had drunk quite a bit and was very uninhibited, so he grabbed her small waist. He also gave her a kiss on the cheek. Luo Wuxia blushed with embarrassment, her eyes sparkling with allure. She almost collapsed into Zhang Tong's arms. One more, please. Many employees burst into strange laughter. Perhaps it was because they had been drinking, but they were all very relaxed. Even Zhao Qian giggled continuously, showing no anger whatsoever. She had long ago found her place. Why get jealous? It only makes you feel bad. Salaries are so high now, and bonuses are so plentiful. She can still maintain an ambiguous relationship with such a handsome boss. This is something countless women envy. Zhang Tong didn't go any further and released Luo Wei. Instead, Luo Wei ambushed him again, leaving a red lip print on his other cheek, before giggling and running away. The crowd laughed so hard they nearly fell over, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Boss, thank you for your generosity. I'll toast you. Hua Qingxiang, blushing, approached Zhang Tong with a rich, delicate fragrance, holding a full glass of white wine, at least 3 ounces. After Zhang Tong and she clinked glasses, she gracefully drank it down. Then her face turned bright red, she became unsteady on her feet, and finally collapsed into Zhang Tong's arms with a thud. Holy crap, this is way too easy to get drunk. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this intentional, or intentional? They're all devils. A slight smile played at the corners of Lu Qingxi's lips. Trying to seduce the boss isn't that easy. He wasn't the kind of man who was easily swayed by lust. She tried to seduce him so many times, but it was all to no avail. On one occasion, they were even alone together in her Lu Qingxi's room, but he left without hesitation. On another occasion at Zhang Tong's villa, Zhang Tong only slapped her buttocks once. There was no further action taken. It is clear that he had no intention of expanding the harem. Zhao Qian alone is enough. However, he still really likes beautiful women. Therefore, they offer high salaries to attract beautiful women to their side. Perhaps he simply enjoys the feeling of being surrounded and adored by beautiful women? This beautiful woman smells so good. Zhang Tong was enveloped in the exotic floral fragrance and couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers, which is refreshing and delightful. But she still said irritably, "Hey, wake up. Why are you toasting me if I can't drink?" No, I'm sorry, I'm just happy. I've always had a low alcohol tolerance, I can't hold my liquor, I only drink 1 cup. I've never dared to drink outside before, this is the first time. The fragrance of the flowers made my vision blurry, and I could barely speak. All right. Zhang Tong was a little helpless, so he could only continue to hug her and shout excitedly, "Everyone, I haven't finished speaking yet. You don't have to go to work tomorrow because I've decided to give you a 2-week vacation. You can go on vacation if you want. Men, bring your sisters-in-law, and women, bring your lovers. If any beautiful ladies are alone, you can come to me. I'll talk to you about working overtime." Wow, that was awesome. Boss, you're so generous. Long live the boss. Boss, I love you. Boss, you're so funny. I thought you'd take me to the Maldives, but you said you had to work overtime. The crowd cheered and laughed wildly. They were all radiantly beautiful and blissfully happy. This must be the most extravagant and capricious boss in the world, right? He'd give out a 500,000 yuan bonus at the drop of a hat. I just slapped my forehead and decided to take a 2-week vacation. It's absolutely delightful. Being able to work at a company like this is truly a blessing from our ancestors. Hey Sampi, I got a 500,000 yuan bonus this month. My net worth is almost $1 million. Also, Zhang Tong made over 40 billion yuan today. Luo Pang couldn't resist showing off to Yang Bo again. Aren't you bored of bragging all day long? Get lost. In an office of a company in Shanghai, Yang Bo, who was working hard, had a livid face. Maddie is taking advantage of the fact that I'm new and makes me stay late to work overtime every day. That idiot Luo Pang still comes here to mindlessly spout nonsense. I'm not stupid. Zhang Tong earns 40 billion a day? He'd be lucky to make 400 yuan. I wish I could fly over there and slap that idiot fat man to death. Then I won't bother him anymore. Just as everyone was cheering and excited, the door was kicked open with a bang, and a fat man walked in cursing. Are you all making a scene? Your ears are ringing. Are you trying to make us come here to cause trouble? Behind him followed more than 20 burly men, each one fierce and strong, with cigarettes dangling from their lips and roguish expressions. They didn't look like good people. When they saw the many beautiful women, their eyes widened in surprise, each one stunningly beautiful. They were also very indignant, as there were so many people on their side, yet not a single beautiful woman among them. That's so unfair. Who are you? What do you want? Zhang Tong stopped the numerous security guards who were about to erupt. He doesn't like fighting, especially in hotels. A perfectly good victory celebration shouldn't end up in the police station. Ha ha ha, who am I? You don't need to know. Pang Ten glared at Zhang Tong. Are you a newly established entertainment company or a modeling agency? What does that have to do with you? Zhang Tong was furious. He had originally wanted to resolve the issue amicably, but the other party was too arrogant. Get out of here right now, or you'll come in upright and leave horizontally. A mere small company dares to be so arrogant in front of me, Pang Tan? You're asking for death. Pang Tan paused for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. The burly men sneered and looked at Zhang Tong as if he were an idiot. Come on, let Grandpa take you all on one-on-one. Let's see who's asking for it. Luo Pang jumped out first and beckoned to the other party. He was 1.9 meters tall, with a lot of fat and a large build, no less than Pang Tan. It's quite intimidating to see them jump out like that. He was truly not afraid at all. Sitting on one side were 10 incredibly skilled retired Special Forces soldiers, including one elite soldier. Moreover, there's the even more powerful Zhang Tong involved. To deal with this kind of clown who jumps off buildings, his underling should be the one to take the lead. Besides, Fatty Luo, can't miss out on something as pretentious as this. Didn't you see the 4 beautiful girls at the same table looking at him with admiration? This is the first step in attracting beautiful women. In the future, you can just choose one to pursue. If you're lucky, you can be like Zhang Tong, seduced and tempted by countless beautiful women. Who I want to sleep with depends on my mood. Gaga gaga. You little fatso? You're just asking for trouble. Any one of my men could beat you up. Pang Tan's face was full of disdain. I only have one thing to say today: apologize immediately and pay our bill, and this matter will be over. This is only because you have so many beautiful women, otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy. His companions also glared at him angrily, filled with contempt and rage. We work ourselves to the bone, yet our salaries barely reach 10,000, while these bastards in entertainment companies make a fortune, giving out bonuses of 500,000 and giving us a 2-week vacation. It's outrageous. Get out of here right now, or you'll face the consequences. Wang Hao strode over and shielded Luo Pang behind him. The other security guards, however, did not move. I believe Wang Hao can handle it all by himself. After all, he was once a top soldier. You guys are definitely not good people. What bad things have you done? Are you dividing up the spoils? You'd better behave yourselves and come back with us to explain yourselves. After Pang Tan finished speaking with murderous intent, he led his many companions and charged over. It's really time to take action. Are you urban management officers? Wang Hao suddenly moved, throwing Pang Tan to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, making a loud bang. Then he swept his leg. The burly men in front of them fell to the ground. The others, their vision blurred, inexplicably collapsed as well. They lay scattered all over the ground. Puffed, this kind of trash, you think you can beat me, fatty? Luo Janaya burst out laughing on the spot. Holy crap, this entertainment company is loaded. They even hired a top-tier soldier as a bodyguard? Pang Tan was so angry he almost vomited blood. He used to be a soldier, and a special forces soldier at that. Their combat strength is certainly not weak, but against a top-tier soldier, he's obviously no match. He's completely lost face. However, this matter is not over yet. You dare to hit urban management officers? Don't you want to live anymore? One of them couldn't hold back any longer and roared. Because a large number of world-renowned billionaires, along with many treasure hunters, suddenly arrived in Xiangcheng. So they were assigned to patrol, and they were wearing plain clothes. It can be considered a hidden force. Now that the mission is complete, let's go to the hotel for dinner. Urban management officers? Zhang Tong was a little confused. How did I suddenly get into a conflict with the urban management officers? But they weren't afraid and coldly replied, "We are employees of Tianbao Auction House. What do you want? An employee of Tianbao Auction House?" All the city management officers were dumbfounded. Weren't they pulled in to work overtime because this auction house was holding some kind of auction that attracted countless wealthy people? I heard that this auction house sold over 43 billion yuan worth of goods in one day. One of the treasures is called the Flying Pearl, which can make people fly. It was a misunderstanding, it was all a misunderstanding. Pangton got up and said awkwardly, "I thought you were an entertainment company, giving out bonuses here so arrogantly, it's driving us crazy. We're already in a bad mood because your company makes us work so late. Thanks for your hard work." Wan Hao casually tossed out 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes, saying, "Take these and divide them up." He didn't want to stoop to the level of the urban management officers. They didn't want to clash with the urban management officers. "Thanks." Pang Tan accepted it with a delighted expression. He even looked at Zhang Tong familiarly and asked, "You must be Zhang Tong, the owner of Tianbao Auction House. You are so young, promising, and handsome. I admire you very much. I will apply to patrol again next time there is an auction." Without even waiting for Zhang Tong's reply, he bowed and scraped as he walked out. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow as soon as he stepped outside. I was terrified. It was an employee of Tianbao Auction House? A single security guard wiped us all out? That guy must be a retired elite soldier, and one of the best among them. His combat power has not only not diminished at over 30 years old, but has become even more ferocious. I thought I was going to die today, that I'd be beaten to death. But I ended up getting a pack of cigarettes? It seems like what they say, a narrow escape from death brings good fortune. Their guess was correct. Wang Hao was indeed one of the best soldiers. If he wasn't exceptionally talented, how could he have been trained by the long-browed Taoist? Where was I? Oh right, we were talking about holidays. Zhang Tong took another sip of wine and laughed. "You're doing me a favor by coming to work for my company. So rest assured, as long as you're loyal to me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. In short, you're responsible for being beautiful, and I'm responsible for making money to support the family." Puff. Everyone burst out laughing. The boss is drunk. She's attractive to both men and women. We security guards can't be as beautiful as flowers. The many beautiful women were also laughing heartily. The boss is hilarious. But he's a really good person. As his subordinate, you don't have to worry about how to make money for him. Just do your job well. Because he's an incredibly skilled treasure hunter, all the money-making tasks are entrusted to him. Zhang Tong slept on the bed in a daze. Breathe in the intoxicating fragrance. Slowly wake up. Then he was full of surprise. Where is this? Not a villa. Nor is it a hotel. Instead, it is a more ordinary room. The bed is big. What's even more bizarre is that Hua Qingxiang and herself hugged each other and slept. The woman has been drunk until now, and there is no sign of sobriety. It looks like a begonia sleeping in spring. It's so beautiful and tempting. I'm drunk. Just arrange me like this? Whose idea? Zhang Tong touched his forehead, a little confused. What did Luo Fat do? This is to kill me. I'm not that kind of person. I just want to give super beauties a good job. Let them be happy. Instead of opening a harem for yourself. However, now I sleep in the same bed with Hua Qingxiang. Jumping into the Yellow River can't be washed away. Even if it can be cleared, it may become a fact. She is so beautiful, sexy, and pure, gorgeous and fresh. She snuggled intimately into her arms. Who can hold it? Just as he was breathing fast, his heart beating faster, and he was about to move, the door was pushed open. Zhao Qian walked in gracefully and smiled. "Boss, are you awake? Sober up with a cup of tea." Then she talked about the situation. It turned out that Zhang Tong was drunk, but he was drunk but not collapsed, and he was very worried about the safety of the drunken Hua Qingxiang, so he insisted on sending Hua Qingxiang back to the house he had just assigned, and as a result, the two fell on the bed and couldn't get up. Zhao Qian could only serve on the side, waiting for him to wake up. So that's what happened. Zhang Tong let out a long sigh, and was secretly afraid. If Zhao Qian didn't come in time, something would happen. He let go of the fragrance of the flowers, jumped down, and pulled Zhao Qian out anxiously. "Go to you." So anxious? Was he thinking about something bad just now? Zhao Qian said with a smirk. Hearing this, Hua Qingxiang pulled the quilt over and covered her head, and a gorgeous red cloud rose on her pretty face. In fact, she woke up a long time ago. But he was hugged by Zhang Tong and did not dare to move, let alone speak. "I have been disappointed in my heart. The boss is such a person? Sleeping with her while she is drunk? Wait for the next tacit approval, pretend not to know? Or rejection? Can the job be saved?" She was entangled and hesitating. When Zhang Tong woke up, she was about to move, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She knew that bad things were about to happen. He is so strong and powerful, he can't resist at all. In that case, enjoy it. But there was a divine twist later. It was not what I thought at all. It turns out that he is such a good person. Worried about her safety, he personally sent her back. Yes, I am so beautiful, even if I ask the security guard to send it back, I don't feel at ease. I was afraid that the security guard would be angry when he saw it. Boss, I love you, I really like you. Hua Qingxiang shouted coquettishly in her heart. Then he sighed deeply. It turned out that Zhao Qian was his woman. Luo Fat the bad guy said that the boss took care of 2 super beauties. Zhao Qian is one of them? Who is the other one? Could it be Lu Qingxi? Not like. Maybe it's Luo Fat's bad guy talking nonsense, right? If Zhao Qian hadn't come in just now, what would have happened? Did I become his woman too? Then will he always be good to me in the future? He is very nice to the beautiful staff, no, all the staff. Gives such good treatment and such generous bonuses. Not to his own woman? 3 hours later, the sky was almost dawn, and Zhang Tong walked out of Zhao Qian's room, refreshed and in great spirits. Zhao Qian is undoubtedly a warm harbor. It can always easily soothe his heart that is about to move, so that he seems to have been reborn and resurrected with full blood. Maybe that's the charm of super beauties. Good morning, boss. Just went downstairs, I actually met Luo Wei. Luo Wei is wearing black leggings, a white t-shirt and sneakers. The satin-like black hair is tied into a ponytail. At first glance, it was going to run. Morning. Zhang Tong was so embarrassed that he almost covered his face. However, as long as you are not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. So, he pretended to be indifferent. He said with a smile, go for a run? It's raining, you can't run, you can't walk either, or go to my place to sit down. Luo Wei's pretty face is as red as a red plum in bloom, and her charming eyes are filled with spring light like peonies blooming. The rich fragrance is also emitted, which is refreshing. It's okay, it's not raining. Zhang Tong was about to leave, but he was pulled by Luo Wei. Boss, wait a while, I'll get you an umbrella. She stumbled upstairs to get an umbrella and came down. Thank you. Zhang Tong glanced at her flowery smile, holding up an umbrella and walking into the rain. Raindrops crackled on the umbrella. Slowly he disappeared from Luo Wei's eyes. The boss is so handsome, and I don't know what kind of beauty can be his girlfriend. Luo Wei's pretty face was red, and she was still watching and looking into the distance. Last night, Zhang Tong insisted on sending flowers and fragrance home, and let all the beauties accompany and supervise. They were all very moved. Finally, after guarding for a while, he went back, because Zhao Qian was guarding. Anyway, Zhao Qian is a secretary, with an annual salary of 3 million. That's what I did. Therefore, Luo Wei had no idea that Zhang Tong was actually sleeping with Zhao Qian last night. On the way, Zhang Tong found that there were 8 people following him. There are both men and women. They are all very clever. If it were someone else, even Wang Hao, he might not be able to find all the stalkers. But Zhang Tong is different, his spiritual sense has been growing and can feel any malice. Although the malice of these trackers was not great, it was still felt by Zhang Tong. The master arranged by Wu Na? People from the Abnormal Things Administration? Is this trying to find out who I'm in contact with? Zhang Tong muttered secretly. Back at the villa, Zhang Tong didn't find anything unusual. Obviously no one had ever entered the villa. After all, Wang Ke and Hui Wai have been guarding the house, and they will only let Zhang Tong, Zhao Qian, Luo Fat, plus Hua Qingxiang, who has cleaned once. Zhang Tong immediately took Hui Hui and Wang Ke through the basement and went to the mysterious passage. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. Now it's a bit of a hassle. It may be monitored. It is to find the mysterious treasure hunter. It is best to let her retreat in the face of difficulties. Otherwise, it won't be cool to go on like this. The mysterious passage follows me? It means that it can be moved at will. Can the position be changed? Zhang Tong muttered, anyway, I don't want to come out of the villa. Anywhere else is fine. For example, Chenbei Mountain, such as my hometown in the countryside. If this mysterious pipeline is intelligent, it will definitely meet the requirements of his master. Indeed, it is so. After Zhang Tong went out, he found himself in a cave under the crater of Chenbei Mountain. Oh my god. Really? It's so cool. Zhang Tong's face was full of ecstasy. Continuing to experiment, he soon discovered that although he could change his position, he could only go wherever he had been out. That is the villa, the treasure house of the company, the country cellar, the crater of Chenbei Mountain. If you want to go to another city, you have to wait until he has his own territory there, and he must have a basement or cellar, which has been located. It seems that you have to go somewhere else. This is a treasure hunt. What? That bastard hasn't made a sound? He hasn't contacted anyone? He hasn't met with anyone? Early in the morning, Wu Na received a report, and her expression turned somewhat unpleasant. That bastard stayed overnight at Hua Qingxiang's place last night, and then slept at Zhao Qian's place. That's utterly absurd. Let's leave that aside. There are actually many absurdly wealthy people. Zhang Tong is just a bit younger. But does this guy not care about her affairs? So you didn't contact the treasure hunter? Could it be that he himself is the treasure hunter? However, Zhang Tong had not been away from Xiangcheng for long, and he was too young. Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Zhang Tong calling. "Hello, beautiful Wu De, I contacted the treasure hunter, and he replied. He can agree to our request, but we must meet one condition. If we make any discoveries while researching the flying bead, we must tell him. We don't need any specific technology. Just simple functions, like, besides flying, what else can it be used for?" Zhang Tong, how dare you repeatedly make fun of me, treating national affairs as a joke. Wu Na flew into a rage and slammed her hand on the table. The mahogany table instantly turned to dust. With her noble status, who would dare to mock her? This time she was truly enraged. Where did I tease you? No, I was conveying a message seriously. Not a single word was spoken in jest. Zhang Tong said angrily, "Aren't you being too sensitive? You need to apologize to me. Otherwise, I refuse to cooperate with you. You didn't go out today, didn't use the internet, and didn't make any phone calls. How could you possibly have contacted that treasure hunter? Actually, you are that treasure hunter, aren't you? How dare you lie to me? And you want me to apologize? How about I invite you over for tea?" Wu Na roared. "Heh, if you're so capable, why don't you invite me for tea?" Zhang Tong sneered repeatedly. He is now sitting on a mountaintop in Qinbei Mountain. All around us was a blanket of white snow. It made even Superman feel a little cold. Wu Na's desire to find him was practically a pipe dream. Then you wait. Wu Na slammed the phone down. He led his many subordinates directly to Zhang Tong's villa. "Zhang Tong, get out here right now." Wu Na roared. But there was no sound. Even the dog didn't bark. What happened? Wu Na sensed something was wrong. We 8 people have been monitoring him and discovered that he entered the villa an hour ago and hasn't left since. He must still be inside. One of the team members reported confidently. "You idiot, the person ran away a long time ago." Wu Na was furious. As expected, they sent men infiltrate and searched carefully. There wasn't a single one left who could even breathe. Not to mention the people. "I'm so angry." Wu Na was so angry that she trembled. With so many experts monitoring him, how could they not find out how he escaped? She immediately had someone find the location where Zhang Tong made the call. What? Qinbei Mountain? How could that bastard have gotten to Qinbei Mountain so quickly? Wu Na was dumbfounded. Could it be that he has another flying pearl on him? Before dawn, carrying Wang Ke and the little squirrel, they flew there silently. Did he meet the treasure hunter in Qinbei Mountain? Soon, Zhang Tong received a call from Wu Na. He chuckled and said, "My beautiful Wu Na, how about it? Can't get me to come for tea, huh? I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you hadn't contacted me at all, but then you replied, so I concluded that you were the treasure hunter and had been lying to me all along." After apologizing, Wu Na added, "We have received your reply. The country has initially agreed to this cooperation. However, it will not involve any technical information about the flying beads research, it is only about its intended use. Can the people following me be removed?" Zhang Tong added. "Remove them, they're all useless." Wu Na said irritably, "You still have a flying bead on you? Be careful, or someone might snatch or steal it." "Don't worry." Zhang Tong felt greatly relieved. It seems that Wu Na misunderstood that he used the flying pearl to come to Qinbei Mountain. Now even using flying beads to fly and disappear underground is allowed. Awesome. When is the next flying pearl auction? Wu Na asked again seriously. "That's hard to say. We haven't received it yet, it depends on luck. Maybe a few months, maybe less, or maybe longer." Zhang Tong said. "I'll go visit the lake in a while. There might even be flying clams inside. They must have forgotten the past. They will come out and attack Zhang Tong. Then let's take the opportunity to hunt them down. If there are no lakes, then we're in big trouble. Perhaps we should go to the ocean, but that's too dangerous." Therefore, he dared not speak of death. "Find a way to do it quickly," Wu Na said. "Could the research have yielded some findings?" Zhang Tong asked expectantly. "How could it be so fast? We've only conducted some special experiments. The flying bead is very powerful and has many uses. One flying bead is simply not enough for research, we need more. The military also needs it now and hopes to send experts to use it to rescue some important figures. Some scientists even want to use it to build skyscrapers in the sky." Building a skyscraper in the sky? How is that even possible? Zhang Tong was stunned. Powering the flying bead with energy can cause a building to lose its gravity and float in the air. Wu Na said, although these research results can be shared with you, you must keep them confidential and not disclose them. Of course, I'm only interested in features that help with treasure hunting, I don't care about anything else. Zhang Tong said, and was quite surprised. The flying pearl could absorb energy to increase its power? How to make a building float? Wouldn't that turn it into an anti-gravity device? Is it possible to create a city over the ocean? However, the more features Zhang Tong had, the happier he became. Because there's no shortage of buyers for the flying pearls. If you have difficulty hunting flying clams, we can help. Wu Na said. Real? Zhang Tong was overjoyed. Certainly. Wu Na was overjoyed. Then give me a few powerful firearms, Zhang Tong said. I'll give you a few skilled gunmen. You're welcome, Wu Na said. We don't need people, just firearms, Zhang Tong said. Wu Na was almost furious, but she immediately said coquettishly, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The people I'm giving you are all top-notch beauties, and they're also highly skilled. A beauty like you? Zhang Tong seemed interested. He secretly scoffed at it. Haha, the most stunning beauty? Is she prettier than Zhao Qian? More alluring than Lu Qingxi? More innocent and pure than Hua Qingxiang? More elegant than Luo Wei? Let me tell you, I'm surrounded by beautiful women. There are too many to keep track of. Prettier than me, how about it? Have you made up your mind? Wu Na said. Forget it, we treasure hunters prefer to work alone. Zhang Tong refused. He was just teasing the other person. Alright then, I'll send you the firearms and documents as soon as possible. Wu Na felt a little helpless. Zhang Tong was not easy to deal with or fool, so she decided not to have any unrealistic ideas. Hee, I can't wait. Zhang Tong was genuinely happy, he could now carry a gun. We can shoot flying clams and monsters now. Zhang Tong didn't immediately return from Qinbei Mountain. Instead, he went into the mysterious passage and spent most of the day resting and cultivating on Baoxing. He then emerged from the villa's basement around 8 p.m. Then he heard the sound of a flute, plaintive and exceptionally beautiful, accompanied by other music and the giggles of several beautiful women. Is this really my villa? Zhang Tong was completely bewildered. He quietly walked up to investigate and witnessed an exceptionally surreal scene. The hall was decorated with many colorful lights, emitting a dazzling array of colors. Hua Qingxiang, dressed in light and simple clothing, is playing the flute. Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Luo Wei, Su Shanshan, Chen Fang, Pan Yu, and Qiao Lily are dancing, each dressed in their finest attire, looking absolutely stunning. Someone was wearing denim shorts, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. Some people were wearing short, stroppy dresses, revealing large expanses of their fair skin. Someone was wearing a deep V-neck miniskirt, revealing half of a snow-capped mountain. Some women wore bodycon skirts with red high heels, looking incredibly sexy. They were twisting and dancing with great enthusiasm. Holy crap, I was gone for half a day and the villa turned into a spider's den. Zhang Tong stared in disbelief, hiding there to secretly admire the view while making his own comments. Lu Qingxi danced the most sexy and alluring way, her expressions and movements were so perfect that they made people drool. Zhao Qian was no slouch either, her dance moves were incredibly beautiful, especially the action of firing a gun with her eyes closed, which was truly chilling. Luo Wei is as noble as a princess, her temperament is so perfect that one only wants to defile her. Yoga instructor Chen Fang is also a master, her dance movements are very expansive and absolutely beautiful. Pan Yu is a professional model with a slim waist, long legs, and a perky butt. She swayed very happily, and her captivating eyes made Zhang Tong's hands and feet go numb. White-collar worker Qiao Lily was also having a blast, wildly tossing her hair around until it was a complete mess, which was quite a sight to behold. The dance ended. They relaxed. They started laughing and chatting idly. Our boss only knows how to make money, not how to spend it. He just made tens of billions and then took Wang Kei and Hui Wai off to search for treasure again. I wonder how long it will take for them to come back. Then we'll stay in his villa and have parties every day. Won't the boss scold us when he gets back? What are you talking about? Our boss loves us so much, how could he bear to criticize us? He said he'd take care of earning money to support the family, and we just need to be beautiful. So, we must take care of ourselves. Besides being happy every day, we also need to do face masks and go to beauty salons every day. Oh, by the way, I bought a super good face mask that can make the skin more delicate and fair. Do you guys want to try it? Soon, they were sprawled out on the sofa. One by one, they applied face masks. Let's continue our pleasant chat. You guys don't know, ever since I started earning $1 million a year, I haven't wanted to be in a relationship. I tell any man who comes after me to get lost. It feels so good. I used to think highly of two men who were pursuing me. They owned houses and cars, and earned hundreds of thousands a year. I was torn about whether to choose one to date, but now I suddenly realize that they are not even worth as much as dog shit. I have a house, a car, savings, and a good job. They can only look up to me in the dark. So I told them to stay away from me. You own a house and a car? Really? The boss has already given me everything. He gave me a 3-bedroom apartment and a 500,000 yuan bonus. He must be planning to let me buy a car, right? Zhang Tong continued to listen with great interest. It hasn't come out yet. I'd like to hear how many more embarrassing stories they have to tell. Wow, it really works. My skin is so softer now. My skin is more radiant now. This face mask is great, I love it. Real. Zhang Tong was a little skeptical. How could there be such a magical thing in the world? He craned his neck to look up, but he couldn't see any difference between them and before. Oh, the boss is back. Someone spotted Zhang Tong and exclaimed in surprise. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Zhang Tong pretended to be nonchalant and walked out confidently. Boss, when did you come in? How come we didn't notice? All the beauties were a little confused. They had searched carefully beforehand, but couldn't find Zhang Tong. Even Wang Ke and Hui Wai are not here. How did Zhang Tong suddenly appear? Of course it jumped in. Zhang Tong smiled slightly. The boss is very strong. He can jump over 10 meters high. This wall can't stop him. Zhao Qian smiled and said, "Don't worry, the boss just got back." Did he really just get back? I feel like the boss has been back for ages. Did he overhear everything we said? Many of the beautiful women were shy and embarrassed. I said a lot of embarrassing things before. Will the boss laugh at them? Boss, didn't you go treasure hunting? Lu Qingxi asked coquettishly. I just took a quick look around, like scouting the location. I'll actually go there in a few days. Zhang Tong said, should we go back now? Many beautiful women want to continue having fun, but they are also worried about something. They were afraid Zhang Tong would get angry. It's okay, you guys keep having fun, do whatever you want. After comforting you, Zhang Tong said with a pained expression, I was too busy the past few days and couldn't take care of many things. You beauties don't even have a car. How can that be? If you all have to take the bus, won't you be harassed by perverts? So, the company will provide you with cars, worth over $1 million. Thank you, boss. I love you, boss. The numerous beautiful women immediately became excited and rushed over with cheers to give Zhang Tong a warm hug. Someone even kissed him on the face a few times. Now they were completely convinced that Zhang Tong wasn't angry, otherwise, why would he give them benefits again? Such a generous and kind boss is just like my husband. It's absolutely lovable. They started dancing joyfully. She pulled Zhang Tong along and joined them. I played for a little over an hour, but I couldn't take it anymore. They sat down on the sofa to rest. They have become stunningly beautiful landscapes. Suddenly, someone came to visit. It was none other than Fan Bingbing. Driving a Ferrari, wearing the most expensive designer clothes, he exudes an incomparably noble aura. What brings you here? Zhang Tong was stunned. He had already fallen out with this woman, and although her attendance at the opening ceremony had eased their tension somewhat, her late-night visit still surprised him. You won't be unwelcome, will you? Fan Bingxiang's face was full of resentment and coquettishness. Of course you're welcome. Zhang Tong invited her to sit on the sofa. The 8 beautiful women immediately offered her their seats, and Zhao Qian even prepared fragrant tea for her. She's a real rich, beautiful, and fair-skinned woman. Zhang Tong might be rude, but they wouldn't dare. Then they went upstairs with a clatter, knowing that the two had something to discuss. Does Fan Bingxiang like our boss? Is she trying to pursue him? Of course. Coming over late at night, isn't it just for home delivery? Our boss is much more powerful than the Fan family. His personal wealth will soon surpass that of the Fan family. It's already exceeded that now. Even if the Fan family cashed out all their shares, it would be difficult to get more than 40 billion in cash, but the boss has real money. They whispered among themselves on the second floor, while simultaneously listening intently to what was happening below. Zhao Qian and Lu Qingxi, in particular, stood at the top of the stairs, determined to hear everything clearly. Fan Bingxiang's pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and she said shyly, I like you, I really like you. Can you be my boyfriend? They've really started the pursuit mode. Wow, a top-tier rich and beautiful woman like Fan Bingbing actually confessed her feelings to our boss. Our boss is just too awesome. The beautiful women upstairs all heard it, and their faces were full of surprise. Zhao Qian's expression was complicated, and she was conflicted. I wonder if he will agree. Is he now taken? Will he still pamper me? Can I still secretly ask him out? Will he still come to stay overnight at my place? Although she had come to terms with her position, Zhang Tong had already given her more than enough. With her current wealth, she could live a life of comfort and ease. If she relied on her own hard work to earn money, she probably wouldn't earn this much even if she worked herself to death. Even if I had married a man and worked hard to build a small family, I might not have achieved the wealth I have now. She also has to take care of her parents-in-law, her husband, and raise her children. It's so tiring. The thought alone sends chills down my spine. But now his life is completely different. Happiness and sweetness. It made her so happy that all she wanted to do every day was sing and dance. Confess your feelings? Holy crap. Zhang Tong was also dumbfounded. This rich and beautiful girl was too inconsiderate. She suddenly confessed her feelings. Where is your modesty? Where is your self-respect? Where is your grandeur? Don't you want any of it? If word gets out, you'll be so embarrassed. But a sense of pride and exhilaration welled up inside me. This is Fan Bingxiang, the only daughter of a billionaire family, who actually confessed her feelings to Zhang Tong. I never dared to dream of this before. It seems that money can make the devil turn the millstone and even make fairies descend to earth. That was definitely true. Therefore, I need to work hard to earn money so that I can better enjoy the good life. Well, we haven't known each other for very long, and we don't know each other very well yet. So, I can't agree to this right now. Can we talk about it later? Zhang Tong politely declined. Although Fan Bingxiang is very beautiful and has a great presence, she is in no way inferior to the 8 beauties upstairs, and may even slightly surpass them, because her figure, appearance, and temperament are the most outstanding. She combines some of the advantages of Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, and Luo Wei. However, Zhao Qinlia Qingxi Luo Weiwa Qingxiang's advantages are also very prominent, the kind that are unmatched in the world. You already know me very well. Don't you know my situation? I told you last time that I've never had a boyfriend and have no dating experience. Fan Bingxiang's expression changed slightly, and she almost burst into tears. I don't know you well, I don't know your personality. For example, do you get jealous easily? Do you have a strong desire for control? Zhang Tong said. I don't like being jealous. And I don't have a strong desire to control. Fan Bingxiang said. He. Zhang Tong didn't believe it at all, it went against human nature. If I became her boyfriend, wouldn't she be jealous? Wouldn't she want to control his wealth? But he happens to be very philanthropic and enjoys keeping many beautiful women around to feast his eyes on. He feels happy just watching them dressed up and chattering away. They have a lot of wealth, and it will grow even more in the future. No one can resist being envious. Ultimately, he still didn't want to have a girlfriend so early. Life would be much less fun. On the other hand, how many wealthy people actually get married early on? They mostly get married in their 30s or even 40s. I know your character and personality. You're nice to any beautiful woman, but that doesn't mean you'll possess her. Besides, which of those rich people doesn't have a few lovers? It's normal. Why would I be jealous? My fan family is researching a longevity drug. We'll succeed soon and become the top richest family. I'm the sole heir. I don't want to control your wealth. Fan Bingxiang explained earnestly. Then what is it about me that you love? Zhang Tong retorted. Fan Bingxiang was a little unsure how to explain. To say you fell in love with his good looks? That's ridiculous. It's not convincing at all. With gritted teeth, he said, don't you understand the concept of marriage alliances between wealthy families? A marriage alliance? Zhang Tong smiled enigmatically. What do I have that you value so much? You have more 1,000-year-old ginseng, which we desperately need. Moreover, we are optimistic about your future. With your abilities, you will become the most prestigious family, even surpassing our fan family. Marrying you would be a powerful alliance, allowing both families to build a foundation that will last for millennia. Fan Bingxiang said earnestly, if you agree, I promise I won't interfere in your affairs, including how many women you have intimate relationships with, nor will I control your wealth. You can also promise that I will never cheat on you, and you will be the only man in my life. Say yes quickly. Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Luo Wei, Hua Qingxiang, and the others shouted in their hearts. With such favorable terms, if Zhang Tong agrees, he would only need to give away a few 1,000-year-old ginseng roots, but he would gain a beautiful, understanding, and wealthy girlfriend, as well as a marriage alliance with a powerful family. Given Zhang Tong's current wealth and treasure hunting abilities, a few 1,000-year-old ginseng roots are nothing to him, and they will be happy from now on, able to continue to enjoy the boss's care for them, with no one to interfere. This is the most perfect one. Their biggest fear was that they would be fired once Zhang Tong got married, because no normal woman would want to see her husband so fond of and affectionate towards the beautiful female employee at the company, even if there is no ambiguity in their relationship. Moreover, Zhao Qianzhen and Zhang Tong have an ambiguous relationship. So you wanted to get my 1,000-year-old ginseng for free. Is this the same pot that I mentioned last time I needed more than 10,000-year-old ginseng roots? Zhang Tong awkwardly touched his nose, waved his hand, and said, Ms. Fan, I'm really sorry, I don't want to talk about girlfriends right now. Let's leave it at that. As for your need for 1,000-year-old ginseng, I can sell it to you. Let's say it's 1.3 billion per piece. Of course, we'll still be friends and business partners in the future. Oh my god, the boss refused without any politeness. Fan Bingxiang must be furious. The beautiful women upstairs were all dumbfounded and incredulous. Why wouldn't Zhang Tong agree to such good terms? Is it because they can't bear to part with a few thousand-year-old ginseng roots? No, he just doesn't want to have a girlfriend. After all, he is still very young. If you have a girlfriend and want to have fun, you won't be criticized by Fan Bingbing, but you will be criticized by society. While imagining all sorts of scenarios, they were also extremely curious about how Fan Bingxiang would react. Okay, we'd like to buy 3,000-year-old ginseng roots. Do you have any? After a long while, Fan Bingxiang's voice finally rang out. Yes, please wait a moment. Zhang Tong immediately went to the basement and retrieved a sack containing 3,000-year-old ginseng roots. I went to Beioxing to practice my skills today, although I didn't search for treasure. But Wang Ke went to play on the mountain with Hui Wai. 3,000-year-old ginseng roots were found. Zhang Tong then dug it out. Although we encountered elephants, they were very friendly. No conflict occurred. With these 3,000-year-old ginseng roots, our Fan family will definitely be able to be the first to develop the most miraculous longevity medicine. At that time, we will not be a family with tens of billions, nor a family with hundreds of billions, but a family with trillions. As soon as the transaction was completed, Fan Bingxiang looked smug, as if she had succeeded again. So what? Zhang Tong shrugged, not caring at all. With the magic star in hand, I have the world at my fingertips. I will never do any research or engage in any high-tech activities. I will simply explore and find treasures. With your abilities, acquiring trillions of dollars might not be difficult. But have you considered this? Our Fan family will eventually develop a life-extending drug. Don't you want to extend your lifespan and live a few decades longer? Perhaps you'll say that you can buy the drug when it's available in the future. But the super life-extending drug will not be sold, it will only be used by our Fan family. Fan Bingxiang said, now, it's not too late for you to regret it. Oh no, this woman has become arrogant after obtaining the 1,000-year-old ginseng, and now she wants to ride roughshod over the boss. The 8 beauties' expressions changed, and they all secretly admired Fan Bingxiang. She was truly extraordinary. To be able to launch such a sharp counterattack under such circumstances. A super life-extending drug? Could it possibly grant immortality? Zhang Tong sneered. While immortality is impossible, extending one's lifespan by 30 or even 50 years is possible, Fan Bingxiang said. I'll just say one thing with confidence, one can live 200 years, with determination, one can ride the waves for 3,000 miles. Go and understand it well. Zhang Tong's face was full of mockery. As early as the day he mastered the heaven-reaching fist, his lifespan was extended by 100 years, reaching 200 years. If another breakthrough is achieved, lifespan will double again, reaching 400 years. The Tongtian fist technique is still growing stronger, and the transformation of the body is ongoing. There is no sign of a bottleneck at all. One or more breakthroughs are entirely possible. Super life-extending drugs that extend life by 30 to 50 years are nothing. Moreover, Beioxing possesses countless treasures. Since it has miraculous 1,000-year-old ginseng and flying pearls, it is not impossible that it also has even better treasures to prolong life. Do these 2 lines of poetry have another meaning? Fan Bingxiang was baffled, her face full of confusion, and she couldn't understand it at all. Zhang Tong doesn't care about extending his lifespan? Impossible. There are no people in the world that stupid. Perhaps it's understandable if someone is poor. But he has so much money he could never spend it all in several lifetimes, and he can enjoy all the luxuries of the world. Miss Fan, take care. I wish you success in developing a longevity drug soon. Seeing that Fan Bingxiang had been stunned for a long time and still hadn't come to her senses, Zhang Tong became a little impatient and urged her to leave, albeit very tactfully. Otherwise, it would be too hurtful. Even if Fan Bingxiang's motives were impure, she probably wouldn't have confessed her feelings if she didn't admire him. She was simply rejected by him without hesitation. Thanks. Fan Bingxiang woke up with a start, her face flushed red with shame and anger, and she trembled with rage. That bastard has absolutely no sense of romance. They're actually urging me to leave right now? Did it interfere with his good time with the beautiful woman? She tried her best to appear nonchalant, but as soon as she left the villa, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Congratulations, boss, you've made another 3.9 billion. The beautiful women lined up to come downstairs, each one charming and stunningly beautiful, offering their congratulations with radiant smiles. 3.9 billion is nothing. Next time, we'll do something big. We'll hold another high-profile auction. Zhang Fengtong seemed nonchalant, as if he had only earned 39 yuan. Boss, you're amazing, you're incredible, I love you. The many beautiful women had burning eyes and faces full of admiration. The young man in front of me is completely different from other wealthy people, who acquire huge fortunes by extracting surplus value from the hard work of their employees. He could earn hundreds of millions of dollars by going out treasure hunting all by himself. That's practically divine skill. By the way, none of you have boyfriends, right? Zhang Tong asked. No. Everyone shook their heads without hesitation, their faces full of shy anticipation. Does the boss want to hire them? Should I agree, or should I agree? I once said that I would be responsible for earning money to support the family, and you would be responsible for being beautiful. I want to do something for you, Zhang Tong said. Don't misunderstand, what I mean is that the company is my home, and it is also your home. Boss, stop trying to cover it up. Just do whatever you want. We're willing. Many beautiful women laughed shyly and shouted, "You're responsible for looking beautiful, but buying clothes and cosmetics costs a lot. So, I'd like to give you a sum of money called the beautiful subsidy, which will be 100,000 yuan per month. Of course, if you have a boyfriend or get married, the subsidy will stop," Zhang Tong said, "because that's the boyfriend's or husband's obligation." My God, what kind of boss is this? How can he treat us so well? He even gives us a beauty subsidy? That name is hilarious. The many beautiful women were stunned and deeply moved, some even wanted to cry. It feels so wonderful to be cared for. At first, they all thought that Zhang Tong wanted to do something bad, but that's not the case at all. Instead, they found ways to give them money to spend. Is my boyfriend really this considerate? How can I be so good to them? Is my boyfriend as rich as him? They are living in a honey pot right now. $1 million annual salary, a house and a car provided, plus a monthly allowance of 100,000 for her beauty. Husband, no, boss, I love you, I will always love you, I will always be your subordinate, and I will always be as beautiful as a flower for you. Once they regained their senses, they excitedly expressed similar sentiments. Do you have any other suggestions for improvement? The company can do better and make employees, especially you, happier. Zhang Tong said. How about setting up a cafeteria? Eating is such a hassle these days. I don't want to cook for myself, and I don't want to eat fast food either. If we open a beauty salon, we can get all kinds of beauty treatments every day and stay beautiful for a longer period of time. They actually started offering suitable suggestions. We can consider the cafeteria, Zhang Tong said. As for the beauty salon, it's too much trouble, so we won't do it. But you can get reimbursed for the beauty treatments. Dad, no, boss, you're so good to me. I love you so much. The many beautiful women were extremely excited and moved to tears. They kissed and hugged Zhang Tong one by one, leaving a dense trail of lip prints on his face. Alright, it's getting late, everyone go and get some rest. Zhang Tong laughed. Time to sleep. The group of beautiful women happily went upstairs. They had already brought their clothes, as they planned to party at the villa for over 10 days. I just didn't expect Zhang Tong to come back so quickly. However, the boss is even better than their father, so there's no need to worry about being fired. Perhaps something wonderful will happen tonight? The villa has many rooms, on every floor. There's no worry about finding a place to stay. So, the beauties each found a room and moved in. After showering, wear an extremely sexy nightgown or lingerie. Lying on the soft bed, I fantasize and imagine. Will the boss come to steal my kiss? If they come, should I accept? Or should I accept? Or should we pretend we don't know? What are you still hesitating about? Of course you'll sleep with me. Zhang Tong pulled Zhao Qian into the master bedroom. That's not a good idea, maybe I should stay in another room. Zhao Qian was extremely shy, so many of her colleagues lived in the villa. You will definitely find out. That would be incredibly embarrassing. Do you think they don't know about us? Zhang Tong said. They just suspect, that you're keeping Lu Qingxi as a mistress. Zhao Qian said coquettishly, it would be really bad if it were confirmed. My main concern is that if they find out you're sleeping in another room, they'll come and harass me. Zhang Tong said, 7 people, each harassing me once, how am I supposed to sleep? No, absolutely not. At most, they'll leave the door unlocked so you can sneak off and steal some intimate moments. If you sleep with me, wouldn't that disappoint them? Zhao Qian shook her head, both amused and exasperated. Why steal fragrance or jade? Zhang Tong touched his forehead. Does seeing 7 beautiful flowers mean I have to pick them? I can just admire them for a while. You won't pick it, but you'll dig it up and plant it in the harem so you can admire it every day. Zhao Qian said jokingly. It's not as far-fetched as you say. At most, it'll be planted in the company. Zhang Tong said with a dark face, I've always hated those rich second-generation kids who have harems. But the heroes who once slew dragons will eventually become dragons themselves. Zhao Qian smiled. You're a contrarian, aren't you? Zhang Tong was furious. See how I punish you. Soon, Zhao Qian's voice pleading for mercy could be heard in the room. The air was filled with the scent of spring. The night passed quickly. The sky finally brightened. The 7 beauties got up early in the morning, their faces full of resentment and disappointment. The boss didn't come to see me? Nor did he come to see you. Is he impotent? What do you mean can't? It's perfect. I went to the bathroom and passed by the master bedroom, and I heard it. My God, you vixen, you dare to eavesdrop on sex. I overheard it by accident, it wasn't intentional, really, I'm not lying to you. I think Zhao Qian is a vixen, she's completely bewitched the boss. A single glance back and a smile can captivate 100 beauties, making all the ladies of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. The boss isn't as shallow as you think, nor is he as lustful as you think. Although he likes us, appreciates our beauty, and hopes we become more and more excellent, he has never thought of possessing us, Lu Qingxi said. So don't underestimate yourselves. It's not that you're not pretty, nor that Zhao Qian has bewitched the boss. It's just that she had the advantage. With her by his side, why would the boss look for other women? Then we can only wait for an opportunity. Why wait for an opportunity? He won't treat us badly. Just enjoy life. Lu Qingxi said. Yes, our boss is so good to us, and he doesn't have any possessiveness towards us. He is our guardian angel, no, he is our father. Dad will take care of us for the rest of our lives, as long as we don't get married. He, only a fool would get married. Dad is so good to us, we must repay him properly. I'm willing to give everything for him. I would die for him. I'm willing to have 10 children with him. Lu Qingxi was utterly speechless. A bunch of shameless demons. Could they all be from the spider cave? But she also sighed inwardly. Zhang Tong is too outstanding, and his character is too good. It made many beautiful female employees unable to resist. If it were any other wealthy man, with so many beautiful women living in his villa, all secretly in love with him and finding it hard to refuse him, how could he possibly resist? He would definitely seduce them all. When Zhao Qian woke up, the first thing she looked at was the man beside her. Her face was full of love, and her beautiful eyes were full of affection. He actually didn't go out to steal a kiss last night. Even if she pretends to be asleep, she breathes evenly and remains motionless for half an hour. He didn't make a sound, instead, he slept very peacefully. Clearly, he had absolutely no intention of stealing her away. Their character is so good. They are so admirable, so mesmerizing. When the 2 of them got up, they found that all 7 beautiful women were busy. Someone is cooking in the kitchen. Someone is practicing yoga. Someone is practicing their singing. In any case, everyone is a beautiful sight to behold. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. Look how good my noodles are. Hua Qingxiang laughed and shouted. Delicious, really delicious. Zhang Tong was the first to express his approval. Who would have thought that the pure and innocent-looking Hua Qingxiang is also a skilled cook? Not bad. The other beauties were somewhat unconvinced. I can cook too. But Hua Qingxiang beat her to it. Let's go shopping later. I'll pay today, so there's no need to deduct it from the beautiful as a flower allowance. Zhang Tong took out a lot of goose egg grapes and duck egg fruits from a room and offered them to the many beautiful women, while announcing this. If you have money and don't spend it, you're a fool. He has no siblings, and his parents have passed away long ago. There were only a few relatives, and they were all infinitely far away. For now, we can only enjoy the fun with our employees. Great. Dad will pay the bill. Dad, you're so good to me, I love you. The beautiful women cheered excitedly. When did I become a father? Zhang Tong touched his forehead, somewhat bewildered. I am just your boss. It's not your dad. Good morning, ladies. Good morning, boss. Today I'm your driver and bodyguard. Luo Pang parked his car in front of the door and walked in with a smug look on his face. The current Luo Jinayu is completely different from the one before. He was dressed in designer clothes and had his hair slicked back, wearing a designer watch. His face was full of confidence, and he looked like a successful person. Where is the dejected look from before? Ever since Zhang Tong opened a fruit shop and made Tanjia the shop manager with an annual salary of 500,000 yuan, Tanjia then began pursuing Luo Jinayu. He became Luo Jinayu's lapdog. Luo rejected her on the first day, but on the second day, when Tanjia came to pursue him with a large bouquet of flowers and chocolates, he couldn't resist and accepted her. They then lived together. It seems that Tanjia, that green tea bitch, has settled down. They dressed Luo Jinayo up to be exceptionally handsome, showered him with care and concern every day, and treated him like an emperor. Luo Jinayo has taken over and is now in charge. They're so happy they've forgotten all about home. He even wanted to marry Tanjia. Therefore, when he saw 8 beautiful women spending the night at Zhang Tong's villa, he wasn't jealous, he was simply extremely impressed and full of admiration. My God, the boss is awesome. She slept with 8 men in one night. Can her kidneys handle it? A Mercedes and an Audi roared out of the villa. Zhao Qian, Lu Qingxi, Hua Qingxiang, and Luo Wei were sitting in Zhang Tong's car. The three of them were very restless. He kept showing concern for Zhao Qian. She said she had worked hard last night and should eat something good to replenish her nutrition later. Zhao Qian was so angry she almost lost her temper. Are these three fairies envious or jealous? The boss didn't go and steal the beauty. It's not like I stopped him. I'm just his secretary, I have no right to stop him. Besides, I'm having a hard time all by myself. If any of you can seduce the boss, I'll be very happy, it will make things much easier. The two sides engaged in a fierce and hilarious verbal battle. However, two fists can't beat four hands. How could Zhao Qian possibly defeat three beauties by herself? They were quickly defeated. I had to cover my ears. I can't hear it, I can't listen to it. What can you do to me? Women, especially super beauties, are such strange creatures. Sometimes they can be best friends who share everything, but other times they can be sarcastic, jealous, and even try to steal each other's lovers. Zhang Tong shook his head secretly. Soon, we arrived at the Porsche dealership. Does the boss want to provide us with Porsches? All the beautiful women were excited. My God, what kind of super rich person is this? A pretty girl came out to greet them. Her looks were only slightly less striking than those of Susan, Chen Fang, Pan Yu, and Xiao Lily. She was stunned when she saw Zhang Tong being surrounded by 8 stunningly beautiful women with radiant smiles. As for Luo Jinayu, although he appears to be a successful person, he doesn't receive such treatment, so she ignores him. She believes Zhang Tong is the core of this group. Welcome. The girl was incredibly enthusiastic, giving detailed introductions to Porsches at various price points. The other car saleswomen and the many customers who came to buy cars were all shocked, like idiots. Where did this showy rich kid come from? He actually brought 8 stunningly beautiful women with him? That would be a terrible sin. I want to buy a car for each of them. What kind of car do you think would be suitable? Zhang Tong said calmly. Wow, this is so extravagant. I'm going to be rich today. The girl was overjoyed. 8 beautiful women, 8 cars, and over 10 million. You can earn a considerable commission. However, she was soon disappointed because there were no cars available. Regardless of the model, they can't produce 8 vehicles in stock. It will take a few days. Then I'll be going. Zhang Tong went to the Ferrari dealership next door without hesitation. Ugh, I'm so angry. I feel like I missed out on a fortune. The girl was so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. This super rich guy is way too anxious. Where can I buy a car and drive it away on the same day? Do you think this is like buying cabbage? Haven't you figured it out yet? He's just a show-off, he never really intended to buy a car. He's just trying to please the girl. Just you wait and see, even if he goes to a Ferrari dealership, he won't buy a single one. The manager said confidently. He was extremely jealous that Zhang Tong had 8 stunningly beautiful women with him. 4 of them are top-tier beauties, truly stunningly beautiful. Ferrari dealerships are more luxurious and spacious, with many cars in stock. However, they are all very expensive. Most of them cost over 2 million, with the 2 most expensive models costing over 5 million. Hello beautiful, I'm Qin He, my father is Qin Neng, the owner of Tianyuan Company. Can I add you on WeChat? A rich second-generation heir who was looking at cars was stunned by Zhao Qian's stunning beauty and couldn't help but rush over to ask her something expectedly. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. Zhao Qian put her arm around Zhang Tong's, politely declining his offer. Shall we add each other on WeChat? Qin He gazed at Lu Qingxi with fervent infatuation. She was also an absolute beauty, alluring, sexy, and captivating, capable of completely bewitching anyone. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend too. Lu Qingxi hugged Zhang Tong's other arm. Damn it, who is this bastard? These 2 stunning beauties are his girlfriends. Qin He was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. But they weren't discouraged, there were plenty of beautiful women out there. So he asked Luo Wei, Hua Qingxiang, Xiao Lily, Pan Yu, and Chen Fang in turn. But they all got the same answer and went to hug Zhang Tong's arm, saying they had boyfriends. They all used Zhang Tong as a shield. It's simple and quick, without wasting any time or effort. Zhang Tong, of course, wouldn't expose him. They are even quite willing to act as a shield. Of course, I have to protect my company's beautiful female employees. Which rich kid is this? But Qin He took it seriously, and his eyes turned red with envy and jealousy. Of course, I was also full of doubts. He knew all the famous rich second-generation kids in Xiangcheng, but he had never met this person before. Could they have come from Yanjing? Or perhaps they're from Shenzhen or Shanghai? Brother, I saw you come with them. You must know him. Who is he? Qin He pulled Luo Pang aside and handed him a yellow Crane Tower cigarette. He's a top student and a super handsome guy at our Xiangzhou University. He's a senior this year and will graduate next year. As for these beauties, they're basically the campus beauties of the university town. They just like top students. There's nothing we can do about it. Fatty Luo exhaled a smoke ring. People's fates are different from birth. Some are born in Rome, some are born to be beasts of burden. And you're the latter. Don't get me wrong, I'm talking about picking up girls. Kid, you're deliberately trying to annoy me, aren't you? Chin, he roared in anger. How dare a mere chubby kid mock him? How dare a mere academic star be so blatant and arrogant in picking up girls? And they soaked 8 of them? Is this something you bring out to show off? Today I'm going to teach you a huge lesson. He ignored Luo Pang and strode over with an air of superiority, saying, Ladies, so you're all campus beauties. No wonder you're all so stunning. Some of you even look familiar, you must have been car models. Let me tell you, what's so great about being a top student? He brought you all here to look at cars. Can he even afford them? But I'm different, I'm loaded. If you two become my girlfriends, I'll give each of you a car, the Porsche Macan from the shop next door. The Porsche Macan isn't expensive, around 600,000 yuan, but it's still a Porsche, so driving it still gives you a lot of prestige. 8 cars, 4.8 million. This is a considerable sum of money. You need to be an incredibly wealthy second-generation heir to have this ability. But if I could get 8 such beautiful girlfriends at once, it would be totally worth it. Young master, you may not have 4.8 million in your account. The assistant lowered his voice and cautiously reminded him, I'll borrow it from a friend. Chin, he also whispered, we can't miss such a good opportunity. These are 8 exceptionally beautiful women, and they get along well, clearly used to this kind of life. They don't even need to be trained. Then he gazed longingly at the many beautiful women. He hoped they would nod immediately and crowd around him. How comfortable and prestigious that would be. But ideals are beautiful, while reality is cruel. The 8 beautiful women completely ignored him, showing no interest whatsoever. They still huddled around Zhang Tong, showing him immense affection. Damn, what's so great about being a top student? Why do you all flock to them while completely ignoring me? Chin, he was angry, frustrated, and confused, but mostly he was unconvinced. The Ferrari 812 is so beautiful. The Ferrari Purosang and Ferrari SF90 are also very beautiful, making them irresistible. How wonderful it would be to own one. Ferrari truly lives up to its reputation as the king of supercars. It's so beautiful. It's a shame it's so expensive. Even the cheapest one costs over 2 million, I can't afford it. There were many people looking at the cars, mostly beautiful women. Luo Pang, Luo Fat, was particularly interested in the women, his eyes shining and his eyebrows dancing with excitement. What car could be more attractive than a beautiful woman? There are so many beautiful women, but none of them can compare to the 8 that bastard brought with him. Chin, he was still indignant and extremely frustrated, following behind Zhang Tong and the others, eager to see how this bastard would pick up girls. Could he really charm a beautiful woman with his silver tongue? Incredibly, Zhang Tong had no idea how to charm women. He was very blunt, simply saying that this car was nice and that car was beautiful, without ever asking about the price. Obviously, they couldn't afford it, they were just visiting. Damn it, did this bastard really get all these beauties just because of his superhuman academic ability? These beauties are so naive. They all fall for a penniless academic genius? Have all the school beauties gone back to the old ways? They're no longer materialistic and are now pursuing beautiful love? Chin, he was furious, increasingly confused, and more resentful, and wanted to vent his anger. This idiot wants to die knowing why, Luo Pang noticed, suppressing a laugh. The car saleswoman following Zhang Tong realized that Zhang Tong was actually a student. Moreover, he only looked around without asking about prices, which was a complete disappointment. He was just there to visit and had no intention of buying a car. What a waste of bringing so many beautiful women with him. So she moved closer to Chin He and said coquettishly, Young Master He, since you like this car, why don't you buy it? We have one in stock, you can drive it away right now. I'll think about it. Chin He was still very happy that the car saleswoman had bypassed Zhang Tong to serve him, which was a great honor, but he still didn't agree immediately. Think about it, if you spend millions to buy a luxury car, wouldn't those supermodels look at you differently? Maybe you'll have a chance then? They might not have believed in your financial resources before. The car saleswoman was very eloquent and persuasive, she certainly had some skills. What is your surname? Chin He felt that the car saleswoman's words were insightful and to the point, and that she was a talented person. He wanted to get to know her. My name is Lu Mei. I hope you will take good care of me, Mr. He. The saleswoman handed me a business card. You're good. Chin He said admiringly, if I buy a car, will you have dinner with me tonight? It depends on which car you're buying. Lu Mei gave him a charmingly disdainful look. Ferrari F8, can you have dinner with me? Chin He said proudly. The Ferrari F8, costing just over 3 million, is indeed a luxury car, and driving it would definitely turn heads. Hey, aren't you looking to pick up girls? I'm not your target. Lu Mei said. That's true, but if none of the 8 beauties want to ask me out, you'll have dinner with me. How about it? Sheen, he said. This can be used as a backup plan? Lu Mei was so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. After hesitating for a long time, I finally agreed. There's no way around it. When you encounter a spoiled brat like this, he won't buy a car from you unless you offer something in return. 3 million is quite a lot in commissions. So they started processing the car purchase paperwork, and He successfully swiped his card. He swaggered up to Zhang Tong and said sarcastically, I just bought a Ferrari F8. Want me to take you a girlfriend back to school? Then, with a burning gaze, he looked at the 8 beautiful women and asked, which one of you would like to ride in my car? His face was full of anticipation. Surely there would be beautiful women willing to do that. A $3 million Ferrari F8 has always been a go-to for picking up beautiful women. No need, we have a car. Zhang Tong didn't even glance at the other person. He completely ignored this rich second generation who knew nothing but chasing girls. They didn't even have the heart to teach the other party a lesson. Just like an ant provoking an elephant, how could the elephant possibly pay any attention? You have a car? What kind of car? Sheen, he said in astonishment. Did this poor wretch drive here? That's impossible. Just buy it. Zhang Tong said casually, beautiful lady, I'm buying cars, a dozen of them. Really? You're not kidding? Since Lu Mei ran away, another car saleswoman is now accompanying her. She's probably new here, her speaking skills are just average, but they worked very hard and enthusiastically introduced various car models. Right now, I'm completely bewildered. This is a Ferrari dealership. A single car costs millions, I've never seen anyone buy a dozen at once. Pfft, you're buying a dozen? You think you're buying toy cars? Sheen, he burst out laughing, his face full of disdain. Any car here costs millions, and a whole bunch of them would cost tens of millions, you know that? A few tens of millions is a lot? Zhang Tong's face remained completely calm. Tens of millions isn't a lot? Who do you think you are? Even Ma Yun wouldn't dare say something like that. Sheen, he was furious. He suspected the other person was poor but liked to show off. It made him very unhappy. We want to buy 4 of each of the 3 models, Ferrari 812, Ferrari Purosangue, and Ferrari SF90, and the colors must be unique. Zhang Tong ignored Sheen he once again and spoke to the pretty car saleswoman. Yes, sir. The young car saleswoman, named Yang Xiaomei, was beaming with joy, extremely excited. All 3 cars are priced around 5 million. 12 cars cost over 60 million. Hopefully he's not just bragging. Boss, isn't this too expensive? The 8 beauties in Luo Janaya were all shocked, like fools. Buy a dozen Ferraris worth over 5 million in one go? What's so expensive about it? It's not as valuable as a stone I picked up. Each of you 9 can have a car, so choose your favorite color. Oh, and call the finance manager and the appraiser to ask them what colors they like. Zhang Tong downplayed it. We all have one? Wow, that's awesome, that's so luxurious, that's so cool. They were so excited they were almost going crazy. Zhao Qian hesitated and said, the 3 of them are too old, this kind of car isn't suitable for them. It's suitable, what's unsuitable? Ask them, I don't believe they'll object. Zhang Tong said, I just don't want the hassle, it's more convenient to get it done all at once. I'll ask right away. Zhao Qian started making a phone call. Manager Yang, hello, this is Zhao Qian. The boss wants to provide you with a car. What color do you like? Does he really deserve a Ferrari worth over 5 million? At this moment, Yang Yun was lying happily in bed listening to music. I got a 2-week vacation, but I still received my full salary. Awesome! Hearing that there was good news, he naturally jumped up high, his face full of joy and excitement. Of course it's true. I like red, the brighter the better. Yang Yun said. They immediately contacted 2 appraisers, both of whom were also dumbfounded. But no one objected. Anyone would be a fool to object to such a good thing. This old man, suddenly seized by youthful exuberance, decided to take a sports car for a spin. They each chose their favorite color. Zhang Tong quickly swiped his card successfully. Everyone who was watching the spectacle knelt down. My God, so rich? Sheen, he was so frightened that he trembled violently, his heart pounding with fear. Quickly crouch and hide behind a car. He screamed in his heart in fear, you can't see me. You can't see me. Where is that guy? Zhang Tong suddenly realized that Sheen he was missing, so he asked. That guy just wanted to die knowing why, so of course he went looking for a burial site. Why would he dare stay here? Luo Pang said with a strange laugh. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tong and the 8 beautiful women were all amused. I regret it so much, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Lu Mei was also wiping away tears, her eyes were swollen from crying. She was originally supposed to be receiving Zhang Tong, but she lost her mind and went to curry favor with Qinhe instead, resulting in missing out on a huge opportunity and losing more than 1 million yuan in revenue. Even working for 10 years wouldn't be enough to earn that much. After all, such good fortune is rare and hard to come by, it's impossible for her to encounter it again. I'm so happy, I'm rich, I'm incredibly rich. Yang Xiaomei, however, was shouting and jumping around, beaming with joy and extremely excited. If you make the wrong choice, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. Lu Qingxi sighed deeply. Lu Mei is very shrewd and a veteran in business. But she made the wrong choice, and ended up losing the big picture for small gains. But I seized the opportunity and clung to the rich guy's coattails. Their fates changed drastically from then on. 12 Ferraris drove into the lobby in a row, looking incredibly cool. Everyone was watching the spectacle, stunned by Zhang Tong's arrogance. He bought a dozen at once, spending over 60 million yuan. Just how rich are they? Zhang Tong called Wang Hao and asked him to bring several security guards over. He then drove back to the company in 2 Ferraris and a Mercedes-Benz Audi. He also told Wang Hao, the Audi is for the security guards. The security guards were overjoyed and thanked them repeatedly. What company offers such great benefits? Only 10 security guards, yet they're provided with a luxury car? Boss, what about my Porsche? What should I do with it? Zhao Qian said. Keep it with you, it's good to take turns driving it. Zhang Tong laughed. He himself owns 2 cars, a Ferrari Raphael and a Mercedes. Of course, there was also a small 4-wheeled vehicle for hauling goods. Actually, the car I bought today was a company-provided vehicle for employees, not an employee. They all belong to the company, and the company belongs to Zhang Tong. Thank you, boss. Zhao Qian smiled radiantly, her eyes filled with deep affection that could melt anyone's heart. Although she's not my girlfriend, she's definitely being treated like one. I'm so happy. Why am I so lucky? Soon, Zhang Tong and his group drove off in their Ferrari. As expected of a Ferrari worth over 5 million, it's very comfortable to drive and accelerates extremely quickly. Of course, compared to the Ferrari Raphael, the gap is still quite large. Therefore, Zhang Tong didn't feel excited at all. But Luo Pang was having an incredibly good time, speeding along while excitedly whistling. He even blows a kiss to any pretty girl he sees on the street. Even though he used to be a dreamer, he had never dreamed of driving such a luxurious supercar. But today it has come true. All of these were bestowed by Zhang Tong. Dad, I love you. You're so good to me. The 8 beauties were also extremely excited. My gratitude towards Zhang Tong is greater than ever before. My God, is this a Ferrari team? Holy crap, is this a gathering of rich kids? What a beautiful motorcade. So luxurious. They must be so rich. The pedestrians on the street were stunned. Finally, the convoy arrived at the Xiangjiang Hotel. This is a 5-star hotel. It has 45 floors, each floor is very spacious, and the decoration is very luxurious. It is one of the top hotels in southern Hunan. Zhang Tong and his group went inside, obviously to have a meal. Of course, they were bathed in countless ardent and envious gazes. Not only did they envy their luxury cars, but they also envied Zhang Tong for having 8 stunningly beautiful women with him. The food court on the 3rd floor was packed with people, business was booming. The food at this hotel is excellent, so it's very popular. Lu Qingxi said, I ate here once before. Who brought you here? It wasn't a man, was it? Zhao Qian said. Is that the point? I said the food here is delicious. Lu Qingxi was furious. I haven't tried to seduce or tempt the boss, yet you're still wary of me and provoking me. Don't provoke my anger. Are you willing to bear the consequences? I was just guessing randomly, and you got all worked up? I almost forgot, you're a beautiful anchorwoman, you probably have to dine with big spenders all the time. Zhao Qian, emboldened by her position, continued her provocation. She firmly believed that Zhang Tong also wanted to know the answer. My mom works as a cleaner here and was bullied, so I treated her to a meal at this hotel to comfort her, and it was a small way of fighting back. Lu Qingxi said angrily. Sorry. Zhao Qian said apologetically. Snort. Lu Qingxi was still somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Qian is so wicked. I've been keeping an eye on her, Lu Qingxi. You're just a beautiful secretary, how dare you interfere with your boss's affairs? They have absolutely no self-awareness. How long has your mother worked as a cleaner here? Zhang Tong said in astonishment. Well, it's a long story. Lu Qingxi sighed deeply. It turns out that this hotel is a joint venture between several people. Lu Qingxi's father also owns 0.5% of the shares. After the divorce, 0.5% of the shares were given to Liu's mother. Liu's mother took Lu Qingxi back to Hunan and she worked as a customer manager at a hotel. But the good times didn't last long, as some people coveted these shares and wanted to buy them at a low price. Therefore, Liu's mother was given 2 choices, one was to take 10 million and leave, and the other was to continue to own the shares, but to become a cleaner. Even 0.5% of the shares are worth at least 25 million. How could it possibly be sold for 10 million? Liu's mother was unwilling, so she could only work as a cleaner. I am often scolded. I feel extremely depressed and frustrated. After all, she is also one of the shareholders. Actually, I didn't want to say these things, but it was all Zhao Qian who brought it up. Lu Qingxi said with a dark face, after all, it's not something to be proud of. Sorry. After apologizing, Zhao Qian asked with pity, so your dad doesn't care? My dad can't handle it, he doesn't have the ability. Besides, he has a new family and he's already overwhelmed with problems. Lu Qingxi said. You have two fathers, and this father can take care of you. Hua Qingxiang said with a mischievous smile. Yes, this father can manage it, and he has the ability to do so. The eyes of the other beauties also lit up. An expectant look appeared on her pretty face. Luo Pang also looked at Zhang Tong, hoping he would help Liu's mother. They are all people with a sense of justice. They all couldn't stand seeing Liu's mother being bullied. Boss, please help my mom, okay? Lu Qingxi went all out, hugging Zhang Tong's neck and starting to act coquettishly. Her flirtatious eyes were constantly radiating charm. It's nothing, just a small favor. Zhang Tong smiled slightly. I really enjoy this feeling of being needed. Thank you, boss. I love you. Lu Qingxi hugged Zhang Tong tightly, her face full of gratitude and love. Holy crap, these two mountains are suffocating me. This is incredible. Zhang Tong's heart started pounding inexplicably, and his breathing became rapid. You've gone too far, fairy. Zhao Qian was almost furious. It was just asking about your past, wasn't it? Is this how you retaliate? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? He. I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. I'm just a secretary. It's your skill to be able to seduce the boss. I'm just afraid you don't have that ability. Luo Yan, if you don't want to be a cleaner, then get out. Where did I go wrong? You're just a cleaner, dressed like a vixen. Who are you trying to seduce? Are you trying to seduce me? I'm divorced now, why don't you marry me? In the general manager's office, the bald general manager is lecturing the beautiful cleaning lady. Mr. He, you're utterly shameless. Luo Yan's face was full of disdain and anger. She is very beautiful and has a great figure. She is at least 1.75 meters tall, with a curvaceous figure and a particularly charming demeanor. Although she is over 40 years old, time has not left any marks on her. Her skin has always been delicate and smooth, dazzlingly white, and so tender that you could pinch water out of it. No wonder President He wanted to take advantage of the situation. They find all sorts of ways to bully her. I can be even more shameless, no, 100% more shameless. So you better be smart and sell your shares to me as soon as possible, or you'll have to bear the consequences. I said with a sinister grin. You will get your comeuppance. Luo Yan gritted her teeth, and tears almost streamed down her face. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a cleaning lady rushed in, panting, Mr. He, I've heard some bad news. Then she awkwardly fell silent, because she saw that Luo Yan was also there. What bad news? Tell me, what are you holding back? I said with a dark face. This is related to Luo Yan. The cleaner stammered. Keep talking, what are you afraid of? I'm behind you, understand? I said proudly, said President He. Luo Yan's daughter, Lu Qingxi, came to dinner and threw herself at a handsome young man, asking him to help her. This might cause trouble. The cleaner recounted what had happened in detail. Luo Yan, did you hear that? Your daughter asked someone to help you? It might be a very powerful rich second generation. I'm so scared. President He sneered repeatedly, showing no sign of panic. She's just a pretty live streamer, what kind of people could she possibly know? At most, they are her sugar daddies who tip her. What they coveted was her beauty. How could I possibly fight to the death with him, the hotel's general manager? There must be some misunderstanding. My daughter would never throw herself at someone, absolutely not. Luo Yan was starting to panic. This is a huge problem. Regardless of whether the young man has the ability or is genuinely willing to help, even assuming he does, now that the information has been leaked, given President He's methods, that young man will definitely suffer a great loss. The daughter will also suffer a great loss. Can you tell who that boy is? President He completely ignored Luo Yan and continued asking questions. Even though he doesn't take the other party seriously, a lion will still use its full strength when hunting a rabbit. No opponent should be underestimated. It might be the director's casting, because he brought 8 super beautiful women with him, as well as an extraordinary assistant. That's what the cleaner said. She works at a 5-star hotel and has actually seen quite a few directors come to the hotel for dinner and casting. Director? How old? President He frowned slightly. If it's a well-known domestic director, they have many connections and considerable influence. I estimate he's around 21 or 22 years old. The cleaner said, it could also be the son of a modeling agency, bringing 8 models to dinner. Whether he's a director or a prince, we'll find out when we go. If we're wrong, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget, so he'll know that some people are not to be trifled with. President he grinned maliciously, immediately summoned security guards, and went to cause trouble for Jiang Tong with murderous intent. Daughter, the truth has come out. You must leave quickly, President he is here with his men to deal with you. Luo Yin was so nervous that her hands were trembling, and she quickly sent a message. At this moment, Jiang Tong and his group were sitting in a spacious private room. The food has already been ordered. I wonder how the boss plans to help? The 8 beauties and Luo Jinaya were all very curious. I'm really looking forward to the show. They didn't really know how much power Jiang Tong had. However, Jiang Tong didn't encounter any trouble even after auctioning such an important treasure as the flying pearl. Moreover, Jiang Tong now has a net worth of over 50 billion yuan. How could it not have energy? Therefore, they genuinely believed Jiang Tong when he said helping was just a small favor. Soon, the food and drinks were served. Lobster, abalone, Australian crab. All of them are extremely expensive seafood. The wine is, of course, red wine, a 1982 Lafite. I must say, the food tasted amazing. Even 2 green vegetables are delicious. Everyone enjoyed their meal. The chef here is really good, he's definitely famous in the industry. Luo Jinaya said. It would be great if we could eat this every day. Hua Qingxiang ate with gusto, her mouth greasy and full of flavor, sighing with delight. She had a very difficult life. The hard work finally paid off after the job application was successful. I have never eaten such a sumptuous and delicious meal before. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight if you eat like this every day? Zhao Qian said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I'm not afraid at all. I practice yoga with Sister Fang every day. Hua Qingxiang said, at least 2 hours, sometimes even 4 hours. Fang Ji is, of course, Chen Fang, the former beautiful yoga instructor. Practicing yoga with the fragrance of flowers is a piece of cake. Sister Fang, I'll practice yoga with you from now on. The other beauties chimed in. Welcome. Chen Fang smiled and agreed. It's no fun practicing alone, it's more interesting when several people practice together. Only then can one persevere. Can I join? Luo Pang said, drooling. You should probably forget about it, but if it's the boss, then it's fine. Chen Fang politely declined. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man in his 30s with an extraordinary air walked in. He first looked at the 8 beautiful women and found that each of them looked like a model and was absolutely gorgeous. He then had a good idea of who they were. These are definitely a group of models. The boy surrounded by them might be the heir to a modeling agency. He tentatively asked, hello, my surname is He, and I'm the general manager of the hotel. Sir, you have a distinguished air about you. May I ask which modeling agency you're from? We're not from a modeling agency, most of us are students. Don't try to build a relationship with us. Jiang Tong said calmly. Because Lu Qingxi's phone was on silent, she didn't notice the WeChat message. Therefore, Jiang Tong was still unaware of the other party's purpose. He wasn't too impulsive in his speech. Student? Mr. He sneered inwardly, then asked with a smile, may I ask which wealthy man your father is? My parents are farmers, and they disappeared when I was a child. How can they be considered wealthy? Jiang Tong said. Damn, it was just a false alarm. Mr. He could no longer tolerate it. With a wave of his hand, 8 tall and burly security guards walked in. Then, revealing his true colors, he grinned maliciously and said, damn it, a mere student with no connections dares to say he wants to cause me trouble? Are you looking for death? Who said they wanted to cause you trouble? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? Jiang Tong was stunned. You promised Lu Qingxi you'd help her mother, and I'm the one who wanted to buy her shares. Wasn't that just an attempt to teach me a lesson? President, he said menacingly. Or perhaps you're going to deny it? That's exactly right. I'm going to cause you trouble, teach you a lesson you won't forget, and show you that some people are not to be trifled with. Jiang Tong wiped his hands with a towel. If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, maybe I'll let you off the hook. Wasn't that my line? How did he steal it from me? President, he was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Fine, then you're going to discipline me? How are you going to discipline me? President, he had no choice but to change his lines, his face full of sneer and disdain. They didn't take Jiang Tong seriously at all. If he can't beat a mere student with no connections, he might as well buy a block of tofu and smash his head against it. I wonder how the boss will teach this idiot who came to his door asking for a beating a lesson? Luo Jinayo and the 8 beauties were all looking forward to it and excited. You're the general manager here, your salary must be very generous, and you must get a lot of kickbacks and other perks, right? Your annual income might be several million or even tens of millions. Jiang Tong said calmly, so, the lesson I'm going to teach you is to fire you, make you lose this good job, and then thoroughly audit the accounts. If we can't find any problems, we'll offer a reward of 1 million yuan for reporting you. I think your embezzlement problem will be exposed. Then we'll call the police and send you to prison for a few years. Of course, if you really didn't embezzle or take bribes, then at most you'll just lose your job, and you'll still have a peaceful end. Who do you think you are, daring to say you'll fire me? President, he was so angry that he roared. If things are handled the way the other party suggested, he'll be in a lot of trouble and will definitely have to spend a few years in prison. This method is terrifying and sends chills down his spine. This young man may be someone special. I'm just an ordinary person, but I'm absolutely certain I can fire you. Just wait and see. Zhang Tong spoke casually and with ease. Do you know my boss? Do you know who I am to him? I'm his confidant, his right-hand man. I generate hundreds of millions in profit for him every year. Besides, I'm the one who bought the shares on behalf of the boss. The one who really bullies Luo Yan is the boss. What can you do to me? In his anger, President, he blurted out a huge secret. That way, the other party should be too scared to complain. I can teach him a lesson myself. So what? I can still fire you. Zhang Tong's face was full of mockery. Keep dreaming. President, he roared, get him. Throw this bastard out. Come on, I'll take on all of you by myself. Luo Pang seized the opportunity to show off, so he jumped out and stood there with an imposing aura. With such a large size and a calm, confident expression, he is quite intimidating. The 8 security guards were a little flustered. Could this fat man be a bodyguard? A retired special forces soldier? We're just ordinary security guards, we probably can't beat them. Therefore, for a moment, they dared not approach and hesitated to move forward. Zhang Tong and the 8 beauties all laughed. Luo Pang was also extremely proud, and pointed with his chubby finger, saying, I could easily kill 8 or 80 good-for-nothings like you with one hand, let alone 8. The 8 security guards were so frightened that they dared not go up. A bunch of idiots. They're just students, and this fat guy is a student too. What kind of expert are they? Go get him and beat him to death. Mr. He, being a man of wide experience, saw through Mr. Luo's bluff. I almost couldn't help but laugh. You keep acting. I'll beat you into a pig's head right away. Lie down. Feeling much safer, the 8 security guards rushed forward to surround and attack Luo Pang. Dad, help me. Luo Pang didn't dare to show off anymore and hurriedly backed away. Court death. Zhang Tong, however, moved and rushed forward. His hands merely moved casually. The 8 security guards screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground and lying scattered haphazardly. Zhang Tong, however, had already returned to his original spot and was drinking. He acted as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. My goodness, the boss is really good at fighting. The 8 beautiful female employees blushed and their hearts pounded. This is especially true for Zhao Qian. After all, she endured Zhang Tong's formidable power every day. Luo Janaya's face was also full of pride and arrogance. It's as if it's saying, ha ha ha, this is my dad. You dare to bully me? My dad will beat you to death. President, he was dumbfounded, his hands and feet trembled, his face changed drastically, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. He had never seen such a capable young man before. It was something I had never heard of or seen before. It overturned his understanding. Given this, can a young person be simple? Going out of your own hands to cause trouble is probably just asking for trouble. However, he was still the boss and quite shrewd. He quickly calmed down and sneered, so you're good at fighting? So what? No matter how good your kung fu is, one shot will take you down. I'll call the police right away and let them deal with you. Before he could finish speaking, the door was pushed open. A stunningly beautiful woman with a heroic bearing walked in, followed by 2 strong and burly men. It was none other than Wu Na. Without even glancing at the 8 security guards lying on the ground, she walked straight up to Zhang Tong and handed him a box and a document, saying, these are the firearms and gun licenses you need. Firearms, gun license? Holy crap, the boss is awesome. Luo Pang and the 8 beauties were all shocked, excited, and thrilled. Shall we sit down and eat together? Zhang Tong nodded and then extended an invitation. I'm too busy to watch you flirt with girls. Wu Na turned and left. Zhang Tong opened the black box and found 2 guns, one long and one short, plus half a box of bullets. The short gun is a pistol with a large caliber, so it is obviously quite powerful. The long gun is a submachine gun, and it seems to be the latest model. Zhang Tong was unfamiliar with firearms and didn't know how to use them, but there were instructions and so many special forces security guards, so he wasn't flustered at all. But President, he was in a panic, sweating profusely and his face was as pale as paper. Holy crap, is this really a student? Taking 8 model-level beauties out to dinner? A beautiful woman even brought him firearms and a gun license. That beautiful woman looks extraordinary. He was an absolutely powerful figure. Call the police? What a load of rubbish. What's the difference between that and courting death? Don't piss this bastard off, or he'll shoot me. Thinking of this, his crotch became wet. I was so scared I peed my pants. Mr. He, right? Didn't you just say you were going to call the police? Hurry up, Fatty Luo sneered. Call the police then, what am I afraid of? You hit my people, do you think you're in the right? President He appeared fierce but was actually weak inside, his eyes darting around nervously. The door was suddenly pushed open again. A distinguished-looking middle-aged man walked in, frowned, and asked, "What's going on? Boss, what brings you here?" President He became increasingly flustered, and his expression changed drastically. Zhao Qian ignored him and walked up to Zhang Tong with trepidation, smiling as he said, "You must be Zhang Tong, the owner of Tianbao Auction House? I am Zhao Qian, the owner of this hotel." Zhang Tong, having promised Lu Qingxi, posted in the Tongtian Treasures group, "Does anyone know the owner of the Xianin Hotel? Please help me contact him and tell him I need to speak with him." The Tongtian Treasures group is no longer a small group, it now has over 500 members. Many world-class billionaires attended the last auction and were invited to join the group. They naturally want to stay in touch with someone as extraordinary as Zhang Tong, a treasure hunter. Someone contacted Zhao Qian on the spot. Zhao Qian came over eagerly. "What? This bastard is the owner of Tianbao Auction House." President He almost knelt down. "Holy crap, it's Zhang Tong, the recently famous tycoon? They've really messed up. What to do? What should I do? Someone, please save me. Idiot, come and apologize." Zhao Qian roared at President He, who was covered in sweat. "There's no need for an apology." Zhang Tong waved his hand. "Zhao Qian, let me ask you, do you want to use 10 million to acquire 0.5% of Luoyan's shares?" "That's true. Of course, 10 million is just an indicative price, the exact amount can be discussed," Zhao Qian said. "Are there any other partners?" Zhang Tong neither confirmed nor denied, and then asked again. "There were originally 2 more, but I bought back their shares, which were basically 40 million per share," said Mr. He. "They made a lot of money on this investment, so of course they were willing to sell to me. I can manage it on my own and be more dedicated." 40 million per share? You still have a profit? That's great. I'll buy your hotel at that price. It'll be 4 billion in total. Zhang Tong said calmly. This. Zhao Qian's expression changed drastically, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. "I regret it so much I want to beat my chest and stamp my feet. How could Zhang Tong be so cunning and crazy? They actually want to buy his hotel? Just to avenge his lover's mother? Why didn't you say more earlier? You've really made a mistake now." He certainly used many methods to buy his partner's shares, forcing them to transfer them at a low price. Selling the hotel at the same price would be a huge loss. What do we do now? Are you lying to me? Zhang Tong slammed the pistol he was still playing with onto the table. "I wouldn't dare lie to you. It's just that I have a deep affection for this hotel." Zhao Qian was sweating profusely. "How about you add some more?" "Okay, I'll add another 100 million, making it 4.1 billion in total." Zhang Tong said coldly, "This is the final price. Don't be greedy, or I'll vent my anger on Luoyan in another way. You might not be able to handle it." "Okay, I'll sell it to you for 4.1 billion. Zhao Qian agreed as if he had lost his parents. Of course, they sold it at a loss at 4.1 billion. If it were to be sold, it could definitely fetch 5 billion. But in terms of past investments, it's definitely profitable. With 4.1 billion in cash on hand, even if he doesn't start any more businesses, he can live a carefree life for the rest of his days. However, the thought that he lost 900 million yuan just because he offended Luoyan still pained him to the core, and he almost shed tears. But refusing is not an option. He didn't want to make an enemy of Zhang Tong, a treasure hunter with connections and influence. He was the one who created the flying beads. Countless of the world's richest people are his guests. The gun on the table also testifies to his extraordinary nature. "Oh well, let's just accept the loss and avoid further trouble." Zhao Qian hired a lawyer to draft the transfer documents. Qiao Lily also participated as a lawyer. She used to be a white-collar worker and worked as a lawyer. Her mother was also a renowned lawyer. This is also one of the important reasons why she was able to get a job at Tianbao Auction House. The paperwork was completed quickly. Both parties signed the documents, and Zhang Tong transferred the funds. The hotel then changed hands. "I'm really doomed. I'm going to be fired and might even go to jail." President He collapsed to the ground, his face filled with despair, and he even felt like dying. "I never expected Zhang Tong to buy the hotel outright. Dealing with him will be a piece of cake. Boss, help me." Seeing that Zhao Qian was about to leave, President He grabbed his leg and pleaded. "If you're clean down there, you don't need me to save you, otherwise, do you think I'd save you?" Zhao Qian kicked him away and stormed off. If it weren't for this guy surnamed He abusing his power and bullying Luoyan in every way, he wouldn't have lost 900 million. He wanted to crush President He to death. How could he possibly help him? Boss, you're so good to me. I love you and will always belong to you. Lu Qingxi finally couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into Zhang Tong's arms, crying and laughing at the same time, deeply moved. To avenge her mother, Zhang Tong spent 4.1 billion yuan to buy a hotel, causing a huge loss to the Zhao family, and then, as the hotel owner, dealt with the He family. This is truly a tremendous help. How could she not be moved? If a man were willing to do this for me, I would die for him. The other beauties also sighed inwardly, but they also knew that if they asked Zhang Tong for help, he would do everything in his power to help them. Therefore, having a boss like Zhang Tong, who is even better than one's father, is truly a blessing. Okay, stop crying, you've gotten my clothes all wet. Zhang Tong couldn't resist the temptation and stimulation of Lu Qingxi in his arms. Actually, I have another purpose for buying the hotel. Didn't you say last night that you wanted me to set up a canteen? From now on, Xiangjiang Hotel will be the company canteen. Holy crap, that's awesome. Luo Jinayo and the many beautiful women all had shining eyes, their faces full of happiness and excitement. My dad is so rich. To solve the employees' meal problem, he bought the Xiangjiang Hotel. The two places are not far apart, only a few minutes walk apart. It's really convenient. Sigh, what woman wouldn't like a man like that? Luo Yan saw and heard everything from outside the door. He was now watching Lu Qingxi nestled in Zhang Tong's arms with a complicated expression. It seems that Zhang Tong is the person his daughter deeply loves. How should I face him? Boss, or son-in-law? She walked in with mixed feelings and said respectfully, "Hello, I am Luo Yan, Lu Qingxi's mother. Thank you for standing up for me, I am flattered." Lu Qingxi blushed and fled from Zhang Tong's embrace. Even Zhang Tong was a little embarrassed. However, as long as you're not embarrassed, it's others who will feel awkward. So Zhang Tong remained nonchalant, looking Luo Yan up and down. She was alluring to the core and stunningly beautiful. Full and plump. She looks just like Lu Qingxi's older sister. I can't believe she's over 40. I applauded in my heart, she truly deserved to be Lu Qingxi's mother. He immediately announced, from today onwards, Luo Yan, you are the general manager of Xiangjiang Hotel. The man surnamed He is now in your hands. Investigate his embezzlement and bribery. Your shares will be retained. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Luo Yan was overjoyed and almost had the urge to throw herself into his arms. The boss is so generous. That was done beautifully. They bought the hotel and made Luo Yan the general manager so she could personally deal with the man surnamed He and vent her anger. If I were also young and unmarried, I would definitely fall deeply in love with him. So she looked at the man surnamed He and said with a sneer, evil will be punished, and good will be rewarded. It's not that retribution won't come, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Mr. He, did you ever think you'd end up like this? Now you'd better honestly confess everything you've done by embezzling and accepting bribes, and maybe you can get lenient treatment. Don't even think about getting away with it. Let me tell you, I know all about your filth. I even know about your sexual assault on a waitress. I'm finished, completely finished. The man surnamed He was so frightened that he was trembling uncontrollably. His past misdeeds, such as embezzlement, bribery, and bullying of Luo Yan and the beautiful waitress, also came to mind. How proud I was back then. I'm so scared right now. Awesome, this is so awesome. Seeing the former bully, President He, transformed into this state, Luo Yan felt immense pleasure. These were all bestowed upon us by our boss, Zhang Tong. He is truly a rare and extraordinary man. After settling things at the hotel, Zhang Tong took 8 beautiful female employees shopping. Buy. Bags, watches, clothes, shoes. They don't even look at the price. Anyway, all I have is money. The 8 beautiful women were so thrilled they felt their scalps tingle and were so happy they were completely lost. However, they were still very restrained. I didn't buy too much. I didn't go to any gold shops or jewelry stores. I didn't want to waste my dad's money, and I was afraid of upsetting him. Zhang Tong also didn't want to go to gold shops and jewelry stores. He firmly believed that he could find the finest jewelry on the treasure star. If these beautiful women truly never marry and remain his employees, then of course he should match them with someone. My God, shopping with 8 super beautiful girls? What kind of rich kid is this? He's even more high profile than Wang Kongkong. Does Wang Kongkong dare to compare himself to him? His surname is Zhang, his nickname is Fei Ge, he's 22 years old, a senior in college, and he made over 50 billion yuan in just 2 months of starting his own business. Don't even mention having 8 beautiful women with him. Even if he had 80, no one would have the right to criticize him. Holy crap, that's amazing. Could his name be Zhang Fei? You don't even know Brother Fei? He's the guy who saved the woman who jumped off the building. He's a treasure hunter who found a magical treasure, the flying pearl. If you put it in your mouth, it makes you fly. I know, so it was him. The video of him saving people gave me goosebumps. I even wanted to become his apprentice and cultivate immortality. As Zhang Tong walked along, he was closely surrounded by 8 beautiful female employees, a sight that aroused envy and jealousy from countless men. After the last auction, the flying man incident was given a correct explanation, because the official announcement released Zhang Tong's introduction and performance before the auction of the Flying Pearl. Therefore, Zhang Tong also got 2 nicknames, Flying Man and Brother Flying, but almost no one knows what he looks like, because both times they were masked. Awesome, awesome, so awesome. Luo Jinayu, on the other hand, was freed up because he no longer had to go shopping with her. He sped off in his Ferrari 812, finally parking it in front of Tianbao fruit shop, and got out triumphantly. Tanjia, dressed to the nines, rushed out to greet him. "Honey, you're back. Where did you get this car?" "Of course, my dad got me one. It cost 5.4 million. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" Luo Jinayu was beaming with pride. "Beautiful, so beautiful." Tanjia exclaimed in admiration, then asked in confusion, "Did Dad get you this? Where did he get so much money? Didn't you say Dad is a farmer?" "I'm talking about our boss, Zhang Tong. Now all of us employees call him Dad. Because he's so incredibly wealthy and generous, he's even better than a real father. Today he bought a dozen Ferraris in one go, one for each employee." Luo Jinayu said. "Wow, so generous." Tanjia's eyes welled up with envy. "It's a pity I wasn't able to get a job at Tianbao auction house. I settled for being the manager of a fruit shop as a second best option. Annual salary of 500,000. There are no benefits whatsoever. Fortunately, I caught Luo Pang, so I'll have good days ahead." What's so surprising? He bought the Xiangjiang Hotel for 4.1 billion yuan to solve the staff's meal problem, and of course, to vent his anger for Lu Qingxi's mother. Luo Pang proudly boasted about it. "That's amazing, that's incredibly extravagant. Lu Qingxi is so lucky, being kept makes all the difference." Tanjia was so envious that tears streamed down her face. "If I were as beautiful as Lu Qingxi, I would definitely want to get into Zhang Tong's bed too. Spending money so lavishly, how long can tens of billions last?" Tanjia couldn't be envious, so she could only say discouraging things. "Hee, what are you worried about?" Luo Pang glanced at her and said, "Dad went to Qinbei Mountain again, only for half a day, and brought back 3,000-year-old ginseng roots, which he sold to Fan Bingxiang for 3.9 billion. He also said that he's going treasure hunting tomorrow and will pull off a big heist. I estimate he'll join the ranks of billionaires." Tanjia was completely speechless. What an amazing person. Could he be the reincarnation of the god of wealth? How come I never noticed Zhang Tong's terrifying money-making ability before? If I had pursued him back then, I might have succeeded. When things are at their insignificant, they are the easiest to approach. Once things become developed, it becomes very difficult. "How about I take you for a drive?" "I'll laugh," Luo Pang said. "I haven't finished get off work yet. How about after get off work?" Tanjia resisted the immense temptation with great effort. They were terrified that Zhang Tong would find out. It provoked resentment. So her dream of marrying Luo Jinayu will remain just that, a dream. Therefore, she had to behave properly. Never be late or leave early. All the money earned each day was transferred to Zhang Tong's account. Not a single point could be off. "Sanpi, do you think my new car is beautiful?" Luo Pang started flirting with Yangbo. This is his greatest hobby. He posted a photo of himself driving a Ferrari 812, but there was no response for a long time, probably because he was too lazy to pay attention to him. Luo Jinayu was furious. He also posted a photo of Zhang Tong shopping with 8 beautiful women, which he obviously took secretly from behind. Otherwise, his dad might beat him to death. Then he said, "Zhang Tong slept with 8 beautiful women in one night, and he's out shopping now. How's that? Pretty good, huh? Well done with the Photoshop." Yang Bo's reply has finally arrived. "Why won't you believe me? You're hopeless." Luo Pang sighed deeply. "Fatty Luo, it's fine if you brag, but there's no need to brag for Zhang Tong. I really know his situation. I heard he opened a fruit shop, and the manager is Tanjia, who is your dream girl. Didn't you two get into a fight?" Yang Bo said. "Tanjia is my girlfriend now. I only got her because Zhang Tong helped me. How come you only know such trivial things? You don't know anything else?" Luo was furious. "But, now you've given yourself away. Zhang Tong really is in the fruit business. He finally has some hope of rising to prominence because he's opened a store. If he can turn it into a chain store and open stores all over the country in the future, then he'll really become a tycoon. But he's still a long way from that. Stop bragging. I'm not stupid. When are you going back to school after the new year?" Luo Jinayu was defeated and had to change the subject. Perhaps only by letting Yang Bo see it with his own eyes will he believe it. "I'm not sure. I'm very busy with work, and I'm really in a relationship. So, I might only come back for my thesis defense once, and then I'll be leaving soon. I probably won't have time to get together with you guys. Love? Which beautiful woman. She's a local from Shanghai, the daughter of the company's vice president. I'd rate her looks an 80 out of 100, but her personality is a bit of a problem. The trouble is, she's pregnant, and I'm going to have to get married because of her, so I'm in a real bind right now. So, I'm not in the mood to chat with you. That's terrible, that's terrible. Who told you not to believe me? Luo Janayo shed a tear of sympathy. She's not even graduated yet, she's still doing an internship, and she's already getting married because she's pregnant. I have nothing, no house, no car, no money. He's probably living off a woman. He'll definitely be despised to death by the woman. He'll never be able to hold his head up high again. No wonder he said his girlfriend had a terrible personality. Can I not get angry with you? Who told you to be a kept man? When are you getting married? Luo asked again. He married because Yang Bo was pregnant, and he dared not let her break up with him. Perhaps, this is fate. During the Lunar New Year period, after the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Yang Bo said, if you have time then, come visit me in Shanghai. Absolutely. I'll talk to Zhang Tong, and we'll go together. We'd feel guilty for the rest of our lives if we didn't support you, Luo Janayo said. Kingxi, how did you meet Zhang Tong? After shopping, Lu Kingxi returned to Luo Yan's rented apartment to answer questions from Luo Yan, who had just returned from get off work. Their family's greatest asset is a 0.5% stake in the hotel. However, because Zhao Qian kept pressuring his partners to transfer their shares, no dividends were distributed for several years. This made her family's life quite difficult. As for why the mother and daughter didn't live together, it was because Lu Kingxi was often criticized by Luo Yan during her live streams, and she couldn't stand it anymore, so she moved out. I shamelessly went for it, but the result was wonderful. As Lu Kingxi rubbed her aching calves, she recounted her story in detail. There's really nothing shameful about it. I think he's the perfect stay-at-home dad boss. Luo Yan was completely shocked. How can there be such a good boss in the world? Give Lu Kingxi a 3 million annual salary, and give the clerks and receptionists $1 million annual salary. They even give subsidies for being beautiful, and beauty treatments can be reimbursed. They even provided all the employees with Ferrari sports cars. Hee, we all call him Dad. Lu Kingxi said with a mischievous smile. However, the nickname Dad Boss is quite fitting. Mom, you're really something. Work hard and don't let your boss down, Luo Yan said earnestly. Of course, we all worked very hard, especially me. I barely slept for 3 days to prepare for the last auction, just in case something went wrong, but the result was still very good. He was very satisfied and even praised me, Lu Kingxi said proudly. That's good. Luo Yan's face was full of happiness. Now he's the hotel owner, and he's made me the general manager. My monthly salary has been adjusted to the same as the former general manager's and annual salary of 2 million. I still have the shares, and I'll receive dividends every year from now on. All my worries are gone. It's all thanks to him. I really don't know how to repay him. Leave the matter of repaying him to me, Mom, you don't need to worry about it, Lu Kingxi said. What do you want to do? Just work hard and be good to him. Lu Kingxi said, actually, he didn't take it to heart, because for him, it was just a small favor, and he didn't have to put in much effort. It's truly a blessing from heaven that you were able to meet him, but you must always remember to be grateful. Luo Yan sighed. By the way, is the auction house still hiring? Mom, what do you mean? Are you trying to force someone else in? Lu Kingxi pouted coquettishly. You heartless sister, you've become rich and powerful and forgotten your own sister? Luo Yan said, your sister is so good to you, isn't she? You want your sister to auction it off? No way, absolutely not. Lu Kingxi shook her head repeatedly. We need to know when to advance and when to retreat. We can't just keep trying to take advantage and benefit, or I'll lose face. You did a great job as an auctioneer, weren't you? He was very satisfied, wasn't he? You're more useful than those clerks, receptionists, or company secretaries. You're not a freeloader. Besides, we don't shy away from recommending relatives. Your sister is so beautiful and capable, she could probably do any job well. Of course, if the company isn't short-staffed, then we don't need to mention it, Luo Yan said. The company is not short of people. Even if it were, I would not introduce my sister. Lu Kingxi said, my sister is on the path of a star, auction houses are really not suitable for her. She's only played supporting roles twice. I don't see much of a future for her. Besides, the entertainment industry is so chaotic, how could your sister not suffer? Luo Yan said. So, if she could work at the auction house, with such good pay, it would be much better than being a star. My sister's dream is to be a star. If you ask her to be a receptionist or a clerk, I think she'll explode on the spot, Lu Kingxi retorted. Anyway, she believed that if the two sisters worked in the same company, even if they had nothing to do with Zhang Tong, the gossip would be 10 or even 100 times more, which would definitely not be a good thing. Alright then, I'll visit your sister when I have time and see if there's anything I can do to help. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Lu Qingxi, Luo Yan had no choice but to give up. My sister is with Dad, and Dad is a successful man, so he will naturally consider her future. Mom, don't worry. Lu Qingxi said. What kind of successful person is he? Compared to Zhang Tong, he's nothing. Luo Yan said, besides, he has a new love, so he might not treat your sister well. Although Qingqing says she's doing well, I'm still worried. Okay, I happen to be on vacation recently, so I'll go to Wuchen to see her. Lu Qingxi said. The next morning, Lu Qingxi drove home and ran into Zhao Qian, Luo Wei, and Su Shanshan on her way to school. They didn't dare drive their Ferrari. It was too conspicuous. They were afraid their teachers and classmates would misunderstand. Good morning, three beautiful ladies. Lu Qingxi stopped the car and greeted them. The boss is still sleeping, don't disturb him, he didn't sleep well last night. Zhao Qian replied with a good morning and then spoke earnestly. Aren't you overworking yourself? Lu Qingxi asked with a half-smile. So what if I am? You'd better not mess with me. Zhao Qian said irritably. Secretly, she felt a little smug. The boss doted on me, only hiring me and constantly demanding things from me. He had absolutely no interest in other beautiful women. Your jealousy won't change anything. Actually, I just care about you. Lu Qingxi laughed. Having to work and study during the day, and then working overtime at night, will make you age prematurely. Look, you already have dark circles under your eyes. Thank you for your kindness, I will be careful. Zhao Qian snorted and left with Luo Wei and Susan. On the way, she asked worriedly, do I really have dark circles under my eyes? It's very faint, not noticeable, don't worry. Is Lu Qingxi trying to scare you? Where did those dark circles under her eyes come from? Susan and Luo Wei laughed. Lu Qingxi walked into the villa and found Pan Yu, Chen Fang, and Qiao Lily practicing yoga. She teased, you guys are really honest. You didn't go and throw yourselves at each other? The door won't open, and I'm embarrassed to knock. Pan Yu said with a mischievous grin, Qiao Lily has tried it. Nonsense, I just went to report on my work and found the boss was still sleeping, so I came down. Qiao Lily blushed. You were just throwing yourself at him, how could you possibly have any work-related reports to give? Chen Fen also said with a mischievous smile. I'm here on legal aid for the hotel, I've discovered some minor issues. Qiao Lily spoke with righteous indignation. Then why did you sneak off and wait until Zhao Qian left before going? And why were you dressed up like a vixen? Pan Yu asked with a strange laugh. Well, since I just got up, of course I need to get ready. Qiao Lily's face turned even redder with embarrassment. I don't. At most, I only have a tiny bit of thought about it. The main purpose was to report on work. What's there to be ashamed of? I'll go and tempt the boss right now and see if he'll be tempted. Lu Qingxi giggled, swaying her sexy waist as she went upstairs, leaving a strong, alluring fragrance. Lu Qingxi is so beautiful, no wonder she's so confident. If I were as beautiful as Lu Qingxi, I would also dare to seduce the boss. The three of them looked on with envy. I really want to know the answer. I wonder if Lu Qingxi will succeed in throwing herself into his arms? So they exchanged a glance and stealthily crept up. Of course, it's about watching the show and eavesdropping. Let's also learn how this vixen, Lu Qingxi, seduces the boss. Lu Qingxi gracefully ascended the stairs, her heart filled with boundless anticipation. Zhang Tong hadn't even gotten out of bed yet, so he knocked on the door and used seductive tactics. The boy would definitely be unable to resist. But ideals often differ from reality. The door was open, and Zhang Tong had already gotten up and was packing his clothes, seemingly about to go out. Good morning, boss. Lu Qingxi was slightly disappointed, but she still walked in with a bright smile, her slender waist swaying merrily, her breasts surging as if two cute little white rabbits were hidden inside. Weren't you with your mom? You're back so soon? Zhang Tong's face was full of intoxication, because he noticed that Lu Qingxi looked especially beautiful today. Wearing a red short skirt, revealing half of her snow-white waist and round, slender legs, she also highlighted her shapely buttocks. Her curves were extremely beautiful and absolutely in harmony with the rhythm of nature. Her thick, black hair, like a waterfall, seemed so inviting that I wanted to grab it and play with it. The most alluring thing is her bright red lips. Just like a ripe cherry, it exudes a sweet aroma. Her figure, looks, style, and temperament are all flawless. She truly deserves to be called a top-tier female anchor and a top-tier car model. Even compared to top car models from South Korea, she is in no way inferior. I miss you. Lu Qingxi puffed out her chest, making it appear even more erect and high, trembling slightly, extremely alluring. Zhang Tong only glanced at it a few more times before continuing to pack his luggage. Its resistance is truly strong. Let me help you. Lu Qingxi took the clothes that Zhang Tong had haphazardly stuffed into her bag out and carefully folded them. She said coquettishly, "I thought I'd come and warm your bed since it's so cold, but I didn't expect you to get up so early." She then flirted with Zhang Tong, showering him with 380-volt high-voltage electricity that could make a person's hands and feet go numb and their bones go weak. "You dare to seduce the boss again? Have you forgotten about the spanking last time? Don't do it again. A goddess, especially a beautiful goddess like you, must be reserved." Zhang Tong acted as if nothing had happened, casually picked up his suitcase and walked out. He secretly cried out that it was going to kill him. "This enchantress is so seductive, she's absolutely irresistible. We need to leave quickly, to avoid making a fool of oneself. There are other beautiful women in the villa too." As soon as Zhang Tong stepped out of the room, he saw Pan Yu, Chen Fang, and Xiao Lily fleeing downstairs. They came to watch the show and eavesdrop, but they ended up listening to nothing and were caught red-handed. That was so embarrassing. Slow down, be careful not to fall." Zhang Tong felt sorry for their ankles and followed behind them gently, saying something. "Actually, we just came up here to ask Lu Qingxi to practice yoga." Chen Fang, quick-wit, came up with a reason that calmed the panicked Xiao Lily and Pan Yu down. Beautiful women should practice yoga to maintain their beauty. Zhang Tong nodded in agreement. "Boss, are you going out? Are you going treasure hunting?" Pan Yu tossed her hair, exuding beauty. She is a professional model, and every move she makes is incredibly alluring. "Yes." Zhang Tong put down his luggage and sat down to eat the breakfast prepared by the beautiful women. "Where should we go treasure hunting?" Lu Qingxi came downstairs in her high heels and asked curiously. "Let's go to Sheningjia." Zhang Tong pondered for a moment before answering. "More access points must be opened. Otherwise, going back and forth between the cellar of my hometown, the basement of the company, and Shinbei Mountain is very inconvenient. Ideally, a new entrance should be created for each treasure hunt. Finally, the entrances will be distributed throughout the world. That way, you can instantly travel to anywhere in the world, which is incredibly convenient. No one could track him down. No one knows where he might suddenly appear. But it is protected by magical flying beads. Others might imagine that Zhang Tong flew there in the dark. I'll go too," Lu Qingxi said excitedly. "What are you going to do?" Zhang Tong was completely dumbfounded. "You're a super beautiful woman, the company's auctioneer, and you want to go treasure hunting? Do they really think there are treasures in Sheningjia? Even if they exist, they are very difficult to find. Only Baoxing has countless treasures, which you can pick up at will." "I was just about to go to Wuchen, that's what I came upstairs to talk about," Lu Qingxi said. "Sheningjia isn't far from Wuchen. So, since we're going the same way, let's go together by car. If we're going to leave together, then we'll leave together." Zhang Tong did not refuse. He originally intended to fly there, which would have been quick, but that has to wait until evening. It won't work during the day, that would cause a sensation, and Wuene would come looking for trouble. If you drive there, it only takes 3 hours, which is actually quite fast. Soon, the two set off. Zhang Tong was driving a Ferrari Raphael, and Lu Qingxi was sitting in the passenger seat. They sped off towards Wuchen. Along the way, it aroused the envy, jealousy, and hatred of countless people. Luxury cars and beautiful women, especially the most luxurious cars and the most beautiful women. It is truly the most eye-catching, and also the most attractive to hatred. "Let go of that beautiful woman, let me have her." "Damn, which rich kid is that? He's so high-profile. That's my goddess. Why is she sitting in a rich kid's car? I'm so envious, I'm going crazy with jealousy." "Boss, didn't Zhao Qian know you when you were in college?" Lu Qingxi asked curiously. "I know her, but she doesn't know me. She only met you after you bought the villa, and your relationship progressed very quickly after that." Lu Qingxi asked curiously. "Don't pry into the boss's affairs." Zhang Tong glared at her. "Watch out, I'll spank you." "Boss, just tell me. Judging from your character, you're charming but not lewd, lustful but not possessive. So why did you fail in front of Zhao Qian?" Lu Qingxi asked coquettishly. "Zhao Qian was my dream girl during college. I've known her for 2 years and I know her very well. I've always believed that between a man and a woman, they must first get to know each other and have an emotional foundation before they can do that." Zhang Tong said. "Zhao Qian doesn't know you either, does she?" Lu Qingxi, turning into a contrarian, retorted. "We're fairly familiar with each other, at least she knows I'm her senior brother, and I think she's secretly inquired about my situation." Zhang Tong said with a smile. "Did you reject Fan Bingxiang because of Zhao Qian?" "Actually, Fan Bingxiang is a perfect match for you, you're well matched, and she promised not to interfere in anything you do." Lu Qingxi asked curiously again. "I just don't want to have a girlfriend, anyway, I'm still young," Zhang Tong said cryptically. He cultivated the heavenly power, which grants a lifespan of 200 years. However, he has recently shown signs of a breakthrough, which would extend his lifespan to 400 years. If he breaks through again in the future, his lifespan will reach 800 years. If I start dating now, I might end up like Yang Bo, getting married because he's pregnant. In such a long time, his wife and children would naturally grow old before him and lie in a cold, lonely grave. It will be very painful and sad. What? You mean take your loved ones to Beoxing? Haha, stop dreaming. Those who are not destined to enter will never see the entrance and will be unable to get in. Only creatures without intelligence, such as Wang Ke, can be brought in. Zhang Tong discovered this secret by accident. Back when he and Luo Jinaya were cutting stones in the basement, the entrance was still visible, but he himself couldn't get in, because when he stepped on it, it was either hollow or solid. So, things are fine as they are now. Happiness and sweetness. It was both fun and novel. So, in the boss's mind, Zhao Qianzhen was just a secretary, not a girlfriend. Therefore, any beautiful woman can pursue the boss, and so can I. Lu Qingxi was very happy and had a pleasant journey, humming a song and occasionally giving Zhang Tong flirtatious glances. Does this girl also want to be a secretary? Zhang Tong glanced at her, but dared not say anything. He was afraid of hurting her pride, and also afraid of getting himself into trouble. Wuchen arrived quickly. This is a provincial capital, no less prosperous than Xiangcheng, and perhaps even more so. Of course, it's still quite a distance from Sheningjia, and Zhang Tong plans to fly there that night. Lu Qingxi wasn't in a hurry and wanted to spend more time with Zhang Tong, so they drove around everywhere. Wuchen is very nice. I'd like to buy a villa so I can stay here for a while in the future. Zhang Tong said. Actually, I just wanted to create a passageway entrance in Wuchen as well. That means we can get two this time. Then I'll take you to buy a villa. Lu Qingxi was both surprised and delighted. She grew up in Wuchen and has a deep affection for it. She wholeheartedly supports Zhang Tong buying a villa here. Perhaps, in the future, she and Zhang Tong can live happily ever after in the Wuchen villa. As she gave directions, she contacted an old friend, Su Lan. Are you still working in real estate sales? Yes, I don't know how to do anything else either. It's just that housing prices have plummeted recently, and business is tough. I'm starving. Beautiful lady, why don't you come and save me? You're my best friend, I'm here to save you. My boss wants to buy a huge villa, the most expensive kind, nothing cheap. Really? Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? So, what about unspoken rules? Of course you should. So you need to get all clean and dressed up nicely. Lu Qingxi teased. I'm going to get rich. I'm finally going to get rich. Su Lan sat in the sales office of the Long Island Villas, cheering excitedly. Su Lan, have you gone mad? Manager, he roared. I'm sorry, I was just too happy. Su Lan said, I have a close friend who brought people to buy a villa, saying she wanted to buy the most expensive one. Hee, the most expensive one is worth 88 million, even the richest people might not be able to afford it. Yes, many wealthy people have come to see it and liked it, but they just can't bring themselves to buy it. Su Lan, you're destined to be disappointed. Maybe he's just joking with you, teasing you? Other saleswomen were not optimistic, and some even had a mocking look on their faces. What does your best friend do? Does she know any top billionaires? Manager, he asked expectantly. She works as a model and a beautiful live streamer. She has excellent performance. She also has a good character, and I trust her. She doesn't like to brag. Su Lan said. Models and beautiful anchors? You can certainly meet a lot of rich second-generation heirs, but it's still a long shot. Manager, he also lost his confidence. Even first-generation rich kids are reluctant to buy it, let alone second-generation rich kids. The other saleswomen mocked her relentlessly, saying that Su Lan was daydreaming. A while later, a Ferrari Raffle sped up with a fierce aura and came to a stop in front of the sales office with a whoosh. Zhang Tong and Lu Qingxi got out of the car. Oh my god. Su Lan, who came out to greet them, was utterly shocked, her eyes glazed over. The others were also terrified. A supercar worth over 20 million? Where did this super rich person come from? Anyway, Wuchen doesn't have it. Su Lan, you're getting more and more beautiful. Lu Qingxi was the first to greet them. It's not exactly a compliment, because Su Lan is very beautiful and has a great figure. But of course, she can't compare to Lu Qingxi, nor to Susan, Chen Fang, Pan Yu, or Qiao Lily. Even so, it cannot be said that she is not beautiful. You look radiant and stunning too, could it be that something good has happened to you? Su Lan hugged Lu Qingxi warmly. I was lucky enough to meet a benefactor today, I'm here to help him buy a villa. This is my boss, Zhang Tong. This is Su Lan, my best friend. Lu Qingxi gave an introduction. Hello Mr. Zhang, it's an honor to meet you. Su Lan shook hands with Zhang Tong, her fingers brushing against Zhang Tong's palm. Damn, does this beauty really believe Lu Qingxi? Does she really think I'm going to sexually harass her? Jiang Tong was both amused and exasperated. With a handsome and wealthy man like you, what beautiful woman wouldn't want to be sexually harassed? But I'll protect you. Lu Qingxi saw through Jiang Tong's thoughts and whispered something mischievously in his ear. I'm going to die. How could Lu Qingxi say such a thing? Su Lan felt both ashamed and embarrassed, but she pretended not to hear and warmly invited Jiang Tong inside. Numerous saleswomen and managers swarmed around, serving the property. Such a wealthy person definitely has the purchasing power. The other guests who were also looking at the house were incredibly envious. Is this the power of the Ferrari Raphael? Jiang Tong didn't waste any words. They directly purchased the villa, valued at 88 million yuan, with a building area of over 1,400 square meters. The villa has a rooftop observation tower, a conference hall that can accommodate 50 people, and an elevator. It also features a garden of over 1,000 square meters, a helipad, a swimming pool, a private dock, and a garage with 8 parking spaces. It's even more luxurious than the villas in Xiangcheng. The location is also excellent, situated on the northeast shore of Tangsun Lake, surrounded by mountains and water. The entire island is shaped like an ancient coin, a rare and unique island, narrow from east to west and long from north to south. On the west side, there is an 800-meter-long causeway symbolizing private territory connecting to Jianxia Avenue, and it also has a private lake of thousands of acres. The island, lake view, gardens and villas are perfectly combined, making it the most beautiful private garden in the entire Wuchen. It's absolutely beautiful. Walking in a place like this, you feel incredibly beautiful. Boss, I love it so much, I love it so much. Lu Qingxi fell in love with it at first sight. Actually, there's just one thing I liked. It has a basement where I can store a safe. Jiang Tong said. Lu Qingxi burst out laughing. She then hugged Jiang Tong's arm, gently shaking it and pleading, let's stay in the villa tonight, and you can go treasure hunting again tomorrow? Okay? She completely forgot she was supposed to visit her sister. But didn't you have something to do? Jiang Tong said. I can handle it tomorrow. Accompanying the boss is more important than anything else. Lu Qingxi said with a charming smile. Then so be it. Jiang Tong agreed. Having bought such a luxurious villa, of course I had to stay there for a night as soon as possible and experience it properly. My God, what kind of super rich person is he? He didn't even haggle over the price and just swiped his card for 8,800 in full. All the saleswomen were completely stunned. The manager was so shocked that he knelt down. The wealthy man who was looking at the house also covered his face. He's come to see it 8 times, but he still hasn't decided to buy it. 88 million is a huge number even for the average wealthy person. We must be cautious. Su Lan was overjoyed, as she had earned more than 2 million yuan in commission. She couldn't help but whisper shyly in Jiang Tong's ear, handsome, wanna go out tonight? Sorry, beautiful, I'm not free tonight. Jiang Tong smiled and politely declined. He's not a casual man. It's not a stallion either. Otherwise, with so many beautiful women around him, he would have slept with them all long ago. A contract devoid of emotion. He strongly disagreed. We went to the hotel for a meal together, and then returned to the villa. Lu Qingxi's face was full of joy and excitement. They were also eager to go for a swim in the pool. Are you out of your mind? It's already December, and you still dare to swim? Jiang Tong grabbed her arm. What's the big deal? I swim in winter all the time. Besides, you're talking about December in the Gregorian calendar, but it's actually only early November. The water temperature is at least 10 degrees Celsius. Lu Qingxi said, I want to swim, don't stop me. I was just worried you'd catch a cold. Jiang Tong didn't try to stop him again, much to everyone's dismay. Soon, Lu Qingxi changed into a sexy bikini, revealing her unparalleled figure. Jiang Tong stared wide-eyed, his heart pounding faster. With a plop, Lu Qingxi jumped in and began to swim happily. He even shouted that it felt so good. Watching her swim around like a mermaid was breathtaking. Jiang Tong sat in the chair with a blissful expression, and even lit a cigarette. Boss, dare to come down and swim a lap? Lu Qingxi said provocatively. What do I have to be afraid of? Jiang Tong chuckled to himself. I'm a body-refining superhuman, I wouldn't feel cold even if I walked naked in the snow. He changed into his swimsuit. He jumped down too, and swam and played with her. It has a unique flavor. Awesome. Jiang Tong sighed inwardly. So this is how much happiness the rich can have. When you're poor, all you feel is pain. An hour later, the two reached the shore. Lu Qingxi began to tremble uncontrollably. So cold, lend me some warmth. She rushed into Jiang Tong's arms and hugged him tightly. When our skin touched, it felt as if an electric current was generated. Oh my God, this is so exciting, who could resist? Jiang Tong blushed and his heart pounded. He could no longer resist and hugged her tightly. Soon, the two began to kiss passionately without being able to stop themselves, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, whether from the cold or some other reason, no one knew. The passionate kiss finally ended half an hour later. Lu Qingxi was incredibly shy and joyful, because her relationship with Jiang Tong finally made a breakthrough. We must strike while the iron is hot. Jiang Tong sighed deeply, realizing that the vixen had ultimately succeeded. Now, it's too late to apply the brakes. The luxurious room was illuminated by dazzling, enchanting nightlights. After her bath, Lu Qingxi wore a black tight-fitting short skirt, revealing her long, fair, and shapely legs. A small portion of her bust was also exposed, resembling a snow-covered field, dazzling and beautiful. They are dancing gracefully. Beautiful music began to play. I am a fox who has cultivated for 1,000 years, 1,000 years of cultivation, 1,000 years of solitude. Her body was delicate and boneless, her posture extremely alluring, her eyes bright and charming, her smile as beautiful as a flower, yet sometimes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Beautiful, so beautiful. It makes you completely lose yourself, it makes your heart race. Jiang Tong leaned against the headboard, gazing at the scene with rapt attention, feeling nothing but pure bliss. He was becoming increasingly satisfied with Lu Qingxi. She wasn't the kind of woman who would do anything to get into her boss's bed, she was never in a hurry. They waited so long before suddenly launching their attack. Then, a single, decisive blow. Moreover, she has a great sense of humor. They're just dancing to celebrate. She is also very good at pleasing men. The prerequisite is that you have the power to make her do that. Although Lu Qingxi was once a beautiful live streamer who often danced and sang in her live streams, but Jiang Tong was definitely the only one who had ever seen this kind of erotic dance. This is his patent. It is also a kind of honor. Finally, Lu Qingxi fell into Jiang Tong's arms. Wonderful things are starting to happen. The moon, too, shyly hid behind the clouds. The next day, before dawn, Jiang Tong used the flying bead to fly deep into Sheningjia. I found a cave and crawled inside. Sure enough, the mysterious entrance appeared. He jumped in. They arrived at Baoxing very quickly. Woof woof woof. Squeak squeak squeak. Wang Ke and Huiwei, who were freed up at Baoxing, were overjoyed to be greeted. Jiang Tong tried to grab it first. As expected, it works. It is also very powerful. So Jiang Tong held the bronze sword in his left hand and the short spear in his right. He carried a long spear made of ironwood on his back. Several burlap sacks were also stuffed around his waist. They set off with high spirits and great strides, heading towards the lake. It was early morning in Baoxing, and the sun was scorching. It may have rained heavily recently. The streams have become much wider. There were traces of flowing water everywhere. Soon Jiang Tong encountered many obstacles. It was probably washed down by a flood. He cleaved them all in two with his sword. 1/3 of the stones contained jade. He wouldn't even accept items of poor quality. As long as it's high quality, it's valuable jade. Is this a glassy jadeite? Jiang Tong looked at the rock, which was as big as a basket, with a look of surprise on his face. The rock rolled down the mountain and chipped one of its corners. It's turned green. It is very clear and very green. It's breathtakingly beautiful. It's much prettier than the last piece of glassy green jadeite. Could it be the legendary imperial green jadeite? I've finally found the king of jade? I wonder if it's big or not. Jiang Tong carefully began cutting and slowly extracted the jade. It is shaped like a bucket and about the same size. Every part is of the same quality, a breathtaking green, and the water is as clear as glass. My God, such a huge piece of imperial green jadeite? It must weigh 200 pounds. How much is it worth? Jiang Tong's face was filled with surprise and he was extremely excited. Such a treasure, though it must be sold. But half of it should be reserved for making jewelry. Whether for personal use or as a gift, it will definitely impress. Awesome! I never expected that a rainstorm would bring me such a wonderful treasure. I'm so happy. Baoxing, indeed, is full of treasures. He continued on his way. Rolling stones gradually became scarce. After all, we're getting further and further away from the foot of the mountain. Squeak squeak squeak. Gray pulled a shiny object out of the grass and jumped around, making strange noises, seemingly very excited. What is that? Jiang Tong reached out and took it, then stared in disbelief. Holy crap, diamonds? It's as big as a peach? Moreover, it is crystal clear, flawless, and of excellent quality. In 1905, a 3,106.75 carat diamond was discovered in the Premier mine in South Africa and presented to King Edward III of England. The rough diamond was later cut into 9 pieces of varying sizes. The largest, Cullinan I, was set in the king's scepter, while the slightly smaller Cullinan II was used to decorate the British crown. However, the largest diamond in the world today is His Majesty the Golden, weighing 545.67 carats. 1 carat equals 0.2 grams, so it's about 110 grams. Compared to the diamonds that Huiwei found, the difference is quite significant. This peach-shaped diamond is definitely worth hundreds of millions, or even over $1 billion. I've discovered another amazing gem, this is awesome. Zhang Tong laughed excitedly. For auction houses, the more variety of treasures, the better. Such a huge diamond is clearly just a gimmick. Add to that the imperial green of the glassy variety. We can definitely start promoting the next auction now. Seeing that Zhang Tong really liked diamonds, Gray started gesturing wildly, pointing at the bushes and squeaking. Wang Ke understood immediately and began digging frantically. 2 diamonds appeared in just a few moments. They were extremely pure, with almost no color visible, and were crystal clear. Moreover, they all weigh over 100 carats. Generally speaking, the highest quality diamonds are worth 200,000 per carat. In other words, finding just one of these seeds would be worth tens of millions. This is even more valuable than jade. After all, even if you see a stone and split it open, there's no guarantee that there will be jade inside, and even if there is, it's not necessarily top quality. So Zhang Tong immediately began searching with great interest. It's all mud and sand washed down by flowing water, it's very loose and not difficult to find. One diamond after another was discovered. 72 hours later, Zhang Tong had collected a sack full of more than 1,000 grains. The largest one is as big as a fist and weighs over 5,000 grams. Of course, he didn't just keep picking up diamonds, he also went back to his self-built cave to rest and sleep. When exploring for treasure, you must never get too tired, as that can easily make you lose your vigilance and end up in a deadly situation. This is Baoxing, where all sorts of terrifying monsters can be found. Afterwards, Zhang Tong wanted to pick up diamonds. The feeling of picking up a diamond worth tens of millions was just too good. Unfortunately, it's no longer available. So he walked towards the lake. The weather is exceptionally nice today. The sky was cloudless, without even a single white cloud, offering an unobstructed view. Only some giant birds were flying in the sky. Zhang Tong moved forward cautiously, constantly looking up at the sky. They were terrified of another attack by the giant bird. We finally arrived at the lake. He slowly circled the lake, but after circling for a long time, no flying clam flew out to attack him. This greatly disappointed him. Could it be that the flying clam's memory is long-lasting, allowing it to remember him forever? Then continuing to auction the flying pearls is just wishful thinking. Wu Na must be furious. Does this count as misleading her? Whoosh! Suddenly, a splash erupted, and a giant turtle, as large as a small mountain, emerged from the water. Its ferocious head shot out rapidly, like an arrow, reaching nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye, before viciously biting at Zhang Tong. Holy crap, is there such a huge, terrifying monster in the lake? Zhang Tong was horrified. They retreated as fast as lightning. But the monster went too far, howling as it climbed ashore, where it could now see things more clearly. It has a thick tortoise shell, 8 legs, and a neck that extends for hundreds of meters. It must be a mutated turtle. It rampaged like a giant armored vehicle, relentlessly pursuing Zhang Tong and Wang Cai. It was even faster than Zhang Tong and Wang Cai. Zhang Tong could certainly use the flying pearl to fly into the air. But at this very moment, more than a dozen giant birds were circling in the sky. They clearly wanted to reap the benefits. Therefore, Zhang Tong dared not fly into the air. He drew his gun and fired a shot at the huge, truck-like turtle head. Bang! A loud bang. A deep hole appeared in his head, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar! The turtle let out a pitiful roar. His head also crashed down. Bang bang bang. Worried that the mutated turtle was feigning death, Zhang Tong gave it 3 more peanuts. This time, the turtle was completely doomed. He lay there, motionless. Whoosh! The giant bird in the sky was startled by the gunshot and flew away and disappeared. They clearly felt a huge threat as well. Luckily, I prepared firearms, otherwise I would have been in a very embarrassing situation today. Zhang Tong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If you don't have a gun, you can only use a grenade to escape. My current flying speed is very fast, second only to the giant bird. It's still possible to escape back to the cliff. But now he is majestic and powerful, killing a mutated giant tortoise with a single shot. He returned and chopped off the mutated turtle's head. They started cutting the turtle's shell again. He had heard that turtles also contain treasures. Someone once found dozens of luminous pearls in a giant tortoise shell. Each one is priceless. The bronze sword was incredibly sharp, even though the tortoise shell was very sturdy, it still couldn't withstand it. It was quickly cut open. Unfortunately, there were no beads inside the tortoise shell. Could it be inside her belly? Zhang Tong was very unwilling. He had hunted down a mutated giant tortoise, but had gained nothing. Slowly, Zhang Tong cut open the monster's belly. They searched carefully. A lot of fish bones were found, but there were also animal bones and bird bones, and they were enormous. This is clearly an amphibious monster. It eats everything that flies in the sky, walks on the ground, and swims in the water. He might be one of the overlords of beoxing. Jiang Tong was secretly wary. There must be such monsters in the sea, their bodies must be terrifyingly huge. Having a gun doesn't necessarily guarantee safety. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke suddenly made a discovery, and with its paws digging, it quickly pulled out a shell the size of a door panel from its belly. It was clearly a clam shell. Holy crap! Jiang Tong's face lit up with ecstasy. The giant tortoise ate the flying clam, and the flying pearl inside the clam might still be inside the monster's stomach. However, why didn't the monster fly after eating the flying ball? Does eating this mean I can't fly anymore? It only works if you put it in your mouth? Jiang Tong's enthusiasm surged, and he searched diligently. They even invited Gray to help them search. As expected of the treasure-hunting rat, Gray knew that Jiang Tong was looking for the flying pearl and quickly sensed it, pointing it out with squeaks. Soon, Jiang Tong found a flying bead, about the size of a bean. They even verified it on the spot. It really could make him fly. He was overjoyed because it was worth 15 billion. Of course, only 5 billion was sold to the state. But the average price is still 10 billion. It must be said that the flying pearl is the most valuable treasure Jiang Tong has discovered so far. Is there any more? Jiang Tong continued searching. At least 2 pills are needed to meet the agreement with Wu Na before 1 pill can be auctioned. Squeak squeak squeak. Gray sensed it again and pointed to a spot, making strange noises repeatedly. As if on a treasure hunt, Jiang Tong found 6 flying beads inside the monster's belly. 2 of them were only slightly smaller than peanuts, while the other 4 were the size of beans. Clearly, the monster had only eaten 2 flying clams and hadn't had time to excrete the undigested flying pearls. Of course, it's also possible that it simply hadn't had time to digest them. Otherwise, given the monster's immense power, it must have devoured many flying clams. I wonder how many billions have been wasted. However, even with just 6 pills, Jiang Tong was quite satisfied. Because it's worth 60 billion. This is much faster than robbing a bank. We have to go back. Jiang Tong cut off more than 1,000 catties of turtle meat, carried it on his shoulder, and prepared to take it back to make cured meat. It might be delicious. He had only taken 3 steps when he suddenly stopped, staring intently at a bush, his face filled with horror. The bushes were at least 300 meters away from Jiang Tong, perhaps because they had been hit by a strong wind and rain. Therefore, it tilted and leaned, revealing gaps. Peeking through the crack, one could see a beautiful young woman standing inside. Her hair was green and very long, reaching down to her ankles. She was not wearing anything. It reveals a stunningly beautiful landscape, utterly alluring. She stood there gracefully, motionless. He tilted his head slightly, as if deep in thought. My God? There are women on the planet beoxing? Jiang Tong was utterly shocked and stood there dumbfounded. I stared at it intently for a long time. They discovered that the woman remained completely still. Is it a statue? Thinking of this, Jiang Tong's tension dissipated considerably. They slowly crept forward. Wang Ke and Huiwei didn't dare to make a sound. It clearly sensed its owner's nervousness. Finally, they dived to within 10 meters. Now it's much clearer. She was a woman with snow-white, delicate, and radiant skin. She is tall and has a full bust. Her features are also very delicate, you can't find any flaws. She is absolutely a top-tier beauty. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? You could at least wrap yourself in a leaf. Jiang Tong was secretly puzzled. Woof woof woof. Wang Ke suddenly rushed over and started yelling wildly at the woman. Jiang Tong was so frightened that his scalp tingled. Oh no, this might anger the woman. Who knows how strong the enemy is? Perhaps he is a cultivator. Otherwise, how could one survive in a world teeming with ferocious beasts? But, incredibly, the woman remained completely still. They ignored Wang Ke's provocation. Is he deaf? Jiang Tong looked on in surprise. But how could a deaf person have survived until now? Perhaps the deaf beauty had companions? He searched carefully. Sure enough, another discovery was made several dozen meters away. Several naked women were standing motionless. They are all very beautiful and sexy. Why isn't it moving? Jiang Tong was shocked and extremely puzzled. He mustered his courage and crept closer to the woman's side. Then he was dumbfounded. It wasn't a woman, but a plant. Her feet were actually roots, deeply embedded in the ground. My God, how can such a plant exist in the world? Jiang Tong touched his forehead, marveling at the sight. Endless praise. He carefully observed the woman tree. I discovered that I was no different from a woman. If I told anyone, I doubt anyone would believe me. Goodness, that almost scared me to death. I thought there really were aliens. Jiang Tong patted his chest, his heart was still pounding wildly. I was really scared. He had long considered beoxing as his own and couldn't accept the fact that he had to share her with someone else. Drip, drip, drip. Liquid was flowing from the upper part of the tree and dripping onto the ground. It makes a crisp sound. A rich, milky aroma filled the air. Wang Ke testing the poison? Jiang Tong let Wang Ke eat, but Wang Ke not only refused to eat, it kept backing away. The same goes for Gray. Could it be poisonous? Jiang Tong looked puzzled. That's actually quite possible. Otherwise, why wouldn't the two little ones dare to eat? Jiang Tong parted the grass again to observe carefully. They discovered that the milky sap had soaked into the soil, and the plants were growing very lushly. It doesn't look poisonous. After all, it's an extremely potent poison that can even kill grass. So Jiang used a mineral water bottle to catch the juice. They received 3 bottles in total. I'm going to take it back for testing. He wanted to know what the use of this juice was, because I instinctively felt that this was a treasure. It may have special uses and be of great value. Anyway, no one would believe that the liquid secreted by this tree, which is exactly like a woman, has any special use. Even a fool would take it seriously. What about Jiang Tong? Jiang Tong then began conducting other experiments. Gently touch the skin of the woman tree and hold her delicate hand. There was a reaction. The woman tree's face immediately turned red. She looked completely shy. Could it have become a spirit? Or is it some kind of plant that has cultivated itself into this form? Jiang Tong was dumbfounded. Beautiful lady, if you become a spirit, then speak. There was no response. Perhaps the guess is wrong. It's just a special kind of plant. If we brought the woman tree back to earth and cultivated it, those otaku would be incredibly happy. Because she's much more real than a robot beauty. Jiang Tong started to have wild thoughts. They were also filled with immense emotion. As expected of Beoxing, it is home to countless strange plants and animals, including some amazing plants you would never have imagined. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, Gray spotted something in the grass and pointed at a bluestone slab, letting out a strange cry. Could the bluestone slab be a treasure? Without a second thought, Jiang Tong cleaved it in two with a single sword stroke. But no jade was seen. Then they turned the bluestone slab over. A bluish-green object was visible below. It was a blue brick covered in mud. My God, this must have been made by ancient earthlings. Jiang Tong was deeply shocked. But countless doubts immediately arose in my mind, because there was no trace left by humans at all. Many years may have passed. It could take hundreds or even thousands of years. But why is this blue brick still intact? It completely overturns the rules and common sense. Are blue bricks special? With this in mind, Jiang Tong observed carefully. The blue bricks were indeed extraordinary. They were flat and smooth, with sharp edges and corners, without a trace of damage. There is also a hidden pattern on the surface, a flying dragon riding the clouds. This must be a treasure. I just don't know what it's for. Jiang Tong was overjoyed. This treasure cannot be auctioned, it probably won't fetch a high price. But you can keep it yourself. These are the blue bricks of Beoxing. Only you know how precious it is. Jiang Tong dug for a while longer. But no further discoveries were made. This made him even more puzzled. If there were ever houses here, there would be a pile of blue bricks. But how did this lone blue brick end up here? Could it be a magic weapon? Did someone throw a blue brick and create a lake? And the blue brick bounced back here? Jiang Tong's imagination ran wild, but even he himself didn't believe such a guess. So he chuckled to himself. Without further delay, let's head back immediately. We've had enough time to explore today. And there were 2 false alarms. Exhausted. It's no longer suitable for exploration. He continued his exploration over the next few days, but didn't find much. The flying pearl was never found. The lake was deathly still. It's possible that all the fish in the lake were eaten by the terrifying turtle. If you want to achieve something, you probably need to change your approach. He returned to Earth and emerged from the basement of Wuchen Villa. Then he heard a very strange sound. It sounded like human breathing, very heavy. It sounds a bit like a man's voice. Could it be that a man has entered my villa? Was it brought back by Lu Qing? Or did a thief break into the house? Jiang Tong's expression turned somewhat grim. Carrying 2 burlap sacks, he tiptoed downstairs. There was no one on the first floor, and the sound became clearer, so it must be coming from the second floor. So Jiang Tong silently went up to the second floor again. Then he burst out laughing. It turned out that Lu Qingxi was practicing yoga, which seemed to be a special breathing technique. She wore tight yoga pants that accentuated her long, shapely legs, and her strapless tank top seemed unable to contain her bust, showing signs of bursting. Her black hair was piled high on her head, revealing her long, white swan neck. Her collarbons were sexy and delicate, and her breasts were like lotus roots. Her slender waist was barely big enough to be grasped in one hand. The movements were also natural and very beautiful. Lu Qingxi is so good at yoga. Jiang Tong was slightly puzzled. I had seen Lu Qingxi practice yoga when I was at the Xiaonan Villa, but she wasn't as good as Chen Fang. There was a significant gap between her and Chen Fang, but now it has made rapid progress. It seems that he can be compared to Chen Fang. It seems she has a great talent for yoga. Kingxi, you've made rapid progress. Have you been practicing yoga a lot lately? Zhang Tong put down the sack and walked over. You're back. Lu Kingxi slowly turned around, her expression not one of surprise, but of curiosity, a great deal of curiosity. He looked Zhang Tong up and down. It felt like I was meeting him for the first time. What's with this reaction? Is it curious whether I've found the treasure? In a flash, Zhang Tong put aside his doubts. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms. After all, they had already been intimate last time, and the touching and wonderful feeling was unforgettable for him. I've been in Beioxing for over 10 days and haven't touched a woman. Now that I've seen such a beautiful and sexy Lu Kingxi, I'm a little out of control. I imagine she would be deeply moved and absolutely agree. No, I'm not Lu Kingxi. Lu Kingxi was both shy and a little flustered. Pfft, who else could you be but Lu Kingxi? Zhang Tong burst out laughing. Are you trying to be funny? To lie through one's teeth. But I'm afraid you're not telling the truth. Tell me, what is your relationship with Lu Kingxi? Lu Kingxi blushed and asked coquettishly. I'm her boss, and I'm also her father. Zhang Tong's face was full of mockery. That's really interesting. No wonder she's Lu Kingxi, she's the best at seducing men. Both the boss and the father? What does that mean? Lu Kingxi looked bewildered and somewhat confused. Still pretending? Zhang Tong hugged her even tighter. I breathed in the intoxicating fragrance with pleasure. Then he slowly kissed her luscious red lips. No, I'm really not Lu Kingxi. Lu Kingxi tilted her head back in panic and shyness, but this only made her lean more against him, and the contact became more intimate, perfectly displaying her coy refusal. Last time you threw yourself at me in a bikini, but this time you've changed your tactics? You really know how to seduce people. Zhang Tong sighed inwardly, feeling extremely excited. They were about to take action and punish the demon properly. They're even using tricks? But a tense voice came from downstairs. Oh, boss, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm Lu Kingxi. What? Zhang Tong's movement stiffened. He slowly turned his head and saw another woman with a lilac-like gait running up from downstairs with a strange expression on her face, seemingly unable to hold back her laughter. She was carrying a bag of groceries, clearly having gone grocery shopping. To Lu Kingxi? What's going on? Zhang Tong was completely dumbfounded, his mind a complete mess. Am I dreaming? Or perhaps the woman tree from Beioxing came to earth and transformed into Lu Kingxi's appearance? What bad things are you planning to do? He, you're so impatient. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Kingxi escaped from her arms, grinning mischievously. Sister, you're not being honest. You still say he's not your brother-in-law? I think he is. Boss, I'm sorry, it's my fault for bringing my sister Lu Qingqing back. That's why you misunderstood. Lu Kingxi explained awkwardly. Twin sisters? Zhang Tong finally came to his senses and asked in shock. Yes. The two sisters answered in a charmingly coquettish manner. My God, they are exactly the same, I can't tell the difference at all. Zhang Tong looked the two men up and down. They discovered that they were the same height, had the same appearance, and even had the same amount of thick and long hair. Even if they weren't wearing the same clothes, I wouldn't recognize them. This is simply a miracle. Twin sisters, and both are top-tier beauties? If the two sisters were to stand on stage for an auction, one holding the microphone and the other holding the treasure, will it cause a sensation? Will it boost the auction house's reputation? Wouldn't that make the auction house's business much better? They are such a wonderful pair of girls. Even my parents wouldn't recognize me, let alone you. When they were little, one would often be fed twice while the other would cry from hunger, or one would be bathed twice while the other wouldn't get a bath. The two sisters said with a mischievous grin at the same time. Qing, what do you do? Zhang Tong sat down on the sofa and asked curiously. I'm still a student, a junior at Wuchen Film Academy. Lu Qingqing said, my dream is to become a star. I have played 2 minor supporting roles, but unfortunately I did not become famous because the movies flopped. To become a star? Zhang Tong touched his forehead. This is completely different from the job I planned for her. The gap is too big. However, everyone has ideals. It's perfectly normal for such a stunning beauty to want to become a star. He was merely her brother-in-law, not her father, so it was none of his business. I heard you're an incredibly generous tycoon. How about you give me a boost? Make me a star? Lu Qingqing hugged Zhang Tong's arm and gently shook it, acting coquettishly. Qingqing, don't talk nonsense. The boss's business has nothing to do with movies. He doesn't care about the profits from movies either, Lu Kingxi said reproachfully. Who says movie profits are low? Haven't there been a lot of phenomenal movies these past few years? They've all grossed over 5 billion yuan, and the investors have made billions. Lu Qingqing retorted, unconvinced. Besides, if you, brother-in-law, invest in an entertainment company, you can make even more. Movies can make money, and your artists can get all sorts of advertising and commercial performances. It won't be any less than your treasure hunt. Treasure hunting ultimately depends on luck. If you're unlucky, all your efforts are useless. Zhang Tong smiled without saying a word, refusing to agree to the girl's request. He's small in stature but incredibly clever. They actually wanted to drag him into the cesspool of the entertainment industry. How much money can you make from that? Boss, did you find anything on your treasure hunt this time? Lu Qingxi quickly changed the subject. They were afraid that if Zhang Tong agreed, he would be entangled with countless celebrities and be constantly involved in scandals. The harvest is alright, it's all in the bags, take a look for yourself. Zhang Tong said. They really found a treasure in Sheningjia? It's not just some mushrooms and fungus, is it? That would be a laughing stock. Lu Qingxing refused to believe it and went over to look with Lu Qingxi. She's very familiar with Sheningjia, she's been there many times, but I've never heard of anyone finding any treasures in Sheningjia. The two sisters were very expectant, while the other had a mocking look on her face, wanting to embarrass Zhang Tong, so they couldn't wait to untie the ropes on their sacks. Lu Qingxi was the first to untie it, exclaiming in surprise, "My God, diamonds! What? Diamonds? There are diamonds in Sheningjia?" Lu Qingxing refused to believe it and immediately peeked out. Then she was dumbfounded and extremely shocked, because it's filled with diamonds of all sizes, some as big as a fist, others as small as 10 carats. Under the lights, it was dazzling and mesmerizing, extremely beautiful. My God, so many? Lu Qingxi had already grabbed a handful, looking at it with a dazed expression. My God, this one is huge. Lu Qingxing also pulled out a diamond the size of her fist, admiring it with rapt attention, unable to get enough of it. Boss, how much can I sell this bag of diamonds for? Lu Qingxi asked, her voice trembling. It's probably around 20 to 30 billion, but we'll have to wait for the auction to find out the exact amount. Zhang Tong dismissed it lightly, completely unconcerned. 2 or 300 billion? Boss, you're amazing, I love you. Lu Qingxi was so shocked she almost fainted. She couldn't help but throw herself into Zhang Tong's arms, cheering and jumping for joy, overjoyed and excited. His face was full of pride. She seemed like a wife who was happy for her husband's success. At that moment, Zhang Tong's heart was touched. Lu Qingxi was genuinely happy for him. There have been some changes since I slept with her. They cared more about Zhang Tong and were more concerned about him. He gently hugged her tighter. Breathing in the familiar fragrance, I experienced a unique kind of beauty. My God, 2 or 300 billion? Lu Qingxing was still in a state of extreme shock and embarrassment. I had previously told him that investing in movies was very profitable and more reliable than treasure hunting. They were immediately proven wrong. Compared to his treasure hunting, investing in movies is nothing. He went out for about 10 days and earned 2 or 300 billion. On average, you can earn 200 to 300 million yuan from investing in a movie. His profits are 100 times that of investing in movies. That's terrifying, that's amazing. Wait a minute, there's still one sack we haven't opened yet. Maybe there's treasure inside. Thinking of this, she immediately and hurriedly untied another burlap sack, but inside was a piece of jade the size of a bucket, so vibrant and beautiful that it made her heart skip a beat. My God, how can there be such beautiful jade in the world? Could this be the legendary imperial green jadeite? She went through a lot of trouble to get it out, and now she could see it much more clearly. Like a noble emperor, she was self-absorbed in her nobility and beauty. It's so huge, how much is it worth? She looked up at Zhang Tong, seeking an answer. Then I saw the two of them hugging and being all lovey-dovey. She blushed with embarrassment. How shameless. I'm still here. Can we go somewhere else? I'm still a student. But inside, he was overjoyed. Oh my God. This incredibly wealthy man is actually my brother-in-law? Now I've found someone to rely on. Who would dare to bully me now? Who would dare to try and take advantage of me? I'll have my brother-in-law beat you to death. Awesome, so awesome. I'm so happy, so incredibly happy. She happily fantasized and admired the treasure. I felt incredibly happy and fulfilled. What am I doing? My sister is still here. Lu Qingxi finally regained consciousness. She awkwardly escaped from Zhang Tong's embrace. Go on, what's there to be shy about? I wholeheartedly support your relationship, Lu Qingxing said with a mischievous smile. Wow, there's such a big piece of jade. Lu Qingxi blushed deeply, but she quickly recovered from her embarrassment when she saw the treasure again. He began to admire it with fascination, exclaiming, Boss, this jade is so beautiful. Could it really be the legendary imperial green of the glass type? Not bad, you've improved. You guessed right. Zhang Tong praised. My God, is it really a glassy imperial green jadeite? And it's so huge. Lu Qingxi was utterly shocked. Brother-in-law, how much can this piece of jade sell for? Qingqing, don't call me that, call me brother. Lu Qingxi scolded him coyly. Brother Tong, you still haven't answered my question? Lu Qingqing pouted coquettishly. I'm not entirely sure of its value, it depends on the auction results. However, a fist-sized piece of imperial jadeite is worth over $1 billion. That must be dozens of fists, right? Wouldn't that be worth tens of billions? Lu Qingqing exclaimed in shock. You made over 50 billion yuan on this trip to Sheningjia. There are other treasures in the bag. Zhang Tong laughed. Besides, the two sisters were both surprised and delighted, and extremely excited. They began searching through the bag of diamonds. They quickly found a small wooden box. Inside are 6 unremarkable beads. But Lu Qingxi kept trembling and asked excitedly, Boss, is this a flying pearl? Yes, I went to other places and went through many hardships to get 6 flying beads. Alas, treasure hunting is not easy, and making money is difficult. Zhang Tong sighed. You still think treasure hunting is difficult? You still think making money is hard? Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing rolled their eyes and started counting on their fingers to settle scores with him. The 6 flying pearls are worth 90 billion, and the jade and diamonds are worth 50 billion, which is 140 billion. It's not as much as you think. Half of the flying pearls will be sold to the state at a low price, so, this time the harvest will only be 100 billion, so. Zhang Tong said. 100 billion, and you still think it's not enough? The two sisters were speechless. For ordinary people, this is an astronomical figure, something they couldn't earn even after several lifetimes of hard work. Even for the most successful billionaires, 100 billion is a ceiling. A lifetime of hard work might only yield a few hundred billion, and billionaires with a net worth exceeding 100 billion are extremely rare. However, this was only what Zhang Tong had obtained in about 10 days of treasure hunting. The gap is too big. Treasure hunting is the most profitable industry. It's faster than robbing money. Brother Tong, we just met and you hugged and kissed me, but you haven't given me a gift yet. Lu Qingqing hugged Zhang Tong's arm, pleading for a treat. What gift would you like? Zhang Tong touched his forehead and said, I only hugged you, how did we kiss? You decide how much to give. Lu Qingqing beamed with joy, her face full of anticipation. How about I give you a set of jewelry? A jadeite bangle and a diamond necklace, how about that? Zhang Tong said jokingly. Okay, thanks, Brother Tong. Lu Qingqing was overjoyed, so happy she was practically beside herself. I never expected my sister to find such a wealthy boyfriend, and he's incredibly generous. Little girl, you really dare to take it? It's worth over 10 million. Lu Qingxi glared at Lu Qingqing. It's not just a gift, you know? Tong Ji gave it to me as compensation, because he hugged and kissed me. Lu Qingqing said. They clearly didn't kiss. Lu Qingxi said angrily. Then should we fix it? Lu Qingqing became anxious. They were worried that the jewelry worth over 10 million yuan that they were about to receive would be lost. She hugged Zhang Tong, stood on tiptoe, tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and pouted her red lips. They seemed genuinely determined to make up for it. Lu Qingxi was so angry she couldn't speak. Boss, the gift you promised is too expensive. Lu Qingxi pulled Lu Qingqing aside and said in a panic. It's nothing, just 2 small gifts. Zhang Tong waved his hand. I have a concern, what if her future husband misunderstands and it has a negative impact on her? When Lu Qingqing gets married in the future, her husband will naturally ask about the origin of the 2 gifts. How could one not have doubts? Yes, that's a problem. Qingqing, you can't have it. Lu Qingxi's expression changed slightly. What's there to worry about? Just say it was a gift from my brother-in-law and sister. Besides, I've never even thought about getting married, Lu Qingqing said. I'm going to be a big star, and I won't even consider marriage until I'm 40. You're really quick-wit. Lu Qingxi felt a little helpless. My sister is too greedy. She considered Zhang Tong to be her brother-in-law and accepted gifts with a clear conscience. But it's not that simple. She herself was not even as good as Zhao Qian. But you'll have to wait a while, until the jewelry is finished. Is there anything else you're craving? I'll buy it for you. Zhang Tong added. I want a Porsche. Lu Qingqing was completely unceremonious, her face flushed with excitement. Today is truly a prosperous day. My net worth is about to skyrocket. Having a great brother-in-law really makes a difference. Don't you know what politeness is? Lu Qingxi was so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. Do you really think he's your brother-in-law? He has sacrificed so much for our family. He spent 4.1 billion to buy a hotel to vent his anger on his mother. Why would I give you such a precious gift now? It was Tong Ji who said it. It wasn't what I wanted, so don't blame me. Lu Qingqing looked aggrieved. What's a Porsche? Stop arguing. I like this girl too. Let her be happy and beautiful, isn't that good? Zhang Tong winked at Lu Qingxi, signaling her to stop talking. It was a trivial matter. Besides, Lu Qingxi had indeed become his woman. He should treat his sister Lu Qingqing better, since he is her brother-in-law. That's normal. He is very generous even to ordinary female employees. Thank you, Brother Tong. You're so kind, Brother Tong. I will always love you. Lu Qingqing was so happy that she gave Zhang Tong a quick kiss on the cheek. Let's go buy a car and make jewelry, Zhang Tong said. Whoosh! Lu Qingqing drove her newly bought Porsche, while Zhang Tong sped along the road in his Ferrari Raffle. They soon arrived at a very large jewelry store. Two beautiful women and a handsome man stepped out of the car. Then the two beauties each took one of the handsome man's arms and walked towards the door. My God, what an amazing person! Taking such beautiful twin sisters shopping? These twin beauties are so gorgeous. They're definitely top-tier models. And who's that handsome guy? Is he some kind of super-rich second-generation heir? How did he manage to date such a stunning pair? While many were amazed, they were also filled with envy and jealousy. Zhang Tong? He Kaikshuan, who was browsing in the jewelry store, suddenly widened his eyes. His teeth were grinding together, making a loud crunching sound. Damn it! Why did this bastard come to Wuchen? Did they come here specifically to humiliate me? Damn it, Lu Qingxi actually has a twin sister? They've all been seduced by this bastard? Heavens and earth, how can you be so unjust? I am more outstanding than him, and I am richer than him, but he can't even get a pretty girl to date. I recently took a liking to someone, but he keeps asking for all sorts of gifts every day. Recently, they've become even more demanding of jewelry. I've run out of money, I can't afford it anymore. But Zhang Tong, that bastard, is obviously a freeloader. It's just that comparing yourself to others is infuriating. He Kaikshuan? That bastard is in Wuchen too. Zhang Tong was stunned. Why did I run into this idiot classmate again? I had no intention of slapping him in the face. That's so low class. Lu Qingxi, why are you still following him? Why are you pushing your sister into this fire pit? He Kaikshuan said with great distress. In fact, he couldn't tell who Lu Qingxi was either. A despicable person sees only despicable things. Lu Qingxi's face was full of disdain. Do your parents know how filthy you are? Who are you? How can you be so ugly? How dare you go out shopping? Lu Qingqing also said in surprise, can't you have a little bit of public morality? He Kaikshuan was so angry that he trembled and his face turned ashen. He didn't say a word. He turned around and left immediately. He didn't even look back. His heart was broken. I'm concerned about you all. For your own good. But you didn't appreciate it at all, and even mocked me. Oh, goddesses, you are so heartless and foolish. It took him a long time to get out of his autism. Now I'm going to become withdrawn again. Mr. Zhang, you're even more radiant than before, and those two beauties are absolutely stunning, it's truly enviable. Zhao Yui, the owner of Zhaoguo Jewelry Company, greeted them with a radiant smile and invited Zhang Tong and his two companions into the VIP room. Of course, it was Zhang Tong who contacted her, asking her to help make some jewelry. The headquarters of the Zhao State Jewelry Company is located in Wuchen. Zhang Tong took out a piece of jadeite the size of several fists, along with some diamonds weighing over 10 carats. Let's make it into bracelets, pendants, necklaces. My God, is this imperial green jadeite of the glassy variety? It's so beautiful, so gorgeous. Mr. Zhao's face was filled with surprise and delight. I haven't seen such a super treasure in many years. I'm so lucky to see it today. Mr. Zhang, could you sell me one? I recently acquired a very large piece of imperial green jadeite. Zhang Tong showed her the photos. We'll put them up for auction as soon as possible. You're incredibly lucky. Such a huge imperial jadeite of the glassy variety must be worth tens of billions. You're practically a reincarnation of the god of wealth. It's amazing, unbelievable. Zhao Yui looked at Zhang Tong as if he were a god. I've been having really good luck lately, probably because beautiful women bring wealth. Zhang Tong also joked. Then I'll hire more campus beauties to work here and see if my luck improves? Zhao Yui also made a joke. She immediately invited the top jewelry craftsman. Negotiate with Zhang Tong. Lu Qingqing also emphasized, among them are one of my bracelets and a necklace. Master, what do you think of the design? A beautiful woman like you deserves a unique design. The master craftsman was an old man. He carefully examined Lu Qingqing, and his inspiration struck. He immediately drew a design sketch. So beautiful, I love it. Lu Qingqing was overjoyed and extremely excited. She hugged Zhang Tong's arm even tighter. How shameless. Lu Qingxi rolled her eyes at Lu Qingqing, but there was nothing we could do. I give you a gift, so you have to reciprocate. Zhang Tong smiled and said, can you grant me a request? What's up? You don't want me to be your girlfriend, do you? I don't want to compete with my sister. Lu Qingqing's pretty face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were watery. Could it be that my brother-in-law is a big bad guy? Want to win over both sisters? Then you're going to be disappointed. I, Lu Qingqing, am not that kind of person. Humph. I'd like you and your sister to host the next auction together. You won't even need to say a word, just hold the treasures up in your hands, Zhang Tong said with a smile. Why not just find any pretty girl? Doesn't your company have plenty of beautiful women? Lu Qingqing was a little confused. This was too easy and too simple, wasn't it? I thought he wanted her to be his girlfriend. It's not? There are plenty of beautiful women, but none of them are your sister's twins. Zhang Tong laughed. As expected, no merchant is without guile, they actually saw this in me. Well, that will create a sensation and add another highlight to your auction house. It will make you more famous and earn you more money. Lu Qingqing finally realized what was happening, and said coquettishly, her eyes darting around, then I must join the company too, and I must have the same treatment as my sister. You've gone too far. Lu Qingxi's face darkened. My feelings are a bit complicated. I didn't want to introduce my sister to the company because I was afraid of rumors spreading, but now Zhang Tong has actually done it on his own initiative. Doesn't he have any concerns about this? However, if twin stunning beauties were to host the auction, the level of sophistication would definitely rise. It will greatly benefit the company. The auction house can't rely on Zhang Tong's treasures forever, it also needs to attract countless people to bid on their own treasures. Only then can it operate smoothly in the future. Okay, I won't get the same treatment as you, but I'll get the same treatment as the other pretty female employees, alright? Lu Qingqing also felt that she had gone a bit too far. Even if her sister wasn't Zhang Tong's girlfriend, she was definitely his lover, so of course the treatment would be different. If I demand the same treatment, bad rumors might spread. So she changed her mind. That's an annual salary of 1 million, plus bonuses, an apartment, and a beautiful woman allowance. Zhang Tong was secretly delighted. In this way, Lu Qingqing will participate in all future auctions. That's how this highlight came about. However, if Lu Qingqing demands the same treatment as Lu Qingxi, he won't agree. It's not that I can't bear to part with it. Instead, they worry about being slandered and defamed. It has caused a devastating blow to his reputation. Now everyone is happy. This is awesome. This is so great. I haven't even graduated yet, and I'm already earning 1 million a year. Who can compare? Lu Qingqing laughed and jumped around, extremely excited. Absolutely stunning. Because of your special circumstances and the special nature of your work, I allow you to not go to work on weekdays, only on the day of the auction. You will probably only work for about 10 days a year. Zhang Tong then said magnanimously. In this way, Lu Qingqing can continue her university studies and continue pursuing her dream of becoming a star, and she won't have any scandals with him. After all, she only spent a few days in Xiangcheng. As for the rumors with Lu Qingxi, I'm not worried at all. I am not married, I don't have a girlfriend, and I don't violate social norms or morality by being ambiguous with anyone. Nobody can control that. Too clever, they anticipated everything. Lu Qingxi was filled with admiration. With such terrifying intelligence, even if he didn't go treasure hunting but did something else, he would become a tycoon sooner or later. Brother, I love you so much, you are the best and most handsome boss in the world. Lu Qingqing was overjoyed. This is absolutely awesome. If you work for more than 10 days and include the beauty bonus, that's an annual salary of 2.2 million. Going to work like this is like being in paradise. Originally, all the staff were provided with Ferraris worth more than 5 million, but since you are alone in Wuchen, you can't be too high profile. Driving a Porsche is just right. Zhang Tong then explained. Did you plan all this out in advance? You're so cunning, no wonder you became a billionaire. Lu Qingqing's face was full of admiration and worship. You don't live in Xiangcheng, but we can buy you a house in Wuchen. Zhang Tong added. I don't want a house, can you just give me the money for one? Zhao Qingqing's face was full of cunning. Holy crap, is he a money grubber? Zhang Tong touched his forehead. Then where will you live? You'll graduate sooner or later, and you can't live with your parents forever, after all, they're your stepmother. I live in your 88 million villa, don't get me wrong, I mainly help you look after it. Such a luxurious villa, if no one takes care of it, it will quickly fall into disrepair. Lu Qingqing said confidently. You're dreaming. Zhang Tong was both amused and exasperated. He said calmly, living in a villa is fine, but if you want to receive a subsidy for a house, you'll have to wait 10 years. Of course, it's impossible to do exactly what she wants, lest she thinks she can really do whatever she wants. Mean. Lu Qingqing pouted coquettishly. But deep down, I was secretly delighted. Awesome. I can live in an 88 million villa. Who can be as rich as me? Which blind fool would dare to sexually harass me? I'll scare you to death. Get your jewelry sorted. After that incident, the two sisters then took Zhang Tong shopping. One of them grabbed one of his arms, walking and talking with a bright smile. They were very familiar with Wuchen. He is an excellent guide. However, it was far too high profile. Because the two sisters are so beautiful and have such great figures, they are comparable to the top car models in South Korea, even though everyone was wearing masks. But that can't hide their stunning beauty. Therefore, Jang Tong was envied, resented, and hated by countless people. But Jang Tong also put on a mask, ignoring everything and showing no fear whatsoever. What's wrong with strolling hand in hand? However, there are always exceptions in the world. Suddenly, a middle-aged couple walked towards us. The man was handsome and dashing, and the woman was stunningly beautiful. The man's eyes widened as soon as he saw Jang Tong and the Lu sisters. His face turned ashen, and he charged over menacingly, looking like he was about to hit them. "Ha, I could slap you and send you flying dozens of meters away." Jang Tong noticed this, of course, and sneered inwardly. But Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly let go of Jang Tong's arm and lowered their heads in apologetic manner. "Dad, why are you shopping too? Holy crap, it's Liu's father." Jang Tong was completely bewildered. This was awkward. Taking someone else's two daughters shopping, and in such an intimate manner, could easily lead to misunderstandings. Mr. Lu must be furious. This is getting a bit troublesome. Ugh, I'm so angry. Liu's father was so angry that he roared and his eyes turned red. The beautiful woman then sneered at Liu's father, saying, "Your daughter has finally grown up and understands love. But the two of them have fallen for the same man and can get along peacefully. That's quite a character." "Shut up." Liu's father roared angrily. "This is on the street, you can't say things like that, otherwise it will be embarrassing if word gets out." "Dad, Auntie, you've misunderstood, we're not." Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing explained at the same time. Perhaps they are twins, sharing a telepathic connection, speaking exactly alike. "Uncle and aunt, it's not what you think. I'm actually their father too," Jang Tong said. "You're asking for it." Before Jang Tong could finish speaking, Liu's father flew into a rage, so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. How dare this bastard provoke him? Is he their father? Does this mean he has completely won over his two daughters? Today, one of us must come in upright and leave horizontally. Shall we find somewhere to talk? Jang Tong shrugged. Of course, Liu's father wouldn't object. Even if you're going to risk your life, you shouldn't do it on the street. We need to find a quiet place. So they went into a restaurant and asked for a private room. As soon as he entered the door, Liu's father glared angrily at Jang Tong. "What did you just say? Dare to say another word? Then listen carefully, I'm not only the father of your two daughters, but also the father of your ex-wife." Jang Tong said. "Ugh, I'm so angry. When had Liu's father ever been provoked like this?" Unable to bear it any longer, he threw a hard punch at Jang Tong. But Jang Tong gently grabbed him, rendering him completely immobile, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Jang Tong then laughed and said, "Uncle, don't be angry, anger will hurt your health. I haven't finished speaking yet. The father I'm talking about is actually the boss who pays the wages. Now, I am the boss of these three women." "Impossible." Mr. Lu looked utterly incredulous. "My ex-wife works at the Xiangjiang Hotel. How could she possibly be your employee?" "Dad, it's true." Lu Qingxi recounted the whole story. "What? You spent 4.1 billion to buy the Xiangjiang Hotel to avenge my ex-wife? And you even made her the general manager?" Mr. Lu trembled, his face filled with fear. Just how much wealth does this young man have? So extravagant? No wonder his two daughters are so close to him, accompanying him shopping together. He knew that his ex-wife had been bullied, but he was powerless to do anything about it. After all, he is not as good as before and has fallen on hard times. Life was miserable. It no longer has the influence it once had. Then how did those two become your employees? The beautiful woman's voice also became gentle and charming, very pleasant to hear. He was completely different from before. Her name is Chen Nan, and she was once a beauty who could rival Liu's mother. Moreover, they are very resourceful. Lu Qingxi recounted the story in detail. They also revealed Jang Tong's impressive qualities. "So you're Jang Tong, the owner of Tianbao Auction House? You're the flying man?" Both Liu's father and Chen Nan looked at Jang Tong as if he were a monster. "The young man in front of me made his fortune by treasure hunting. Gold nugget, 1,000-year-old ginseng, jade, ruby, flying pearl. In just 1 or 2 months, he became one of the richest people in the country. Compared to him, they've wasted their lives. You guys go out for a bit, Jang Tong, and I have something to discuss." Mr. Lu chased the three of them out, then said in a flustered voice, "Mr. Jang, you are my great benefactor. My ex-wife's two daughters are living a good life because of you, but I misunderstood you. I'm so sorry, I apologize to you here. Since it's a misunderstanding, we can just talk it out. We're all men, and we all know what's going on. You give Lu Qingxi a 3 million annual salary, a luxury car, and then you come up with all sorts of excuses to give Qingqing so many benefits, even letting her live in an 88 million villa. I know what you mean. Uncle, you've misunderstood me. You know, I'm an orphan, and I only have 2 families, which are very far away. I have so much money, I can't possibly spend it all. I can only choose to be nicer to my employees. Don't argue. You can get married, have 10 or 8 children, create a wealthy family, and write a legend. There's no need to squander money. So, I understand. My 2 daughters are so beautiful and smart, and you want them to be your women and have your children. I really understand. Mr. Liu was over 40 years old and had long since developed his own worldview. Therefore, he spoke with great certainty. Why is that old bastard so stubborn? Jiang Tong was both amused and exasperated. He had actually thought about it. I don't have to get married, but I can have children. A large group was born. Anyway, it's not like we don't have the money to raise them. That would make them a powerful and influential family for generations to come. If one can live a long life, then one can continue to be the pillar of stability for a wealthy family. It can even open mysterious passages, which is equivalent to clearing the earth's spiritual veins. Then the earth would have a spiritual energy. Family members can also practice. They can also live long lives. Even without clearing the blockage, a closed underground base can be built to draw spiritual energy from the precious star. Family members can then cultivate there, and they will surely achieve success. Creating an everlasting dynasty sounds wonderful, but what if Earth were to enter an era of cultivation, or simply have one's descendants become superhumans? Is it really okay? This could lead to a series of unpleasant events. Never forget, all the aliens on Baoxing are dead, not a single one left. Therefore, it's best to maintain the status quo, quietly make a fortune, and quietly hone your skills to become stronger. We should consider the matter of my wife and children sometime in a few decades or even centuries. As a friend, I can understand you, but as their father, it's hard for me to understand. However, you've arranged things for Qingqing very well, so no one will suspect anything. I can pretend I don't know. After all, they must have fallen for you. You're so generous, so rich, and so handsome. Mr. Liu's face was full of complicated emotions. But I need your help. I'm in a very bad situation right now. Liu's father was undoubtedly a successful man in the past. They started their business by selling fruit. At its peak, it had more than 100 chain stores. Unfortunately, the competition became increasingly fierce later on. Now only one fruit shop remains. The rest have been sold. The glory days are gone. I can't hold my head up in front of my former brothers. It made him very upset. But there's no way to change it. Now that he's encountered a top-tier tycoon like Jiang Tong, how could he possibly not seize the opportunity? Let me make one thing clear first. I may have a flirtatious relationship with Lu Qingxi, but I have no feelings for Lu Qingqing. I'm not as promiscuous or bad as you think. If you trust me, I can help you. Otherwise, I absolutely won't help you, and I'll cancel my help for Qingqing, putting her back on her original path. I believe you, of course I believe you. So you were only helping your younger sister because of your older sister. Mr. Liu was overjoyed. It wasn't just because Jiang Tong was willing to help him, but also because Jiang Tong had no feelings for Lu Qingqing. One daughter is enough for Jiang Tong, why need 2? So this is a great thing. How do you want me to help you? Jiang Tong breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally convinced this old fox. It hadn't been easy. However, Mr. Liu was a decent person. After the divorce, he gave his ex-wife shares in the Xiangjiang Hotel. It was worth 25 million at the time. I estimate he doesn't have 25 million in assets anymore. I heard you have 2 kinds of exclusive fruits. They're very delicious. Could I join your sales channels? That would make my fruit shop thrive. That's what Mr. Liu said expectantly. It's hard for me to agree to that. It's not that there's no fruit, but I don't have that much time to pick it. I couldn't do it even if I worked myself to death, Jiang Tong said, shaking his head. After all, it's deep in the mountains and forests, in a remote and harsh environment. Only I can pick it. With that time, I could easily find treasures, and billions or even hundreds of billions would come to me. I recently went treasure hunting in Sheningjia, and in about 10 days, I found treasures worth hundreds of billions. Holy crap! Mr. Liu was dumbfounded. Who is this amazing person? How is he so good at treasure hunting? How can I ask him to help me? I can't very well ask him for money, can I? This is so shameful. Don't be disappointed. I'll think about it and have you do something else. The profit margin in the fruit business is ultimately too thin, Jiang Tong said. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Liu nodded and bowed, his face beaming with joy. Such a generous person will surely keep his promise. Because he has tons of money, and he wields immense power. There's no need to ruin your reputation. Liu's father happily ordered wine and dishes, and the 5 of them began to drink and eat. To be honest, the food at this restaurant was incredibly delicious, which surprised Jiang Tong. I even remembered the name of the restaurant, Tianxiang Restaurant. During the meal, Liu's father and Chen Nan acted very obsequiously, trying extremely hard to please Jiang Tong. That's actually quite normal. Although they were once very successful, even at their peak, their net worth did not exceed 100 million. Now I dine with billionaires whose net worth exceeds 100 billion. Where can you find a place without pressure? If it weren't for their two daughters being so beautiful that they caught Jiang Tong's eye and became employees of Tianbao auction house, and then they happened to bump into each other while shopping, they might never have had such an opportunity in their entire lives. Liu's father was quite capable, especially in his eloquence, which was outstanding. They probably earned their reputation through hard work and experience in society. He was telling some interesting stories. Chen Nan is also a shrewd person, and the teamwork was excellent. In short, they tried their best to get closer to Jiang Tong and make him feel good about them. Brother Tong, can I join your Heavenly Treasures group? Father Lu asked expectantly. You called me Brother Tong? Both Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing wanted to cover their faces. That's too obsequious and fawning. It's not appropriate to do this in front of them. But how could Liu's father possibly care about their feelings? This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so of course we have to seize it. This title. Jiang Tong was a little speechless and surprised. Why do you want to join this group? Because the group consists of world-renowned billionaires, you can learn a lot just by listening to them quietly. It may not be an instant success, but it can certainly be a multi-step path to success. Mr. Lu said, having a meal with Buffett costs millions. Brother Tong, just let me join. I promise I won't say anything out of line, or you can kick me out. That won't do. Only the truly wealthy can join. Wait until your net worth exceeds 10 billion before you join. Jiang Tong refused without hesitation, saying, if you encounter any difficulties, just come to me. Will I ever have a net worth of over 10 billion? Mr. Lu was surprised, delighted, and apprehensive, but also filled with anticipation. After the meal, the 5 people came out of the restaurant. I encountered a group of distinguished-looking middle-aged men who seemed to be heading to a restaurant for a meal. One of them, who recognized Liu's father, said loudly, Old Lu, what day is it today that you bring your family to Tianxiang restaurant for a meal? Didn't you say a few days ago that you didn't have the money to pay me back? Although it's only a mere 100,000 yuan, I don't care. But you can't borrow money and not pay it back, and keep putting it off, can you? Holy crap, is Liu's father really in such a bad situation now? He's even in debt? Wasn't he just paying the bill so generously? This meal cost 3,000 yuan. Jiang Tong had a strange expression on his face. It turns out that Liu's father was putting on a brave face. But isn't it too embarrassing to be cornered on the street demanding payment? Old Lu, you've misunderstood. My daughter is treating us to dinner today. I'm a little short on cash lately, I'll pay you back in a few days. Don't worry, when have you ever seen me not pay back a debt? Mr. Lu was so angry that his hands and feet were trembling. Make a vow in your heart. In the future, I will make sure that guy surnamed Lu kneels down and calls me Big Brother. They actually dared to embarrass him in front of a billionaire. Just wait and see. You used to have good credit when you were rich, but now you're destitute and even have to buy fruit on credit. How are you going to pay it back? How about this, you give me that fruit shop as collateral. Anyway, your fruit shop isn't making any money. Old Lu's true colors were revealed at the last minute. Old Lu, don't be like that, Old Lu is a very good person. Old Lu, you've gone a bit too far. Let's leave it at that. I'll vouch for you and you'll pay me back in 3 months. Surprisingly, several people in this group knew Liu's father. 2 of them spoke up for Liu's father. It seems that Mr. Lu is a decent person. Last month you encouraged me to buy more stock and even lent me money. So you wanted to take away my fruit shop? Let me tell you, you're dreaming. Mr. Lu was furious. No matter what, you owe me money. And it's only right to pay back debts. If you don't pay me back today, you only have 2 options. One is to mortgage your shop to me, the other is to marry your daughter to me, and I'll call you father-in-law from now on. Consider the 100,000 yuan as a bride price. I can also help you rise again, so that your fruit shops can be found in every corner of Wuchen and make you a billionaire. Old Lu had known for a long time that Liu's father had 2 beautiful daughters. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. He deliberately divorced not long ago. He was planning to marry Liu's father's daughter. A series of methods were used until Liu's father's fruit shop was forced to close down until only one remained. It's almost done cooking today. It's time to be frank. Liu's father was completely unaware of the situation. There was no animosity between them, and Lu Guo was the general distributor for fruit wholesale. There was absolutely no reason to deal with Liu's father, who sold fruit to Lu Guo. You're dreaming. Liu's father was so angry that he trembled. That bastard is actually eyeing his daughter? You ugly toad and scum, like you dare to lay a finger on my sister? Dream on. It's just 100,000, right? I'll return it to you now. Lu Qingxi was also furious. It's because my father cares about his reputation that he never talks to me about our difficulties. Do you really think our Lu family is so poor that we'd be schemed against by a despicable person like you? He immediately transferred 100,100 to Lao Lu, saying, 1,000 will be interest. They actually have to pay it back? Old Lu was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood, but he remained calm and sneered, Old Lu, your daughter saved you this time, but your fruit shop will go bankrupt sooner or later. If you don't transfer it now, it will be a burden in the future. At that time, even a god can't save you. Liu's father remained silent, not daring to utter a sound. Who do you think you are, talking so arrogantly? Zhang Tong asked with a cold smile. I, Lu Guo, am the fruit king of Wuchen. If I don't give old Lu fruit, he won't have any fruit to sell. If he doesn't go bankrupt, what other way will he survive? At that time, he'll obediently marry his daughter to me, Lu Guo said proudly. He. Zhang Tong chuckled coldly a few times and left with Liu's father and the others. First, I went to visit Liu's father's fruit shop. The location is excellent, surrounded by densely populated residential areas, and there is a hospital across the street. The hospital is about 100 square meters in size and quite large. This shop used to earn 200,000 yuan a month. Mr. Lu reminisced about the past glory. Since the rise of e-commerce, business has been declining. Now we can barely break even. Business is bad, the fruit can't be sold and it rots. We're stingy with the next order, and we don't even dare to order many kinds of fruit anymore. Business is getting worse and worse. It's tough. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Tong went to see Liu's father's fruit warehouse. It's just a deep basement. The light was very dim. Don't come in. Zhang Tong went inside and closed the door behind him. What is he doing? Chen Nan was completely dumbfounded. You spendthrift woman, do you think you can fathom the mindset of a super rich person? Liu's father glared at Chen Nan. I'm not going to be a spendthrift. Chen Nan retorted in a low voice. She knew she could no longer underestimate Liu's father. This cheap husband has two beautiful daughters who have caught the eye of a super rich man. Why didn't you tell me that dad was doing so badly? Lu Qingxi asked Lu Qingqing. He didn't tell me, how would I know? Lu Qingqing was also very upset. I lost a huge amount of face today. I felt ashamed in front of Zhang Tong. A few minutes later, Zhang Tong came out. He said calmly, Uncle, I've changed my mind. You don't have to change careers. You can achieve great success in the fruit industry. Register a company called Tianbao Fruit Company. I'll own 51% of the shares, and you'll own 49%. I'll be responsible for supplying fruits from deep within Sheningjia, which will be stored in fruit cellars late at night. I only have one request, defeat that guy surnamed Lu and make him pay a heavy price for what he did today. From today onwards, I will cancel all business with Liu Chen Fruit Shop. I will not wholesale fruit peels to him. I want his fruit shop to close down immediately. If you dare to offend me and refuse to marry your daughter to me, your whole family will starve. The next day at work, Lu Guo gave an order in an icy tone. Yes, boss. Several managers agreed cautiously, fearing they might anger the ruthless and unpredictable Lu Guo. I've always disliked that bastard. His name is Lu Zhenquo? My name is Lu Guo, so wouldn't that make me look bad? That's why I've been secretly working against you, making your fruit business decline and causing one store after another to go bankrupt. You dare to look bad at me? I'll look bad at you first. And I'll force you to marry your daughter to me. Matey, those two idiot daughters are really beautiful. Lu Guo grinned maliciously again. He was a fruit wholesaler, so dealing with Liu's father was naturally very easy for him. As long as Liu's father cultivates a rival to open a fruit shop in the same area and wholesales fruit to the rival at a lower price, and as long as both sides keep it a secret, it will be difficult for Liu's father to find out. If Liu's father heard this, he would be furious. It turned out that his name clashed with Lu Guo's, which led to his gradual decline and even his two daughters being seen as his prey. I originally intended to give you a way out by marrying your daughter to me, thus becoming family, and I would have let you go and allowed you to rise again. But since you've chosen the path of death, then I'll grant your wish. Lu Guo gritted his teeth, his murderous intent palpable. He has absolute self-confidence. Because all the fruit in Wuchen came from his hands. He didn't give Liu's father any fruit, so Liu's father could only sell it in vain. How could Liu's father's fruit shop possibly survive? However, he was always cautious and extremely cunning. After thinking for a moment, he discovered a loophole and called each store to warn them, anyone who helps Lu Zhenquo bring fruit from my store will be blacklisted. The group of fruit shop owners were so frightened they trembled. Good heavens, Mr. Lu is in a terrible predicament now. The last store is also going out of business. He was subsequently expelled from the industry. That's so sad. We absolutely must not offend Lu Guo. The business world is indeed a cutthroat arena, one wrong move and you could be utterly destroyed. They might not even know the reason. And Liu's father is a typical example. Ha ha ha, now there are no loopholes left. Lu Guo burst into wild laughter. They were overjoyed, feeling certain of victory. The feeling of deciding someone's life or death with a single word is just so exhilarating. I am the king of fruits in Wuchen. Who dares to provoke me? Lu Zhenqiuo, I will make you kneel before me and respectfully marry your daughter to me. It is your honor that I, Lu Guo, have taken a liking to your daughter. If you refuse a toast, you'll have to drink a penalty shot. That's just plain stupid. Early in the morning, Liu's father and Chen Nan arrived at the fruit cellar, naturally quite nervous. Did Zhang Tong put the fruit in? Could he possibly get enough fruit in just one night? After all, picking fruit from deep within Sheningjia is not an easy task. Even if there are flying beads that can fly back, you can't bring back too many at once. With a fortune as big as Zhang Tong's, how could he possibly have that much time? Of course, Liu's father had already registered the company yesterday as Zhang Tong had requested. Now we're just waiting for the fruit. How about we come back to check again tomorrow? Chen Nan was equally worried, fearing that opening the package would only bring disappointment. Tomorrow might be more reliable. Since we're already here, we have to open it and take a look. Liu's father gritted his teeth and opened the door. The two went inside and turned on the lights. There was fruit, piled high with fruit. There are 7 or 8 types. It has fruit that looks like a loquat, and is as big as a billiard ball. There is a fruit that looks like a pomelo, but it is as big as a bucket. There are also fruits that look like apples, but some are as big as basketballs. It has fruits that look like oranges, but are as big as pomelos. There are grape-like fruits, but each one is as big as a fist. Anyway, none of them were people the two of them knew. These were picked by Zhang Tong last night when he went to Baoxing. Some time ago, he explored Baoxing and discovered many kinds of fruit, all of which were incredibly delicious, no less than goose egg grapes and duck egg fruit. However, the fruit trees were all very tall, most of them towering into the sky. Now there are flying beads that can pick fruit while flying, allowing you to choose the heavier ones, making it quite easy to pick. So, in just a few hours, they brought back 100,000 jin, 50,000 kilograms. Moreover, he made an amazing discovery. Carrying thousands of kilograms of weight actually had a body refining effect, allowing the body to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon more quickly, thus becoming stronger faster. Especially after a long day of exertion, practicing boxing is 3 times more effective than before. If this continues, he will soon be able to cultivate to the second level of the heavenly strength. Perhaps this is the reward for doing good deeds? Not only can it help Liu's father, but it can also allow countless people to enjoy fruits from Baoxing, and it can crush scum like Lu Guo. Of course, he deliberately didn't pick the goose egg grapes and duck egg grapes, because he once said that it was fruit from Dakingshan. These are fruits from Sheningjia now, so it's normal for them to be different. This can help avoid arousing suspicion. My God, so many? How is that even possible? Is he a god? Chen Nan and Liu's father knelt down in utter shock. Overnight, 100,000 jin of fruit were brought from deep within Sheningjia. What an amazing ability. No wonder he became a super rich man with a net worth of over 100 billion. It took them a while to come to their senses. We started tasting it immediately. If it doesn't taste good, of course it won't sell well and won't fetch a good price. But all of them were so delicious that they almost swallowed their tongues. It tastes much better than the best fruits on the market. My God, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be incredibly rich. Mr. Lu was so excited that he danced with joy. In his experience, such high-quality fruit sells for 200 yuan per jin, 500 G, retail and 150 yuan per jin wholesale. It will be sold out in at most half a month. That would get you nearly 20 million in payments. If I can get half, that's nearly 10 million. You can become a millionaire in one go. Honey, I want to live in a villa, I want to drive a luxury car. Chen Nan smiled broadly and hugged Liu's father's neck, acting coquettishly. Buy. I'll buy you whatever you want. That's what Mr. Lu said with great pride. Then he burst into laughter. Lu Guo, you idiot, you actually dared to covet my fruit shop and even my daughter? You dare to be so arrogant in front of this tycoon, saying you're the king of fruits and that I have no way to survive if I don't give you fruit? You'll soon see the consequences of angering this tycoon. Just wait to die. I'll make you lose everything. I, Lu Zhenqiuo, am really going to teach you a lesson, Lu Guo. He immediately transported the fruit back to the shop and began selling it in a big way. Business is booming. Soon, one of Lu Guo's subordinates received the news and stumbled to report it, his face filled with terror and shock. Boss, something terrible has happened, something terrible has happened. What kind of behavior is this, panicking like this? Lu Guo slammed his hand on the table. I've told you before, you must remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses before you, and not even blink if a deer runs past you. Only then can you achieve great things. Why can't you learn that? All my teachings have been for nothing. "Boss, this is truly astonishing, unbelievable." The subordinate tried his best to calm down, but he was still breathing rapidly and could not hide his fear. "Is the sky falling down? Even if it does, there are still tall people to hold it up," Lu Guo shouted. "The sky hasn't fallen, but Liuchen has fruit, a large quantity of fruit, of very high quality, incredibly delicious, hundreds of times better than our fruit. I'm worried that our fruit won't sell, that nobody will eat it." "Where did he get the fruit?" "I didn't give him any fruit, he didn't even get the peel." "I think you're having a fit, aren't you?" Lu Guo remained calm and composed, because he didn't believe it at all. "His fruit isn't cultivated, it's wild fruit, from deep within Sheningjia. I saw it with my own eyes, you can see for yourself if you don't believe me." "What? Wild fruit from deep within Sheningjia?" Lu Guo was completely dumbfounded. "Wild berries are delicious? How is that possible? Who provided him with the wild fruit?" "Yes, there are many kinds. Countless people have tried them, and they all say they're good. Then they go on a buying frenzy, and the price is very high, 200 yuan a pound. Now other fruit shops have no business. Everyone says that's the real fruit. Since you can buy it in large quantities, there's no need to eat other fruits. Boss, you have so much fruit in your warehouse. If you don't do something about it, it might just become a burden. Let's go take a look." Lu Guo finally panicked. He had hundreds of thousands of kilograms of fruit on hand, and had also ordered millions more, all of which were being shipped out. If he couldn't sell them, he would soon be penniless. 10 minutes later, Lu Guo arrived at Liu's father's fruit shop. A banner hangs prominently in the store. "Our store sells large quantities of wild fruits from the depths of Sheningjia. You've never seen or eaten them before. If you don't like them, you don't have to pay." Several kinds of fruit were hanging under the banner. Loquats the size of billiard balls, pomelos the size of buckets, apples the size of basketballs, tangerines the size of pomelos, and grapes the size of fists. It allows people to see everything clearly. The store was packed with people, and there was a queue outside, all excitedly discussing what was going on. "Oh my god, it's so delicious, an absolutely unparalleled delicacy. The fruits I used to eat were all junk, this is real fruit. Natural, unpolluted wild fruits are so delicious, they're incredibly refreshing. One bite in your mouth is filled with fragrance and sweetness. I want 10 pounds. I'll buy 10 giant pomelos. Business is booming. How is this possible?" Lu Guo looked utterly bewildered, and several times he wondered if he was dreaming, having a nightmare. There are certainly wild fruits deep in Sheningjia, but none could be this big and of such high quality. "Boss, what should we do? There are more and more people. Everyone says the fruit we used to sell was garbage. Look at that fruit shop across the street, there's not a single customer." "The boss's face is green with envy," the subordinate said. "The owner of the fruit shop across the street is surnamed Cao, and he can be considered Lu Guo's confidant. Previously, the fruit prices they obtained were lower than those of Liu's father, so they easily stole business from Liu's father's fruit shop. With Lu Guo's help, they gradually suppressed Liu's father until he went bankrupt. They pressured Liu's father to either transfer ownership of the store or marry his daughter to Lu Guo. The plan has been in place for several years, but now something went wrong. Old Cao, have you found out where Liu's father gets his fruit from?" Lu Guo called Lao Cao. "He's not stupid, how could he possibly say that?" Boss Cao said with a dark face. "He's in an extremely bad mood right now. He didn't even have the strength to speak. What are you worried about? So what if it's wild fruit? Can it be supplied indefinitely? It'll only be available for a few days at most, then it'll be gone. It won't have much of an impact on us." Lu Guo didn't panic, instead, she sneered. "The banner clearly states that we have a long-term, large-scale supply of fruit from Sheningjia." Mr. Cao said, "They must have found a large area of wild fruit and have a way to store them. There are ways to deal with that. As long as we track him, we can find out who he gets his goods from." Lu Guo said, "We can offer a higher price. Now his fruit cellar contains hundreds of thousands of kilograms of wild fruit." Mr. Cao exaggeratedly said, "He just drove off to reload after the fruit was sold out. I had someone follow him to find out. If it doesn't sell out in 10 days or half a month, will we still be able to eat the fruit we have?" However, Mr. Cao wasn't too worried. Because he sells in retail, he doesn't have much stock. If the stock in the store doesn't sell, we just won't order any more tomorrow. The loss was not significant. But Lu Guo is different. And he wouldn't let Lu Guo worry about him. Therefore, he didn't intend to report it to Lu Guo, waiting for Lu Guo to discover it herself. Depend on. Lu Guo was so angry that he started cursing. How did things turn out this way? Just yesterday, Liu's father looked dejected. They can't even pay back a debt of 100,000. How did you manage to get so many wild fruits today? Who exactly is helping him? Could it be that boy from yesterday? At the time, he even asked himself who he was and why he was so arrogant. He even let out 2 cold laughs at the end. Who is that person? We must find out. However, for the time being, he was at a loss. Even having connections won't help if you want to find out about a complete stranger whose name you don't even know. What to do? Lu Guo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After thinking for a long time, he came up with a solution. He walked into Liu's father's fruit shop with a sinister grin. Lu Guo, what are you doing here? Liu's father saw it immediately and said with a sneer, "You're not trying to cause trouble, are you? Let me tell you, it's no use. Your fate is already sealed." Behind him was the super-rich Zhang Tong. Why would they be afraid of a mere Lu Guo? Who sold you this fruit? Lu Guo asked. Do you think I'd tell you? Even if I did, you still wouldn't get the goods. Liu's father said with a strange laugh. Did that boy from yesterday give it to you? Did he? Lu Guo said. He, guess. Mr. Liu's face was full of mockery. Only a fool would tell the truth. He persevered for many years despite being secretly suppressed by others. Of course, they still have the ability. I bet you're a jerk. Lu Guo was so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. I never understood why the nearby fruit shop could make money selling fruit at such low prices. Now I understand, it's because you offered them even lower prices. You wanted to bankrupt me, then deliberately gave me fruit on credit to seize my fruit shop. Once I'm penniless, you'll come begging for my hand in marriage, offering me benefits to marry your daughter to you, Mr. Lu said through gritted teeth. I even suspect that you've been deliberately divorcing me recently because you're preparing to take the final step. You're truly insidious. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong target. In short, I'm going to make you taste the bitterness of bankruptcy. Heh, you think you can bankrupt me? You're dreaming, but I can make you lose everything with ease. Just watch my methods. Lu Guo sneered, looking completely confident. Go ahead and use all your tricks and schemes. If you can win, I'll take your surname. Mr. Liu's face was full of disdain and contempt, showing no worry or panic whatsoever. Everyone, listen up. These so-called wild fruits are enormous, but I've never seen anything like them before. I'm worried they might be fruits that have mutated due to nuclear radiation. Eating them could lead to a terrible death. Lu Guo put on a compassionate expression and shouted, yes, such a huge fruit is too strange, it might really be a mutated fruit. Oh my god, it's nuclear radiation fruit. How can I eat this? I'm not buying it, my life is more important. This is terrifying. It's nuclear contaminated fruit. How can they be so heartless as to sell this kind of fruit? Doesn't the government do anything about it? This trick really worked immediately. Everyone who was rushing to buy the fruit panicked and put it down. Some people even wanted to return the goods. Now you see? It's that simple and easy to make you lose everything. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't save you. I want to see you go completely bankrupt and lose everything. Lu Guo grinned maliciously. Then watch my methods. Father Lu sneered and shouted, listen up, everyone. This fruit shop belongs to Tianbao Fruit Company. All the fruits were obtained by treasure hunter Zhang Tong from the depths of Sheningjia. They are absolutely free of pollution and radiation, and can even beautify the skin. Tianbao Company was founded by Zhang Tong, the founder of Tianbao Auction House. He found the flying pearl. The goose egg fruit and duck egg fruit were also picked by him from the depths of Dakingshan Mountain. They have already been appraised, and they are sold out as soon as they are put out every day. What? This fruit shop is so powerful? It's related to Brother Fei. It's definitely trustworthy. As expected of fruit from deep within Sheningjia, no wonder it tastes so good. Our Sheningjia is truly amazing and magical. No wonder Shening tasted hundreds of herbs there in the past. Boss Lu, you're incredibly lucky. You've caught Brother Fei's eye, you're going to be rich from now on. People relaxed their worries and started buying again. Don't listen to his bragging. How could a nobody like him know Zhang Tong? Anyway, these fruits are so huge, I wouldn't dare eat them without them being appraised. If you're not afraid of dying, then buy them. Lu Guo panicked a little, but now it was either Liu's father or he himself would die. The two could not coexist. All they can do is continue to slander, intimidate, and spread rumors. That makes sense. I won't dare to eat it until the test results are in. Let's buy it in a few days. People hesitated again, and many gave up their desire to buy. Suddenly, Zhang Tong walked in, surrounded by Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing. He was holding several documents and said calmly, gentlemen, don't be misled by scumbags. These are quality inspection certificates. There is one for each type of fruit. I got some fruit last night. Zhang Tong then contacted Wu Na and asked her to find someone to do the identification. He had anticipated the other party's despicable tactics. Wu Na was still a little unhappy, but she was overjoyed when Zhang Tong said he could get 6 flying beads, and readily agreed. That's why the results came out so quickly. It's true, it's stamped with the official seal for fruit authentication. Haha, I'm relieved now. I can buy whatever I want. I'm going to buy 10 pounds of each kind. After everyone examined it carefully, they were completely relieved. Now anyone who dares to stop them from buying fruit is an enemy and must be killed. This might be fake. Lu Guo's face turned bitter, and her hands and feet trembled. The voice was also dry and lifeless, because he smelled the scent of death. Fake? Who are you? How dare you say that the authentication documents from the National Department are fake? Wu Na walked in with two burly men, looking at Lu Guo with hostility. And who are you? What business is it of yours who I am? Lu Guo was furious. This woman looked beautiful and charming, but she was so arrogant and had such a powerful aura. They targeted him the moment he walked in? I have no grudge against you. I never intended to marry you. I am Wu Na, from the Bureau of Abnormal Events, specializing in handling all kinds of abnormal events. Wu Na produced an identification document and said arrogantly, and you are spreading rumors and slander, creating panic. Arrest him and interrogate him thoroughly. Yes, Captain. Two burly men pinned Lu Guo to the ground like a chick and handcuffed him. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Lu Guo shouted angrily. Heh, you're not convinced? Wu Na sneered. For years, you've been secretly suppressing Boss Lu, aiming to bankrupt him and force him to marry his daughter to you. Yesterday, your true colors were revealed. Today, you've spread slander and rumors, endangering national security, and now you're a prisoner. Isn't this what you brought on yourself? How do you know these secrets? Lu Guo was utterly shocked. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place. Wu Na's face was full of disdain. She would teach such scum a lesson whenever she encountered him. Therefore, Lu Guo is definitely not going to have a good time this time. Haha, this scumbag got arrested for spreading rumors. This guy is a scumbag. He's over 40 years old and still wants to marry someone's beautiful daughter? Everyone despised Lu Guo. Brother Tang's methods are too amazing. He made Lu Guo disappear overnight. Amazing, absolutely amazing. With such a powerful backer, how could they not rise to prominence? Liu's father, Chen Nanzan, Lu Qingxi, and Lu Qingqing were extremely shocked and admired Zhang Tong immensely. Zhang Tong displayed not only strength, but also terrifying intelligence. If a quality assessment hadn't been conducted, things would have been very difficult to handle today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here on behalf of the nation to handle today's matter. After investigation, all the fruits come from deep within Sheningjia, free from any pollution or nuclear radiation. On the contrary, they are extremely nutritious, hundreds of times more so than ordinary fruits. Eating more of them can even lead to longevity, Wu Na solemnly announced. Therefore, you can buy them with confidence. But please don't buy too many, as the quantity is still limited. We hope that more people can benefit from them. My God, this is backed by the state, that's amazing. Actually, it's because the fruit quality is so good that the government had to come forward and explain. It feels so good to hear the country endorse it with my own eyes. There might be purchase limits. I have to buy more. As everyone discussed it, they understood each other perfectly and began stuffing more fruit into the bag. It was practically a robbery. It was truly bustling with visitors. As for Lu Guo's fruit, no one went to buy it wholesale anymore. Everything was piled up in the warehouse, quickly spoiling and rotting. It was only because Lu Guo's methods were too insidious and his personality too arrogant that he completely enraged Zhang Tong. It took a lot of effort and time to execute a devastating attack. As expected, they were defeated in one blow. In a certain room, Lu Guo is being interrogated. He was a seasoned veteran of the underworld, so of course he wouldn't confess to anything, refusing to admit that he had secretly suppressed Liu's father. However, he couldn't deny the slander and rumors, though the latter wouldn't be considered a serious offense. After all, what he said wasn't entirely wrong. Selling a new type of fruit without proper certification is indeed problematic. The biggest crime is claiming that the expert report is fake. You scumbag! You're over 40 years old, and you still want to marry someone's teenage daughter? And you even caused her to close over 100 fruit shops? Are you even human? A burly man slapped him hard across the face, nearly splitting Lu Guo's head open. His face instantly swelled up and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You dare to hit someone? You've violated the rules. I'm going to sue you. Lu Guo covered her face, furious and extremely resentful. I'm not a policeman, I'm from the Abnormal Affairs Bureau. I can not only hit you, I can also shoot you. The burly man pulled out a pistol and pressed it against Lu Guo's forehead. Now, I'm asking you, will you confess or not? I'll talk. Lu Guo felt a chill run down his spine, and his whole body went cold. This is a real death threat. Who dares to stand up to them? I wouldn't dare. Then you wait a minute, I'll beat you up first and let you experience the consequences of lying. The big man kicked Lu Guo over and then proceeded to beat him up with punches and kicks. It's idiots like you who waste national resources. It's scum like you who wastes my time. Do you know how precious our time is? How many important national affairs we have to handle? The burly man continued hitting and cursing, clearly enraged. I was wrong, I was really wrong, please stop hitting me, or I'll die. Lu Guo was beaten black and blue, screaming in agony. How could they dare to lie? He confessed everything in detail. Besides the clash of their names, it was also because he had his eye on Liu's father's wife, Chen Nan. After failing to seduce him several times, he became enraged and decided to bankrupt Liu's father. They began to secretly suppress Liu's father. Later, it was discovered that Liu's father had twin daughters, both of whom were absolutely beautiful. He then changed his plans. When Liu's father is on the verge of bankruptcy, he will lend a helping hand, and perhaps then Liu's father will agree to marry his daughter to him. Then, by using various methods to coax the girl, everything will fall into place naturally. Having finished explaining, Lu Guo was finally relieved. He was sent to a regular detention center. He was temporarily detained, and his network of connections finally showed its power. The police at the detention center actually knew him. They treated him fairly well, at least they didn't beat him up. Officer He, can you tell me who I've offended? Lu Guo asked. He, it's not that you offended anyone, it's that you brought this on yourself. Officer He said, Lu Zhenqiuo's eldest daughter is named Lu Qingxi. She's an auctioneer at Tianbao auction house and Zhang Tong's most beloved woman. How dare you lay a finger on his woman? You've got some nerve. You've really never died before. He's worth billions and a super powerful treasure hunter, he can fly and disappear. Killing you would be like killing an ant for him. However, he's very rule-abiding, which is why he used business tactics to crush you. Otherwise, if you were still breathing, you would have been chopped up and fed to the dogs long ago. Could that young man be Zhang Tong? Lu Guo's face turned pale, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Yesterday, he made advances towards Lu Qingxi right in front of him, and even arrogantly claimed that he was the king of fruits and that even a god couldn't save Liu's father. As a result, they suffered a devastating blow. His fruit kingdom vanished into thin air. He ended up in jail himself. This is really courting death. How so? Why am I so unlucky? Did we run into Zhang Tong? Although you have some ability, you're only worth a little over 100 million. Besides, you're over 40 years old, and you want to get a stunning beauty like Lu Qingxi? That's just wishful thinking. Putting that aside, the numerous schemes and tricks you've used are truly courting death. Officer, he sneered. It seems you haven't read enough. You don't understand the meaning of beauty is a curse. Let me explain it to you kindly. If you lack the ability but want to get a peerless beauty, it will bring you immense disaster. Lu Guo was speechless, feeling utterly hopeless. He had indeed dug his own grave. The ending was predetermined. This is all because we don't read enough books. Virtue does not match position, and beauty is a source of trouble. Officer He, having gotten carried away with his lectures, continued, both of these sentences are warnings. You understand the second one, now let me tell you about the first one. Thank you for clearing up my doubts. Lu Guo's face was full of gratitude. Let me give you one more piece of advice, immediately dispose of all your assets and disappear from Wuchen. Never let him see you again, otherwise, he won't hesitate to trample on you again. An elephant's unintentional trampling could be your demise. You will die a horrible death. Officer He said. Thank you. Lu Guo was moved to tears. Officer He was a good person who taught him a lot about life philosophy and principles. It will surely help him avoid disaster. If I go to a small town where nobody knows me, I should be able to make a living by selling fruit. They won't die silently in a stinking ditch. Alas, it's a pity I didn't study enough before and didn't understand these principles. That's what led to today's predicament. He sighed for a long time, then looked up and said, Officer He, although what you said is all true, I still feel that our names clash. That bastard's name is Lu Zhenqiuo, and my name is Lu Guo. I was suppressed by him. What bad luck. Liu's father's fruit shop was bustling with activity, with customers coming and going in waves without any pause. In just one morning, they sold more than 5,000 kilograms, generating a turnover of more than 1 million yuan. Liu's father will receive about 500,000 yuan. This is practically like picking up money off the ground. That's too fast, and that's too profitable. It makes much more money than the more than 100 fruit shops it used to have. What is the pinnacle? This is it. She's amazing. She gave birth to 2 wonderful daughters. It brought him tremendous wealth. I'm so happy, so incredibly happy. I will rise to prominence soon, and I will become a tycoon in no time. He couldn't even control himself and kept counting the money. He was incredibly happy as he watched his money grow. Honey, we might sell over 10,000 jin of fruit today, we can earn 1.5 million. That'll be enough for a Porsche and a BMW. Chen Nan said happily, now you can't call me a spendthrift woman anymore. It's really not my fault. It's that bastard Lu Guo who's been secretly suppressing you. Of course I won't say it. I was just impotent and furious before. I was too stupid to have figured out the reason. That's what Liu's father said. Honey, I can't blame you. Who would have thought of something so illogical? Chen Nan said. It all comes down to not having enough strength or connections. But now I'm not afraid anymore, because I have Brother Tong behind me. A deep sense of pride appeared on Liu's father's face. Honey, you shouldn't call him Brother Tong anymore. He's actually your son-in-law, Chen Nan said. Don't think like that. He's not worthy of his position. I'll still call him Brother Tong. Mr. Lu looked terrified. I'm just afraid my daughter isn't blessed enough to handle this immense wealth. In a private room of a tea restaurant near Liu's father's fruit shop, Zhang Tong is currently meeting with Wu Na. Two burly men stood behind Wu Na, their imposing presence terrifying. Behind Zhang Tong stood two stunning beauties, Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing. We were originally drinking tea, but suddenly the situation became tense. If I asked you to give me the 3 flying pearls now, instead of waiting for the auction, don't you trust the country? It would never do something like betraying its allies after it has served its purpose. Wu Na said with a dark face. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you, but I have something else I need your help with. Zhang Tong said. I'm cleaning up your messes all day long, can't you just behave yourself? Wu Na looked helpless. Tell me, what trouble have you gotten into this time? As long as it's not too difficult, I'll help you with it. Where did I cause trouble? You're slandering me, Zhang Tong said irritably. I am a law-abiding citizen and never cause trouble. I don't have hands myself, why would I need you to wipe my butt? That's utter nonsense. Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Wu Na began counting on her fingers, the flying man incident, the mysterious fruit incident in Xiangnan, the auction of the flying pearl incident, and now the mysterious fruit incident in Wuchen. Which one wasn't shocking? All of us have been cleaning up your messes all this time. Am I wrong? Is this considered causing trouble? I think it's doing a good deed. Zhang Tong said, anyway, the country benefits and the people benefit. Alright, I'm not going to waste my time arguing with you. Wu Na waved her hand impatiently. What do you want? Speak quickly. I need to take Fei Zhu away immediately. Many research institutions are waiting. Wasting even a minute is shameful. Here's the thing, I've obtained a mysterious liquid that I suspect might have some magical effects. I hope you can help me find an expert to study it thoroughly, preferably as soon as possible. Zhang Tong took out 3 bottles of white liquid from his bag. This looks like milk, how can you be sure it's the mysterious liquid? Wu Na examined it carefully. Because it dripped from the 2 granaries of the woman tree. Zhang Tong said, what is a woman tree? And what are 2 granaries? Can you explain more clearly? Wu Na's face darkened. With such a high IQ, can't you be concise and to the point? Can't you express yourself clearly? You'll see when you see it. Zhang Tong took out his phone and started playing a video of the 2 granaries of the woman tree dripping sap. Is this a tree? Wu Na jumped up with a start, her face full of shock. Where did you find it? Deep within Sheningjia, the most hidden place. Zhang Tong said. Did those fruits also come from that place? Wu Na's eyes lit up, dazzling and beautiful enough to make one afraid to look directly at her. Right. Zhang Tong nodded seriously. Lead the way, take me to see it. Wu Na said. Forget it. To tell you the truth, no one but me can get in, and even if they could, they would surely die. Zhang Tong said this with an air of seriousness. Heh, look how arrogant you are. You really think you're invincible? Any one of my subordinates is probably not weaker than you, and I could easily beat you with one hand. Wu Na said with a sneer, how about we have a little spar? There's no need to compare among our own people. Zhang Tongke didn't want to compete with them, because they can send out a continuous stream of experts, exhausting him to death. He'll have to admit defeat sooner or later. No matter how strong an individual is, they cannot compare to the strength of a nation, because there are countless extraordinary people and events. As long as the long-browed Taoist is sent out, even at the cost of his lifespan, he can use his Taoist magic, such as heavenly lightning, to strike him with 5 thunderbolts, leaving his skin charred and flesh torn apart. Unless he cultivates to the 2nd level of the heavenly strength and further advances his body refinement, he might not be able to withstand it. Whether we can go in or not is our business, don't worry about it. Now give me the flying bead, and we'll fly over together to take a look. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you figure out the function of this mysterious liquid as soon as possible. Wu Na couldn't wait and insisted on going to see it. Alright then, but you must not take any risks, and you must not act recklessly. Zhang Tong agreed and took out 3 flying beads. Great! The country has obtained 3 more flying pearls. Wu Na was overjoyed and immediately transferred 15 billion to Zhang Tong through a special department. Go back to the villa, or go do whatever you want. Zhang Tong gave instructions to Lu Qingxi and Lu Qingqing. Then he, Wu Na, and the other 2 took to the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. My brother-in-law is so awesome, so amazing, so incredible. Looking at Zhang Tong's retreating figure in the distance, Lu Qingqing sighed repeatedly. Sister, you are so lucky. How can you have such a good life? I told you he's not your brother-in-law. Lu Qingxi pouted coquettishly. Hee, still trying to hide it from me? I saw you hugging me. Lu Qingqing grinned mischievously. You're just trying to cover it up. I can't explain it to you. Lu Qingxi felt a little helpless. I know perfectly well that you're being kept by him, Lu Qingqing said, but actually he's still my brother-in-law. It's just that I can't say it out loud. No. Lu Qingxi blushed, unsure how to explain. Was she really being kept by a sugar daddy/sugar baby? No, that's not right. Zhao Qian was kept by a sugar daddy. I'm an auctioneer, his subordinate. They're just closer in relationship. The flying beads are truly amazing. The speed can be increased indefinitely, it's so awesome. If we can decipher it, and everyone wears one in the future, then Earth will enter the age of flight. As Wu Na and the other two flew, they sighed in amazement. Perhaps, that day will come. Zhang Tong's face was also full of anticipation and confidence. He lacked confidence in deciphering the code, but he was confident in hunting down more flying clams. The firearms are incredibly powerful, even on Baoxing. Next time, we can go to the river or the seaside. The era of flight may be just around the corner. Soon, they arrived deep in Sheningjia and landed in front of a very secluded cave. Is this the place? Wu Na and the other two were very curious, but also confused and bewildered, because there seemed to be nothing there. There are mysteries and secrets inside the cave, Zhang Tong said. You can enter a small space containing mysterious plants and fruits. I call this space a secret realm. Then lead the way. Wu Na was so excited that she trembled all over. Not everyone can go in. You and I will try going into the cave. The two of them are guarding outside and will not let anyone in or out. Zhang Tong said. You two keep watch, don't blink, be very careful. Wu Na gave the order seriously before she and Zhang Tong went inside. These two players are incredibly strong. They are both top-tier experts on the international stage. Together, they could fight against 1,000 armies. Therefore, she was quite at ease. The cave is very deep, but it soon came to an end. There's nothing magical or special about it. How can I enter the secret realm? Wu Na asked expectantly. You must be destined to enter. Close your eyes and carefully sense for 1 minute. If you can sense the entrance, you can enter. Zhang Tong said this with an air of seriousness. Wu Na immediately closed her eyes. Almost simultaneously, the mysterious entrance appeared, and Zhang Tong flashed inside, emerging from the basement of the Wu City villa. A strange smile played on his lips. Haha, you won't be tracking me down anymore, will you? You can all focus on studying that cave. Wu Na sincerely sensed for a minute, no, at least 3 minutes, only to find that she had sensed nothing. I was extremely disappointed. It seems I'm not the one destined for this. I had no choice but to open my eyes. Then she discovered that Zhang Tong was gone. Have we entered a secret realm, or did they go out? Wu Na began a careful search. Although the cave was deep and secluded, it had no side passages. One intestine runs straight through. Naturally, nothing was found. Finally, she went outside with a flashlight. He asked, Where is Zhang Tong? Didn't Zhang Tong go in with you? Why are you asking us? The two experts with superpowers were completely dumbfounded, staring at Wu Na as if she were an idiot. He didn't come out? Wu Na said in astonishment. No, we kept our eyes wide open and watched. In such a short time, only 39 mosquitoes flew out and another 25 flew in. That's all. One of the team members said. Could there really be a secret realm inside the cave? Did Zhang Tong go in? Wu Na, her face beaming with excitement, instructed 2 team members to go in and give it a try. She guarded the entrance to the cave. Soon, 2 team members came out shaking their heads. We couldn't sense anything. We searched carefully, but there were no hidden caves. The stone walls were all solid. Could it be that a formation has been set up? Wu Na said. Was this arranged by cultivators of the past? Perhaps. The 2 team members also became interested. This is very strange and unusual. We need to find some help. Wu Na called and invited the long-browed Taoist priest and more than a dozen experts. They arrived by helicopter. Does the secret realm really exist? Did Zhang Tong really disappear in the cave? As soon as the Taoist priest with long eyebrows got off the plane, his beard shook so excitedly it practically flew into the sky. Wu Na recounted the events in detail. Everyone couldn't resist going in and trying it out themselves. They all felt a sense of loneliness. Everyone was disappointed and frustrated. None of them were destined to be together. There are no traces of any formations, nor any strange aura. It doesn't seem like a secret realm. That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. But Jiang Tong really disappeared. Wu Na said. He might have slipped away while you weren't looking, just to play a trick on you. That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. The two of them stared wide-eyed. How could he possibly escape? I can do it. That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. If Jiang Tong enters the secret realm, he will still come out from here. We can just wait patiently. One of the team members said. We're not destined to meet. If we wait here, the entrance to the secret realm won't appear, and Jiang Tong will never be able to get out, another person retorted. Then let's wait outside and see when he comes out. Wu Na said. How about we install a surveillance camera? Perhaps, once it doesn't detect anyone, the entrance to the secret realm will appear? One of the team members said. It must be said that they are all very talented people. The analysis is fast and the logic is clear. Give it a try. Wu Na nodded. Soon, several cameras were installed. They all went out too. But after waiting for a long time, Jiang Tong still didn't come out. This is troublesome. The surveillance cameras may have been detected by the entrance to the secret realm. If they don't appear, Jiang Tong won't be able to get out. That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. They had to remove the surveillance cameras. Then we waited, and they lined up densely at the entrance of the hole, so densely that even mosquitoes couldn't fly out. Jiang Tong took a nap in the villa for an hour. They went to the basement and entered the mysterious passage. Before long, Jiang Tong emerged from the cave carrying several hundred kilograms of fruit and a bucket of milky white juice in one hand. My God, Jiang Tong is out. There really is a secret realm inside. Everyone stared in disbelief, utterly shocked. Everyone was extremely envious. Those who are destined to be together are truly lucky. Can I enter the secret realm to obtain the treasure inside? What incredible luck did Jiang Tong have? Such good fortune? Even the Taoist priest with long eyebrows had no doubts. Jiang Tong might be able to sneak in, but it was absolutely impossible for him to bring in so much fruit. More importantly, the fruit was something that didn't exist outside. Wu Na helped Jiang Tong unload the fruit and excitedly asked, Tell me quickly, what's it like inside the secret realm? It's not too big, about the size of a mountain. Jiang Tong started talking nonsense, basically just making things up. Of course, the woman tree and fruit trees are indispensable, along with a small lake. The animals were just small insects and birds. There must be spiritual energy inside. The long-browed Taoist priest took a big bite of a huge apple. Because the fruit contains a faint spiritual energy, almost imperceptible, but I still sensed it. This is a good thing. It can extend my lifespan. There really is spiritual energy? You're not mistaken? Jiang Tong asked curiously. Indeed. Now there's a faint trace of spiritual energy in this cave, probably leaked out when the entrance to the secret realm opened, said the long-browed Taoist. This is truly amazing. Jiang Tong had a strange expression on his face. Could the mysterious passage really be the Earth's spiritual vein? Does Earth's spiritual energy originate from the precious planet? Is there a secret realm in Qinbei Mountain? One that's full of ginseng? The Taoist priest with long eyebrows asked expectantly. During this time, he searched all over Qinbei Mountain, but still couldn't find that hidden place. Because he also discovered spiritual energy in thousand-year-old ginseng. It is suspected that a space imbued with spiritual energy nurtured the thousand-year-old ginseng. So the goal is to find it, enter it to cultivate, prolong life, and even ascend to immortality. Yes, but only those who are destined can enter. Jiang Tong said, it was probably arranged by an ancient cultivation master to prolong the life of cultivation, but the trend is irreversible and it was destined to fail. He's talking complete nonsense. But to others, it makes a lot of sense. Is there a secret place in Dakingshan? It produces goose egg grapes, duck egg fruits, and flying clams. Wu Na asked. Don't ask anymore, it's a secret. Anyway, all you need to know is that it's not that I don't want to bring people in, it's that I can't. Fate is just that wonderful and unreasonable. Jiang Tong said. Could it be that you are a bastard child of the heavens, so destined that all the secret realms are open to you? Wu Na was so angry she felt like she was going to vomit blood. The others were so envious and jealous that their eyes turned red. Especially the Taoist priest with long eyebrows. Would you like to become my disciple? The Taoist priest with long eyebrows said, I can pass on to you the secret methods of cultivation and lead you onto the path of cultivation. Although you are too old to be suitable, you are a person with destiny. Perhaps there will be miracles. Extending your lifespan or even ascending to immortality is not impossible. You really believe in a celestial realm? Jiang Tong scoffed at this. That mysterious passage was clearly made using technological means. It probably has nothing to do with cultivation. The important point is that, according to ancient legends, no one actually became an immortal. You can find their graves there. I don't believe it. The long-browed Taoist priest said with a wry smile, that's just a legend, and legends are often exaggerated. But cultivation really exists, it can prolong life and allow one to perform miraculous Taoist magic. Spiritual energy is of utmost importance. Then let's have a good talk. Zhang Tong is a highly intelligent person and is not superstitious. If the Taoist priest with long eyebrows believes in the existence of a celestial realm and blindly believes in ancient legends, he will not talk to him alone. Zhang Tong and the Taoist priest with long eyebrows walked to the side. They sat cross-legged and began to have a serious conversation. The long-browed Taoist priest first introduced the history of cultivation. Lao Tzu is said to be the patriarch of Taoist cultivation, but it was Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism, who popularized and promoted it. Cultivation is about cultivating the spirit and soul. Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, you will have to go through a cruel heavenly tribulation. Your body will basically turn into ashes. It is a remarkable thing if you can leave behind a few bones. However, your soul can survive and ascend to the immortal realm. Of course, no one can verify whether this is true or not. Therefore, cultivation is an ethereal and unreal concept. Few people believe it. With spiritual energy now exhausted, cultivation has declined. I will teach you a secret cultivation technique. You can try cultivating in the secret realm. That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. Then let's give it a try. Zhang Tong certainly wouldn't refuse. Having another cultivation method is certainly a good thing. Even if one cannot cultivate it oneself, one can still pass it on to future generations. Perhaps a descendant of an immortal will emerge. The Taoist priest with long eyebrows took out an ancient leather scroll covered with dense text and patterns. The cultivation method was called the insect transformation into butterfly scripture, or simply the butterfly transformation scripture. The text was concise, but the content was profound. The Taoist priest with long eyebrows gave detailed instructions and explanations. However, he could only explain the initial techniques. He was completely clueless about the later techniques and couldn't understand them at all. This is the most powerful and complete cultivation technique passed down from ancient times, and it is priceless. The long-browed Taoist priest said earnestly, but it is very profound, and you must cultivate and comprehend it step by step. Whether you can achieve success in cultivation depends on your own rebellion. That's interesting. Zhang Tong's eyes lit up. The insect transformation into a butterfly sutra views humans as insects who undergo arduous cultivation to metamorphose into butterflies, experiencing a leap in life. However, the basic principle is still the cultivation of spirit and soul. The body is merely a temporary dwelling place for the soul, which is ultimately abandoned, allowing the soul to ascend to the celestial realm. This is very different from the Tongtian fist. The heaven-reaching fist involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon to transform the body, making it stronger and stronger, and granting it a long lifespan and great power, which is equivalent to achieving immortality or sainthood through physical means. They don't cultivate their souls, but rather let their souls grow stronger along with their bodies. Clearly, physical refinement results in a strong body but a weak soul. Cultivators possess powerful souls but weak physical bodies. The focus is completely different. Taoist master, have you ever heard of body refinement and achieving sainthood through physical cultivation? Zhang Tong said. That's also a cultivation method. The principle is to make the body stronger so as to achieve immortality, but it's much more difficult and tortuous than cultivating immortality, because no one has ever been heard of being able to live forever. On the contrary, cultivating immortality has a glimmer of hope, because it hasn't been proven that when those cultivators die, their souls die with them. Perhaps their souls ascend to heaven? That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. That makes sense. Zhang Tong almost couldn't help but laugh. In his opinion, there was absolutely no hope for cultivating immortality. It's just a beautiful fantasy. If the body dies, can the soul still exist? That's bullshit. The heaven-reaching fist, however, offers hope. Because he had personally experienced it, he cultivated the heavenly power, which not only made him younger, but also made his strength double. Now he can still absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon to transform his body. Of course, if he hadn't been able to go to Beoxing, the secret would never have been discovered. He didn't say anything more to the long-browed Taoist priest, but instead entered the cave and went to Beoxing to try to cultivate the insect transformation into butterfly scripture. I practiced for a long time but there was no reaction or movement. He shook his head, both amused and exasperated. It seems that cultivating immortality is more difficult than refining the body. Of course, it's also possible that one is too old to cultivate immortality anymore. However, he still plans to continue practicing for fun in the future. Anyway, it doesn't conflict with the heavenly fist, it's just a difference between cultivating the body and the soul. He took the bronze sword and walked out, shaking his head at the long-browed Taoist priest who looked unexpectedly, saying, "There's no reaction at all. Don't be discouraged. You have to cultivate slowly. I also cultivated for many years before I entered the qi refining stage. The chi refining stage is when you can absorb spiritual energy into your body and strengthen your soul. That's what the Taoist priest with long eyebrows said. I found a sword in the secret realm. Take a look. Who was its former owner? Zhang Tong handed over the bronze sword and also described its sharpness. So sharp? After testing it, the long-browed Taoist priest was utterly astonished. This must be the legendary magic weapon, forged by a senior cultivator. As you know, the golden age of bronzeware was during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and ironware began to become widespread during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. Therefore, this sword must have been forged during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, even earlier than Lao Tzu's time. This is simply amazing. The history of cultivation has to be pushed back further. However, I have read in ancient texts that Zhang Daoling possessed two swords that could cut through iron like mud, bestowed upon him by Lao Tzu. These were also bronzeware, called the demon-slaying male and female swords. Yours should be one of the demon-slaying swords. The demon-slaying sword? The precious sword bestowed upon him by Lao Tzu? Could it be that Zhang Daoling was also a destined person who entered the precious star and perished there, leaving the sword behind? And thus it ended up in my hands? A tremendous wave of shock surged through Zhang Tong's heart. I started searching for information about Zhang Daoling on Baidu. He first resided at Yangping Mountain, then at Heming Mountain, and also visited Zikan Mountain, Kukui Mountain, Qinzhong Mountain, Changli Mountain, Yangquan Mountain, Zhendu Mountain, Beiping Mountain, and Qingcheng Mountain, where he devoted himself to meditation and self-cultivation. In the 6th year of Yang He, 141 AD, Zhang Daoling authored 24 Daoist texts, calling himself Taking Xian Yuan, and began accepting disciples and establishing a basic Daoist organization. Those who followed his teachings were required to pay 5 do of rice, hence the name 5 do rice Dao, the way of the 5 do of rice. In the 1st year of Emperor of Han, 142 AD, Zhang Daoling claimed that Lao Tzu himself descended and bestowed upon him the 3 heavens orthodox law and appointed him as the celestial master. In the same year, he was also bestowed with the essential teachings of the Orthodox Unity and the wonderful scripture of the Orthodox Unity Covenant, and appointed as the 3 heavens Dharma Master, Orthodox Unity True Man. Furthermore, it was claimed that Lao Tzu, in the 2nd year of Emperor of Han's reign, established 24 regional administrative divisions, 8 upper divisions, 8 middle divisions, and 8 lower divisions, instructing the celestial master Zhang Daoling to carry out these disseminations. Consequently, Zhang Daoling established 24 religious activity centers in the Sichuan and Chongqing region, known as the 24 divisions, and appointed libationers to oversee these divisions, much like local officials. From this point onward, Taoism began to have a formal religious organization, the Zhenji Mengui Dao, later known as the Celestial Master Dao. Zhang Daoling had 3,000 disciples, but only 3 of them truly received his teachings. He is undoubtedly an incredibly awesome big shot. However, Zhang Tong still had a question. Legend has it that Zhang Daoling lived to be 122 years old. He felt that his time was coming to an end, or to put it more politely, that he felt he was about to ascend to immortality. So he gave his last instructions and then died of old age. No one knows whether his soul ascended to the immortal realm. The demon-slaying sword was still around at that time. We don't know when we lost it. Clearly, Zhang Daoling should never have entered Baoxing. Otherwise, he would definitely be 100 times more awesome. Therefore, the identity of the person who entered Baoxing remains a mystery. Was he dead or alive? There's still no way to verify it. Of course, it's also possible that this sword was forged by the natives of Baoxing. This makes it even more difficult to figure out its origin. In short, Baoxing holds countless secrets, waiting for you to explore carefully and seek the answers. I'd like to trouble you with the testing and analysis of this juice. After finishing his conversation with the Taoist priest with long eyebrows, Zhang Tong spoke to Wu Na. Don't worry, I will definitely take it seriously. Wu Na nodded earnestly. Everything in the secret realm is worth paying attention to. Moreover, since the woman tree looks exactly like a woman, its sap must have special properties. After all, nature creates all things to nourish humankind. I'm going back now. I'm very busy preparing for the next auction. Zhang Tong said. You could actually go to the ocean, or even further afield, like overseas, and perhaps you could discover hidden realms and obtain more treasures. Wu Na couldn't help but say, yes, it will. Zhang Tong nodded seriously. He secretly chuckled to himself. Wu Na was completely fooled. They really thought there was a secret realm. What a load of rubbish. He took flight and vanished in the blink of an eye. It's unbelievable that the country has produced such an extraordinary person who can enter all sorts of secret realms. One of the team members watched Zhang Tong leave and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if there's a second one. Another team member said. We'll bring some lucky little guys here regularly to try our luck. Maybe we can actually find another one, Wu Na said. But until we find a second one, Zhang Tong is the only national treasure. We must do everything we can to protect him. He's elusive. How can we protect him? One of the team members said with a headache. As long as he publicly reveals his protection, that's fine. If he goes treasure hunting, no one will know where he goes, so there's no need for protection. I think he's quite strong. It's just that he hasn't received professional training, so his survival skills are questionable. Wu Na said. It's a pity he's too old, making it difficult for him to progress in cultivation, otherwise, he would definitely be a powerful figure. Why would he need protection? It's regrettable, said the Taoist priest with long eyebrows. We must study this mysterious place carefully. We should send experts here to study it with high-tech instruments. I don't believe we won't find any clues. Wu Na waved her hand, not wanting to talk about Zhang Tong anymore, but instead showing great interest in the secret realm. Over the next few days, many scientists arrived and brought a lot of scientific and technological equipment. We began a comprehensive study and exploration of this place. In fact, Zhang Tong didn't lie to them. There really is a location for a mysterious passage in the cave. Zhang Tong can appear mysteriously at any time. When Zhang Tong returned to the villa, he found only a beautiful woman at home. I don't know if it's Lu Qingxi or Lu Qingqing. Guess if I'm the older sister or the younger sister. The beautiful woman twirled in front of Zhang Tong, asking with a mischievous smile, Lu Qingxi, because my car was brought back, but the Porsche didn't. Also, Lu Qingqing is still a sophomore and should be back at school. Lu Qingxi, on the other hand, has nothing to do right now and can only go back to the villa to wait for me to return to Xiangcheng. Zhang Tong took a deep breath of the intoxicating fragrance and said with a smile, Boss, you're really smart. Lu Qingxi smiled charmingly, her eyes conveying affection. Shall we go back to Xiangcheng tonight? Tomorrow, please. It's quite comfortable here, even better than the villa in Xiangcheng. Let's stay one more day if we can. Zhang Tong sat down on the sofa. Where did Qingqing go? You guessed right, she went back to school. She can't keep skipping classes, or she'll get into trouble. Lu Qingxi slithered onto Zhang Tong like a beautiful snake, and said coquettishly, It's so cold today, shall I warm your bed? Holy crap! Zhang Tong was surprised and found it hard to believe. Lu Qingxi's previous seductions were always very subtle and restrained. For example, using dancing to seduce someone. For example, wearing a bikini while swimming, using the excuse of being cold to throw yourself into someone's arms. This is the first time I've seen something this intense and direct today. Does being slept with make one more open and less reserved? I'm actually afraid of the cold, and I like having someone warm my bed. Zhang Tong snapped out of his daze, let out a strange laugh, picked her up by the waist, and carried her upstairs. Such a beautiful woman, one time is never enough. It takes hundreds or thousands of tries. Brother-in-law, you're so easily teased. I'm Lu Qingqing. The woman in his arms finally panicked, kicking her legs and flailing her arms wildly. What? You're Lu Qingqing? Zhang Tong stared in disbelief, his face filled with disbelief. I really am Lu Qingqing. I'd be a dog if I lied to you. Lu Qingqing said earnestly. Zhang Tong was still a little skeptical, but the door was suddenly pushed open, and another beautiful woman walked in. Upon seeing the scene, she said angrily, Lu Qingqing, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. Lu Qingqing quickly jumped down from Zhang Tong's arms, her face full of panic. Holy crap, it really is Lu Qingqing. Zhang Tong remained silent for a long time. Lu Qingqing is too naughty. How could she tease him like that? How could I have fallen for that trick without even realizing it? This is so embarrassing. You dare to lie to me? Zhang Tong grabbed Lu Qingqing and slapped her hard on the buttocks several times. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I was just practicing my acting skills. I was just playing the older sister and trying to see how far you and the older sister had gone, but I found out that you two had actually slept together. Lu Qingqing screamed and begged for mercy, with a hint of smugness in her voice. Where did you go? Zhang Tong was so angry he felt like he was going to vomit blood. He slapped her a few more times before letting go of Lu Qingqing and looking at Lu Qingxi. I'm going to buy groceries. Your car is too flashy. Lu Qingxi touched her forehead and explained. Sweat. Zhang Tong was both amused and exasperated. It seems that while in Wuchen, one must remain completely unmoved by Lu Qingxi's seduction and allure, because it's very likely that it was Lu Qingqing impersonating her. Qingqing, you're too bold. This isn't good, you know. Lu Qingxi pulled Lu Qingqing aside. I was just kidding. Lu Qingqing said sincerely, Sister, you have to believe me. How could I possibly steal the man you like? Go cook. Lu Qingxi was still somewhat unsure. Lu Qingqing stuck out her tongue and dashed into the kitchen. After the meal, Zhang Tong went to his room to rest. Lu Qingxi followed her in and said shyly, It's so cold, do you want me to warm your bed? She clearly knew that Zhang Tong had been tempted by worldly desires, so she came to put out the fire. No, I can't tell who's the older sister and who's the younger sister. Zhang Tong waved his hands repeatedly and retreated, truly terrified. This has already happened twice. If it happens again, where will I put my face? Puff. Lu Qingxi burst out laughing. Change the subject and discuss the next auction with Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong also posted a message in the Tongtian Treasures Group auction on January 1st, featuring 3 flying pearls. Also included are top-grade diamonds and imperial green jadeite of the glassy type. My god, 3 flying beads? The group chat exploded instantly. Important figures from many countries also learned about it immediately. An emergency meeting was convened. Important figures in the United States also ordered that they must work together to acquire all 3 flying beads and prevent any non-allied country from obtaining even one. We'll head back to Xiangcheng tonight. Zhang Tong suddenly changed his mind. I originally wanted to stay a few more days, but then I remembered that I had to prepare for the second auction, so I couldn't be careless. This time, we must truly establish our reputation, making the auction house world-renowned and the most prestigious among them. Then, countless people will come to bid on our treasures, and we can make a fortune. I'm not hiring employees at such high salaries to support them for life. We still need their help to make money. Okay, I need to go back and prepare for the auction as soon as possible. Lu Qingxi, of course, did not object. On the contrary, she wholeheartedly agreed. She is a very responsible auctioneer. Lu Qingqing saw the two off to their car, reluctant to part, and held Zhang Tong's hand, saying, "Boss, you must come to see me. I'm so scared living alone in such a big villa." "Yes, I should come and see you." Zhang Tong gave a perfunctory reply. He didn't believe Lu Qingqing would be afraid. She was incredibly bold, and if you didn't discipline her for 3 days, she'd be climbing on the roof and tearing off the tiles. "Qingqing, you must go back to school tomorrow and study hard so as not to fall behind in your studies." Lu Qingxi also gave serious instructions. Not many students are in class. They're all out playing. No, they're all out looking for opportunities. Some are even working as extras. Lu Qingqing stuck out her tongue. "I have an audition these days, and I was hoping you guys would come with me. Looks like there's no hope." "Forget it, I can't control her." Lu Qingxi had no choice but to give up. "Ha, now I live alone in this villa worth 88 million. I can throw parties, do whatever I want, and nobody can stop me." Lu Qingqing burst into excited laughter and started frantically making phone calls. Soon, a group of girls arrived. They are all beautiful female students from the film academy. Each of them is incredibly good-looking and has a fantastic figure. Some are even comparable to Lu Qingqing. "My god, you're actually a rich second generation? Living in an 88 million villa? Little rich girl, you're living too extravagantly, actually living in an exorbitantly priced villa. So luxurious, so comfortable, so great. I hereby declare that I will live here from now on, and no one can kick me out." The group of beautiful women cheered and were overjoyed. They worked together to hang various colorful lights in the hall and took out small speakers to connect to their phones via Bluetooth. Then, deafening music began to play. A group of girls started dancing and twirling happily, completely lost in the joy. When they got tired of dancing, they started preparing food. Then we ate and chatted. "Little rich woman, aren't you going to confess everything? If you dare to conceal it, you'll be punished severely. This villa doesn't belong to me, it belongs to my boss." "Your boss? Who is he? When did you get a boss?" "I got a job as an auctioneer at Tianbao Auction House. The pay is amazing." "Wow." A group of beautiful women were so envious and jealous that their eyes turned red. Is there really such a good thing in the world? $1 million annual salary, a Porsche, living in an $88 million villa, a monthly beauty allowance of 100,000, beauty treatments reimbursed, and most importantly, no need to go to work on weekdays, only need to go to the auction once a day. This is so awesome. Lu Qingqing also inexplicably felt a sense of happiness and contentment. It turns out that the feeling of being envied is so wonderful. He, I get it now, you're being kept by the owner of Tianbao Auction House. That's why you enjoy such great benefits. A beautiful woman said with a wicked smile. "Nonsense, go and find out what kind of benefits and compensation the employees of Tianbao Auction House receive." Lu Qingqing explained everything she knew in detail, and finally said, "Our boss is just too good at making money. He can earn hundreds of billions every time he goes treasure hunting. He has too much money. He has no siblings and his parents are both dead. Isn't it only natural to improve the employees' treatment and make them happy? My sister is also an auctioneer, and she helped me get this position." The boss thought that having 2 incredibly good-looking twin sisters hosting an auction would be a major highlight, so he agreed to it. My god, how can there be such a super-rich person in the world? Zhang Tong, the amazing treasure hunter, the flying man brother who found the flying pearl, who doesn't know him? Recently he went to Sheningjia and found a lot of amazing fruits, which are selling like hotcakes. That fruit shop seems to belong to Qingqing's family, right? "Qingqing, could you introduce me to Zhang Tong? I'm so pretty, he'll definitely fall for me at first sight. I'll be so grateful to you then, and I'll make sure he raises your treatment several times over." Didn't you aspire to be a big star? Lu Qingqing rolled her eyes at her. He thought to himself, do you think I'm stupid enough to find a rival for my sister? Holding on to a rich guy and having a dad to protect you is the shortcut to becoming a big star. The beautiful woman said coquettishly. My boss is too busy, he doesn't have time to see you. Lu Qingqing said, also, he has plenty of beautiful women around him. None of them are inferior to you, and some are even more beautiful. Qingqing, do you still want to be a star? Of course I want to be a star. I love having countless fans. Wherever I go, they'll come to pick me up and cheer. Qingqing, I love you. Qingqing, you're so beautiful. I like you. Lu Qingqing's face was full of anticipation. Then why don't you just sweet-talk your boss and get him to invest in a few movies to promote you? Why would he care about the meager profits from movies? He could make billions just by going treasure hunting. Lu Qingqing said discouragedly. It's not like he personally invested in the film and just had his subordinates make it, but he has absolutely no interest in other industries. Then I'll teach you a secret trick that will guarantee you land the lead role in no time. This beautiful woman was cunning. She lowered her voice and said, aren't you going to an audition? Do it this way, this is called leveraging someone's connections. Understand? Lu Yu, your idea is good, but is it really a good idea? Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up, but she was a little worried, as if she was afraid of causing trouble. What's wrong with that? With your looks and figure, you'll become an overnight sensation as soon as you land the lead role. You'll be a star in no time, Lu Yu laughed. Once you're famous, don't forget to give me a hand and let me have a chance to shine too. As for getting into trouble, there's no need to worry at all. With such a powerful and wealthy boss, and who might even be your brother-in-law, he'll definitely protect you. Okay, let's do it. Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Actually, she wasn't too worried. Zhang Tong is known as the dad boss because he treats his employees, especially the beautiful ones, incredibly well. Besides, his relationship with his sister is very ambiguous, and they're probably close to getting married. Therefore, even if something goes wrong, the problem probably won't be too serious. Zhang Tong and Lu Qingxi returned to the Xiangcheng villa at around 11 p.m. All the beautiful female employees left the villa. After all, the holiday was over. That night, Lu Qingxi stayed at the villa and didn't go back to her own house. Lu Qingxi fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion. Zhang Tong immediately went into the basement. We went to Baoxing. First, he practiced the heaven-reaching fist. Then, sit cross-legged and practiced the insect transformation into butterfly sutra. Although there was no reaction yet, Zhang Tong instinctively felt that this cultivation method would definitely be beneficial to him. A martial art technique that has survived the long river of history to this day without being eliminated must have something magical about it, and it is definitely a priceless treasure. How could he not cultivate diligently? Today was the same. There was no reaction or movement at all at first, but after persisting for 2 hours, finally, there was a slight reaction. The Yintang acupoint seemed to collapse, emitting a faint devouring power, and then the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the moonlight were swallowed up. It was warm and cozy inside, very comfortable. Zhang Tong even experienced bizarre hallucinations. He seemed to see a vast celestial palace, located in the void, radiating immense pressure and aura, but upon closer inspection, there was nothing there. Zhang Tong was secretly horrified. Could there really be a celestial realm and immortals? Can the soul truly ascend to immortality? Or is this just an illusion, and the celestial palace doesn't actually exist? After cultivating for 3 hours, Zhang Tong stopped, returned to the villa, and then went to the company with Lu Qingxi. Hello, boss. All the security guards bowed respectfully. His body was also standing ramrod straight. Lu Ji, are you still there? Zhang Tong glanced at him. Wu Na went back on her word. Haven't you been removed yet? I stayed behind as a security guard, mainly to protect your safety. Because you are a national treasure now, very important. As for why you are important, I don't know, I'm just following orders. Lu Ji gave an awkward smile. It turns out the boss already knew everything. I thought the boss didn't know. This is so embarrassing. So he was a spy? The other security guards had very strange expressions on their faces, including Wang Hao, as if he was also finding out for the first time. As expected of a top soldier, his expression was spot on. It's hard to know what's on his mind. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhang Tong had no intention of driving him away. This is an incredibly skilled agent, he might play a crucial role in critical moments. It's good for the company. Anyway, Wu Na has been completely fooled by him, as has the long-browed Taoist priest, who even gave him his cultivation manual. The people from the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs are essentially on our side. There's no need to be too concerned about things among our own people. Everyone, please help us move the things from the car into the vault. Zhang Tong arrived today in a 4-wheeled vehicle. Boss, shall we also move some fruit into the treasure vault? I brought the fruit back from Sheningjia and gave each of the staff several dozen kilograms. Thank you, boss. The security guards were very happy and touched. The boss is so kind, he even brought them fruit from Sheningjia. Soon, everything was moved down. Then they went into the treasure vault with Zhang Tong. Boss, is this a rough jadeite stone? Wan Hao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Most of it is jade, and the rest is diamonds and pearls. Be careful to guard it. This is a treasure worth hundreds of billions. Zhang Tong said. Yes, boss. Many security guards shouted at the same time. They were so excited they almost fainted. The boss went treasure hunting in Sheningjia and actually brought back a treasure worth hundreds of billions? What an amazing ability. What an incredible thing. No one would believe it if I told them, right? In fact, they themselves couldn't believe it. But when they entered the treasure vault and saw Zhang Tong and Lu Qingxi putting the treasures into the safe one by one while taking pictures, they had no choice but to believe it. Diamonds are as big as a fist. Besides the imperial green of glassy jadeite, there are many other high-quality jadeite varieties, such as icy bright green, icy violet, and icy red jadeite. It was only then that Lu Qingxi learned that Zhang Tong had not shown all the jadeite to the two sisters when they were in Wuchen. Now is everything. Soon, this fantastic news spread throughout the company. Even Zhao Qian and Hua Qingxiang, who were in class, received the news. Of course, it was Luo Wei, Chen Fang, Xiao Lily, and others who contacted them via WeChat, their words filled with joy. Oh my god, this is amazing, this is incredible. Boss, I love you so much. Zhao Qian shouted excitedly in her heart. Sigh, this student is hopeless. Professor Duan, known as the Extinction Master, shook her head repeatedly as she looked at Zhao Qian. She often skipped classes, and now that she was finally in class, she wasn't paying attention at all. She was staring at her phone and grinning like an idiot, probably chatting with some man. I heard she became a company secretary and drives a Porsche. She's probably being kept by a sugar daddy. It's heartbreaking. Such a beautiful student has gone astray. Who knows what the future holds for her? It's my failure as a teacher. He could only watch helplessly as she slid into the abyss. Zhao Qian, come to my office after class. Extinction Master said in an icy tone. Yes, teacher. Zhao Qian was completely bewildered. I came to class, I didn't skip class. Why are you still causing me trouble? Teacher, you're too cruel. I'm so scared. I'm so unlucky, I'm going to get scolded by Abbess Miju again. As soon as get out of class ended, Zhao Qian paced around the classroom, her face contorted in pain. It seems you've been targeted by Abbess Miju. You're going to have a hard time passing this exam. Failing is inevitable, and you might not even pass the retake. You might even have to retake it before graduation. My condolences to you. There was really nothing we could do. Both roommates looked at him with pity. Who told you to skip so many classes? How can a teacher not misunderstand someone who drives a Porsche every day? If they knew Zhao Qian also owned a Ferrari, they would probably be even more shocked. But Zhao Qian has kept it well hidden. I've never driven back to school. In fact, Luo Wei, Hua Qingxiang, Su Shanshan, and other students were all in the same boat. They didn't dare drive back to school. I haven't graduated yet, so I must keep a low profile. One wrong move and you might not get your diploma. Oh well, so be it. Zhao Qian sighed deeply. What kind of gift do you think we should buy? You still dare to give gifts, Abbess Miju? You're bound to fail your exam. You'd better go empty-handed, or better yet, act pitiful. My two roommates seem to be very experienced. That's terrible. I gave her tea last time, and it was very expensive tea. Zhao Qian was furious. It turned out that giving a gift had backfired. I made a mistake once. I'm probably destined to fail. Go quickly, stop shaking me, you're making me dizzy. Whether you stick your neck out or not, you'll get stabbed anyway, so just face it. It's nothing. The two roommates spoke one after the other. The wind howls, the Yi River is cold, the hero departs, never to return. Zhao Qian walked out dejectedly, just like Jing Ke attempting to assassinate the king of Qin. How tragic. Zhang Tong walked out of the company's treasure vault and into the lobby. The receptionist, Pan Yu Jiao, said sweetly, "Boss, congratulations on your successful trip." She stood gracefully and sexy, revealing clothes, occasionally tossing her hair. It's stunningly beautiful. Now, his face is full of joy, and his smile is as radiant as a blooming flower. You don't need to stand all the time. Only stand when guests arrive, otherwise it will be too tiring. Zhang Tong felt sorry for her wearing high heels and said with concern, "Thank you, boss, I'm not tired." Pan Yu was so moved that she almost cried. How can there be such a good boss in the world? I must work hard to repay him. Pan Yu looks even better now that I haven't seen her for a while. Zhang Tong stepped into the elevator and said to Lu Qingxi, who was beside him, "You've really become much more beautiful. thanks to all the designer clothes and the confidence that comes with a high salary. Plus, you've been taking good care of yourself lately, Lu Kingxi said with a charming smile. Seeing a beauty like this, not only men, but women would also feel good. Isn't it said that women feel uncomfortable when they see beautiful women? Zhang Tong said jokingly. That's a sign of insecurity in women, not including the beautiful women in our company. Lu Kingxi said with a smile. Upon arriving at the office, all the employees stood up. Welcome back, boss, with a bountiful harvest. Luo Pang enthusiastically added, Boss, you're amazing. You're definitely the reincarnation of the god of wealth. Zhang Tong soon discovered that the company's business was booming, with many people sending treasures to be auctioned, and they are all very valuable. Both appraisers were very busy. Clearly, the increased fame of Tianbao Auction House, coupled with Zhang Tong's announcement in the group that the next auction would also feature flying pearls, has excited many people. They sent over a treasure, hoping to get a good price for it. This is a good thing. From now on, the company won't have to rely entirely on Zhang Tong's treasures to make a profit. That's what a career should be like. Zhang Tong sat on the sofa in his office with a smug look on his face. Hua Qingxiang brought him fragrant tea and then gently massaged his shoulders. Luo Wei poked her head in, saw someone serving her, and giggled. Qingxiang, you take good care of the boss, I'm going to get busy. Boss, you are the happiest tycoon in the world. Luo Pang handed him a cigarette and lit it for him, saying, wherever you go, beautiful women will serve you attentively. Other tycoons, even if they have hundreds of billions in assets, may not be able to make beautiful women willingly serve them. I serve my boss because he treats us well, and I am willing to do anything for him. Hua Qingxiang rolled her eyes at Luo Pang. Boss, you are the most gentle, handsome, and generous tycoon in the world. If I were a top beauty, I would have fallen in love with you long ago. Fatty Luo flattered her desperately, then looked at Hua Qingxiang and said with a strange smile, our company's most innocent and beautiful woman, has she also fallen for the boss? I'm ignoring you. Hua Qingxiang blushed. Fatty Luo, stop joking around, don't lead others astray. How have you been lately? How is Tanjia treating you? Zhang Tong asked. She's a total simp now, taking care of me in every way possible. Luo Pang was both smug and sighing. I used to fawn over her every day, but it had no effect whatsoever. She never gave me a kind look. It turns out, even goddesses can show their ugly side in the face of money. Roll. Zhang Tong kicked Luo Pang away. This guy is a complete mess, he's generalizing from one example to the whole picture. Haha, can someone like Tanjia, a green tea bitch, represent all goddesses? Bang! Hua Qingxiang went to close the door to prevent Fatty Luo from shamelessly coming in again. Boss, I think Lu Kingxi looks completely different. She's even more beautiful and charming. Her skin seems to be glowing. Did you buy her some good cosmetics or supplements like milk? Hua Qingxiang suddenly asked curiously. You go out too. Zhang Tong was stunned for a moment. He suspected that Hua Qingxiang was driving. They were teasing him, but he had no evidence. However, he would never indulge her. I was wrong. Hua Qingxiang stuck out her tongue, looking incredibly cute. But then she immediately asked curiously, the time I got drunk, I think we shared a bed for most of the night. Did anything happen? Nothing happened, don't overthink it. Zhang Tong touched his forehead, his face full of strange expressions. Although nothing happened that night, it often comes to mind and is very exciting. This girl actually remembers it? And what do you expect to happen? Sigh, are all the supermodels these days so open-minded? It seems I'm out of touch with the times. We had lunch at the Xiangjiang Hotel. Luo Yan had prepared a private room long ago, specifically for Tianbao Company. 2 tables laden with delicious-smelling food. Everyone ate until their mouths were greasy, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Zhang Tong also learned and noticed that under Luo Yan's management, the hotel became more standardized and its business became even more booming. Profits from accommodation, catering, sauna and foot massage have all increased significantly. As for former president he was sent to the police station long ago because he embezzled a large sum of money, amounting to 80 million. After dinner, Lu Kingxi specifically told Luo Yan about Zhang Tong's help to the Lu family, and said at the end, Mom, you finally got what you wanted. I didn't even say anything, and he helped me on his own. My sister is now my colleague. Dad is extremely happy. He's making a fortune every day and will soon be worth over 100 million, or even over 1 billion. Our family has received an immense favor from him, how can we ever repay it? Luo Yan was both surprised and delighted, but also a little uneasy. Zhang Tong was a great benefactor to the Lu family. Without him, the Lu family would face annihilation and be doomed forever. With his help, the Lu family prospered and flourished. I will repay this kindness, you don't need to worry about it, Lu Kingxi said with a slight smile. How will you report it? Luo Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she asked hesitantly. I will repay you with a lifetime of tenderness. Lu Kingxi said shyly. I've decided on him for life. No matter who he marries in the future, I, Lu Kingxi, will always treat him gently, serve him wholeheartedly for the rest of my life, and be his warmest harbor. Are you? Luo Yan's hands and feet were trembling slightly, fearing a negative answer. It happened when I went to Wuchen. I gave him my first time completely. Lu Kingxi said shyly. My daughter has finally grown up and found someone she loves. Luo Yan's expression was slightly complicated, but she quickly became happy and cheerful. My daughter married into a wealthy family. That's a great thing. It was also an immense fortune. The Lu family's ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. No wonder he treated the Lu family so well. That's too good for you, but it also shows that he is a loyal and righteous man, a good man. It's incredibly lucky for my daughter to be with him. Then you must take good care of him and never be jealous. He's so good to you, you should be even better to him. Luo Yan composed herself, gave serious instructions, and also shared some secrets and experiences on how to serve a man. Lu Kingxi blushed crimson with embarrassment.